The year 2020 marks a catastrophic turning point in mysterious human history. In that year, portals to other dimensions began to appear. Gates began to appear, and something extraordinary began to happen in this peaceful world. The opening of the portal has unleashed a terrifying wave of attacks that will threaten survival on Earth. Thus, human governments around the world sent soldiers to investigate what was behind the portals, but strangely, none of them managed to return after entering the portals. Everything became even more chaotic after the portals turned red, and at the same time all kinds of monsters appeared, with overwhelming strength that crushed all modern weaponry. Since then, the monsters began to slaughter humans indiscriminately. However, in the midst of the chaos, there were a few selected humans, where they received gifts in the form of strength and skills by transcendent beings, and they were known as hunters, who had extraordinary powers to fight monsters and save humanity from human extinction. With the hunters at the forefront, humanity began its counterattack. The salvation of mankind from extinction now seems to be in the hands of strong hunters who have various powers that allow them to fight monsters. Among these countless hunters, there was an extraordinary figure known as the Demon King, who stood out from the rest of the hunters for his ability to develop independently through hunting, and with the special qualities of player. Immortal soldiers and dominion over fire are just two examples of the many manifestations of hunters. But the immense power possessed by this demon lord is feared even by the 12 heroes possessing extraordinary powers who call themselves gods. However, through the influence of the 12 greatest heroes, the heroes whose strength had been far surpassed by this demon king began to unite and fight back against the demon king, erasing him from history. Those who had been called as gods decided to create something they called Eden. Since then, hunters were then considered a new human subspecies, and those who could not become hunters were considered slaves. Since the world had been completely dominated by hunters, it leaves those unable to awaken their powers subjected to constant humiliation and discrimination. 100 years have passed since the Demon Lord was erased from history. Attention turns to the main character named Lee Jun-gyung, who trains with his mentor Sung Gu-hyung during this training session, revealed that Lee Jun-gyung was one of the unfortunate individuals who had yet to awaken his hunter abilities. Despite the lack of awakening, Lee Jun-gyung refused to give up and continued to train tirelessly, hoping to attract the attention of supporters who could help him awaken. But after years of training under Sung Gu-hyung's tutelage, there was no sign of any progress. Lee Jun-gyung started to feel hopeless and doubted the value of his efforts. It was at this time that Sung Gu-hyung realized Lee Jun-gyung's struggles, slapped him, and reminded him of his true motivation to become a hunter, to challenge the system of discrimination practiced by Eden and hunters. Lee Jun-gyung snapped back to reality and redoubled his efforts to achieve his dream. Sung Gu-hyung convinced Lee Jun-gyung that he would become a hunter one day and reminded him to always carry the book his parents left behind, the very important autobiography of the Demon King. Despite not understanding its content, Lee Jun-gyung always carries a book with him as instructed by his teacher. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by an attack from above, but Sung Gu-hyung's trained instincts allowed him to save Lee Jun-gyung. It is later revealed that the attack was initiated by a woman named Athena, who is actually one of the 12 overreaching heroes of Eden. It is clear from his immense strength that he is a force to be reckoned with, which caused Lee Jun-gyung to cower and terror just by looking at the hero of Eden. Athena initially did not suspect that Lee Jun-gyung might not have the book she was looking for, after learning that Lee Jun-gyung had absolutely no magic in his body. But after meeting Lee Jun-gyung, she sensed that Lee Jun-gyung had magic even in a small way, and this made Athena feel strange, and she demanded that Lee Jun-gyung reveal any items that he had hidden from her. Her hunch proves correct when she finds out that Lee Jun-gyung does indeed have the coveted autobiography regarding the Demon Lord. The facts regarding this should not be known to the public, and anyone who has or knows the slightest bit of this information will be destroyed. This made Athena very angry, and she stated that Lee Jun-gyung did not deserve mercy and should be sentenced to death for possessing a book or knowledge about demon kings that had been erased from history. Athena's attack was stopped by Sung Gu-hyung's intervention. Here, Lee Jung-young witnessed the astonishing display of Sung Gu-hyung's strength, who easily threw one of the greatest of 12 heroes into a far corner. Sung Gu-hyung's strength made Lee Jun-kyung dumbfounded. He wondered about Sung Gu-hyung's real identity. The impossible situation caused Lee to remain silent, feeling the gravity of the situation. Then Sung Gu-hyung asked a thought-provoking question to Lee Jung-young. What if he gains great power? Can he change the world system? At first, Lee Jung-young was doubtful because he wasn't even a hunter and had lost his confidence after witnessing Eden's extraordinary power. But when he observed Sung Gu-hyung's extraordinary strength, Lee Jun-kyung got assurance and realized that he could make a difference in the world by promising to keep his word. Lee Jun-kyung agreed to accept the challenge proposed by Sung Gu-hyung. Sung Gu-hyung smiled hearing Lee Jun-kyung's determination and promise. He knew that Lee Jun-kyung had the potential to bring change to the world, even though he was not a hunter. Therefore, Sung Gu-hyung, without hesitation, drew his sword and killed Lee Jun-kyung right then and there. Lee Jun-young took his last breath, and with a flash at the same time, Lee Jun-young was engulfed by an intense yellow and white light radiating from his body. In a state of complete confusion, Lee Jun-young didn't know what Sung Gu-hyung did to him, but at the same time a system message appeared to execute the contract. The fall of heaven is supporting Lee Jun-young. Showing ominous significance for what Sung Gu-hyung had done to him, Lee Jun-kyung suddenly finds himself transported to an unknown place and shrouded in mystery. As he takes stock of his physique, he becomes acutely aware of the immense power coursing through his veins, indicating that he has indeed awakened and become a hunter. Lee Jun-young looked around and started to notice that he had been transported inside the gates. The realization chilled him to the bone as soon as he came face to face with goblins, creatures he had only ever heard of through word of mouth, caused him to cower in fear and search for the sanctuary, as well as confirming the fact that he was actually currently inside the dungeon gate. After remembering Sung Gu-hyung's words, Lee Jun-kyung mustered up the courage to attack. Despite being a rookie hunter, he had undergone 1 year's training under Sung Gu-hyung's tutelage. Guided by the teacher with determination in his heart, Lee Jun-young prepared to fight the goblin in front of him as he lunged forward. He found himself unexpectedly delivering such a powerful punch that landed right on the goblin's head, until he was astonished by his current strength, as the punch he gave was fatal and the goblin fell to the ground lifeless. Lee Jun-young was left in doubt, unable to believe the newfound strength coursing through his veins. After deftly dispatching its first goblin, a system notification popped up informing Lee Jun-kyung that the fall of heaven was closely monitoring his progress. Remembering the words just now, Lee Jun-kyung realized that the fall of heaven was the Demon King's supporter. Returned to terror as waves of goblins descended upon the area led by the imposing goblin chieftain, whose mere presence struck fear into Lee Jun-kyung's heart. As panic makes Lee Jun-kyung doubt his ability to defeat the monstrous creature, he wonders if he can bite off more than he can chew. Thorough research showed that Goblin Chieftain was still a formidable dungeon boss, and at least a C-rank hunter was needed to hunt him down, even though he had just recently been resurrected, making this a daunting challenge for Lee Jun-young. To overcome his fear, Lee Jun-young refuses to give up and fights monsters, even if it means risking everything he has. Thus, he charged forward and slashed several goblins, overpowering them in his stance. With every goblin he defeated, Lee Jun-young's level increased, making him stronger. Suddenly, in the middle of the battle, the fall of heaven showed its support by conferring on him as the rule of fire's authority. Lee Jun-kyung quickly put his weapon to use and attacked the goblin chieftain, determined to take him down. With spear in hand, he manages to kill monsters that level up again. Exhausted from the fierce battle, Lee Jun-kyung finally fainted from exhaustion, but not before achieving a hard-fought victory. Luckily, in this unconscious situation, Lee Jun-kyung was found by another hunter who then helped him. As he slowly regains consciousness, he realizes that he is in a hospital and receiving treatment. As he was trying to make sense of the situation, he heard one of the nurses present mention the League Guild. He thinks the League Guild has played an important role in saving Lee Jun-kyung. Realizing how close he was to losing his life overwhelmed him, and he felt grateful for the timely intervention. As he tries to regain his bearings, Lee Jun-young can't help but wonder about this year. The nurse felt his confusion, telling him that it was 2022. This was a new surprise for Lee Jun-young, and he couldn't believe it, and didn't expect to be thrown into the past, or to be precise about 98 years ago, and still trying to process the fact that he missed 100 years or so. Upon inquiring further, he learned that many outstanding hunters had appeared in the current year, each vying to make a name for themselves. This year is specially hailed as the Age of Heroes. As soon as Lee Jun-gyung found out about the corruption in the discrimination system, he took action driven by a burning desire to bring about change. He refuses to sit idly by and watch countless innocent lives destroyed by the injustices perpetrated by those in power. He is determined to fight for what is right, no matter the cost. Without hesitation, Lee Jun-gyung carried out his plan, determined to become stronger than the 12 transcendent heroes who controlled the system, to eventually become known as Eden. He knows that the road ahead will be long and dangerous, but he is willing to do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. Before he can begin his mission, however, he needs to heal from his previous injuries. He is focused on his recovery, determined to come back stronger and more determined than ever. One afternoon, Lee Jun-gyung was visited by a man named Kim, who introduced himself as a member of the association. Kim arrives demanding to know who Lee Jun-gyung is and why he entered the gate alone. Lee Jun-gyung said that he suddenly appeared at the gate, unable to remember anything about his past. He kept the truth about being thrown back in time to himself, and for no apparent reason he wanted to use the name of the Demon King, Lee Jun-kyung. Kim decides to meet Lee Jun-kyung again later, hoping to uncover the truth about this mysterious newcomer. After Kim left, Lee Jun-kyung checked his status and found that he was the same player status as the Demon King. Different from hunters who need supporters or sponsorship of sponsors to grow stronger, players can become stronger only with their own strength. He became the only person who could grow stronger by hunting, the Demon King, and currently Lee Jun-kyung is a player. His mind races with the possibilities as he tries to make sense of his new power. He is both excited and scared and unsure about what this means for his future. But one thing is for sure, he is determined to use his new power to bring about change and create a better future for himself and those around him. As Lee Jun-kyung recovers in the hospital, he can barely contain his excitement. He knows that his plan is finally within reach, and he is eager to make it happen. After several days of rest and recovery, he was given permission to leave the hospital and return home. As he walked around Lee Jun-kyung was struck by the city's vibrant energy. He is delighted to find that he has been thrown into the Age of Heroes and finds himself downtown where hunters gather. Just as he was taking it all in, he was approached by association member Kim. Kim was intrigued by Lee Jun-kyung's unusual state and extended an invitation to join the association. Kim offers to give Lee Jun-kyung a new place to live and an identity. He was impressed by Lee Jun-kyung's accomplishments and congratulated him on becoming a hunter. As someone born with such potential, Lee Jun-kyung will receive special treatment, support, and resources to help him develop his skills and fulfill his potential in the association. Kim acknowledged that an individual with talent and ability like Lee Jun-kyung was rare and had the potential to become a powerful hunter, capable of making significant gains and making contributions to the world. Lee Jun-kyung arrived at his new inn and was surprised by the high quality of the facilities provided, with Kim informing him that someone was dying to meet him, which culminated in Lee Jun-kyung's curiosity when he finally met the person in question. He is pleased to learn that it is none other than Sung Gu-hyung, the highly respected guild master of the Guild League and former teacher of Lee Jun-kyung. Lee Jun-kyung could hardly believe his luck to be reunited with his former mentor. As Lee Jun-kyung ponders a cryptic message from his mentor from the future, he gradually concludes that Yang orchestrating his journey back in time depends on the motivation for this action, clearly driven by his unwavering commitment to building a just and harmonious world order. Although it cannot divulge the information to others, Lee Jun-kyung felt a great feeling. Lee Jun-kyung is in debt for his safety from a bleak and uncertain future. Lee Jun-kyung finally realized that Sung Gu-hyung was a hero who had been forgotten because people thought he was dead. Heimdall. Yo Seong-gu. Lee Jun-kyung's eyes opened wide as he received instructions for his next assignment. He learned that he had to take part in the beginner's tutorial for working hunters to find talented individuals who could aid the Hunters Association's pursuit. B-rank hunter Bae Sang-soo, currently at the tutorial, offers guidance to the participants, enabling them to conquer any challenges that will come their way in the future. Hunters were filled with fiery enthusiasm, fueled by the prospect of gaining entry into the country's premier union. As the tutorial draws near, Sang-soo asks some hunters a thought-provoking question, asking them to articulate the reason behind supporters granting hunters immense power. The hunters found themselves at a loss for words, unable to come up with an explanation. For this mystery-sudden moment of clarity, Lee Jun-kyung voiced his opinion, indicating that supporter did it for entertainment purposes, such as a virtual world, where one chooses a character and observes its growth and development journey. Lee Jun-kyung's insights bear fruit, just like he did witnessing the Demon King's fierce battle in his past life. Meanwhile, the tutorial started. The challenge seemed uncomplicated. Each hunter had to fight a pre-prepared group of goblins. Closely for the task, at first trembling ripples through the hunters as they contemplate how to deal with a lone goblin. However, Sang-soo inflames their fears, explaining that the goblins have been brainwashed and thus unable to harm humans, to sway the remaining hunters to demand reinforcements, meaning to reiterate that he will be on hand to provide assistance should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Official tutorial begins. In progress, the hunters vary greatly. As their individual experiences, some emerge victorious, while others fail to reach their goal. Lee Jun-kyung, like his colleagues, faces challenges to defeat strong opponents, but while others face standard goblins, Lee Jun-kyung's task is more daunting. He must face formidable orcs, enemies that present challenges far greater than those faced by his colleagues who have little experience fighting, let alone defeating such powerful creatures. Sang-soo explains that Lee Jun-kyung has previously faced and defeated high-rank boss monsters, even though it was the rookie hunter who gave him the confidence and ability to stand in front of C-rank monsters, even though it was no doubt a challenging task. Sang-soo believed that Lee Jun-kyung was capable of handling. As soon as the duel started, Lee Jun-kyung wasted no time and launched an attack using his trusted spear. The spear penetrated the orc's arm, but unfortunately the attack had no effect, and the orc cornered Lee Jun-kyung back. Sang-soo was ready to intervene, but to everyone's surprise, Lee Jun-kyung executed a swift and agile maneuver that allowed him to easily topple the orc. The power of his spear weapon shattered and was unable to withstand the might of his strength. That afternoon, Hyung and Kim visited Lee Jun-kyung. Interestingly, it was revealed that Kim was a woman, not a man. The association appointed Kim as Lee Jun-kyung's assistant. Yo Seong-gu Hyung also felt comfortable when Sung-gu made an offer for Lee Jun-kyung to join the League Guild. Lee Jun-kyung politely declined. Kim knows that his decision was not driven by arrogance, but by his commitment to the plan, which required him to keep a safe distance from Sung-gu Hyung and his friends. Despite Sung-gu Hyung's insistence, Lee Jun-kyung remained steadfast in his belief, determined to protect his future endeavors from the potential complications that might arise from such a union. He feared that any attempt to join them would complicate his future plans. Lee Jun-kyung's generous offer to help, despite Hyung's invitation, was turned down, a testament to his selflessness and dedication to his own plans of his willingness to help Hyung. Talked a lot about his character and loyalty to the people he respects. Hyung, touched by Lee Jun-kyung's sincerity, expressed his gratitude and admiration, promised to remember it if the need for help arises in the future. The exchange serves as a reminder that even in a competitive and cutthroat environment, kindness and cooperation can go a long way in forging strong relationships and achieving success. Lee Jun-kyung and Hyung engage in conversation with Lee Jun-kyung, returning the favor while offering his help to Lee Jun-kyung. He expressed his willingness to help by saying, "If you need help, I will be happy to help you." Even though he had just met Hyung, he already felt familiar with Lee Jun-kyung, likened it to the bond between brothers. The next day, Lee arrived at the tutorial pass exam that was taking place inside the gate. Even though he was a newbie, he and the other hunters had no reason to worry, as he and his fellow rookies couldn't afford to be experienced and strong rank B hunters. They entered the gate without any delay and integrated with the unexpected humidity that was different from what they were used to. The reason for this change in atmosphere is the many miracles present at the gate, which Sang-soo and his friends are about to discover. Under the guidance of their leader, they forge a path ahead with passion to face whatever challenges lie ahead. An experienced hunter group leader with years of expertise takes on the role of guide and mentor for the novice group. She guided him down the path confidently, sharing her knowledge of the terrain and the monsters that awaited them. When they encountered the first monster, a goblin lurking in the shadows, the leader instructed the rookies to be careful and not underestimate their opponents. As the group prepares to engage in battle, it is Lee Jun-kyung's turn to receive attack instructions. With a swift dash, he charged forward. His spear held tightly in his hand, he moved swiftly, and his movement precision was fluid, and in one swift motion he thrust his spear deep into the horde of goblins, cutting each and two with ease. The other rookies were impressed by Lee Jun-kyung's display of skill and dexterity. His speed and sharpness left a lasting impression on them, and they looked up to him with newfound respect. The leader in particular was impressed with Lee Jun-kyung's strength, noting that he was close to a B rank. After the trial, he decided to recruit Lee Jun-kyung, recognizing his potential as someone of great worth. After a while, they reached the boss dungeon area, where the chief instructed all the rookies to prepare their potions and equipment for the upcoming fight. The chief emphasized that rookies needed to use their full strength if they intended to beat the boss dungeon. Lee Jun-kyung, on the other hand, couldn't shake the thought of the Demon King having the same abilities as a player, but being defeated by the 12 heroes before he could reach his full potential. He realized that the key to avoiding such a tragedy was to grow stronger and become a skilled player. Fueled by this determination, Lee Jun-kyung promised to utilize all his knowledge and skills to become a strong player and change the outcome of similar incidents in the future. The moment they stepped into the boss dungeon area, rising foreboding offensive crept over everyone as they were shocked by the significant increase in the gate level. They couldn't help but wonder what kind of formidable boss was waiting for them. Sensing their agitation, the chief spoke to the group, instructing the newbies to prepare themselves to escape from the gate. Suddenly, from in front, a huge fireball appeared, hurtling towards them at a frightening speed. Sang-soo knows he must act fast, take action by utilizing his formidable Viper's Fang skill to fend off the fiery attacks. But despite his valiant efforts, the impact of the incantation reverberated throughout the area, leaving everyone shaken and alert to that which is yet to come. As Sang-soo gamely blocks the fiery attacks, his armor sticks with every impact, and his face is set with fierce determination. Despite the effort, some of the flames manage to get past its defenses, causing concern among novice hunters. Yet in moments of true courage, Lee Jun-kyung takes steps from behind. With swift and surefire moves, he expertly wishes the remaining embers to vanish, calming the rookies and adding a new layer of respect to his already impressive reputation. Just as the group was catching their breath, a notification appeared on Lee Jun-kyung's device. It was a message from a supporter called The Fall of Heaven, requesting that he defeat the final dungeon boss of the fearsome great sorcerer Goblin. It is with a mixture of joy and trepidation that Lee Jun-kyung accepts the challenge, knowing that this battle will be the ultimate test of his skills. But he is determined to emerge victorious and add another impressive achievement to his growing list of accomplishments. Archmage Goblin's long-range fire magic sets him apart from other bosses, making him a formidable opponent to any hunter who recognizes him. The severity of the situation, only the chief has the skills to deal with this fiery foe. But Lee Jun-kyung, who was encouraged by the challenge from supporter, stepped onto the battlefield to show an unshakable determination to prove himself regardless of the risks of the mission. Although hesitant at first, the chairman eventually succumbs to the help of Lee Jun-kyung, who leaves the responsibility for the murders on the young hunter. Lee Jun-kyung faces his greatest challenge to defeat the Great Wizard Goblin and emerge victorious when Lee Jun-kyung stands bravely against the Fire Goblin's magic attacks. He quickly assesses the situation and prepares to defend himself. Without warning, 3 powerful blasts of advanced fire magic were thrown at him, but Lee Jun-kyung did not flinch. Instead, he raised his shield with a steady hand and prepared for impact. In a wondrous turn of events, the fire seemed to be absorbed by his body, leaving Lee Jun-kyung unscathed. With renewed confidence, Lee Jun-kyung charges forward, determined to take on the Goblin Archmage, but his progress is suddenly blocked by a roadblock that threatens to derail his plans. Despite these setbacks, Lee Jun-kyung remains resolute, as he has the game-changing skills to overcome fiery foes. Lee Jun-kyung's spear was shining and the light was flickering. As he confidently screamed his way through the fiery aura enveloping his weapon, shattered the boss's barricade in an instant, shocking his comrades with his relentless power through the Goblin Archmage until he lay dead at his feet. In doing so, the Supporter the Fall of Heaven mission was successfully completed, which completely impressed the system with its prowess, presenting Lee Jun-kyung with the rare opportunity to summon monsters for himself. When the exam ended, the chief rushed to report to the association president, regaled him with tales of Lee Jun-kyung's extraordinary talent and potential, and urged the chairman to seize the opportunity to make the most of his abilities. The chairman of the association immediately asked for recruits when he found out about Lee Jun-kyung. After leaving the building, Kim and Hyung met Lee Jun-kyung. Hyung asked if any guild had recruited him, to which Lee Jun-kyung replied that he was recruited by the chief of examination the day before but turned it down. Lee Jun-kyung didn't want to join any guild because he wanted to avoid someone in the association. If he joins a guild, his identity can be exposed. Hyung then asked Lee Jun-kyung out for dinner to celebrate his success without thinking about identity issues. After returning from the party, Lee Jun-kyung opened the start menu to analyze his strength. He was surprised to see that he had reached level 11, and was given the opportunity to summon the Avatar. Summoning avatars was not a common thing among normal hunters, and only a few of the 12 heroes could do it. Lee Jun-kyung was curious, and tried to summon his avatar, but we don't know what it looks like yet. In addition, Kim surprised Lee Jun-kyung by reporting that he had made headlines, but his identity was not revealed. But as usual, Lee Jun-kyung quickly made Kim Chung's request, asking him to prepare dungeon raids for him to conquer. The next day, Lee Jun-kyung quickly cleared the dungeon Kim had prepared for him. Despite single-handedly defeating monsters like goblins, even he was able to complete 4 dungeons in just a few days, which is quite surprising. Fall of the Heaven is pleased with your performance as you worked hard and managed to level up today. It was then that we found the avatar previously called Lee Jun-kyung, which was a skull bracelet. Lee Jun-kyung originally thought that this avatar would have the ability to devour monster souls after defeating them in the dungeon, but it didn't have such an effect. Lee Jun-kyung also asked about the next upcoming dungeon. Kim explained that all the dungeons had been rented out by a new popular guild called the Northern Army. It was said that the Northern Guild had rented as many as 20 low-level dungeons for their training purposes. After noticing this, Lee Jun-kyung asked if the guildmaster of the Northern Guild was Choi Yong-seong. Kim confirmed, yes it is. Lee Jun-kyung was shocked, because before he came to this place, Choi was just a super rookie, but now he had formed a relatively strong guild. This surprised Lee Jun-kyung even more, because he knew that Choi would become famous in the future as one of the 12 heroes, and would be nicknamed the King of War. Gunther is an evil individual who is willing to kill many people to serve his own goals. The next day, while traveling on the road, Lee Jun-kyung ran into 2 oppressive hunters. He quickly intervened and put an end to their stupid behavior, blaming everything on them. The Hunter Legion countered by launching their first attack, but Lee Jun-kyung was able to counter it by throwing them backwards. As Lee Jun-kyung stood over the unconscious individual, he couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration wash over him. He had always prided himself on following the rules laid down by the association, but here he was forced to resort to violence against opponents who had broken one of the most basic rules. As he looked around at the shocked onlookers, he knew that this incident would not go unnoticed. After quickly regaining his composure, Lee Jun-kyung turned to his trusted Kim and requested that they bring the two men to the association. But Kim's next words caught him off guard. "The Northern Army Guild," he whispered. Lee Jun-kyung was deep in thought. He knew very well the guild's notorious reputation, and the thought of creating Retalia made his blood run cold. Despite his fears, Lee Jun-kyung knows that he has no choice but to face the consequences of his actions. When Lee Jun-kyung heard the accusations leveled against him, his heart sank. Did he really report the incident directly to the association, without even trying to work things out with Lee Jun-kyung first? Despite his confusion, Lee Jun-kyung knew he had to stay calm. He knew the danger of being mistaken for the culprit, especially in a serious situation like this. As he defends himself against accusations, he presents his case in a clear and logical manner, refusing to let his emotions get the better of him. Even as the debate drags on for what feels like an eternity, it finally seems like all hope is lost. Lee Jun-kyung remembers something he learned from past experiences. He has facts against him, and learns the importance of having hard evidence to support his claims. Without hesitation, he reached into his pocket and took out an old recorder. As Lee Jun-kyung walked out of the association building, he saw Kim and hung up waiting for him. He was relieved to see trusted allies know he could count on them to back him up. The middle-aged man approached Lee Jun-kyung with an apologetic look on his face. Lee Jun-kyung felt a mix of emotions including confusion, anger, and a hint of sympathy. He couldn't understand why the man had lied and accused him of assaulting a merchant, but he sensed there was more to the story than what was revealed in the association's trial. The man explains that he was forced to make false accusations by the Northern Army to ensure his son's safety. Lee Jun-kyung feels sympathy for the man who knows the link some guilds will use to wield their influence. Before Lee Jun-kyung could respond, Hyung stepped forward to take over as guild master. He had a reputation for being tough, but fair, and Lee Jun-kyung knew it. He could always count on him to handle situations like this with grace and authority. But things took a turn for the worse when Choi, a member of the Northern Army, stepped forward and shook Hyung's hand. The strength of his grip was so strong that Hyung's hand broke, and Lee Jun-kyung could feel the tension in the air rising. Hyung doesn't flinch even though he meets Choi's gaze, determinedly warning him that if he ever bothers Lee Jun-kyung again, he'll be ready to deal with it. Kim informs Lee Jun-kyung the next day that the previous day the matter was resolved with the Northern Army paying the fine, but Lee Jun-kyung was not surprised as he knew that Choi would become corrupt in the future. However, Lee Jun-kyung found it strange that the Northern Army did not move any further. For being a ruthless killer who never backs down from a challenge, this realization made Lee Jun-kyung suspicious, and he asked Kim to closely monitor the activities of the Northern Army and to keep him informed of new developments which he wanted to update as soon as possible. Lee Jun-kyung enlists the help of Sung-gu Hyung to make the raid stronger. Lee Jun-kyung seeks Hyung's help as they plan to venture into a high-class dungeon with Lee Jun-kyung. Meanwhile, Choi Yong-soo, Jong In-chang, and the founder of the Northern Army had a quarrel at their residence. Yong-soo is enraged that Choi is not taking any action, while Jong In-chang urges everyone to calm down and focus on solving their internal problems. Yong-soo and In-chang have different opinions and are on the verge of fighting. But luckily Choi intervenes and urges Chang to side with Yong-soo. Choi emphasizes that not answering Lee Jun-kyung's challenge will result in the loss of the Northern Army Guild's pride. Lee Jun-kyung admired Hyung's leadership and combat skills and watched him in action during the raid, only increasing his respect for the guild. Master Hyung is a force to be reckoned with, moving together smoothly as they defeated each monster with precision and ease. But Hyung himself stood out the most with his great sword glistening in the sunlight, irradiating an aura of power. And Lee Jun-kyung had never seen power like this before, and he couldn't help but feel awe as he watched Hyung take down 5 monsters with a single sweep of his blade. As the attacks continued, Hyung encouraged Lee Jun-kyung to display his own strength and skills. At first, Lee Jun-kyung was hesitant, as he was always more of a strategist than a fighter, preferring to stay in the background and support his guildmates from afar. In place of newfound confidence, Lee Jun-kyung let out a fierce roar and launched his spear at the goblins that surrounded him, killing them all in one hit. This astonishing feat left all the other hunters in awe and wondering how he managed to do it without using any spells, which the Hyung explained to them that it was not a skill, but authority. After they finished clearing the dungeon, Hyung expanded another one, offering Lee Jun-kyung to join his guild as vice-guild leader. Although his usual refusal, Lee Jun-kyung did not reveal the reason for the refusal. As soon as Lee Jun-kyung received a notification on his phone stating that the Hunter Association needed 100 hunters to clear the gates, a message came from the Northern Army and both Lee Jun-kyung and Hyung realized it could be a trap. Despite the potential danger, Lee Jun-kyung became more interested in the mission and expressed interest in participating. Elsewhere in Chang is extremely frustrated with the mission as he was not informed by the guildmaster about it. He did not anticipate the change in attitude of his childhood friends Choi and Yong-soo, who are now seeking high positions for their personal gain. Despite his attempts to reason with them, he believes they cannot be saved from their mindset. Right now, Chang can't bear the thought of leaving things unresolved, and his worries only grow when he receives a call from Lee Jun-kyung, and he agrees to meet with him. At a certain location, after arriving at the agreed location, Chang wastes no time warning Lee Jun-kyung about the mission, stating that it could be a trap set up by Choi. However, Lee Jun-kyung's curiosity drives him to gather more information, even if it means falling behind Chang as far as insulting the Northern Army Guild, by calling them a chaos guild, backed by evil forces. Chang flew into a rage and emitted a strong killing intent, but his anger subsided when Lee Jun-kyung mentioned possible corruption in the Northern Army Guild negotiations, but the outcome remained unclear. Upon his return to the guild, Chang seeks to uncover Lee Jun-kyung's true identity. While admiring Chang's strength and reputation as a skilled hunter who has defeated the Demon Lord Avatar and other monsters, he also observes that Chang has determination as evidenced by his defeat by Choi. Lee Jun-kyung saw the potential in getting Chang to join his side and believed that he could help balance the Northern Army Guild, which depended heavily on Chang's power for survival at this time. Lee Jun-kyung recently realized that Chang's physical strength alone is not enough to defeat strong opponents during his battles. What Lee Jun-kyung needs from Chang is his morals. Meanwhile, returned a few days ago as a result, he has continued his training to improve his physique and strength. While he was clearing dungeons and killing monsters, his spear suddenly broke. For repair, he seeks the services of the most famous blacksmith in the future. Upon arriving at the blacksmith, a red-haired man named Park Jae-hyun, Lee Jun-kyung finds that he is currently only running a small business, but according to the history of the Demon King, it will surely change if he helps the Demon King to the end. Which Park found at first Lee Jun-kyung's arrival was strange, but after Lee Jun-kyung explained that he was sponsored to come here, Park no longer doubted it. The problem at hand was that Park was dissatisfied with the fire in his workshop that prevented him from making tools. However, Lee Jun-kyung offers to help her with her magic problems. Park amazed by Lee Jun-kyung's advanced fire magic. After a week, Park managed to create a powerful spear, which can be enhanced with fire magic. The more fire it absorbed, the stronger it got in the meantime. Lee Jun-kyung explores the dungeon and contemplates how to unleash the power of his skull bracelet, but he has yet to find any clues about his true abilities. Lee Jun-kyung has always been a hard worker, and he is determined to improve his skills before his next gate deployment. He spent hours practicing with his new spear, perfecting his technique, and honing his reflexes until he was able to move with lightning speed and killer accuracy. But all this training comes at a cost. Lee Jun-kyung has hardly slept in the last 2 weeks, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. In his quest for repairs the next day, Choi instructs all the guild members to prepare themselves for the upcoming mission. He believed that once they succeeded, the Northern Army would become the strongest guild in the world. Chang is surprised by the current aura. Choi wonders how he hasn't reached rank 1 yet. while Yang Su states that everything is going according to the mysterious person's plan, motivating all the members to clear the gate in excitement. Meanwhile, on their way to the gate, Kim slightly warned Lee Jun-kyung about the Northern Army Guild continuing the mission, meaning there was a high possibility of death, and Lee Jun-kyung was aware of this fact. However, he couldn't allow the Northern Guild to wreak havoc again. In this situation, Lee Jun-kyung will teach a person's value lesson. As he approaches the gate, he is surprised to find Hyung there, even though guilds are not allowed in the area. Hyung warned Lee Jun-kyung to be careful, because Choi is stronger than he thought. It is revealed that Choi has reached rank A. Hyung is waiting for Lee Jun-kyung to drop out, and if he doesn't, he will destroy their guild. Lee Jun-kyung was impressed by Hyung's determination. With the resounding sound of a brook, the heavy door slowly opened, revealing a dark foreboding of death. Level changing and special traits activated, the hunters exchanged worried looks as they tried to make sense of what was going on. For Choi and his two subordinates, they kept their cool and in charge of the dungeons. Choi raised his voice, calling everyone to stay calm and not give up hope. With teamwork, he convinced them that they could overcome any obstacle. It was then that a notification popped up on their screens. The Lord of Riverside was trying to take control of the area. It was time for Choi to wait for his chance to showcase his skills in controlling the next boss monster. Lee Jun-kyung is left in a state of shock and can do nothing but go with the flow. Choi instructs Yang-su to conserve their strength a bit longer as they are warned about the upcoming wave in the next few hours. To avoid draining their stamina, Choi decides to use the hunters as shields. In addition, Choi orders In-chang with the task of killing Lee Jun-kyung, no matter what it takes. When the first wave hit, it was the sea monster lizard horde that attacked the hunters. Despite knowing the monster's high level, the hunters rush into battle only to suffer casualties due to the monster's mysterious water spray. While Lee Jun-kyung wants to help them, but he realizes that he needs to save his stamina for later. In the sudden event, the Northern Army members launched a surprise attack on the sea monster lizards from behind, hoping to rally the other hunters and boost their morale with their swords drawn. They charge fearlessly at fearsome creatures, ready to do whatever it takes to protect their comrades. Inspired by their courage that Lee Jun-kyung felt. Adrenaline was coursing through his veins. He knew that he had to do his part in this battle, so he wielded his flaming spear with sheer determination and charged at the monsters in a display of strength and astonishing skill. He managed to take down multiple lizards at once, leaving the other hunters in awe of his abilities. As they watched in amazement, he couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for the young man. The hero among them, even In-chang, who previously doubted Lee Jun-kyung's abilities, became astonished at his unexpected development. Lee Jun-kyung's immense strength proved invaluable in the first wave, a battle that fortunately ended without causing significant casualties. Even though Lee Jun-kyung used up most of his stamina during the fight, his level increased, and with that, his strength grew more and more impressive. Lee Jun-kyung delights for succeeding in attracting the attention of potential supporters who were impressed by his heroic actions. He believed that with their support, he could become stronger and better able to protect those in need. However, Lee Jun-kyung's hopes were dashed when the fall of heaven turned dark, causing all supporters to withdraw themselves offering support. It became clear that strength does not look kind to his ambition, making Lee Jun-kyung wonder if he will ever be able to achieve his goal of becoming a true hero. Sometime later, many hunters begin to approach Lee Jun-kyung and offer their help. Choi is disgusted by the sympathy Lee Jun-kyung is receiving as it interferes with his plans. However, he gathers his strength and tries to motivate the hunters to once again survive the fifth wave, despite 4 hunters losing their lives. Regardless of the fifth wave ending, the boss dungeon finally appeared in the form of a water golem. His strength increased and became invincible when in contact with water, making the situation even more dire. The hunters were left wondering how they managed to beat him. With one lethal burst of water from the golem, can easily destroy the ground, so they have no other choice but to attack. Attackers and ranged hunters launched their attacks at the monster, but they didn't seem to have any effect. Only Lee Jun-kyung's spear managed to land in front of the golem, explaining that in order to injure this monster, hunters must coat their weapons with magic. After receiving the order, all the hunters tried and were surprised to find that they could use ranked skills. Lee Jun-kyung's suggestion to code their weapons with magic proved to be effective in injuring the water golems. But the challenge was that these monsters had a fast regeneration rate. At this point, Lee Jun-kyung realized that the water golem's vulnerability was in its core. He patiently waited for the right moment for its core to open and threw his spear with all his might. His mighty Lee Jun-kyung threw his spear with all his might finally found his mark. When it penetrated the core of the water, Golem managed to defeat the middle boss dungeon. As a reward, he received valuable water gems and a significant level up. His feat caught the attention of some supporters who couldn't help but be impressed by the young man's outstanding performance. The other hunters began to realize that Lee Jun-kyung was no ordinary hunter, but an S-rank hunter, just 2 months ago, making him a super rookie. Approaching Choi from behind, In Chang asks him to promise to surrender. Even though many hunters had lost their lives, Choi remained motionless, but inched around to be met with insults from his fellow guild members, which angered Choi. In response, Choi stated that they would work harder and become heroes. When he turns around, In Chang has already disappeared, but Choi is unfazed by the departure, so the Guild North Army members engage in battle with the monsters, only to realize that their levels are far lower than Lee Jun-kyung. In a display of relentless strength, Lee Jun-kyung goes on a killing spree, taking down hundreds of monsters. Despite using up his considerable stamina, he is determined to level up and become stronger. But suddenly he is startled by the appearance of a woman who comes to his aid. To his astonishment, he puts on Chang's clothes, revealing that the person behind Basie Mask is actually a woman and not a man. The guild change resulted in the loss of several hunters, and a somber mood fell over the group. As the hunters mourn their loss, there are some members of the Northern Army who belittle Chang, calling him a traitor. Despite this painful treatment, In Chang remained firm in his decision, knowing that he had followed his heart to join Lee Jun-kyung, and was inspired by Lee Jun-kyung's unbreakable determination. After a short pause, the dungeon boss finally appeared. The hunters prepared to face the final boss of the dungeon, only to be shocked by the colossal appearance of the snake towering above them. With his threatening presence, In Chang shares with Lee Jun-kyung that Choi has devised a plan to defeat the monsters, which instills a newfound sense of determination in the young hunters, while the other party issues unconventional orders, revealing their intention to manipulate the dungeon boss to their advantage. Choi summons his skill, conjuring rain to support the already formidable dragon boss. Furthermore, the hunters prepare themselves for what will surely be a difficult and challenging battle. There is a heavy rainstorm, but the water-based powers are a given and effective against the barrier monsters. Lee Jun-kyung, frustrated and angry, Lee Jun-kyung lunges at Choi, determined to take down the one responsible for their predicament in the next fight. The dungeon boss makes it nearly impossible to take down his target. Determined not to be defeated, Lee Jun-kyung uses desperate action, unleashing reckless and unconventional strategies in his attempt to overcome the defenses. Lee Jun-kyung's choice devises a daring plan to defeat Choi, which involves luring him into a monster's stomach to maximize his fire release power. Meanwhile, In Chang set his sights on Yong-su, who engaged in a fierce and enthralling battle. Each soldier proves to be a worthy opponent by tarnishing each other's powerful attacks. In the belly of the monster, Lee Jun-kyung takes advantage of igniting the dry interior with his fire ability. Choi's power is weakened by the intense heat, which struggles to keep up with the intensity of the fire. The scene is full of tension as Lee Jun-kyung fights to overcome the monster and eliminate Choi once and for all. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-kyung's strength grows tremendously as he fights Choi in a fierce battle. In a moment of desperation, Choi launched a reckless attack, but Lee Jun-kyung quickly countered with a powerful punch from his spear through Choi's stomach. The skeleton bracelet worn by Lee Jun-kyung then started reacting to absorb Choi's soul, confirming the rumor that the bracelet could only absorb the soul of a hero. when Lee Jun-kyung accepts an unreal turn of events. Both of them die, leaving Lee Jun-kyung to contemplate the consequences of their actions. The Demon King's book fails to mention that supporters never die, which surprises Lee Jun-kyung because supporters die along with their heroes. Suddenly, a crow emerges from Choi's soul and reveals its goal. Lee Jun-kyung declares his ambition to become the strongest hunter beyond the Demon King, prompting the bird to disappear. In a sudden movement Lee Jun-kyung swiftly slashed at Yong-soo from above, ending his evil intentions towards Lee Jun-kyung. Regardless of the consequences of his actions, Lee Jun-kyung has no regrets, because he believes that it was a legal punishment for Yong-soo. The skull bracelet reacted according to devouring Yong-soo's soul, finally solving this problem, feeling that he had nothing more to offer. Chang expressed his intention to retire from hunting, but Lee Jun-kyung saw potential in him and wanted to keep him from leaving, knowing that he could become a great hunter in the future before he had to help him cool off from a fierce battle. As they emerged from the basement, a group of reporters crowded around them, eager to interview the new superstar hunter. Reporters inquired about Choi's whereabouts and questioned why he had not returned. To his attention, Young quickly took the opportunity and raised Lee Jun-kyung as the hero of the dungeon. This sudden turn of events shocked the reporters, who didn't realize that Lee Jun-kyung was already a famous super rookie. But Lee Jun-kyung couldn't help but feel irritated to learn that out of the 110 hunters who had initially entered the dungeon, only 39 had managed to survive till the end. At another location, crows that appeared during the battle reported the incident to the association chairman. The chairman happily praised Lee Jun-kyung is some kind of god. In another location in Chang appears restless and visibly weak. Despite being betrayed, he still misses his guild. Suddenly, a former member of the Northern Army approaches him from behind and encourages him to keep his hopes up, assuring him that he is innocent and that the guild leader is the one in the wrong. They urged him not to lose hope. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-kyung and Hyung discussed the current news, and it was revealed that Lee Jun-kyung had earned the nickname of the underdog. Hyung passionately argues that the underdog nickname doesn't suit Lee Jun-kyung, but Lee Jun-kyung seems lost in thought. With little attention to it, suddenly, Lee Jun-kyung dropped a bombshell expressing his desire to use the foreign phrase, hero-making. Hyung looked surprised and scared, his face twisted in horror. The room fell silent, and the only sound was Lee Jun-kyung's heavy breathing. His aura expands to give the impression that he is ready to release his anger on someone he is aiming for. Lee Jun-kyung coldly asks if you are a member of Asgard. His eyes were on Hyung, trying to read his reaction. Hyung looks like a deer caught in headlights. As his mind raced to comprehend what he had just heard, it was clear that this information was not widely known, and Hyung's reaction was a clear indication of this. It was later revealed that Lee Jun-kyung met Heimdall, the leader of Asgard. When he was already a member of the organization, he expressed his desire to join Asgard, a group consisting of the most skilled hunters. At first, Chang is reluctant, as he is hesitant to trust any organization because of his past experiences with corrupt guilds. Despite having doubts about Lee Jun-kyung's ability to handle a significant objective, Chang appears uneasy and unsure of what to do. Lee Jun-kyung stated something unexpected. Claiming to be from the future and a warning of an upcoming war, he urged them to work together to overcome this challenge. Although it is not clear what happened during the rest of the conversation, even though the outcome of their discussion is uncertain, Lee Jun-kyung wasted no time and immediately went home, trying to summon his avatar when Lee Jun-kyung activated the avatar. His anticipation increased as he expected the bone dragon to appear, but to his surprise only a skull head appeared. Even so, he was determined to rule the energy monastery, which required precision and control. Unfortunately, the instructions in the book lack detail, leaving him frustrated and not sure how to proceed. Just as he was feeling defeated, a message from Kim came in offering to take him to the association. Lee Jun-kyung's heart jumped at the prospect of meeting association chairman Jang Hyo-jin. He had heard of the legendary hunter's prowess and wisdom, and he knew that this was a rare opportunity to learn from the best. The narrative progresses with Lee Jun-kyung's arrival at the association where he is accepted by Chairman Jang. The books he has studied extensively speak of Jang's extraordinary abilities, even claiming that he is on par with the Demon King himself. The moment he entered the room to meet Jang, Lee Jun-kyung felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. The meeting started off friendly enough with Jang greeting Lee Jun-kyung with a smile and a handshake. However, the mood suddenly changed as Jang's expression turned gloomy and a black aura surrounded him. Threateningly, Jang demanded, "Who you are?" Jang was an extraordinary person, asserting that he already knew everything about Lee Jun-kyung. He acknowledged Jang's extraordinary development after the awakening, which impressed him greatly. However, the line of interrogation changed when he asked Lee Jun-kyung about the circumstances surrounding Choi's death. He truly believed he was innocent of any wrongdoing. After all, it wasn't against the rules. Jang, who heard these words, was angry because Yong-sun was his free slave. Even though Jang was angry, Lee Jun-kyung immediately cut his words and said that he wanted to join Asgard. Here, all this time, Jang was not angry and had to join. But before that, Jang asked why Lee Jun-kyung wanted to join Asgard. Jang replied that Asgard's vision and mission to save humanity appealed to him. Lee Jun-kyung here is also a little fishing by saying that he is Odin, the king of Asgard. Hearing this, Jang became more interested in Lee Jun-kyung, who knew everything about him, and his goal was not to make Jang angry because his curiosity about Lee Jun-kyung made him obsessed with him, and Jang asked, "If you know about my eyes." Of course, Lee Jun-kyung replied that he knew that his eyes were the eyes of truth. Knowing this, Jang became even more obsessed with Lee Jun-kyung and allowed him to join Asgard. But Jang didn't let Lee Jun-kyung enter for free and instead gave him some entrance exams to test if he fit into the Asgard group. This test will be faced by Lee Jun-kyung during the raid gate in London, where this activity will be carried out soon, so Jang here asked Lee Jun-kyung to get ready for the raid. Before leaving, Jang used his middle restriction ability, which silenced Lee Jun-kyung, so he would not divulge Jang's secret to others. But it seems that the disability doesn't affect Lee Jun-kyung. This is because, from the start, he already knew that Jang would use that ability to silence his mouth. Not long after that, at the cafe, In-chang finally came after a few days and agreed to meet here to discuss something. At this meeting, Lee Jun-kyung told the reason why Jang didn't kill him, even though he knew his identity, because Jang didn't think that he was a threat seeker. This In-chang was very sad, because it turned out that he was nobody, and the second reason Lee Jun-kyung asked, and In-chang was there to join him, and Lee Jun-kyung also revealed his goal to form a peaceful world without discrimination. Feel that no one here believes, In-chang so inevitably here trust Lee Jun-kyung. After In-chang agreed to follow him, In-chang asked him what he would do to create a peaceful world. Before saying this, Lee Jun-kyung asked what items Chang got from the supporters at the Lin River Gate. Here, because In-chang trusted Lee Jun-kyung, he told him that he got a dragon bloodstone from his supporter named Prince Charming. After hearing this, Lee Jun-kyung was very happy because his suspicions were correct that In-chang had obtained the bloodstone from the start. Lee Jun-kyung targeted this side item to strengthen the immortal secret to perfection, and coincidentally, In-chang gave the item for free to him, although if he used the item, it could make him stronger. But here In-chang refused and said that Lee Jun-kyung knew more about the item, so he better play with it and be able to use the item to its fullest. After getting the bloodstone, Lee Jun-kyung immediately went to the blacksmith and asked the blacksmith to combine his weapon and In-chang's weapon to install the bloodstone. The blacksmith who saw this item was very surprised and asked why Lee Jun-kyung could get this very rare item. Of course, because there is only one bloodstone, here Lee Jun-kyung will break the bloodstone into two parts so that it can be attached to the sword for In-chang. Knowing this, the blacksmith was very surprised because he did not expect this rare stone to be separated and attached to the weapon, and because of this knowledge, the blacksmith would not charge Lee Jun-kyung any money. One day later, it is shown that Lee Jun-kyung and In-chang are on a raid to try out their new swords and practice for the upcoming test. With the bloodstone effect, they can absorb blood from enemies and strengthen their weapons. the stronger the sword will increase over time fighting. Upon hearing this, In-chang could not believe that his decision to give the item to Lee Jun-kyung was the right one. Not far from here, the boss gate of the ogre warrior appeared. It can be seen that the monster's strength is very terrible and has a very strong attack. But on Lee Jun-kyung's side, he didn't expect that the attack from the ogre was so strong, and he could block the attack with his sword and then slash the monster to death. Seeing this, Lee Jun-kyung could not believe that the decision made by In-chang as a subordinate was the right decision. One day later, before the exam started, Hyung met Lee Jun-kyung. Hyung's arrival here was to give him advice not to take the exam because he had a hunch that Lee Jun-kyung would die taking the exam. Even though Hyung suggested that he should stay out, Lee Jun-kyung would still go because some business made him unable to refuse to take the exam. In the morning, Lee Jun-kyung and In-chang will be escorted by Kim, where Kim directs them both to a portal to London. Shortly after the portal opened, Lee Jun-kyung and In-chang entered there, while their legion was greeted by 2 hunter associations from London, who would direct them both to the venue. In the evening, they both attended a party to get to know hunters from other countries, and out of the many hunters, there was one person who stood out at the event. The man was big and looked very strong. It seemed the man was expressing his disappointment towards the Korean Association, sending a weak hunter for this event. While Lee Jun-kyung saw that he finally realized that the man was a member of the Olympic group. This unexpected thing made Lee Jun-kyung a little worried because this man's arrival could disrupt all his plans. Soon a man came to stop the big man and realized that the man's name was George and his title was Odysseus. Knowing this makes Lee Jun-kyung even more worried because in the Demon King's notebook, it is said that Odysseus will be killed by his partner, named Hercules. What surprised Lee Jun-kyung was that the man's name was Demetrius, and he carried the title of Hercules. Of course, with the name of his title alone, you can guess how strong this man is, some of which are unexpected things that hinder Lee Jun-kyung's plan a little. But even so, there is still a way to win in this event, a possible way to beat them, but a cunning way that makes Lee Jun-kyung win without having to fight Hercules. While Demetrius knew that Lee Jun-kyung was the underdog from Korea and tended to shake his hand to check whether the rumors circulating were true that the underdog from Korea was very strong. But before shaking hands with Lee Jun, Kyung In-chang stopped him with his hand. What he was doing was reckless, because the physical strength between the two was far in comparison, and as a result, In-chang broke his bones because he was unable to withstand Demetrius's counterattack. The next day, because there is no event, Lee Jun-kyung and In-chang will do a raid to increase their strength. But the main purpose of the raid this time was Lee Jun-kyung asked In-chang to get the title of Ogre Killer. The purpose of this exercise was to keep the anticipatory text from Demetrius, while Lee Jun-kyung's goal was different, where he would go inside and look for items that would lead him to victory. After explaining that, Lee Jun-kyung and Chang were asked to attend immediately. Lee Jun-kyung returns and brings a large group of ogres so that In-chang can kill them and earn the title of Ogre Slayer. In-chang was a bit hesitant at first, but this was an order from Lee Jun-kyung, so he did. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Lee Jun-kyung will send his call to help In-chang if something happens. Meanwhile, at In-chang's fight, Lee Jun-kyung will go deeper to find an item to kill Hercules. And as soon as he finds a monster that doesn't have the item, in addition to being able to get the item, Lee Jun-kyung has to face a dungeon boss named Red-Eyed Ogre. In Korea, there seems to be a commotion between Hyung and Jang. It seems Hyung said that he doesn't accept Jang's decision to send Lee Jun-kyung. Of course, the reason Hyung fought him was because in that battle, Hercules would be present. With the presence of Hercules, it is certain that Lee Jun-kyung will not win and will not come back alive. Hearing that really shocked Jang because he didn't expect that the Olympics group had betrayed him, even though before the Olympics it had been agreed that the Asgard team would win the event. This unexpected incident made Jang angry, and he would send people to help Lee Jun-kyung with the reason that if Lee Jun-kyung died, then he would die of curiosity. Because here Jang was still curious about why Lee Jun-kyung knew about secrets from him and Asgard. On the other hand, Lee Jun-kyung is still fighting over the boss about that. It can be seen that even though he has a very large body and very fast speed, and that makes it difficult for Lee Jun-kyung because in this attack, he doesn't want to waste enough energy. However, due to this unforeseen situation, he inevitably had to use his full abilities to defeat the monster. Of course, with his great strength to subdue the monster and get the item he is looking for. In different places, we see the reason why Hercules could be here. It seems he has violated the Olympic rules and intends to win this match. George, who didn't want to get involved at first, couldn't help but get involved because since the first commotion made by Hercules, he was also the one to blame. And like it or not, after this match is over, the Olympic officials will severely punish them both for violating the agreement. Meanwhile, on Lee Jun-kyung's side, where on that day before the event started, he took the time to go to the alchemy shop, where his goal was to smear the weapon with the red ore he obtained earlier. And coincidentally, the place he was going to was one of the greatest blacksmiths in history, who had the nickname Hephaestus. Of course, at first Hephaestus was confused about where Lee Jun-kyung got the item. For sure those who could get the item were very strong. But here the question arises, what is the point of smearing his weapon with this item? Here Lee Jun-kyung did not explain anything other than saying that he knew Park, who was the brother of Hephaestus, and only asked him to do what he asked. After several days of waiting, the event finally started. Hunters from all over the world gathered to enter the gate. As expected, before entering the event, Hercules came to Lee Jun-kyung and said that he would kill him. But here Lee Jun-kyung just answered with a smile. With that, the gate opened and all the hunters went inside. Before entering, Lee Jun-kyung tells In Chang to run immediately when he enters. He didn't know the reason, but In Chang did as he said. And it's true that when he entered the gate, many people died. Seeing this, In Chang was very shocked to see how many hunters could die even though the gate had been opened 5 minutes ago. Seeing that In Chang couldn't take it anymore and intended to save one hunter who was still standing, but unexpectedly, he was attacked by Hercules. In Chang refused to fight and continued to defend and dodge, but luckily because Lee Jun-kyung came at the right time, he was saved and escaped to a safe place. Once in a safe place, In Chang asked what happened to Lee Jun-kyung. Lee Jun-kyung replied that the death hunters were not killed by Hercules, but it was an explosion prepared by someone to be able to kill Hercules. Seeing this, In Chang really can't believe this incident. Then, Lee Jun-kyung will start a plan to kill Hercules, and to start the plan, Lee Jun-kyung asks for his summons to find the hunter who trapped Hercules, and soon after finding him, Lee Jun-kyung will remember them, and make him bait for Hercules to follow him. On the other hand, the atmosphere gets tense when Hercules and George get caught in the trap of Legion, a notorious and ruthless foe when they manage to eliminate the explosives makers. The situation quickly turns dangerous when the lifeless corpses suddenly come to life and launch a vicious attack on Hercules, despite the uselessness of their summoner abilities, the enemies of the undead. On the other hand, on the way Lee Jun-kyung was stopped by someone, it turned out that someone was a messenger from Jang named Enev. Here Jang has sent orders that will help, and the bosses have also confirmed that the competition will be won by Asgard. Who knew this Lee Jun-kyung did not accept their help, but he refused, because he came here not to win in vain, but his purpose changed when Hercules came. Although this was deemed unlikely, Lee Jun-kyung would try to win this competition and become a member of Asgard. Enev, who heard these words, was very surprised and said that he could not help because it was not an order from Jang, but it was a decision from Lee Jun-kyung himself. Like that, and Enev could not force his will and would go home. But here Enev didn't go straight home, but kept an eye on them because he wanted to know how Lee Jun-kyung could beat the dungeon boss with Hercules simultaneously. Not long after searching long enough, Lee Jun-kyung finally arrived at the gate hideout of a boss named Katyron. It can be seen that the monster is very strong and very terrible. And here it was revealed that Lee Jun-kyung's main plan, that's why he brought Hercules here, is Hercules will defeat the new boss gate, and Lee Jun-kyung will attack him. And of course, to be able to defeat Hercules, Lee Jun-kyung has to make the monsters enter the strongest mode. As soon as Hercules set foot in the designated area, his keen senses warned him of looming danger without warning. The group started trembling under his feet, and before he could react, a ferocious monster emerged from the depths of the earth, eyes glistening with malice. Hercules reacted to the monster's first strike with a powerful punch that sent him flying backwards several feet, but he knew better not to let his guard down, and as he prepared for another strike, the monster's entire body convulsed, and a fiery aura engulfed it in an instant. It turned into a gigantic, terrifying beast, towering over Hercules with its massive muscles. Their excitement and fear knew that the monster was now at its strongest, and it was time for the next phase of their plan to begin. Without hesitation, they fled the scene, leaving Hercules to face the beast alone, but to their surprise, Hercules did not back down. Instead, he stood his ground, ready to face anything that came his way. Unfortunately, the monster's speed was very fast, and Hercules had to deal with it. The duel between Hercules and the monster was so fierce that the hunters who came could only be silent and trembled. Meanwhile, on Lee Jun-kyung's side, he started the ultimate plan. Lee Jun-kyung immediately greased his weapon with the items he had prepared beforehand. After seeing the gap, Lee Jun-kyung throws the spirit of Hercules, but unexpectedly, George pushes the spear aside. Seeing this move, In-chang stepped forward to fight George so that Lee Jun-kyung managed to attack with his spear. Then there was a quite fierce duel between In-chang and George in the back. After attacking, they were able to injure each other. But even though In-chang was very strong, his attacks were not able to scratch George. But things turned around when In-chang was assisted by a summons from Lee Jun-kyung. Seeing this, Lee Jun-kyung focused on finding a gap so that his second attack could stab Hercules. But before that, Lee Jun-kyung didn't believe in Hercules' strength. How could that happen, even though the monster entered its strongest mode? Plus, Hercules' demonic energy was still able to withstand the strongest attack from him. Instead, he turned it around. Meanwhile, on In-chang's side, they also wondered how they could kill someone as strong as Hercules. It turns out that Lee Jun-kyung still has a way and is waiting for Hercules to enter berserker mode. According to the book, the Demon King Hercules would go out of control when he enjoyed fighting, and of course, to make Hercules enter berserker mode, inevitably Lee Jun-kyung had to come down to fight him. Seeing Lee Jun-kyung come down to fight him made Hercules very happy, and he served him. It didn't take long for Hercules to use his strongest strength to kill Lee Jun-kyung. While on Inev's side, they saw this and felt that Lee Jun-kyung would be injured from attacking. Moreover, they saw Lee Jun-kyung gathering mana in defense. If Lee Jun-kyung did that, it would still be useless because the attack from Hercules was very strong. But it turns out that what Lee Jun-kyung did was not what they thought, because what he did before was just a distraction. Lee Jun-kyung went to attack with his spear. Even though this was a powerful attack delivered by Lee Jun-kyung, in reality, the attack did not seriously injure Hercules, and instead reversed the attack to throw Lee Jun-kyung. But a small attack was enough for him because it wasn't an ordinary attack, but his attack, his weapon was coated with poison. Of course, Hercules, who was not aware of this, was shocked and felt the effects of the poison, which made him unable to move. Which poison isn't poison in general because it's a strength-boosting serum. And why did Lee Jun-kyung do this with the added power that would make Hercules go into an uncontrollable berserker mode, even killing himself because he couldn't hold back the power in his body? While George, who saw this, immediately headed there to stop his rampage from Hercules. It was stopped by Lee Jun-kyung, and thanks to time it was too late because berserker mode plus Hercules' demonic power could not be stopped. Even so, here George still insists on going there to stop him properly. Because Lee Jun-kyung doesn't want the same future as before where George died, here Lee Jun-kyung tells George that there is a way to stop the Hercules rampage. We have to wait 5 minutes because according to estimates, after 5 minutes, Hercules will pass out because he can't hold back the strength. And from the beginning, Lee Jun-kyung noticed this because with Hercules fainting, he will definitely win. Even though this looks easy, it will be very difficult to hold Hercules. Seeing this, George, like it or not, they had to work together to buy up to 5 minutes of time. Hercules went crazy and attacked all the hunters who were there while In-chang was overwhelmed by Hercules' physique, which was getting stronger. Seeing the hunters have no intention of winning the competition this time and intend to return to the memories of seeing the terrible battle, made them afraid to participate. While from Inev's side he really didn't believe all of this, Moreover, something made him curious about the ogre that Lee Jun-kyung brought. Out of curiosity about this, Inev will come down to help them stop Hercules. But the help from Inev changes nothing as Hercules' strength is ridiculous. Meanwhile, George also didn't give up, kept trying to stop him. Unfortunately, Hercules was unconscious and took out his mainstay power to attack George. Although George was able to avoid it, hearing the effects of the attack made a deep wound on him. Not far from there, saw Lee Jun-kyung just silent and not doing anything. It turns out that here Lee Jun-kyung is unconscious because bloodstone has boiled and made Lee Jun-kyung bomb blood, and it turns out that the effect is the same as Hercules, where Lee Jun-kyung's body is entered with great force. Different from Hercules here, Lee Jun-kyung is still conscious and gives off a stronger aura than Hercules. In this condition, Lee Jun-kyung will use it to fight Hercules in berserker mode. But before that, here Lee Jun-kyung will fight the boss gate first because the monsters will interfere with the fight, and unexpectedly with just a few attacks, Lee Jun-kyung manages to take down the monster without difficulty. But from here onwards, a huge problem occurred where the outside was suddenly filled with a terrifying aura. This aura that came out of Lee Jun-kyung's body actually absorbed the magic that was around him, giving him extraordinary strength. And as a result of not being able to withstand this great power, Lee Jun-kyung lost control and became unconscious. And in this condition, Lee Jun-kyung immediately attacked Hercules. It was seen that the collision of their attacks was very powerful, but this powerful attack could not kill Hercules and only destroyed one hand. But it didn't matter because with his demonic power, Hercules' hands returned to normal. Meanwhile, Lee Jun-kyung looks seriously injured, but the difference is, Lee Jun-kyung's regeneration is quite fast. Seeing this, George could not believe why all this could happen and what power Lee Jun-kyung had. Then the battle between Lee Jun-kyung and Hercules continued. Seeing this terrible battle, hunters could only stand still and watch, and it was soon seen that Hercules was defeated by Lee Jun-kyung, who managed to stab Hercules with his spear. But here, Lee Jun-kyung is not satisfied and intends to kill Hercules, who is dying. George, who knew this, rushed to stop Lee Jun-kyung, but because Lee Jun-kyung was too fast, he just gave up. And at the same time, suddenly Athena came and stopped the attack with her ability. George was honored to have met Athena. Seeing the current state, Athena said that this was a mess. Because of them, Athena was in debt to Zeus. Athena then asked who the person in front of her was. George also replied that he was an underdog. Athena finally understood that all the changes that had occurred at the gate were because of Lee Jun-kyung. He couldn't stop thinking that Lee Jun-kyung could suppress his shield. Lee Jun-kyung even covered the entire Catharian mountain and absorbed the magic power of all living things with his blue flames. Athena thought that a new rookie like Lee Jun-kyung was just lucky enough to enter Asgard, but she didn't think that Lee Jun-kyung could beat Hercules. He also thought that Lee Jun-kyung was dangerous and decided to kill Lee Jun-kyung using his spear. But suddenly someone stopped Athena. From the source of the sound that stopped Athena, the figure of Heimdall appeared. Athena also asked why Heimdall was here, but Heimdall replied by asking the same thing. Athena thought that Heimdall seemed to be following his lightning. Heimdall then stood in front of Lee Jun-kyung to protect him. Athena also ordered Heimdall to step aside and said that Lee Jun-kyung must be killed right now. Hearing that, Heimdall threatened that if Athena killed Lee Jun-kyung, he would consider it a declaration of war on Asgard. Athena didn't expect Lee Jun-kyung to be so important to Heimdall. He thought it was funny because he thought nothing mattered to Heimdall. Heimdall just silently heard that. It wasn't long before Inev interrupted and asked permission to speak while introducing himself. Athena also recognized Inev as the leader of the Egyptian warriors. Hearing Athena's words, Inev felt honored that Athena recognized him. Inev then said that Neil asked for protection for the underdog. This surprised Athena. Since he was sure that Athena knew that in his hands was the Eye of Osiris, Inev then explained that he now had the authority to represent all of the Nile and hoped that Athena would grant Nile's request. The gate will finally collapse any minute now. When it will happen, the Sky of Apocalypse is sponsoring Lee Jun-kyung with demonic energy resistance and purification. Because Lee Jun-kyung has acquired skills without being sponsored, he has now achieved extraordinary achievements and received the achievement He who carvers his own path. Thanks to that, the mana stream skill was created. When Lee Jun Kyung was unconscious, Jung-in Chang then realized that Lee Jun Kyung had woken up. He felt very relieved that Lee Jun Kyung had woken up. Lee Jun Kyung tried to say something, but his voice wouldn't come out. Because Lee Jun Kyung's body was completely destroyed, Jung-in Chang asked Lee Jun Kyung to wait a moment because he wanted to call someone. After seeing the decoration of a round shield with 2 swords, Lee Jun Kyung was sure that this place was a round table. Not all powerful hunters have founded secret organizations to control the world from the shadows. There are also organizations that were founded in secret with good intentions. One of those is the Round Table. But even so, Lee Jun Kyung thought that they didn't move an inch. They just hide and move silently. They only moved when Britain was in danger of being crushed. Even with such powerful forces, they do nothing for change. However, Lee Jun Kyung's body is completely messed up right now. His body was crushed, his voice muffled, and his legs couldn't move. Lee Jun Kyung then tried to call Hien Mu, but he couldn't be called because Hyeon Mu was asleep. On second thought, he didn't need Hyeon Mu for the current situation. Lee Jun Kyung then checked his status. Lee Jun Kyung's level was over 50 at the moment, but his stats were dropping. He thought that it was a side effect of the red ore. He then realized that he had obtained a skill that rivaled a unique skill. Satisfied for now, he wished that he could be intimate with the sky of Apocalypse forever. After Lee Jun Kyung's condition had slightly improved, Heimdall visited Lee Jun Kyung and asked how he was. He had heard that this was due to demonic energy, because it's something that rarely happens, so there is no proper method of treatment or management. But he said after seeing Lee Jun Kyung at this time, he felt there was nothing to worry about. In Lee Jun Kyung's heart, he thought it shouldn't be difficult to get rid of demonic energy thanks to the mana stream and the sponsorship of the Sky of Apocalypse. Heimdall then advised Lee Jun Kyung to focus on recovering first, and that he would question him later after Lee Jun Kyung recovered. After meeting Lee Jun Kyung, Heimdall attends a meeting to talk about Lee Jun Kyung. Athena said that Lee Jun Kyung's power was too dangerous, and Olympus asked for an investigation into Lee Jun Kyung's ability. But Heimdall refused because there was no reason for Asgard to reveal the abilities of its hunter members. In addition, Heimdall actually said that it was Olympus's Shareus who gave an explanation here because Olympus had violated a secret agreement with Asgard. Asgard was promised victory in the Battle of the Great Warriors this time, and sent the designated hunters. If they knew Hercules broke the pact and entered the Battle of the Great Warriors, then it would be impossible for Asgard to send Lee Jun Kyung. In such a situation, Asgard's hunters only put up as much resistance as they could. Because of that, Heimdall thinks that Olympus should explain their actions in this situation. Athena also said that the power that Lee Jun Kyung had was dangerous. He had enveloped the entire gate in blue flames and had also absorbed mana from other hunters. So far, there has never been such an incident. Because of that, Athena said that Olympus asked Underdog to be transferred. And if the request is not accepted, Athena states that Olympus is preparing for war against Asgard. Heimdall knew that absorbing other hunters' mana through fire was a dangerous and also an unheard-of ability. But Heimdall argued that the hunters themselves were dangerous from the start. All the participants in the meeting seemed to agree with Heimdall's words. Heimdall then says that they are all unknown creatures that did not exist before, and that hunters' abilities inspire fear and danger in everyone. For that reason, Olympus, who discussed the war over such matters, should take responsibility for his words because it shows disdain towards the hunters. Very annoyed, Athena telepathically told Heimdall that all this was his fault. Athena didn't understand why Athena was here. Every time he confronted Heimdall, he became very irritated and couldn't think straight. Athena then told him that she hoped the two of them would never meet again when this was over. Hearing that, Heimdall felt guilty. Elsewhere, Lee Jun Kyung has activated Mana Stream. By using that skill, he can read Witch Flow. He could understand about this after seeing Demetrius's Mana Flow. It uses the mana around it to amplify its strength. That way the attack and defense will be stronger if you use it. So that's Mana Stream. Because of that, Lee Jun-kyung decided to use Mana Stream to recover as his priority right now. With Mana Stream, his skills synergize with regeneration, and Lee Jun-kyung's recovery speed is increasing. After a while using Mana Stream, Lee Jun-kyung vomited blood. It was the impure liquid from the Dragoon's bloodstone that was eating away at his body. He finally felt relieved. Now it was to restore the place that was previously affected by the impurity. A moment later, Lee Jun-kyung could feel something blocking the flow of mana. Lee Jun-kyung could feel a black marble blocking the flow of mana in his hump. Since he wasn't going to succeed at this rate, he decided to change the direction of his mana flow. While Lee Jun-kyung was recovering, Jung In-chang and George were sparring at the moment. George put pressure on Jung In-chang by making repeated attacks on Jung In-chang. In front of Jung In-chang, who was having trouble, George also said that Jung In-chang was too slow. Annoyed at being called slow, Jung In-chang counterattacked George. Seeing Jung In-chang's attack, George also praised Jung In-chang, who was finally able to do it. He taught that the attacks of monsters and humans are different, so Jung In-chang must understand that. Jung In-chang replied that he couldn't understand long sentences and then did a horizontal slash. George immediately ducked to avoid Jung In-chang's attack and counterattacked. The attack also scratched Jung In-chang's cheek, causing Jung In-chang to back off. George also asked if he should stop here. Jung In-chang was really disappointed because he couldn't help at all at the Chtharian Gate. He felt that not receiving the title indicated that he had not yet received recognition from his sponsor. And again, Jung In-chang could not protect him. The message from Jung In-chang's sponsor also said that the sponsor gave a pitying look. Jung In-chang did not expect to hear words like that from his sponsor. Although Lee Jun-kyung thought he and Lee Jun-kyung started from the same starting line, but now Lee Jun-kyung is far ahead of him, and today, we are not progressing at all. He felt that he could not call himself Lee Jun-kyung's partner. Jung In-chang then blamed himself. The reason Lee Jun-kyung almost died was because he was not strong enough. Because of that, Jung In-chang once again approached George. After George noticed Jung In-chang approaching, Jung In-chang asked to fight one more time. Seeing Jung In-chang's eyes made him feel that Jung In-chang was just like him. He could see the regret of someone who couldn't protect others. He also put down the towel he was using and agreed to spar again. At that moment, Jung In-chang was determined to become stronger. After returning from his training, George could feel Jung In-chang's great potential while inside the Chtharian Gate. But he felt surprised. He thinks that Jung In-chang is really strong because he gets stronger with every time they fight. This reminded him of Demetris's past. In front of George right now was the still unconscious Demetris. Something made George believe that Demetris would like this. Also, George had mentioned that it seemed the underdog was awake by now as well. With a sad face, George asked Demetris to wake up immediately, because according to George, Demetris lying like that really didn't suit him. Heimdall finally went to see Lee Jun-kyung again. Noticing Heimdall's arrival, Lee Jun-kyung asked him why he had come here. Heimdall was also impressed because Lee Jun-kyung was able to move. Heimdall then asked if Lee Jun-kyung knew about lightning. Lee Jun-kyung knew that it was a divine item from Olympus and also the authority of Zeus. After hearing Lee Jun-kyung's answer, Heimdall explained that there aren't many abilities in this world that are on par with Lightning Zeus. It was a special ability that was sought after and investigated. Hearing that made Lee Jun-kyung think that it was the same as Heimdall's Bifrost, which surprised Heimdall because Lee Jun-kyung knew about it. Then, with a serious face, Lee Jun-kyung said there was something he wanted to say to Heimdall. Heimdall understood, but this was not the right place to have such a conversation, and asked to follow him. Heimdall then brought Lee Jun-kyung to his domain, Bifrost. Seeing the view of the garden made Lee Jun-kyung say that the place was beautiful. Then, without further ado, Heimdall asked whether Lee Jun-kyung was a prophet or a regressor. Lee Jun-kyung also answered that it was quite close to that. He also tells Heimdall that he reads books. More precisely, a book about Heimdall and his comrades. Also, the book is about a person known as the Demon King. Hearing that made Heimdall very surprised. Then, after hearing Lee Jun-kyung's story further, Heimdall asked Lee Jun-kyung if he told him to believe Lee Jun-kyung's words that he had killed Lee Jun-kyung. Lee Jun-kyung answered that Heimdall didn't kill him, but he felt that Heimdall had already guessed that the incident would happen. Since Lee Jun-kyung even knew about Heimdall and Athena having dated, Heimdall felt he had no other choice but to trust Lee Jun-kyung. Because he was sure that Heimdall told Heimdall that what he said was true, Lee Jun-kyung continued to tell him that his book was not finished. He told that what was written in the book was only the beginning, and the future of the rest was something he had personally experienced. There's a lot about Heimdall who disappeared, so what Lee Jun-kyung knows is only part of the whole. Heimdall finally understood and asked what Lee Jun-kyung's goal was. Lee Jun-kyung also answered that he wanted to change the unreasonable future he was experiencing because there were many things that would change from here. Bifrost does not distinguish lies from truth, but that's just judging if someone is trying to harm Heimdall. So Lee Jun-kyung apologized in his heart for not being able to tell Heimdall everything, because changing the future was not part of his role. In fact, it has arrived, and right now Inev is visiting Lee Jun-kyung from outside his bedroom window. Lee Jun-kyung couldn't stop thinking that Inev would sneak into the round table. So he asked what happened. Before telling him what he wanted to say, Inev apologized for his impoliteness because he had endangered himself coming to that place to ask for help from Lee Jun-kyung. Lee Jun-kyung also thought that he had heard Inev asking for protection from him, but they shouldn't have anything to gain. Inev then knelt down and begged Lee Jun-kyung to visit the Nile. Witnessing that made Lee Jun-kyung very surprised when a Nile leader made a kneeling request to him. They only met by chance and helped each other in battle that time. Because of that, Lee Jun-kyung felt this was very strange. Lee Jun-kyung then asked for what reason. While about to give his reasons, someone finds Inev and screams "Intruder." Inev, who panicked, replied that it was because of red ore and begged Lee Jun-kyung to come to the Nile. After telling her what she wanted to say, Inev hurriedly ran away. Hearing Inev's request made Lee Jun-kyung think, that thing should not have been known by any hunter, but if he thought about it, they immediately went to help after seeing the changes in Hercules. A moment later, Young-in Chang rushed in and asked if Lee Jun-kyung was okay. Lee Jun-kyung also said that it was not a big problem and told him that Inev had come to talk. Because of this incident, after just finishing climbing a cliff, Lee Jun-kyung thought that he might have to face a bigger cliff. The roundtable negotiations had finally concluded. From the start, discussing the war had been Athena's fault. That way, since Olympus had broken their promise, they would have to take responsibility for that, as well as the issue of Athena having discussed the war. Lee Jun-kyung and Young-in Chang can finally go home, but suddenly someone stopped them. Realizing that it was George's voice, Young-in Chang asked Lee Jun-kyung to step back and asked what George was doing right now. Young-in Chang turned around and was surprised by George's presence behind the two of them. Young-in Chang immediately told Jun-kyung to stay behind her. Young-in Chang looked at George with a very cynical gaze. She didn't know what the man's arrival meant. Young-in Chang then got ready and took out her sword, but Jun-kyung, who was standing beside her, told her to calm down and said softly to her that George only wanted to talk to him. Hearing that, Young-in Chang was a little relieved and understood, and allowed Jun-kyung to talk to George alone. Jun-kyung walks over to George, who is standing at the door of the building. George said about yesterday's incident where Jun-kyung managed to survive, which caused a crushing defeat to Dimitris. George unexpectedly thanks Jun-kyung because they can learn a lot from him. However, he said that he will not lose in the next fight. But Jun-kyung is not someone who will just let past grudges go. Hearing the things Jun-kyung said made George feel upset and said bad things to him. Then George said something to Young-in Chang. While pointing at Young-in Chang, George said that she has potential, so she will definitely be able to become stronger. Then George warned Young-in Chang that reputation and special treatment are important, but understanding the sponsor is also important, and told her to think carefully about the sponsor's identity. Young-in Chang did not understand what George was telling her. After saying that, George left the two of them, but afterwards Jun-kyung called George, which made him look back at them. Then Jun-kyung said that Hercules would become a stronger monster than before. Hearing that immediately made George surprised. Then Yoon Kyung said hopefully to George that next time it would be great if they were both on the same side. Then he and Young In Chang left him. After hearing the words of Joon Kyung made George feel angry and clenched his hands. George thought it would be a good thing if the results were in accordance with Joon Kyung's words, but since his condition was critical, he would definitely be sent back to Olympus. In a magnificent palace by a pond, Joon Kyung looks like he's daydreaming while throwing a small stone at the pond. He seemed to be thinking about something. Not long after that, a woman suddenly came to Joon Kyung by the pond. Before he could introduce himself, Joon Kyung already knew that the woman's name was Merlin. Merlin was the leader of the original Round Table Council. The woman was surprised and wondered where he knew her name. Merlin felt that the man in front of him was not an ordinary person. Merlin, who didn't know who the man in front of him was, immediately read the identity with her eyes glowing green. She finally found out that the man in front of her was Joon Kyung, the one who defeated Hercules, an underdog that is a very arrogant hunter. Merlin looked at Joon Kyung like a gaze filled with hatred. She felt that Joon Kyung had found out who she really was. Then she changed herself to her original form. He transformed into the figure of a man wearing royal clothes. He says as if warning Joon Kyung that he should have known that no one would oppose his will in the Round Table Council. Then asks Joon Kyung who he really is. Then Joon Kyung answered that he was the one who knew the location of Excalibur. Young In Chang, who was sitting alone at the airport, was suddenly surprised by the appearance of Joon Kyung, who suddenly greeted him and asked where he was before. Joon Kyung immediately approached Young In Chang and said that he had to meet someone who was in that place. The woman stood up and immediately saw the necklace worn by Joon Kyung. She looked at Joon Kyung with a suspicious look because she thought that Joon Kyung had just met a woman. Unable to tell her, Joon Kyung looks hesitant with his answer, which makes Young In Chang feel even more certain that he just met a woman. Young In Chang scolds him and looks very jealous about it. She thinks that Yoon Kyung is a land crocodile who often flirts with women. Heimdall approached the two of them and told them that it would be their departure time soon. Then the three of them went inside together to go home. But suddenly, a man called Joon Kyung from a distance. The man told Joon Kyung that he was sent by Merlin to ask him to wait. Then told Joon Kyung with a hateful look that he had to pay for the necklace he took. Just as they were about to leave for home, they were stopped by a messenger from Merlin. The man says that he was sent by Merlin to tell Joon Kyung that he has to pay for the necklace he took. Heimdall, who heard that, was surprised and asked Joon Kyung how he knew Merlin. Then Joon Kyung answers that he made a deal with Merlin while holding the necklace he was wearing. Joon Kyung said that he almost died because of the necklace due to a fight with Merlin. He forced himself a little because he really needed the necklace. Listening to the story made Heimdall speechless and only exhaled because of Joon Kyung's behavior. Their plane took off. Inside the plane, Young In Chang sat next to Joon Kyung. Then she told him about George. She said that even though they were enemies, George always helped her train and gave her advice. Young In Chang feels that she doesn't really understand the honor of a high-class hunter. Joon Kyung replied that it was his intuition, because George must have realized from the beginning that Joon Kyung would not kill Hercules. After a few hours in the air, they finally arrived at their destination. When they were about to get out of the airport, it turned out that there were already a lot of journalists waiting for them while taking portraits of Joon Kyung's face. They shouted and praised Joon Kyung. All they know is that Joon Kyung has defeated Hercules easily. Seeing that, Joon Kyung feels embarrassed and insecure in front of many cameras. Then Heimdall calmed Joon Kyung down and suggested Joon Kyung to shake the hands of the waiting reporters and fans. Heimdall had made the plan from the start to give Joon Kyung a surprise to fulfill Joon Kyung's wish for fame. Then the man just smiled at Heimdall as if to say thank you. Joon Kyung began to gather his confidence and approached the fans and reporters waiting for his arrival while waving to the camera. They took many pictures of Joon Kyung and spread them all over social media. Instantly, Joon Kyung became the talk of the town and became famous. Like the curtain opening in the hero era, the hunter who attracts the most attention is the underdog. Night on a rooftop, Yoon Kyung and Young In-chan were seen together while looking up at the sky, looking at the beautiful stars. Young In-chan started to open the conversation between them. She asked what Yoon Kyung would do in the future. Then, Yoon Kyung answered that there were many things he had to do. Namely, he had to repair his weapon. Besides that, he also had business at Nil. But the first thing Yoon Kyung has to do is move. He has always wanted his own house since he was a child. Then Young In-chan is silent. Then she says that she has something to say to Yoon Kyung. She said that from now on she will move alone. Hearing that, Yoon Kyung was silent and looked into Young In-chan's eyes as if he was confused and wondered what she meant. Young In-chan said that running the raid with Yoon Kyung was a very fun and profitable thing. However, after hearing the words of Guerge, she found something she had to do on her own. After saying that, Young In-chan excused herself and left the place. Yoon Kyung looked at Yoon In-chang's departure and thought that she had finally realized something. She felt that Young In-chang would become stronger than before. Suddenly, Yoon Kyung got a call on his cell phone and immediately picked up the phone. The person calling was Kim Soo-young. He called Yoon Kyung to tell him that the head of the association called him and he would come to pick up Yoon Kyung tomorrow morning. When he ended the call, Yoon Kyung was silent and thought about something. He realized that he had forgotten something, namely Odin. The next day, George was seen running and was in a hurry to get somewhere because he heard something from behind the building. Arriving there, he was very surprised to see Dimitris, who was practicing self-defense, and looked if he had recovered from his illness. Hercules, who realized George's arrival, immediately greeted him. George, who stood in front of Hercules, realized that there was something different about him. He felt that Hercules no longer looked nervous when he used to always show his aggressive nature. But now, he looks very calm. Then George asked the burly man what happened to him after the fight. Hercules replied that he had realized that from the beginning, Yoon Kyung had no intention of making them enemies. He also said that now he has managed to control his madness. Then Hercules also shows if he can now use the power given to him by Yoon Kyung. Hearing that, George remembered the words of Yoon Kyung yesterday, who said that Hercules would become a much stronger monster and would wake up soon. Remembering that made George smile and became convinced that Yoon Kyung could fight as his friend. In the middle of the vast desert, the corpses of monsters fell lifelessly. Behind it all was Young In-chang. She was seen still fighting against the remaining monsters. With her sword, she struck several times at the monster in front of her. The monster looked huge compared to Young In-chan. It's been 3 days since they fought without stopping. Young In-chan felt confused and wondered where exactly these monsters came from. She felt that fighting with them was like fighting Hercules. The screen on Young In-chan's system showed that her health had been restored. Young In-chan even pushed through with the help of her sponsor, but she also realized that the monster in front of her was starting to run out of steam. The monster attacked Young In-chan by pointing his sword at the woman in front of him. But quickly, Young In-chan dodged and jumped straight into the monster's body. After that, she stabbed the monster's chest so that she managed to knock him down. Because it felt pain from being cut off by Young In-chan's sword, the monster reflexively hit Young In-chan's body with his hand and instantly made the woman bounce away. Young In-chan hit the ground hard, which made her strength weak. But she had managed to kill the huge monster. Young In-chan felt that she had run out of potions, and even her hands couldn't move anymore because her strength was completely drained. She felt that she would really die. But suddenly someone approached her and offered her the potion she needed. It was the Black Warrior. But slowly, Young In-chan began to run out of strength and became unconscious. After a while, Young In-chan began to open her eyes and regained consciousness. After waking up, Young In-chan found Yoon Kyung's figure in front of her. Then the woman asked what had happened as if she had forgotten the previous events. She asked where she was now. Then Yoon Kyung answered that they were in the gate and congratulated the woman. Then Young In-chan tried to get up and take her sword from the monster's huge chest. She got the alias thanks to defeating the monster. Then, while pulling out the sword, a screen appeared on Young In-chan's system, telling her that she had completed the mission to save the princess. Also, she had sponsored the ogre mage to become the princess and restored the ogre mage. Instantly, the monster that had been defeated by Jung Inchan earlier turned into a small doll that belonged to her now. Because he saw Jung Inchang, who was confused, Jun Kyung replied that it was the same as the Black Warrior. Once again, Jun Kyung congratulated the woman for becoming a real hero and getting an alias. Hearing that explanation, Jung Inchan immediately observed the doll that had been on her right shoulder. She wondered if their relationship was strengthened when they fought. Jun Kyung looked proudly at Jung Inchan for winning the battle against the mage. He felt that Jung Inchan had grown like a black warrior. After that, Jung Inchan asked how Jun Kyung got into the gate and caught up with her. Then Jun Kyung replied that it usually only takes a day or two to complete the gate, but he started to feel anxious because Jung Inchan hadn't come out of the gate after 3 days of being in there. That was the reason Jun Kyung entered the gate and caught up with Jung Inchan. Jun Kyung also said that he had something to say to that woman, but after defeating the monster in front of them, who looked stronger than their previous opponent. Since this is the gate that Jung Inchang will complete, she must take care of the remaining monsters that have not been defeated. The monster in front of her was the ruler of the ogre village, the twin-headed ogre. Jung In-chang felt that it was a suitable opponent to test his hero's strength. Jung In-chang looked very excited to attack the twin-headed ogre monster that was right in front of her. But before he could attack, the monster doll also moved against the twin-headed ogre and was easily killed. Jung In-chan had successfully defeated the dungeon boss and the gate was successfully completed. Jung In-chan felt very happy. After the battle, the two of them went back to talking. Jung In-chan asked about what Jun Kyung wanted to say. The man replied that he had to leave for China immediately and invited Jung In-chan to come with him. The news really surprised Jung In-chan. Odin's test went well. Odin asked Jun Kyung about the reason for the inactive mental restriction, but he managed to trick him by using the necklace given by Merlin. That way, Jun Kyung managed to enter Asgard, a shadowy organization that controls the world from behind the scenes. Hyun progressed until his body became perfect, and although still not close to the level of the Demon King's army, he was already able to create 7 skeletons. There was also another skeleton that appeared on the bracelet. The skull-shaped bracelet called Soul Collection skeleton was dormant. Muspel's spear was remade by Jaehyun. Now it has the demon spear trait that devours the user. Then now Jun Kyung must leave for China, which is the most dangerous country in the entire world. Because they couldn't stop all the gates from appearing all over China, China was now the kingdom of monsters. However, it was also the location of the existence of the person who could purify black marble and also the center of the coming great disaster. On the northern front line, there was a group of people fighting against a horde of snow orcs that were very large in number compared to them. The group of people had begun to feel their strength weakening because they had been fighting like that for 3 hours. Then, unexpectedly, a fire move appeared that eliminated the monsters. It turned out that the power came from Jun Kyung, who was behind them. After successfully killing the monsters, the group of people headed towards Jun Kyung and thanked him for helping them. Then they asked Jun Kyung if he was really going there. Casually, Jun Kyung said that it was not a big deal, and he thanked the group of people for protecting their country. Jun Kyung also says that he is leaving for China because he has some business there. Then the man said that he was a little worried if Jun Kyung would go there because there was something like a barrier that humans could not enter. So he warned Jun Kyung to be careful, and he could not move any further. Then Jun Kyung said that there was no need to worry about it, because he had found a way to solve the problem. After the group of people left, Heimdall wondered how Jun Kyung could travel without a bifrost. Then a blue light appeared in front of them. Jun Kyung, who already knew it, immediately said that it was a gate. The whole of China has become a gate. Jun Kyung said that Jung In-chang and Heimdall would understand if they saw it. Heimdall tried to touch the light and told Jun Kyung and Jung In-chang to step back. Heimdall felt that he could not help them this time. While trying to find out about the gate, Heimdall said that he would return to the gate after them in a month, and if they hadn't come out yet, he would come back the next month, and so on. Heimdall hoped that their business inside would go smoothly, and they could get out as soon as possible. Not long after, Yoon Kyung and Young Incheon walked into the light towards the china that had turned into a gate. Heimdall watched them leave and thought that they really worked hard at everything. He admired Yoon Kyung for his courage to save as many people as possible. Heimdall turned to leave the place, and he looked for ways and tried to ease Yoon Kyung's burden as much as possible. After entering through the blue light, Yoon Kyung and Young Incheon were immediately greeted by a snowstorm, so they felt very cold. Yoon Kyung felt that the weather was colder than he expected. Judging from the colder cold, it meant that the events were going faster than the original flow of time. Then the snow orc monsters appeared in front of them. Jung In-chang immediately took over to fight the monsters alone. Jung In-chang said that she needed to warm up, so she planned to deal with the monster. Jung In-chang immediately took out her sword. She was getting ready to attack the monster that was running towards her very fast. Yoon Kyung, who was watching from behind, realized that they looked like they were being chased by something. Suddenly, a new creature appeared behind the monster. The creature was an ice troll, which is a creature that is immune to cold air and has a high regeneration trait that is common in the orc race. Each troll has the strength equivalent to a rank B hunter. Yoon Kyung shouted to Young Incheon to be careful because there was an ice troll running towards her. Upon the arrival of the ice troll monsters, Yoon Kyung and Jung In-chang began to prepare to fight them. With the cooperation of the two of them, they finally managed to get the monsters killed. After the fierce battle, Young In-chang realized that she could not control her power easily, and also the actions and tactics of the monsters were very clever like humans. Hearing this, Yoon Kyung also realized that gatification was developing faster than expected. The first step they took was that they had to move quickly through the place. They walked through a strong snowstorm. After a few hours of traveling and already starting to get tired, Young In-chang asks how far they have to go. With a casual tone, Yoon Kyung said that this trip would take 1 month on foot. Hearing this information made Young In-chang feel very surprised and widened her eyes. She didn't expect it to take that long to get to their destination. But Yoon Kyung continued his explanation again. He said if he didn't have time to waste and invited Young In-chang to find a vehicle that became their first destination. The two of them started heading to the first destination, which was Heaven Lake on top of Mount Paektu. After it got dark, the two of them decided to rest first and start a campfire to warm their bodies. After that, Yoon Kyung asked Young In-chang for permission to go around for a while to scout the situation around them. After a while, Yoon Kyung returned and had brought 2 tamed monster deer. Then, Yoon Kyung invited the woman to ride the deer that would take them to the foot of Mount Paektu. After arriving at the foot of the mountain, Young Incheon felt something strange. Usually, as the mountain gets closer, the air should get colder, but she felt the air getting warmer. She also didn't see any monsters on the way there. Then Yoon Kyung replied that it was all thanks to the protection of the ruler of the mountain and told Young In-chang that soon they would meet him. They started climbing the mountain and left the deer at the foot of the mountain. Yoon Kyung began to look around the mountain. He saw that there was a barrier that prevented them from entering the mountain. Then he said that they would break through the barrier at any cost. On a sunny afternoon, Odin stood atop a skyscraper and observed his surroundings from the top of the building. He felt that the world had become chaotic after the rise of the gate. Since Odin was awakened with stronger powers, he decided to establish Asgard and devote himself to mankind. But after they used their powers to save mankind, he began to realize that it was proper for those who could not use magic to be left behind. The hunter who managed to survive the great catastrophe are the ones he should protect. Odin finds out that Yoon Kyung has left for China. He feels a little disappointed that China didn't live up to his expectations. The weather changes and monsters rampage, but nothing makes him satisfied. But Odin believed in Yoon Kyung if he would manage to find something that he missed. Odin feels this get more interesting. Yoon Kyung and Jung In-chang have made it to Lake Heaven. The weather there was quite warmer than the weather during their journey earlier. When they arrived at the lake, they were suddenly greeted by a group of people. They are a group of people who survived the old North Korea. Then the group of people were surprised how Yoon Kyung could find out about them. Without further ado, Jun Kyung asked the group of people about the existence of the Mountain Lord and wanted to meet him. The group of people were even more surprised that Jun Kyung knew the mountain ruler, and they thought that Jun Kyung was a dangerous person. The group of people are preparing to attack Jun Kyung and Jung In Chang, who are considered intruders. Jun Kyung wanted to avoid the fight, but he felt that he currently had no other choice. Just as they were about to fight, a girl wearing Korean traditional clothes suddenly appeared while waving her hands at all of them. The girl told them to stop the fight and said that she would be sent by the king of the mountain to deliver guests. North Korea is long gone. With their failure in nuclear testing, North Korea has become a dead land even before the gate appeared. Many North Koreans have moved to South Korea or China. Still curious, the group of people asked Jun Kyung once again how he knew about them. Jun Kyung was silent because he felt that the question was very difficult to answer. Seeing that, the little girl scolded the group of men who asked and said that they could not respect the guests of the Mountain Lord. Then the little girl approached the two of them and said politely to ignore the words of the group of people. The little girl told them that some time ago there were bad people who tried to kill the mountain ruler, but they managed to defeat the bad people, so they are now very wary of every guest who comes. Then the girl led them to meet the Lord of the Mountain. They passed through a busy village. The residents of the village immediately looked at Jun Kyung, who distracted them. One of the residents said that they hadn't seen new visitors come there for a long time. The villagers thought that Jun Kyung and Jung In Chang were from outside, judging by their clothes. But they were surprised and wondered if the outside world had collapsed. Jun Kyung and Jung In Chang walked after the little girl in front of them while observing the surroundings. Jung In Chang said that the number of people in the village was around 200, and most of them were hunters. They were the ones who survived in this deadly situation. Suddenly they were intercepted by a man carrying a spear. He pointed his spear at the two of them while saying that they were not allowed to pass. Seeing this, the little girl called out to the man to tell him that they were the Mountain Lord's guests. Then the man told the girl that she should know what the current situation of the mountain ruler was. Hearing that, Jun Kyung wondered what had happened to the mountain ruler, and he was very impatient to meet the mountain ruler. Then Jun Kyung tried to fight the man who prevented him from meeting the mountain ruler. Seeing that there was going to be a fight, the girl shouted at the top of her lungs, which made them immediately stop their actions. The girl said with a firm and serious face to the man not to block their way on the orders of the Cheonjicheon mayor. Seeing that, the man immediately bowed and obeyed the girl's words. The girl began to lead them to meet the Lord of the Mountain. They enter a dark cave that is only illuminated by the fire torches they carry. Jun Kyung told them about a Dangun legend. He said that there was a legend of a forgotten country called the Legend of Dangun. He told her that Hwanung came down to establish the Korean state. But Jung In Chang was confused as to why Jun Kyung was suddenly talking about that legend. Then he replied that maybe the people on the mountain were similar to the legend he was telling. After a while of exploring the cave, they finally met the ruler of the mountain. In front of them was a huge white tiger, sitting as if waiting for their arrival. Then, the Mountain Lord greeted them and said that they had defeated his army, and knowing his existence convinced him that Jun Kyung was an honored guest for him. The tiger then got up and said that he was the ruler of Mount Paktu, named Sangun. Then the Mountain Lord asked Jun Kyung about what brought him here. Jung In Chang suddenly felt that the aura around her was really very pressing. Then Jun Kyung told the tiger that it was a messed up thing. He said that the tiger's power to protect Mount Paktu would soon disappear. He could feel that the tiger was dying because the source of its magic power, Mount Paktu, was slowly disintegrating. Hearing this makes the tiger wonder who exactly is the figure of Jun Kyung. Then Jun Kyung answers if he is the person who can help him, but the person he wants to meet is not the white tiger. Jun Kyung can tell if the white tiger is not the real ruler of the mountain. Because his cover was blown, the white tiger was immediately very angry. But very casually, Jun Kyung asked him to take himself to the place where they brought the intruder, and after that he offered the white tiger to help him and Cheonjicheon. After they came out of the cave, Jung In Chan asked Yeon Kyung what the Sangun's identity was. Then he answered the question and said that he was a more evolved being. Simply put, after absorbing the magic energy that arose because of the gate, their personality and form changed. Even before absorbing the magic power, they were already different creatures from other animals. Then, Jun Kyung talked about alpha, those who have bigger bodies, stronger and smarter than other animals. Sometimes alphas can also be the main character in legends. Sangun and Cheonjichon are even more special. The reason is because they have a sponsor. Then Jun Kyung explained further and said if they were just like him and also Jung In Chang, who was a hunter. And now they were hurt because of the intruder who entered Mount Pektu and said that it was not them who should be hunted, but the intruder who hurt them. On top of Mount Pektu, a girl named Cheonjichon is seen opening the door to the world. Instantly, the power that comes from her hand creates a hole that can deliver Jun Kyung and Jung In Chang into the sealed area. After delivering them both in, the girl then immediately closed the hole back and hoped that they could return safely. The two of them have now entered the instant gate. It's a gate that appears inside another gate. Korea and China have been affected by this gate, so the gates in that place, they are all instant gates. After exploring the area, they met a monster made of soil. The two of them immediately set up a resistance strategy and worked together so that they easily killed the monster quickly. The screen on Jun Kyung's system showed that the mastery technique had improved, and he had advanced to the next level. As expected, Cheonji's gate with its powerful flames was really favorable for leveling up. Jun In Chang is still curious about the girl called the local village chief and asks who exactly that figure is. Then Jun Kyung answers if she is the one who locked up the intruder here. This place is the center of the Paektu Mountain, which is the location of the gathering of power. The source of the mountain ruler's power is also in that place. The little girl could use the mountain's energy, and she was the one who gave the mountain lord the power. Then Jung In Chang concluded that the village head girl was stronger than the mountain ruler. But Jun Kyung said that the intruders trapped in the sealed area were much stronger, and maybe they were even stronger than the boss monsters they had fought. Just as it was recorded in the Demon King's notebook that Cheonjichon was the best place to grow. Jun Kyung felt that he had to develop as much as possible to face the uncertain future changes. Jun Kyung also tried to find as many monsters as possible in that area. He has defeated many monsters there, which made him level up. Seeing Jun Kyung's strength, the woman said that his sponsor was really amazing. The woman wondered how much sponsorship she gave to make Jun Kyung become strong that quickly. Jun Kyung became stronger because of the player's characteristics. The little girl named Nyo went back to the white tiger and asked how he was doing. The tiger replied that his condition had not changed and was still the same as the previous day. The mountain lord was dying. It was because he was using his power to protect the Baekdu and Cheonjichon mountains and lock up intruders. The tiger's life energy was fading as time passed. Seeing that made Eunyeon feel guilty. He felt that the tiger was injured because he could not contain the power of Mount Baekdu, then offered the white tiger to take his power back. The white tiger did not agree with the offer made by the girl. The girl asked why the mountain lord sent Jun Kyung and Jung In Chang to Cheonji. Then the white tiger said that he didn't see the power, but he saw something behind it. He saw the same thing behind Jun Kyung and the intruder. After walking down the street for a few hours, they finally found a child. Jung In Chang couldn't believe that the child in front of her was an intruder. But Jun Kyung said that the little girl was not a human being. They shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Hearing the explanation from Jun Kyung made the woman confused whether it was true that the little boy in front of them had enormous power. Then the little boy gave off a very large and scary white wolf shadow, which made them finally realize that the little boy was not someone ordinary and difficult to defeat. Seeing the arrival of Jun Kyung and Jung In Chang, the little boy ran full force to attack them both. Jung In Chang immediately rushed to take out her sword, but just as she was about to attack, the ogre doll had preceded him to attack the opponent. The little boy seemed to be on a rampage and unleashed his immense power. Jung In Chan was shocked to see the enormous power. She wondered what kind of power such a small child had. Seeing that, Jun Kyung did not remain silent. He also immediately took out his spear and immediately threw it to the ground around where his opponent was standing, which resulted in a tremendous explosion. The little girl was getting angry. She counterattacked them and took a step to gather all the power she had. Because of their fierce battle underground, the Cheonjichon village above the surface experienced a powerful earthquake. Eunyeon immediately rushed to warn the entire population to evacuate. She ordered the local authorities to take them all to a safe place, especially children and people who did not have the strength. Eunyeon felt that this was his responsibility, so the ruler of the mountain and himself would handle all the problems that occurred. Eunyeon suddenly thought of Jun Kyung and Jung In-chang's situation inside the sealed area. If they lost, then the girl felt that she and the Mountain Lord would not be able to stop them. She pinned her hopes on the two of them because the fate of Cheonjichon village was in their hands. So she begged and prayed for their safety. Jung In-chang's condition was very poor after fighting that little girl. Even her ogre doll was on the ground and unconscious. The little boy is now fighting Jun Kyung. He lifted Jun Kyung's body with his shadow power. Seeing that, Jung In-chan panicked and screamed hysterically. Jun Kyung was in pain from the attack that the little boy gave him. He couldn't even move a bit. Then he saw the information on his system screen that told him that his opponent was a goblin slayer. After that, Jun Kyung also had an idea to overcome this. He raised the level of his mana stream. Instantly, he was freed from the grasp of the little boy monster. Seeing that made his opponent shocked as to why he could just let go of his power and even make it look stronger. Jun Kyung felt his strength increase. The mana stream was active in fights that risked his life. However, it was very difficult to feel the danger from the monsters he had been fighting lately. But Jun Kyung realized that if he could succeed by fighting the little boy monster, then he would get mana that coated all the cells in his body. And it felt like he was reborn. Jun Kyung is determined to defeat the monster and immediately takes a stance to attack it. With a spear shrouded in power, Jun Kyung released Sunflare mana. From a distance, Jung In-chang watched as Jun Kyung took out the mana he had gotten. The woman was amazed to see that the space around Lee Jun Kyung began to stir. After that, without any hesitation, Jun Kyung threw his power at the opponent in front of him. The little monster did not remain silent. He also threw his power at Jun Kyung. It can be seen that the power of the two of them colliding with each other caused a tremendous explosion so that the little monster was bounced far back. Then on the screen in the system, Jun Kyung informed that his rule over fire had risen to level 10, received the Lord of Fire achievement, and the Lord of Fire changed to the Fire Monarch. The little boy monster had been in the middle of the flames due to the huge explosion. But not long after that, a huge white wolf shadow appeared out of the flames, which made Jung In-chang very surprised and disbelieved. Jun Kyung stared at the shadow of the white wolf with a serious gaze. He slowly approached it and held the white wolf's head. It was unexpected that he had created a sponsor bond with the creature. Jun Kyung stared at the creature like he was staring at a lost child. Now the white wolf looked very obedient, but he used to be a demon who made the world fall into chaos with the Demon King. He was the Demon King's friend and follower who was treated like his own son. Humans used to call him the White Snow Monarch, the King of Beasts. Jun Kyung turned his bond with that creature into devotion. In Cheonjichon village, Eunyeon could feel that the violent tremors that had been going on had finally stopped. She was confused and wondered what happened, and if it was over. But at the same time, she shadowed someone in the distance. Then she realized that Jun Kyung and Jung In-chang had returned safely. But to her surprise, she saw the person Jun Kyung was holding in his arms. She saw that the intruder was already helpless in Jun Kyung's hands. Seeing that, the village head girl suddenly shouted for the Mountain Lord. Then the Mountain Lord's white tiger appeared standing behind Eunyeon. Eunyeon is angry and asks Jun Kyung in an emotional tone why he brought the intruder back there. Jun Kyung replied that he was only keeping his promise. Then the Mountain Lord felt that they had betrayed him because he thought that Jun Kyung would kill the intruder. But Jun Kyung tried to explain that he did not intend to kill him, but he promised to save the Mountain Lord and Cheonjichon village. Jun Kyung assures them that the intruder is no longer dangerous. Not long after that, the little monster that was being carried by Jun Kyung finally woke up, making the Mountain Lord and Eungyun feel panicked seeing the little monster wake up. The little monster immediately bowed his head to them as if greeting him politely. It turned out that the little monster was indeed harmless and had turned tame. Because they felt that things had changed and become okay, Eungyun and the Mountain Lord finally accepted the intruder to enter their village. Then Eungyun took them all to one of the resting places. In the front yard, Jun Kyung practiced talking to the tame little monster that he named Fenrir. Jun Kyung trained him by saying his name, but Fenrir still seemed to have trouble speaking. Young In-chang came up to the two of them in the front yard. Seeing the woman's arrival, Fenrir immediately groaned like seeing an enemy, but Young In-chang quickly told her that she was not an enemy. Seeing the ogre doll beside Young In-chang, Fenrir immediately took the doll and ran around the front yard like a child playing with his doll. By a beautiful lake, Jun Kyung starts talking to Eungyun. Jun Kyung told Eungyun about the promise he had made earlier. He had promised to take care of the intruder and help restore the Mountain Lord. And if it worked, Jun Kyung would bring Eungyun. Hearing that made Eungyun shocked and speechless. He also seemed happy with the decision. Then Jun Kyung said that he would pick her up after finishing his business in China, so he told the girl to prepare herself. Jun Kyung also gave a gift to Eungyun, which was a sword. He told the girl to take care of it until he returns. Before continuing their journey, the villagers of Cheonjicheon gathered and came to Jun Kyung and Young In-chang. They all apologized to them for their previous actions, because usually the strangers they met so far only tried to take something from them. Hearing that, Jun Kyung and Young In-chang could understand and forgive them all. Then Jun Kyung said goodbye to them because he didn't have much time. Then he approached the girl named Eungyun and said that he would pick her up later. The two of them finally went back down the road in a strong snowstorm to continue their journey to China. Young In-chang suddenly stopped her steps. She said that her footsteps felt heavy after leaving them like that. Jun Kyung approached her and calmed her down. She said that Young Kyung doesn't need to worry because they will come back later after returning from China. Jun Kyung looked at Young In-chang's face in front of him. He felt that she was really a compassionate person. After finishing the business in China, they will return to Cheonjicheon village again. Young In-chang suggested to Jun Kyung to use a portal or plane to go back there. Because Jun Kyung has gotten many outstanding achievements such as defeating Hercules and taming Fenrir, it makes Young In-chang believe that the man can solve the problem at the Chinese gate alone. But still, that doesn't make Jun Kyung able to overcome the gate alone, because no one can overcome the gate in China, said Jun Kyung with hesitation and insecurity. Then they continued their journey again to the Chinese gate. Then Young In-chang remembered Jun Kyung's words that they went to Mount Baekdu to find a vehicle. She also asked about it to Jun Kyung. Then Jun Kyung called Fenrir and told him to give them a ride. Hearing the orders from his master, Fenrir suddenly turned himself into a white wolf with a very large body. The two of them immediately climbed on the wolf's back. Fenrir ran very fast to take them to the Chinese gate, but on the way, they saw the fight of two monsters under the valley. The monsters were orcs fighting against trolls. Seeing that, Jun Kyung had an idea. He wanted to make the two monsters who were fighting below to be a meal for Fenrir. No need to think long. Jun Kyung immediately told Fenrir to eat the monsters, and Fenrir very quickly ran down the valley. Jun Kyung guessed that Fenrir must have been very hungry all this time, because he had been confined in that sealed area for a long time. While Fenrir satisfied his hunger, Jun Kyung taught something to Young In-chang. He will teach Young In-chang which stream, because Jun Kyung was curious about the unusual strength and speed of development. With that, Jun Kyung was confident that Young In-chang would become a hunter who could develop on her own. Hearing that made Young In-chang think whether what Jun Kyung said meant that the hunter developed without the help of sponsors, or even this was the secret of Jun Kyung's strength so far. Young Kyung also feels happy because then the dyad can get stronger too. To find out how much knowledge Young In-chang had, Jun Kyung tried to test her by taking out the power from her hand and asked her about the power in her hand. Then quickly, Jung In-chan answered that it was a pool of mana. Jun Kyung was even more convinced that the woman was a talented person. Jun Kyung will implant the mana flow in Jung In-chan by force. He warned Jung In-chan in advance because it would really hurt a lot. But without hesitation, Jung In-chan answered him and said it wasn't a problem for her because she wanted to quickly become someone strong like that man. Jung In-chan thought that she couldn't continue to be Jun Kyung's burden. At night, in the midst of a very strong snowstorm, they all decide to rest first until tomorrow morning. Jun Kyung tells the woman to sleep while he takes care of the surroundings. Jun Kyung starts a bonfire to warm his body while guarding all of them who are sleeping. Then Jun Kyung looked at Jung In-chan's face, who was fast asleep. He recalled the incident earlier this afternoon when he tried to forcefully implant the mana flow inside her body. Jun Kyung saw that the woman was a really great person because she was able to endure the pain without screaming at all. Then, Jun Kyung approached Fenrir, who looked alone while looking down. Jun Kyung asked what he was doing and immediately looked down too and surprised him with the creature he saw down there. It was a monster called a drake. Seeing the drake made Fenrir instantly drool like someone who was starving. Fenrir's favorite food is drake. But that made Jun Kyung doubt whether Fenrir could kill the drake because he knew that Fenrir was not in full condition when he was on Mount Baekdu. Moreover, Fenrir has been subdued now, which makes him weaker. Then, Jun Kyung plans to do something so that he can know his current strength level. Fenrir went down there to eat a monster called a drake. He jumped down while transforming himself into a white wolf. He gathered his full strength to kill his opponent. With great ease and just one attack, Fenrir was able to kill his opponent who had a bigger body than him. Fenrir finally managed to bring down her enemy and immediately tore the drake monster's body apart. Seeing what happened in front of him, Jun Kyung was shocked. He thought that Fenrir's strength had weakened, but she managed to kill the drake monster in just an instant. But with this, all the preparations were done. The next morning, they continued their journey to the Chinese gate. They stopped at one of the lakes surrounded by icebergs. They were very surprised by what they saw there. They saw many dead bodies lying on the frozen lake. Jung In-chan asked Jun Kyung if the world was going to end like it was in front of them right now. Then Jun Kyung replied to her that they could have saved more people so as not to make the world as bad as it was. He also believed that there were more hunters and heroes out there, like the Asgard organization. They will do their best to survive and protect everyone. Jun Kyung also said that he would try his best to make Jung In-chan calm. The river in that place is completely frozen, so they can't cross it, even though the only way to get to their destination is through this river. They will stop by Guangdong province first, because there is someone Jung Kyung should meet there. Jung In-chan is also curious if there are people who still survive in this kind of environment. Jun Kyung answered with confidence that there are still people who will survive. But Jun Kyung could feel that the marble's power was getting stronger. She doubted if she had reached her limit by holding it like that. Jun Kyung decides to cross the frozen river carefully. They also couldn't ride Fenrir because they didn't want to attract too much attention. After a while along the river, Jung In-chan realized that it was warmer now and there were no monsters. Then Jun Kyung replied that it meant they were on the right path. Suddenly Fenrir stopped his steps. He pointed at the figure of a large man who was not far from him. Seeing that, Jun Kyung became alert and told Jung In-chan to be careful and prepare her weapon. In that place, it's impossible for them to see humans by relying on their eyes alone. Suddenly, the man in front of them becomes very big and makes them all realize that the man is a giant. Jung In-chan signaled to Jun Kyung that she would kill the giant with her sword. Seeing Jung In-chan's persistence, the man allowed her to kill the giant. With great ease and only one attack given by Jung In-chan, she managed to kill the giant. She also felt very happy because she finally really felt that her strength had increased. Jun Kyung approached the giant's body and guessed that he was a giant who was banished by his group. Those who are discarded by their group due to illness or weakness often act alone like that. That giant must be one of them. So this giant is weaker than the others. From a distance, it felt like there was a swarm running towards them. Jun Kyung, who realized this, guessed that it was a swarm of giants. Jung In-chan felt that she didn't have time to rest. Not long after that, finally the giant swarm riding the ice drake monster arrived in front of the two of them. Jung In-chan, who saw the giant, got scared and thought if it was an extraordinary figure. Then one of the giants asked them why they were hunting Narcissus. Then the giant pulled out a net and caught them all. There was a group of giants riding ice drake monsters walking through the snow. The giant brought the three of them who had been trapped in a cage. The giant asks if they are from this area, but Jun Kyung told him that they were from far away. The giant seemed to be relaxed. He tells them not to worry too much because they are with a special person. Seeing the giant's attitude, Jun Kyung feels that they are different from the giants in fairy tales. Unlike the description of them as monsters in legends, they were intelligent. Then Jun Kyung asks him if they're headed to Utrard. The giant doesn't think that Jun Kyung knows them. He thinks it's really interesting. Then the giant confirms Jun Kyung's words that they are on their way to their city. The giant also assures Jun Kyung that they have no evil intentions. The giant introduces himself as Shachi, the great warrior of the great ice giant tribe. Likewise, Jun Kyung introduces himself to the giant. Instantly, Jun Kyung remembered something in his past, where many of the giants died. The giant looked back. Then he told Jun Kyung that he had some questions to ask, so the giant would let them go. In his mind, Jun Kyung felt that the giant was trying to hide something, but there should be survivors in the giant city. The giant went so far as to swear and promise that they would be safe in making any decisions. Jun Kyung thought it would be easier for them to reach their destination. Besides, he was there. Jung In-chang's expression looked stunned at the city in front of his eyes. It was the city where the giants lived, a very large city called Utgard. Then they all walked closer to the city. Once there, the other townspeople greeted the newly arrived Sachi with great enthusiasm. Seeing the atmosphere in the town, Jung In-chang felt like they were back in medieval times. Jung In-chang doubted if they had just crossed time and space or something like that. The other giants were surprised to see the three of them in the cage Shachi had brought them. They wondered why the humans were locked up in such a cage. The man next to him guessed that the humans had made a mistake. Instantly, Fenrir widened his eyes. The giants were shocked and thought it was something special. They didn't expect Shachi to capture that special figure, who was a Vanargand. Then Shachi explained to them that there was nothing wrong. He was just going to the chief. Then Shachi asked them to give way. Jun Kyung calmed Fenrir down while stroking his head. Fenrir stares intently at the giants while muttering to kill the giants because they are the enemy. Suddenly, Jun Kyung was stunned to hear those words. Not long after, they finally arrived at the chief's residence. In front of the residence, there was a very strong aura surrounding the place. There were two guards standing in front of the gate. Jun Kyung told the two guards to inform the chief of his arrival. Jun Kyung carried a cage that contained the three of them. Then Shachi walked inside. There was a well-built man sitting on a throne. It was the chief of the city of Utgard. Seeing Shachi's arrival with them in the cage, the chief was dumbfounded because he thought Shachi was bringing another intruder. Meanwhile, Fenrir seemed to be showing an angry expression when he saw the chieftain. Jun Kyung suspects that the chief is a figure that Fenrir considers an enemy. Jun Kyung was sure that he was the one who injured him before Fenrir went to Mount Baekdo. Shachi bowed before the chief, saying that he had brought Vanargand and his companions. Shachi said that it seemed Vanargand wanted to be with them. Hearing this surprised the chief and widened his eyes. He concluded that the humans had succeeded in taming Vanargand. This was confirmed by Shachi. Then the chief told Shachi to leave the intruders here. Then Shachi explained to the chief that he had promised the humans as warriors. He asked the chief not to hurt them and let them return after his business was done. But the chief was silent as he stared at them. Shachi begged the chief to honor his name as a warrior. Now they've been locked up in a room inside the chieftain's palace. Jung In-chang seems to be trying to open the iron cage. Suddenly, Jun Kyung immediately advised her that if she did something like that, then they would be fighting an entire tribe of giants. Even if Jung In-chang believes she can do it, then they are now in the middle of their territory. But Jung In-chang feels that they are in trouble now. No matter how it looked, Young In-chang felt that their chieftain king had no good intentions, especially when he saw Fenrir. Young In-chang could feel that Fenrir was depressed. Jun-kyung laid down on the soft mattress available in the cage. Then he calmed Young In-chang, who looked worried. Jun-kyung said that they can leave this place whenever they want. But for now, it's a break that they haven't had in a long time. Jun-kyung told her to rest for a while. It seems that they have to spend time in that place for a while. The city looked very chaotic and destroyed. Flames were seen everywhere, devouring the buildings in the city. According to Jun-kyung's memory as it was in the Demon King's notebook, it was said that the Giant War was the worst war. But Jun-kyung still doesn't understand that. He believes that the king is a really strong figure, but the strength of each giant here is weaker than humans. Jun-kyung wondered how they could push back humans with such strength. Not long after, there was a knocking sound from behind the door. Suddenly, Jun-kyung immediately looked at the door behind him. It turned out to be a little girl who was carrying tea to be served to them. Jun-kyung was curious and asked the little girl if they treated everyone who came like this. Then the little girl did not confirm it. Then Jun-kyung asked again why they treated him like this. The little girl looked nervous, answering his question. Jun-kyung assured the girl that no one was watching. Suddenly the little girl was surprised that Jun-kyung knew about it, even though no one had noticed it before. In the corner of the room, there is a magic device to monitor this room. If Jun-kyung was alone, there is no way he could realize it. But Jun-kyung can, because he is wearing a necklace given by Merlin, the most powerful wizard. Then Jun-kyung approached the little girl named Seun. Jun-kyung assures her that she can talk casually there, but Jun-kyung asks her to keep this a secret when she returns. Jun-kyung asked her how long she had been in this place. Seun told him that she had been here for a year. Most of those who are here say it's been a year and a half. Jun-kyung concluded that it means it's been a year and a half since Utgard was discovered. Then Jun-kyung asked Seun why they received special treatment like this. It was because they were strong people where giants really liked strong people, especially when looking at the figure of Fenrir. Seun told him that Utgard received an attack recently. She told Fenrir that it turned into a monster and killed many giants. Then the king fought the monster. The king fought with the other giants and managed to win until making the monsters have to run away. After hearing the story from Seun, Jun-kyung suspected that Fenrir had a problem with giants, and that's why Fenrir was beaten back to Mount Baekdu. Then Jun-kyung asked Seun for help and promised to give her lots of chocolate and candy. However, Seun did not need this. Seun then asked to be given iron instead, because with that, Seun can sell it to buy her mother medicine. Jun-kyung also agreed to this. Then Jun-kyung asked Seun to help him find someone. Not finished, Jun-kyung said the person's name. Seun immediately guessed that the figure he was looking for was Manhwa. Jun-kyung immediately confirmed it. A few days had passed since Jun-kyung's arrival at Utgard Castle. During that time, they had nothing to do. Food would be delivered when it was time, and they were also allowed to walk around the castle at certain times. Young In-chang sighed. She was tired of being locked up in that place all the time. She thought that if they had nothing to do, the giants should have let them go. But according to Jun-kyung, they were getting training time thanks to this. Young In-chang thought that was true, but she thought it was better to die than to be locked up like this. But Jun-kyung would make sure that Young In-chang wouldn't get bored here. Instantly, Jun-kyung released a huge aura of power that enveloped his body. Jun-kyung said they should demonstrate strength. That made Young In-chang excited to destroy this place. Seeing the woman's response, Jun-kyung judged that she didn't really like this place. That was confirmed by Young In-chang. According to her, they only see giants here. Young In-chang also disliked the giant king because Young In-chang felt there was something strange about him. It's obvious that there's something strange about this place. Then Jun-kyung suggested demonstrating strength to find out about it. He challenged Young In-chang to do a fight in one round. Hearing that, Young In-chang paused for a moment and felt hesitant about it. But Jun-kyung kept provoking her to accept his challenge. Finally, Young In-chang accepted his challenge. Young In-chang held her sword tightly and gave off a very strong aura. Young In-chang will make sure that she won't lose easily. Jun-kyung wants one request from her if he wins, and vice versa with Young In-chang. The two of them fought fiercely in the back garden of the palace. A few moments later, you can see that the garden has been destroyed. Seeing this made Shachi laugh widely because he knew the humans he had brought had destroyed half of the castle garden. It was a pity the chief didn't see that. Shachi was very happy and felt he had made the right decision in bringing them here. The chief began to change when he united the other tribes. He wanted to be considered a king, not a chieftain. He also began to organize an army while collecting iron. But no one knew who the chieftain wanted to fight. The pride and honor of Shachi, who fought for an honorable cause, began to fail him. Shachi hoped the chieftain wasn't wrong to antagonize his opponent. Then Shachi left. Inside the castle, there was young In-chang sitting in front of a giant. The giant seemed to sigh. He couldn't get over young In-chang ruining the castle garden. But the giant also admitted that it was their fault for not telling the rules beforehand. Young In-chang, who felt guilty, bowed her head and apologized to the giant. Young In-chang told him that they had a tradition of running around the forest to practice. However, Young In-chang really felt sorry for destroying the castle garden. Young In-chang is willing to accept any compensation to compensate for her actions. Then she told the giant to say whatever he wanted. Instantly, the giant fell silent, thinking about it. The giant decided for Young In-chang to tell him about humans. Including this incident, there are many things that are unknown to him, so the giant needs information. Young In-chang finally told the details about her fight with Jun Kyung earlier. In that battle, they both fought fiercely. Because Young In-chang realized that she could not find an opening, she finally accelerated her movements. Seeing Young In-chang's fast movements, Jun Kyung recognized the woman's prowess. But that didn't make Jun Kyung feel afraid. Finally, Jun Kyung exerted all his strength and managed to defeat Young In-chang. Then Jun Kyung immediately asked Young In-chang to keep her promise. Jun Kyung asked her to gather information while pretending to obey the giant. Jun Kyung also had an idea to trick the giants by pretending to be injured. Not long after, there are several giants who see Jun Kyung, who is full of wounds all over his body. Suddenly, the giants immediately called a doctor. Jun Kyung is lying on the bed. Beside him is a man who is a doctor who is checking Jun Kyung's condition. The man says that Jun Kyung is not seriously injured, but he will heal him. Not only does he stop the bleeding, he also heals the wound perfectly. Then Jun Kyung thanked him and called him Hwada. Suddenly, the man was immediately surprised that Jun Kyung could recognize him. Jun Kyung is honest if he doesn't know him. However, Jun Kyung feels that the two of them should get to know each other from now on. But Hwada doesn't seem interested and leaves immediately. Suddenly, Jun Kyung stops Hwada and says that the healing is not finished yet. Jun Kyung offended her for leaving a patient who was still injured, but Hwada doesn't see Jun Kyung, who is still injured. Jun Kyung tells him that he hasn't checked his pulse yet. Suddenly, Hwada immediately grabs Jun Kyung's hand and starts checking it. But Hwada still didn't find any problems. Then Hwada immediately left the room. Jun Kyung was confident that he could feel the magic power of Hwada just now. Judging from his strength, it shows that Hwada is a hunter. Jun Kyung wonders if he hasn't gotten his abilities yet. Jun Kyung did not expect that Hwada did not notice anything after checking his vitals. Hwada is one of the hunters from China who survived. He is also the one who has healed many heroes and demon kings. The demon king started the mana stream in the giant territory. It was said that he experienced a mana tide at the beginning of using the mana stream. It should be something similar to the dragon's bloodstone side effect. Demon King survived through it with Hwada's help. Hwada was great enough to be called a god. Jun Kyung guessed that he came too early and wondered if Hwada hadn't developed because the time was too fast. Not long after that, Young In-chang comes and approaches Jun Kyung. Seeing her expression, Jun Kyung thinks that she didn't have a hard time after they ruined the garden earlier. Then Young In-chang told him that everything went well. With enthusiasm and excitement, Young In-chang told him that they asked her to be a warrior. Young In-chang told him, as told by the ice giant, that the Nars built a city nearby. They are looking for an opportunity to attack Utgard. In order to protect Utgard from Nars and other monsters, they don't have enough troops, so they need help from them. Jun Kyung felt that the number of giants was less than he expected. That's because their numbers were reduced because of the Nars. According to Jun Kyung, it must be difficult to hurt humans for that reason. Then Young In-chang also told if the giant asked many things about the outside world. Population, culture, characteristics, and even armed forces as well. Then Young In-chang asked Jun Kyung if he had found anything. Jun Kyung told her that he would find out a little longer. Their intention was to return after finding the person they were looking for. But getting an offer to become a warrior, Jun Kyung wonders if there's any reason to stay longer. Young In-chang explained that the giants are not hostile to the people here, but if any of the people here leave Utgard, then they will die. Maybe that's why they can't leave. So, Young In-chang wanted to find a way to help them. Hearing that, Jun Kyung was a little surprised. Jun Kyung planned to take some of them after finding Hwata and escaping from Utgard. However, Jun Kyung thinks that Young In-chang is a more suitable person than him. After signing the contract as mercenary fighters, they moved to another human territory. As soon as they arrived there, everyone stared at them with cynical and sharp gazes. The people started gossiping about them. Young In-chang felt that they were not welcome in that place. Suddenly, Seun approached and thanked Jun Kyung because thanks to his gift, Seun's mother was better now. Next to her is Hwata and asks about Jun Kyung's condition. Then Jun Kyung tells him that he feels better thanks to him. They both shake hands. Hwata invites him to see him if Jun Kyung feels any pain because he will be willing to examine him. Jun Kyung clenched his fist. This time he deliberately changed his current magic power, but Hwata again did not notice. Jun Kyung thinks that he should have realized something. Jun Kyung also began to doubt whether he was wrong about this Hwata figure. Then Jun Kyung invited Young In-chang to gather information immediately. A few moments later, Jun Kyung went to the house of one of the residents there. Jun Kyung asked one of the men about the number of giants here. The man was unsure and answered that there might be thousands of giants here. His colleague, who was next to him, immediately confirmed his answer that there were tens of thousands of them. Then Jun Kyung asked again who exactly the Narcissus was. The man explained that there used to be more giants in Utgard. He felt there were 3 to 4 times as many. But they started fighting each other, and one of the chieftains took the group and left this place. Those were the Nars. Then Jun Kyung asked again what happened to the others. The man replied that they died while fighting, and he suspected that there was a disease that spread as well. The man's colleague also confirmed it. He told him that they could not reach their territory and died because of the disease. Jun Kyung just got the latest information about it. Then he asked them again if there were outsiders other than him and Young In-chang. The man thought for a moment, and then answered that there was once a figure other than them who came. Instantly, Jun Kyung immediately guessed if it was the figure of the Demon King. In his notes, he came to the giant city after visiting China. Maybe Jun Kyung can find clues about his whereabouts, since it's the past now. Then the man said that they had already left. According to the words of the giants, they don't look at those people like they do. Jun Kyung thought he would just ask the giant about it. Then Jun Kyung said goodbye to the 2 men and left. Jun Kyung thought there was someone who stopped the spread of the giant's disease, a person who was often called to the castle. Jun Kyung is very sure that the Hwata he is looking for must be that person. Jun Kyung will ask the giant for this information now. Not long after, Jun Kyung and Fenrir came over to Shachi. Seeing their arrival, Shachi welcomes them. Shachi thanked him for helping them despite their different races. According to Shachi, they are different from dwarves and Banirs who hate giants. Then Shachi said that he had to go out today. Shachi explains that the attack on Narcissus continues to increase. Hearing that, Jun Kyung decides to come help him. Shachi and Jun Kyung, who went to stop the narcissistic attack, had an unexpected encounter. They met the leader of the narcissistic army named Srim. Shachi and Srim face each other. Seeing the incident, Jun Kyung thinks this might be dangerous. The Nars giant who was with Srim was very strong. Jun Kyung thinks that Srim is stronger than Shachi, or perhaps equal to the giant king that Jun Kyung met at the castle. It crossed his mind to learn their language too, because Jun Kyung didn't understand the conversation of the 2 giants. Instantly, the screen on the system appeared and immediately activated the skill, the Sky of Apocalypse, which sponsored Jun Kyung with the Jotun language. Srim convinced Shachi to rethink his decision. But according to Shachi, there was no reason for her to listen to the words of the defector. Hearing that made Srim upset that Shachi continued to obey the foolish king. He regretted seeing Shachi's tribe fall so far. According to Shim, Shachi tarnished the name of a warrior. Srim insisted that they were not defectors. They just don't consider themselves the owners of Utgard. Suddenly, Shachi shouted at Srim to stop his nonsense. Shachi's entire body was filled with a powerful aura. He looked so emotional towards Srim. Finally, Srim also prepared and released a huge aura of power that enveloped his body. Srim also thought that this was how they were going to solve the problem. Srim's attention was instantly drawn to Jun Kyung and Fenrir, who were there. He suspected that Fenrir, the special figure, was a human subordinate. It was very interesting for Srim. He will meet him later. Immediately, Shachi slashed his weapon at Srim with great force. Getting the attack made Srim angry and emotional. Then he struck back at Shachi with his weapon. Instantly, Srim and his entourage fled from there. One of the giants came up to Shachi and asked why not go after them. That's because Srim is with them. He thinks there will be dead warriors if they fight the Nars now. This was very annoying, but the chief told them to avoid fighting against Srim. Finally, they returned from there. The faces of the giants looked like they were gloomy. Seeing this, Jun Kyung considered if they all dropped out. But he thinks Shachi's decision is very correct. Maybe giants like fighting, but there is a big gap in power. Chief Nars and Shachi seemed to have a relationship. It was like a friendship or family member. On the way, Jun Kyung was surprised to see a human figure there. The giants should have seen it too, but they had no reaction at all. Jun Kyung was curious what the man was doing there. Then Jun Kyung immediately asked Shachi who the man was. Shachi told him that the man was a mercenary who helped Utgard, just like them. Then Shachi reprimanded the man and asked if he was looking for herbs. The man confirmed it. Then Shachi reminded him that there were narcs nearby, so advised him to come home together, as the situation here was very dangerous. Coincidentally, the man was also about to leave. Then the man asks Shachi who the man with him is. Shachi introduces him and tells him that Jun Kyung is also a new mercenary in Utgard. Likewise, Shachi introduces the man who is Hata to Jun Kyung. Hata is a mercenary who is also a doctor. Knowing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Jun Kyung's lips. He finally found the person he was looking for. Moments later, Jun Kyung finally returned. Jung-in Chang welcomed him enthusiastically. Jun Kyung saw that she looked happy, judging by her expression. That's because Jung-in Chang reached an achievement today. Jung-in Chang told him that she was ambushed by narcissists when she went hunting, but they all ran away because of her. Hearing that story made Jun Kyung surprised, because it was the opposite of what he experienced. Jun Kyung also said that he met with the narcissists, and there was no fight. But Jun Kyung thinks that the leader of the Nars is a very strong figure. Then Jung-in Chang told him that there was a human among the narcs who attacked him. Suddenly, Jun Kyung was shocked and widened his eyes. He really didn't expect it. Jung-in Chang said that those people looked like Chinese and managed to parry her attacks easily. Jung-in Chang explained the characteristics of the person who used a spear like Jun Kyung, but the person's spear was longer and strangely shaped. Jun Kyung didn't seem to expect it, where there was a Chinese hunter who was good enough to parry Jung-in Chang's slash. Jun Kyung doesn't think there are other human survivors elsewhere. Then Jun Kyung also said that he also found the person he was looking for. Jung-in Chang seemed happy about it, but Jung-in Chang was surprised to see Jun Kyung's expression that seemed less happy. That's because Jun Kyung is worried about getting disappointing results again. Then Jun Kyung asked Jung-in Chang to accompany him to talk to that person, but Jung-in Chang wouldn't understand anything even if she went with him. Jun Kyung finally asked Jung-in Chang to help him do something. Then he gives her a necklace. It's a Merlin necklace that will be able to help her understand languages. Jun Kyung believes she can do it. On the other side of the building in the village, there was a very long queue in front of the building. It was a clinic that served the residents when they were sick. The situation there looks tense. One of the patients looked so hysterical and asked Hwada for help. Hwada immediately came closer to the patient. There was also another Hwada figure. He said that this patient would recover soon. In the corner of the room was Jun Kyung, who was observing the situation there. Jun Kyung realized that in China, people call doctors who are good at practice Hwada, so Jun Kyung just understood now. Then Jun Kyung walked closer to the Hwada and called him. But Hwada was very busy right now because he had a patient to treat. Instantly, Jun Kyung gave a bag filled with liquid, which was a potion. Jun Kyung felt that it could help him and allowed Hwada to use it at will. Suddenly, Hwada immediately widened his eyes because he saw the amount was so much. He also thanked Jun Kyung. Finally, Hwada managed to treat all the patients thanks to the potion brought by Lee Jun Kyung. After that, Jun Kyung was able to talk to Hwada. During their conversation, Hwada suddenly asked Jun Kyung for permission to check his pulse. Hwada said that he felt something strange when shaking hands with Jun Kyung. Hearing those words, Jun Kyung realized that he had really found the person he was looking for. Hwada checked the pulse on Jun Kyung's hand. Hwada seemed to be thinking seriously. Then he asked Jun Kyung for permission to check a few things, but it might hurt a little. Jun Kyung did not mind that and allowed Hwada to check it. There is a bright light emanating from Hwada's eyes. Hwada emits an aura around his body as he checks Jun Kyung's pulse. Jun Kyung remembers the time when he flowed mana into Jung In-chang's body, and she looked in pain. But now Jun Kyung doesn't feel any pain when Hwada checks his condition using the mana inserted into his veins. Instead, Jun Kyung feels like it's his own mana. Hwada was immediately surprised and let go of his hand. Hwada asked if Jun Kyung studied inner craftsmanship. At the same time, Jun Kyung asked if Hwada studied mana stream. Suddenly, they both looked confused. Finally, the two of them talked further in the living room while being served with hot tea. Jun Kyung immediately asked him how he learned mana stream, but Hwada said that they call it inner craftsmanship. Hearing his words, Jun Kyung asked who he meant by the word they. Jun Kyung did not expect that there were other people who knew about it. Hwada replied that what he meant was Nars. Instantly, Jun Kyung remembered the story from Jung In-chang earlier. He was sure that the person Jung In-chang met had kept a secret. But for now, Jun Kyung will focus on handling the black marble first. Jun Kyung asks him if he found anything from his veins. Hwada explains that the blood flow is unclear and the energy flow is strange. However, Hwada feels that it is inaccurate because he only examined his briefly. Hwada asks if Jun Kyung feels any problems with his health. Jun Kyung is very sure that this Hwada is the one who treated the Demon King. Then Jun Kyung told him that there was a problem during his inner craftsmanship training. The demonic energy released by the monster has entered his body. The demonic energy fused with other energy in his body and formed a marble. Jun Kyung could feel the pain when the marble was exposed to strong energy. Hearing that explanation, Hwada thought for a moment. Then he asked Jun Kyung for permission to check his pulse again, but this time he would do it more seriously. But maybe it will be dangerous. Jun Kyung did not mind that. Now they will start the process. Jun Kyung is already lying on the bed and shirtless. After a while, Hwada finally finished examining him. Hwada didn't expect Jun Kyung to be able to endure it so well, even though it felt like his internal organs were being crushed. Then Hwada explains that Jun Kyung's black marble is very unique. Usually it will eat away at a person's life like a deadly disease. However, Jun Kyung's black marble is different because it stimulates flow. Jun Kyung still doesn't understand what she means. Hwada insists that it won't hurt him. The reason he feels pain is because of the forceful stimulation of the flow, but Hwada said that it was still dangerous. The marble will get stronger as he gets stronger. If it gets stronger than him, then Jun Kyung will end up being subdued by it, or become a psychopath with a lust for killing. But surprisingly, it seems like Jun Kyung managed to defeat this energy. Hearing that, Jun Kyung looks a little panicked. Then Jun Kyung asked if the psychopath he was referring to was the narcissist who was wasted on the Iceland. Psychopaths who only want to kill, inner craftsmanship, and Nars parties. There's a lot of information yet to be revealed, but it's a good result. The black marble was harmless and helped Jun Kyung's development. Facing danger is something that must be done in order to grow stronger. Jun Kyung thinks this is a good thing. If Demon King researched mana streams from inner craftsmanship, then it is likely that Jun Kyung can develop mana streams with the help of inner craftsmanship. Then Jun Kyung hurried and put on his clothes, then asked Manhwa to talk for a while. Coincidentally, there was something Manhwa wanted to ask from Jun Kyung. They returned to the guest table to chat. Jun Kyung asked Manhwa why he always gets patience when it's not a war. It's because the energy here is really high. Maybe a hunter with a sponsor would be happy in a place like this, but ordinary humans can't withstand that much energy and get sick. Instantly, Jun-kyung wondered if that was why so many people were sick. He thinks that because of the appearance of the gate, this place has become a land that ordinary people can't leave. Manhwa studied medicine in Europe before China turned into a gate. He returned when he heard the news and hoped to be of help. The outside world considers this land to be a monster kingdom hell. Then Manhwa asks why Jun-kyung came here. He guessed that the rescue team would come. But Jun-kyung realizes that there is no rescue team in history. He tells Manhwa that they will never come. Hearing that fact makes Manhwa sad and desperate. Instantly, Jun-kyung tells him that the rescue team is in front of him now. Jun-kyung smiled widely at Manhwa, but Manhwa just thought that it was a joke. He said that it would be impossible for just 2 people to save them. Jun-kyung added that there are 2 additions that defeat giants besides Fenrir, one of which is the skeleton. But Manhwa still doubts whether there will be any changes with the arrival of his group. Manhwa asks if it can be done by bringing everyone together. Jun-kyung said no, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. Then Jun-kyung asks Manhwa to tell him about the people who sided with the Nars, because Jun-kyung needs their help. Manhwa, however, thinks it's absurd that Jun-kyung doesn't even know anything about them. Jun-kyung says that's why he asked Manhwa to tell him. The number of surviving hunters in Utgard is too small. That means almost all of the hunters favored the Nars. But Jun-kyung doesn't know their reasons. Manhwa himself doesn't know either. Manhwa went to collect medicine, and when he returned, they all left Utgard. Manhwa's eyes remind Jun-kyung of himself, the one who tried to save others, but he was helpless. Jun-kyung insists that he wants to help. They need those people so they can leave with everyone here, and they also need to get stronger. Then Jun-kyung has a request to Manhwa. Jun-kyung wants to learn inner craftsmanship. Hearing this, Manhwa is immediately surprised and widens her eyes. Jun-kyung explains that if he learns inner craftsmanship, then he is one step closer to the power of the Demon King. On the other side of Utgard's giant castle on the Iceland, Manhwa has finished installing a barrier that can prevent the flow of energy from leaking out. Manhwa says that if Jun-kyung practices here, then no one will notice or know about it. Manhwa explains to Jun-kyung that Jun-kyung needs the barrier for his training needs, because according to Manhwa, inner craftsmanship requires Jun-kyung to absorb the energy around him. Manhwa guessed that in that process, there was a possibility that the giant would realize it, because there was a big change in energy. It is known that gathering energy is very difficult, so they need this barrier to prevent the natural flow of energy to carry out training. Jun-kyung tells Manhwa that he can always feel and absorb energy in the surrounding nature. Manhwa was a little surprised to hear Jun-kyung's explanation. He thought that Jun-kyung could sense and collect the energy around without the right technique, and Manhwa thought it was very impossible. It seems that Jun-kyung doesn't really care. Manhwa thinks that Jun-kyung has a very high talent in inner craftsmanship, just like magic. Manhwa felt that Jun-kyung was a very extraordinary person and really exceeded Manhwa's expectations. Manhwa was relieved at that moment. Manhwa says that Jun-kyung's technique is amazing, but it seems that Manhwa already knows why Jun-kyung can do that technique after listening to Jun-kyung. Manhwa felt very optimistic and believed that the 2 of them would be able to solve the problem. Elsewhere, 3 men were seen talking about a great hunter. The leader of them thought that a rescue team had been sent, but his partner suspected that it was not a rescue team. One of the colleagues said that if they were a rescue team, there was no way Narcissus would not have met them, and they should be a small team of no more than 10 people. The leader doesn't seem to understand the course of the current situation. The leader did not know how quickly the hunter could grow stronger. Then his companion explained that if they were doing well after making the decision, they had already accumulated a lot of funds. The leader commands and motivates his companion to gain strength for good. On the other side, we see Jun-kyung and Manhwa practicing. Jun-kyung did not expect that flowing mana streams could be that warm. When creating mana streams, Jun-kyung feels like a storm has arisen that can destroy him. Manhwa reminded Jun-kyung to stay focused on following Manhwa's pace. They were almost done. Manhwa told Jun Kyung that it would hurt. At once, Manhwa was very surprised and did not expect it to be this powerful. According to Manhwa, the evil energy was stronger than expected. Not only does it absorb mana from the inside, but it absorbs the whole of Jun Kyung's body. Then Manhwa thought that if he couldn't stop now, Manhwa had to finish this because he had started it. Suddenly, a very strong energy source was emitted. From the greenery, Shasi could feel a very strong energy source from the ice land. Shasi mentioned the names of Jun Kyung and Manhwa. But Shasi suspects it's not the two of them, because Shasi thinks Jun Kyung and Manhwa are not that strong. Shasi said that the only person who can release such strong energy is Shrim. Then Shasi ordered all the Utgard warriors to prepare for war. One of Shasi's colleagues looked hesitant, because he thought the clan leader would not approve of this. But Shasi said that how long would they continue to hide and worry about enemy attacks because of the clan leader's orders? Shasi added that he would be responsible for this. Shasi motivated his partner, saying that today they would regain their honor as ice giants. Then Shasi's companions complied with his orders. It was seen that the sound of the battle horn had been sounded. The Utgard troops seemed to be preparing for war. On the other hand, Shrim also felt a huge energy emanating from the icy land. At first, Shrim thought that the energy was released by Shasi, but Shrim thought that it was not Shasi, but the Utgard leader. Slightly surprised, Shrim said that the Utgard leader should focus on taking care of other things. Seemingly unaware of what was going on, Shrim thought this was a trap. Shrim thinks that if there is no more perfect opportunity than this, Shrim has decided to take this golden opportunity. Shrim ordered all his troops to gather for battle. Shrim said that today, he and his troops would take over Utgard. There was a very bright blue light that pierced through the sky. It was a barrier created by Fenrir to protect Jun Kyung inside. Not long after, an army of narcissists approached them. Shrim stares intently at Shachi and asks if the king is in there. Shachi and Shrim were both surprised to see Fenrir there. Jung In-chang, who saw Fenrir defending like that, then that means Lee Jun Kyung is in there. Shrim stepped forward towards Shachi. He didn't care what Shachi was talking about. He couldn't trust him anymore, or try to be nice to him. Shrim regretted that the king wasn't here. He was going to finish it today. If he wanted to finish it, Shachi felt there was no other choice. The two groups fought a fierce battle. While in there, Jun Kyung looked surprised to see Manhwa's condition, which seemed helpless. Instantly, Manhwa lay on the floor and was unconscious. Jun Kyung was very grateful that Manhwa was still alive. Manhwa sacrificed his youth to help Jun Kyung. Jun Kyung won't let him die like this. Jun Kyung remembered that Demon King saved Hwada's life using Exilier. Since Jun Kyung doesn't have elixir, the only way to save him is the Apple of Eden. It's an item that is also called Elixir Asgard. Jun Kyung asked Odin for it just in case. According to Manhwa's words, Jun Kyung must absorb all the energy in this technique, so Jun Kyung will do so. Therefore, Manhwa must also accept this Apple of Eden. Then, Jun Kyung uses the Mana Stream technique to absorb all the energy. Meanwhile, it was out there. There was a tense atmosphere. They fought each other fiercely and there was bloodshed. Jung In-chang seemed to be swinging her sword against the narcissistic group. So far, Jung In-chang didn't find it difficult. She thought it was big, but she wasn't that strong. Not long after, there was a spear pointed at Jung In-chang. Fortunately, Jung In-chang was able to avoid the attack because she held it with all her might. It turned out to be a human from the group of narcs she had previously met. Jung In-chang considered if the figure was more powerful than a giant. The fiery aura surrounding Jinsu erupted as he roared, igniting the battlefield with his overwhelming strength, pushing his limits further. Flames danced wildly as Jinsu charged forward, his fists clashing with an opponent's power, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Sparks of energy collided mid-air, creating a brilliant explosion of light, leaving Jinsu standing firm, unwavering in his determination. Jinsu smirked confidently, flames reflecting in his eyes as he faced the towering figure, ready to continue the fight. His opponent, eyes blazing, matched his intensity, their clash sending shockwaves across the battlefield, leaving devastation in their wake. A tremendous shockwave erupted from their collision, flames and energy clashing fiercely, filling the air with heat and destruction. Jinsu, engulfed in fiery determination, landed a powerful strike, pushing his opponent backward. their strength finally starting to falter. The towering figure stood his ground, smirking, scars glowing ominously as he spoke, his presence growing even more menacing. Jinsu tensed as his opponent unleashed a surge of raw power, challenging his resolve to push beyond his own limits. Questions burned in Jinsu's mind. Why would such a powerful warrior betray their kind? His determination burned brighter, ready to act. The battlefield trembled under their renewed clash, sparks and flames bursting forth, echoing the fierce intensity of their combat. Jinsu gritted his teeth, pushing forward with everything he had, questioning the betrayal and its deeper meaning in this chaos. His opponent's voice boomed, angered by the accusation, the flames around him intensifying with an ominous glow of defiance. The clash intensified, each strike heavy with meaning and emotion, a battle not just of power, but of beliefs and truth. Jinsu stood firm, unyielding, his resolve burning brighter than ever as he prepared for the final move to decide it all. Gripping his resolve, Jinsu confronted the towering figure, learning of betrayals and hidden truths that shattered his understanding of loyalty. The fiery aura of Jinsu's opponent grew darker, his fury unmatched, revealing scars left by a turbulent past and broken alliances. Jinsu's fists burned brighter as he struggled against the overwhelming force, his mind racing to understand the deeper betrayal. The intense clash of flames and power shook the ground, yet Jinsu's defiance remained unshaken, burning fiercely with newfound determination. With a piercing gaze, Jinsu lunged forward, channeling all his strength, ready to carve through the lies and lingering doubts. Flames erupted as Jinsu unleashed a powerful strike, his body moving instinctively, each attack fueled by his unwavering sense of justice. The battlefield echoed with explosions as Jinsu countered each move, his opponent's laughter growing louder, filled with maddening intensity and rage. Drawing closer, Jinsu focused his energy, each step defying the overwhelming odds, his determination unyielding against the twisted chaos. With a fierce blow, Jinsu pushed back his opponent, forcing the truth to spill, unraveling the secrets of a tragic history. Jinsu froze at the revelation, his father's name linked to the chaos, leaving him torn between doubt, anger, and reluctant understanding. The atmosphere darkened as the truth sank in. Jinsu's mind churned with emotions, yet his resolve never faltered against the challenge. His opponent's fiery rage erupted, exposing deeper wounds and a thirst for vengeance, their shared history steeped in betrayal and regret. Jinsu's power surged, glowing brighter than before, his will to fight reignited, each strike carrying the weight of his emotions. Energy exploded in a blinding flash, consuming the battlefield, their clash symbolizing a battle far beyond physical strength. Truth versus denial. As the dust cleared, Jinsu stood tall, his unwavering spirit shining brightly, ready to face whatever the future held. Jongyung dashed forward, his surroundings consumed by blizzards and crackling energy, his focus unbroken as his goal became clearer. The icy winds roared around him, but his power surged, illuminating the battlefield with a radiant, almost divine brilliance. A surge of glowing energy surrounded Jongyung, marking the awakening of a strength he never thought he could control before now. Alone in the snowy wasteland, Jongyung stood tall, the chilling air symbolizing the calm before the inevitable storm arrived. With a sharp gaze, Jongyung clenched his fists, his determination like a flame that no amount of snow could extinguish. A familiar figure emerged from the snow, weak yet alive, as Jongyung approached cautiously, his mind racing with unspoken questions. Jongyung observed the figure's condition, noting the faint energy that barely kept him alive, wondering if his actions had interfered. The thought lingered in his mind. Had the strange phenomenon earlier been caused by his reckless use of overwhelming power? As his thoughts deepened, a surge of energy raced through his veins, an unfamiliar sensation hinting at something beyond his understanding. The snow scattered as Jongyung struck the ground, his strength growing uncontrollably, fueled by emotions he could no longer suppress. With a sudden realization, Jongyung stood tall, sensing newfound power coursing through him, making him feel invincible and unstoppable. His body glowed faintly with a red aura, a strange yet intoxicating feeling that hinted at the limitless possibilities of his strength. The energy enveloping him grew heavier, almost suffocating, as his surroundings reacted to his presence with an unfamiliar intensity. Jong-young locked eyes with an approaching figure. Their presence felt equally daunting, as though fate had orchestrated this unexpected reunion. The figure smiled softly, her relief apparent as she stepped closer, her voice steady despite the whirlwind that surrounded them both. Jong-young stood still as a cryptic message appeared before him, its red glow hinting at both contempt and immense danger. Contempt was a word he rarely acknowledged, yet the fiery energy around him surged, almost as if mocking his resolve. Suddenly, a blue system notification broke through, praising his work. His abilities were growing rapidly with each passing second. The system continued to chime, highlighting enhanced mana control and resistance. Jong-young knew this was only the beginning of his journey. With renewed strength, Jong-young prepared for the challenges ahead, his eyes glinting as his resolve to move forward solidified. The notifications kept ringing as Jong-young advancements brought unparalleled power, unlocking abilities that further solidified his presence on the battlefield. His connection to Fenrir's seal brought an ominous promise of destructive potential, but Jong-young remained focused, ready to wield it wisely. Nearby enemies underestimated him, seeing only a human. Their disbelief fueled their reckless decision to launch an all-out attack. Jong-young remained calm as the attackers closed in, their overconfidence destined to be shattered by the power he had newly harnessed. His crimson aura flared as he unleashed a devastating strike, sending enemies reeling, proving once again why he couldn't be ignored. As the chaos settled, a dark figure emerged from the blizzard, its glowing eyes piercing through the swirling snow. Hyun-mu stepped forward, his loyalty unshaken, offering to take down the attackers with chilling efficiency and unrelenting determination. Jong-young studied Hyun-mu, sensing a shift in his demeanor and strength, a reminder of the toll power often demanded. Despite the tension, Jong-young gave his trusted ally a command, protect Manhwa, ensuring their safety before returning to the fray. Hyun-mu bowed deeply, vowing to fulfill the command without fail, his aura pulsing with newfound intensity as he vanished into the storm. Jong-young steadied his breathing, the fiery energy swirling around him, signaling that the time for hesitation was long gone. With a fierce leap, Jong-young launched himself into the air, his crimson aura blazing like a comet tearing through the sky. He descended with unstoppable momentum, a blazing strike aimed at the ground below, shaking the battlefield with its sheer intensity. Landing with explosive force, the flames erupted in all directions, his power overwhelming everything that dared to stand before him. His next attack connected with brutal precision, igniting a fiery explosion that shattered the enemy's defenses and left them reeling in defeat. Jong-young struck the ground with explosive force, unleashing a wave of fiery energy that split the battlefield into utter chaos. Srim stood in shock, his expression tense as he tried to comprehend the sheer power Jong-young now wielded with ease. Jong-young's crimson aura flared wildly, a testament to his evolution, far surpassing anything Srim had ever imagined during their last encounter. Lee Jung-young grits his teeth as a fiery explosion erupts around him, locking him in an intense battle for survival. Through the chaos, Lee Jung-young's piercing gaze reflects resolve. His quiet determination steadies as he strategizes his next move carefully. A voice echoes in his mind, urging him forward. The figure of Fenrir, shimmering, answers his silent plea. Fenrir's ethereal presence materializes in blinding light. Its powerful aura ripples across the battlefield, making the air crackle with energy. As Fenrir unleashes its power, Lee Jong-young stands unmoving, feeling the immense force of the bond they share strengthening their resolve. Lee Jong-young faces his opponents calmly, his confidence unshaken. The frost-covered battlefield echoes his unspoken challenge for them to make a move. A trio of enemies steps forward, their weapons glowing ominously. Each carries the burden of experience, yet hesitates before Lee Jong-young's presence. The leader narrows his eyes at Lee Jong-young, puzzled. His words and stance suggest suspicion, unsure of who he is facing. Lee Jung-young's eyes flicker red as he scans their formation. He silently acknowledges the threat they pose, but remains undeterred. Determined to uncover the truth, Lee Jung-young tightens his grip on his energy. His resolve fuels a searing determination within him. The man introduces himself as Yubi, his voice steady. Lee Jung-young's expression remains unreadable, though his curiosity about Yubi deepens. Lee Jung-young assesses Yubi's words. Someone of his caliber should be documented, but something about Yubi remains oddly unfamiliar and unsettling. Lee Jung-young summons his energy, electricity crackling around his weapon. The charged atmosphere intensifies, reflecting his intent to seek clarity through action. Lee Jung-young's question cuts through the tension like a blade. Yubi stiffens, a shadow crossing his face at the accusation. Yubi protests, his voice trembling with anger and grief. The icy wind carries their clashing emotions, setting the stage for conflict. Yubi channels electric power into his blade, explaining his path. The energy crackles, amplifying the intensity of his convictions. Sparks fly as Lee Jung-young counters Yubi's strike with raw power, the collision creating waves of light and sound on the battlefield. Yubi braces himself, recovering quickly to launch another attack. His focus sharpens, seeing Lee Jung-young's unyielding stance through the storm. Lee Jung-young's red energy surges with ferocity, his piercing gaze revealing a determination to protect what Yubi had chosen to sacrifice. Yubi hesitates, his resolve wavering. The clash of their beliefs creates tension, but he remembers promises he made long ago. Lee Jung-young calls out Yubi's failure to align with humanity's hope. The weight of this truth fuels the intensity of his power. Yubi leaps back, gathering strength. His stance solidifies, but doubt flickers across his face as Lee Jung-young closes the gap between them. A new surge of energy explodes, illuminating the battlefield. Yubi's form struggles against the overwhelming force bearing down on him. Lee Jung-young steadies himself, preparing another strike. His unwavering focus contrasts with Yubi's uncertain energy, heightening the tension between the two warriors. The clash of red and blue lights up the sky, each swing a test of their beliefs and their unspoken regrets. Lee Jung-young spots an opening and moves with precision. Yubi's desperate attempt to block barely holds as the battlefield trembles. Sparks rain down as Lee Jung-young's attack pushes Yubi back. The weight of the confrontation tests both their endurance and will. Lee Jung-young charges forward again, his relentless strikes forcing Yubi into defensive maneuvers. Every step feels like a turning point in their duel. Yubi seizes a brief moment to counterattack, but Lee Jung-young's reflexes surpass expectation, dodging skillfully and shifting the momentum in his favor. Their weapons clash again, but this time Lee Jung-young's strike breaks through, delivering a decisive blow that silences the storm around them. Lee Jung-young leaps into action, his blade glowing with energy, as the force of his swing shatters the ground beneath him. Sparks explode as the collision between their powers leaves the battlefield drenched in light and shadows of their clash. Yubi watches the devastation, his mind racing as he struggles to comprehend how far Lee Jung-young's power has grown beyond expectations. Yubi explains his choices, regret slipping into his voice as he defends actions made under impossible circumstances of survival. Lee Jung-young listens intently, but his expression remains firm. He reflects on Yubi's reasoning, holding his own judgment tightly within. Lee Jung-young's fiery aura intensifies as his eyes burn with conviction. He challenges Yubi's reasoning, questioning the justification behind his betrayal. Yubi steps forward, his own energy pulsing with renewed resolve. His determination to explain pushes him into action. The darkened battlefield lights up as their energy clashes again, both warriors pouring everything into their respective ideals and principles. Yubi's defense falters under Lee Jung-young's relentless strikes. The sheer weight of their conflict forces him to reevaluate his decisions. Lee Jung-young holds steady, his presence becoming an unstoppable force. His resolve to protect what matters drives him forward relentlessly. Snow falls silently as the aftermath of the battle sets in. Lee Jung-young stands firm, the fire in his heart undeterred. Yubi reveals hidden truths about their shared history, unveiling events and plans tied to a greater struggle beyond the battlefield. The mention of Loki's scheme shakes Lee Jung-young, though he quickly masks his surprise, piecing together the implications of this revelation. Lee Jong-young listens carefully as Yubi speaks of ancient ambitions, his focus sharpening as the gravity of their shared enemy becomes clear. The tragic loss of Olvadi, a hero who stood against Loki, leaves Lee Jong-young with a renewed sense of responsibility to act. Loki's face twists with anger as his plans are questioned, his frustration boiling over as energy surges around his clenched fists. A blinding energy pulse explodes outward as Loki channels his power, his movements growing erratic with the weight of his emotions. Loki gathers energy in his hands, combining fiery red and icy blue forces, a dangerous balance that radiates immense destructive potential. The clash of energies intensifies, creating shockwaves that ripple across the battlefield, shaking both the earth and the hearts of all present. Loki's attack erupts with devastating force, the energy spiraling out uncontrollably, consuming everything in its path and testing everyone's resolve to withstand it. Loki stares at his adversary with a smirk, his power surging as he challenges the unwavering resolve he sees before him. His taunts aim to rattle Lee Jong-young, but Lee Jong-young's quiet confidence and steady stance make it clear he won't falter. Loki questions Lee Jong-young's will to fight, hinting at truths buried in their shared history, seeking to shake his opponent's determination. As their energy flares, Loki accuses Lee Jong-young of defying destiny. Yet Lee Jong-young's fiery presence speaks louder than any words ever could. The battlefield lights up once more as their powers collide, red and blue energy dancing in an endless struggle for dominance. Loki's voice lowers, his frustration masking a flicker of doubt as he begins to question the certainty of his convictions. Lee Jong-young lunges forward, his relentless resolve piercing through Loki's wavering defenses. The air crackles with anticipation of an imminent clash. Loki tries to delay the inevitable, his cold demeanor masking a flicker of desperation. But Lee Jong-young remains steadfast and unyielding. With a final burst of energy, Lee Jong-young breaks through, his strike landing with precision as Loki's confidence crumbles under the impact. Loki's eyes widen, the weight of his choices crashing down as he stands frozen, facing the consequences of his ambitions. The battlefield lies silent, the snow blanketing the fallen. Yubi's motionless form hints at the price of their intense conflict. The chilling wind carries the scent of burnt energy as Yubi's defeated figure remains frozen amidst the stillness of the scene. Lee Jong-young stands tall, his body emanating an aura of raw power and resilience. The red energy crackles, defying the frozen world. A shadowed figure watches from afar, a smirk forming as their quiet amusement contrasts with the chaos left behind. A shadowed figure observes Lee Jong-young from afar, their aura calm yet intimidating. The air grows heavy as intentions remain unclear. Lee Jong-young acknowledges the threat, his thoughts racing. He compares the energy before him to the legendary power of Loki. The observer narrows their gaze, energy flaring in response. Their power is both awe-inspiring and menacing, signaling a dangerous confrontation. Lee Jong-young steadies himself, his fiery aura surging. The battlefield crackles as the impending clash looms closer, shaking the snow-covered ground. Both figures prepare their energies, the tension rising. The surrounding space becomes a maelstrom of red and blue, each force unyielding. The shadowed figure speaks of their sacrifices, their tone heavy with purpose. Their words suggest a history tied to the king's downfall. They brace themselves, their power intensifying. Their glowing eyes reflect a deep resolve to endure and overcome the trials ahead. Lee Jong-young raises a hand, his posture suddenly relaxed. His energy steadies, confusing his opponent with an unexpected shift in demeanor. Declaring forgiveness, Lee Jong-young's calm words hang in the air. His expression softens, surprising the observer with this unforeseen act of mercy. A figure watches in disbelief from the sidelines, their wide eyes betraying their shock at this unprecedented resolution to the conflict. Yubi kneels on the frozen battlefield, his breath steadying. His mind races as he processes Lee Jong-young's unexpected gesture of peace. Lee Jong-young offers Yubi a flask, his gesture both deliberate and sincere. The air softens, but tension lingers in the quiet moment. Yubi hesitates, his mind struggling to comprehend Lee Jong-young's sudden shift from battle-hardened warrior to a figure of understanding. Lee Jong-young explains his choice, his calm demeanor reflecting the clarity of a man who has found purpose beyond conflict. Yubi looks at Lee Jung-young with newfound respect, the snow falling gently as a fragile peace settles over the battlefield. Yubi kneels beside a fallen warrior, acknowledging their defeat. The silence of the battlefield contrasts with the intensity of their conflict. Yubi speaks of choices made, addressing the divide between warriors. He admits the necessity of certain alliances, even amid uncertain trust. Lee Jung-young steps forward, his gaze calm yet piercing. His words carry weight, offering clarity amidst the confusion and wavering loyalty. Lee Jung-young's presence silences further dissent, his commanding aura leaving no room for hesitation as his resolve strengthens the group's cohesion. A powerful figure rises in agreement, their red energy flaring. The atmosphere shifts, signaling an impending alliance and new direction. Loki declares his support, his voice confident yet layered with an unreadable intent. His power radiates, causing unease among the group. The group reacts with a mix of reluctance and curiosity, unsure of Loki's motives but acknowledging his undeniable strength and charisma. Loki forcefully subdues dissent, demonstrating his dominance. His actions carry a message: trust him or face consequences, a line none dare cross. Yubi intervenes, his steady voice calming the tension. He prioritizes unity over hostility, reinforcing the fragile bond forming between the warriors. Lee Jung-young nods approvingly, signaling his agreement with Yubi's decision. His measured demeanor reflects his intent to watch and judge through actions. Yubi introduces his allies, Gwendol and Jangbi. Their loyalty and strength hint at the unspoken challenges they face to stand united. The group steadies themselves as Loki commands the march. His bold proclamation to challenge the king echoes across the frozen expanse. The warriors rally, their voices lifting in unison. Their combined strength and determination create an overwhelming energy fueling the coming battle. The march toward Utgard begins. Every step reflects their resolve, their shared goal uniting them despite the uncertainties lingering in their hearts. A divine presence observes from afar, their judgment looming. The stakes intensify, adding a higher purpose to the group's perilous journey. A mysterious announcement interrupts the scene, its mocking tone unsettling the group. Its words hint at forces beyond their comprehension. Lee Jung-young ponders the message, his calm demeanor masking his thoughts. He wonders if Loki is truly the key to Utgard's mysteries. Loki steps in with a smirk, addressing Lee Jung-young's curiosity. His tone suggests both confidence and hidden motives behind his willingness to help. Lee Jung-young acknowledges Loki's conditions, his sharp eyes showing clarity. He calculates their next steps, aware of the delicate balance of trust. Loki agrees to cooperate, a rare display of diplomacy. His menacing grin, however, leaves lingering doubt in everyone's minds. The snow-covered battlefield settles as Fenrir's aura dissipates. The group regroups, their resolve firm but uncertainty hanging in the frosty air. Lee Jung-young reassures his companions, his quiet confidence calming their fears. His words reflect a man resolute in navigating treacherous alliances. A new concern emerges as one warrior questions their neutrality. Lee Jung-young's response affirms his balanced approach, refusing to be swayed by extremes. Loki watches Lee Jung-young with interest, impressed by his sharp reasoning. The faint tension between them remains unspoken, but palpable. The group sets off toward their next destination, their unity reinforced by shared understanding, though unease lingers among a few members. Lee Jung-young calmly explains his approach, emphasizing his focus on protecting people over choosing sides. His reasoning resonates with most of the group. Fenrir nods, affirming Lee Jung-young's resolve. Their shared goal to ensure safety for the innocents contrasts starkly with the chaos surrounding them. The journey toward Nars unfolds with fewer obstacles. The group's growing cohesion allows them to face challenges with newfound confidence. Despite the destruction left behind by past battles, Lee Jung-young leads them with unwavering determination, guiding them toward the hope of a better future. The group infiltrates Nars unnoticed, but tension rises as they discover survivors struggling against their first encounter with giant warriors. Lee Jung-young stands over a waking ally, his calm demeanor hinting at a deeper understanding of the chaos that had just unfolded. The ally rises hesitantly, their uncertain expression contrasting with the burning remnants of the battlefield visible in the distance. Flames rage as the aftermath of a brutal clash becomes evident. The destruction speaks of lives lost and sacrifices made. Loki and Yobi discuss their next steps, their sharp gazes conveying both tension and an unspoken determination to move forward. The waking ally stumbles, their expression shifting to one of shock as they realize the gravity of the situation surrounding them. The ally accuses Lee Jung-young, their voice rising in disbelief. Their anger reveals a struggle to accept the perceived betrayal before them. Lee Jung-young remains composed, his measured tone reflecting a deeper purpose as he offers clarity amidst the heated misunderstanding. The ally hesitates, their uncertainty mirrored in their softened gaze as they struggle to reconcile the truth with their expectations. Lee Jung-young gestures to the horizon, mentioning the arrival of reinforcements. His words instill hope, though doubt still lingers in the air. A mix of relief and confusion spreads among the group as the promise of aid reshapes their understanding of the moment. Lee Jung-young calmly assigns tasks to Yobi and the group. His clarity and decisiveness provide much-needed direction in the chaotic aftermath. Yobi and his team prepare to secure Utgard, their expressions a mix of resolve and caution as they accept the challenge. Loki smirks as Lee Jung-young voices his expectations. The respect between them grows, though tension lingers beneath the surface of their alliance. The ally silently observes Lee Jung-young's intentions, slowly realizing the sincerity of his desire to protect and lead with unwavering determination. Lee Jung-young reassures the ally with a confident smile, solidifying their faith in his leadership and the path he has chosen. Lee Jung-young tightens his fist, red energy swirling intensely around him. His resolve burns brighter, signaling the start of a decisive moment. His fiery gaze sharpens, a faint smirk crossing his face as his aura radiates both confidence and overwhelming power. A system notification suddenly appears, declaring a new mission to eliminate the impersonator. Its timing adds urgency to the situation. The mission reveals a strict time limit of 15 minutes, adding pressure to Lee Jung-young as the stakes rise significantly. The fortress in flames loomed against the snowy mountains as survivors trudged away, leaving behind chaos and shattered hope. Lee Jung-young stood firmly before the battered group, his eyes scanning the horizon as he prepared for what lay ahead. His comrade whispered, "We're not strong enough." But Lee Jung-young's calm gaze reflected determination amidst the doubt that surrounded him. Inside the ruined hall, violet energy swirled ominously, soldiers gripping weapons as the aura grew stronger, suffocating the tense air. The enemy's presence materialized, eyes blazing with power, their overwhelming energy carving fear deep into the hearts of the defenders. Utgard Loki emerged, his crimson energy crackling like wildfire, casting a shadow of despair over the fragile hopes of survival. Regret lingered in his mind as he muttered, "This might have been different," while dark power coursed through his veins. Lee Jung-young stood unwavering, observing Loki's daunting form as he strategized, feeling the heavy pressure of an unbeatable foe. The overwhelming energy paralyzed many, but Lee Jung-young remained eerily calm, calculating every possibility to outlast the storm of destruction. Loki's taunt lingered in the air as Lee Jung-young's expression hardened, a silent promise of defiance etched in his determined stance. Loki's mocking laugh echoed, his dark aura spreading like wildfire, igniting the battlefield in a chaotic storm of energy. Lee Jung-young's eyes flared with anger as he muttered under his breath, standing his ground despite the overwhelming force opposing him. A burst of radiant blue energy erupted from Lee Jung-young, leveling up his power and splitting the battlefield with sheer intensity. "Impressive," Loki muttered with a faint smirk, his hands crackling with energy as the duel between powerhouses grew fiercer. Their energies clashed, shaking the earth, as Loki unleashed his ultimate move, determined to obliterate Lee Jung-young's growing defiance. The massive door creaked open, revealing a crimson-tinged hallway. Lee Jung-young's steps were cautious, sensing an overwhelming presence waiting ahead. A clenched fist smashed the ground with terrifying force, splitting the floor as heat and rage radiated from the impact. Through the dust, a beastly figure emerged, red energy swirling as its muscles flexed, emitting an aura of pure destruction. The creature leapt high, the air crackling under its power, preparing to obliterate everything in its path with unrelenting fury. It landed with a deafening crash, shattering the floor, its blazing eyes locking onto Lee Jung-young as the battle truly began. The throne room was chaotic, hordes of red-eyed creatures snarling, their fiery auras flaring wildly under Loki's sinister, commanding presence. Lee Jung-young's gaze never wavered as he assessed the overwhelming odds, his sharp mind calculating a plan despite their vast numbers. Loki's menacing laughter echoed, his cruel amusement fueling the madness. The growing tension pressed down on Lee Jung-young like an immovable weight. A flicker of blue energy sparked in Lee Jung-young's hand, defying the oppressive darkness, signaling the beginning of his counterattack. The clash of red and blue forces exploded, shaking the throne room as Lee Jung-young pushed back against the relentless onslaught. Loki's monstrous followers charged forward, their combined energy amplifying, each movement synchronized as they prepared to crush Lee Jung-young's growing resistance. The flames of chaos surged, yet Lee Jung-young's radiant aura grew brighter, his resolve unwavering amidst the storm of opposition. Loki's taunting words fueled Lee Jung-young's determination, his energy peaking as he channeled every ounce of power into one decisive strike. Lee Jung-young roared as his blue energy tore through the horde, shattering their defenses, proving his strength against the insurmountable odds. As the dust settled, Loki's smirk faded. Lee Jung-young stood amidst the wreckage, victorious, yet knowing the battle was far from over. Loki unleashed a torrent of purple energy, its fiery tendrils consuming the battlefield as his power grew increasingly overwhelming. The monstrous energy radiating from Loki enveloped him, forming a beastly figure, ready to crush anyone daring to oppose him. With a swift motion, Loki hurled his blazing attack, tearing through the battlefield, leaving destruction in its merciless path. Amid the chaos, Loki's booming voice echoed, calling his soldiers to annihilate any resistance as his aura intensified violently. Loki sneered, commanding his army to rip apart everything, his confidence unshaken by the determination rising in his adversary's eyes. The Crimson Horde surged forward, their fiery energy crackling as they prepared to strike with unmatched ferocity against their enemy. Dark energy rippled as the monsters snarled, their brutal charge emphasizing the insurmountable odds stacked against Lee Jung-young and his group. Two warriors braced themselves, one muttering a plan to flank, their nerves steeled for the chaotic storm about to unfold. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their steps, their sheer momentum threatening to trample anything standing in their path. Lee Jung-young remained calm amid the charge, observing the chaos, already calculating the necessary counter to withstand their brutal, relentless assault. The crimson monsters charged forward, eyes glowing with rage, their synchronized movements mirroring the precision of an unstoppable killing machine. Nars shouted a warning, his voice carrying across the battlefield as the ground quaked under the might of their charge. Lee Jung-young's sharp eyes locked on Loki's monstrous troops, recognizing their terrifying coordination, already formulating a strategy to turn the tide. Amidst the chaos, Lee Jung-young's aura grew stronger, his mind focused on one goal, unraveling Loki's dark empire and crushing his army. Standing resolute, Lee Jung-young smirked faintly, his energy surging, prepared to face the impossible and prove his strength against Loki's forces. The crimson monster lunged at Lee Jung-young, its fists crackling with energy, aiming to crush him with overwhelming, raw, brute strength. A wicked grin spread across the monster's face, its confidence building as Lee Jung-young evaded, watching its movements carefully amidst chaos. Lee Jung-young struck decisively, the blow reverberating, shattering the beast's composure and sending it stumbling backward, roaring in rage and pain. The monster staggered, its fiery red energy flickering. It snarled defiantly but found itself faltering as Lee Jung-young's power surged forward. More monsters appeared, charging relentlessly toward Lee Jung-young. The battlefield echoed with their war cries as they sought to overwhelm his resolve. Lee Jung-young stood calmly, his piercing red eyes gleaming, confronting Loki's overwhelming presence without flinching, his aura growing steadily stronger. Loki mocked Lee Jung-young's defiance, his voice laced with disdain as he unleashed waves of power to crush the rising challenger. Despite Loki's taunts, Lee Jung-young's calm demeanor didn't waver. A notification appeared, boosting his confidence as his body radiated renewed strength. The golden flames wrapped around Lee Jung-young, merging with his crimson aura, transforming him into an unstoppable force poised for victory. Lee Jung-young's unwavering gaze locked onto Loki, his energy pulsing with purpose. He whispered a promise. This battle would end today. The blazing impact sent shockwaves across the room, flames spreading wildly as Lee Jung-young's sheer power illuminated the entire battlefield. In a swift motion, Lee Jung-young leapt through the air, cutting through waves of enemies, his fiery aura overpowering their defenses. Landing forcefully, Lee Jung-young's flames surged outward, scorching the ground beneath him, sending enemies reeling as his dominance became impossible to ignore. Amidst the carnage, Loki stood unfazed, his ominous energy pulsating as he prepared to counter Lee Jung-young's growing power with his own. Explosive energy erupted as the warrior clashed with the monstrous figure, purple flames and powerful attacks shaking the entire battlefield. The figure smirked, watching the chaos unfold, clearly unfazed, his aura dark and sinister, radiating with confidence and control. A burst of power unleashed by the warrior pushed the enemy back momentarily, but the atmosphere remained tense with rising stakes. The figure gloated, addressing Jun-gyong, calling him unworthy of the challenge, as his overwhelming energy engulfed the surrounding space. Jun-gyong gritted his teeth, his fiery resolve clashing against the sinister energy, preparing to confront the figure's devastating attack. The figure unleashed a massive wave of energy, engulfing Jun-gyong and the area, leaving no room for evasion or retreat. Jun-gyong activated his full mana shield, knowing the attack's impact could annihilate everything, if not contained with utmost precision. As the energy clashed, the explosion illuminated the sky, leaving the battlefield in chaos, energy spiraling uncontrollably in every direction. Emerging from the debris, Jun-gyong charged forward, his focus unshaken, his attacks powered by determination and unwavering confidence. The figure staggered, momentarily surprised by Jun-gyong's resolve, yet his menacing smirk returned, challenging the young warrior's unexpected resilience. The sinister figure glared at Jun-gyong, questioning his defiance, his aura sparking violently as the fight intensified beyond measure. With unwavering resolve, Jun-gyong closed the distance, his fiery energy clashing directly with the figure's dark, overpowering strength. The figure bellowed his name, Shachi, his voice filled with pride and anger, introducing himself as a ruler of chaos. Jun-gyong matched Shachi's power, his eyes glowing with fire and resolve as his attacks began piercing through the enemy's defenses. Both forces collided again, the battlefield trembling from the magnitude of their power, signaling the true beginning of an epic battle. Shachi stood tall, declaring his dominance, his mana swirling as he left the battle against the giants entirely to Jun-gyong. Shachi's overwhelming aura sent shockwaves through the ground as his enemies fell, powerless before the sheer force of his presence. Jun-gyong called out Shachi's name, his voice cutting through the tension, challenging the prideful opponent with fiery determination. Shachi smirked mockingly, dismissing Jun-gyong as weak while his aura shifted, exuding an even darker and more destructive energy. A promise was made. Once the battle ended, Shachi vowed to personally face Jun-gyong and test his strength completely. Jun-gyong summoned Fenrir, the glowing wolf bursting into existence, its icy power clashing violently with Shachi's blazing purple mana. The battlefield lit up as Fenrir charged forward, its icy attacks tearing through Shachi's flames, creating explosive, chaotic collisions. Shachi taunted Jun-gyong, claiming his power had weakened, his attacks growing fiercer as he continued to press his advantage. Energy exploded between them. Shachi's overwhelming strikes met with Jun-gyong's resilience as the clash caused the sky to crackle. Jun-gyong's focus deepened, the system announcing his progress, but Shachi laughed, preparing his final, most devastating attack yet. As the battle raged, Shachi's monstrous aura intensified, his presence growing larger as Jun-gyong prepared for a decisive move. Jun-gyong's companion warned of the dangerous energy accumulating, urging caution as the battlefield trembled under Shachi's rising power. Shachi roared, unleashing his attack with relentless fury, his voice echoing as he vowed to annihilate all who opposed him. Jungyong responded with a full-force counterattack, his energy clashing head-on with Shachi's, creating a spectacular explosion of light and sound. The impact sent shockwaves across the battlefield, shaking the ground and skies as the fight reached its most critical turning point. Jungyong steadied himself, his aura flaring as he asked his ally for time to charge a decisive counterattack. The ally smirked, releasing a powerful energy shield, the swirling energy clashing violently with the chaotic mana surrounding the battlefield. Energy erupted in a purple whirlwind as Jungyong's ally bought precious moments, the ground shaking under their combined power. Jungyong's system flashed warnings, his mana reserve nearing critical, but he pushed forward, focused on ending the battle swiftly. With burning resolve, Jungyong's eyes glowed, his power igniting into an inferno as he prepared for the final confrontation. Shachi roared with laughter, his dark aura growing denser, challenging Jungyong's determination with taunts and a fierce onslaught. Jungyong pushed himself further, his own system blinking a red warning. His strength was going beyond the safe operational limit. Purple and fiery energy clashed in a dance of chaos, each strike shattering the earth as the battle reached its peak. Shachi's attacks grew relentless, forcing Jungyong to dig deep into reserves he didn't know existed, holding nothing back in response. Both warriors collided in a climactic strike, their energies entwining into a vortex of power that illuminated the entire battlefield. Exhausted yet defiant, Jungyong's body burned with energy, his system signaling critical thresholds, yet his spirit remained unbroken. He whispered to himself, urging his body to hold out just a little longer to deliver the finishing blow. The battlefield trembled, flames and energy erupting in chaotic harmony, as Jungyong began drawing his ultimate attack with precise control. With one last surge of power, Jungyong unleashed his final move, a fiery strike aimed straight at Shachi's core. The impact exploded into a blinding inferno, silence settling over the battlefield as the flames began to dissipate, revealing the outcome. Jungyong's fiery attack tore through the battlefield, its impact creating a shockwave that echoed across the snow-covered plains. As the flames subsided, the system confirmed mission accomplished, signaling the end of the fierce battle against Shachi. A warning message flashed. Jungyong's power had exceeded the system's limits, his body straining under the overwhelming mana surge. Shachi stood battered but alive, his glowing aura a testament to his resilience despite Jungyong's decisive attack. The system announced an unbelievable performance, leaving those who witnessed the battle in awe of Jungyong's unyielding strength and determination. A brilliant sun emerged over the battlefield, signaling peace as Jungyong and his allies surveyed the aftermath of destruction. System updates displayed a long list of achievements, marking their triumph and the progress they had made against overwhelming odds. The mission's details faded, revealing the ruins left behind, a silent testament to the intense battle that had transpired. Tales of the giant spirit's defeat spread, cementing Jungyong's growing reputation as a force capable of facing any threat. With the battlefield quiet, Jungyong's focus shifted to the next challenge, his resolve stronger than ever after this victory. The cold wind blew fiercely as Shachi's piercing gaze scanned the horizon, sensing the aftermath of the intense battle nearby. Standing firm amidst the falling snow, Jintei's expression hardened, reflecting both admiration and silent determination after witnessing Jungyong's strength. Jungyong's eyes carried a calm resolve, his thoughts focused on the challenges ahead, knowing the battle had only just begun. Yoon faces Shachi under the falling snow, a promise lingering between them, with unspoken tension in the frosty air. Shachi's gaze pierces through Yoon, his words as cold as the snow, hinting at a burdensome decision ahead. Shachi, calm yet resolute, expresses his final request, embracing the consequences of his path with somber acceptance. A request for mercy lingers. Shachi asks Yoon to end his journey, seeking an end for reasons buried deep. Shachi kneels in silence, the snow blanketing his figure, a reflection of his inner torment and unwavering resolve. Shachi's voice echoes in the cold, asking Yoon to spare those who followed him, loyalty woven in every word. A moment of hesitation from Yoon as Shachi's request weighs heavily on his mind. their bond deeper than words reveal. Yoon summons his blade, the glow casting a harsh truth between them, the inevitable about to unfold. Shachi stands unflinching before the blade, his courage unwavering, accepting fate with honor and steadfast dignity. Yoon's energy surges, the snowy landscape trembling under its weight, preparing to fulfill a friend's wish with trembling resolve. Yoon walks away from the aftermath, the snowstorm swallowing his steps, burdened by choices and memories of friendship. A shadowed figure observes Yoon from a distance, their presence heavy, words hanging unspoken in the winter air. Yoon's companion questions his actions, seeking clarity on the path they now tread in this broken, unforgiving world. Yoon reflects on his gratitude, the weight of sacrifice reshaping his outlook, choices marking him as both hero and burden. A solemn nod from Yoon as he embraces his role, his gaze steady, ready for challenges yet to come. Snow falls gently on the fortress as Yoon observes its reconstruction, a sense of accomplishment mingling with lingering doubts. Builders work tirelessly, their determination evident. Yoon stands among them, silently admiring their resilience amidst the harsh, unyielding winter. A foreman gestures toward the horizon, speaking of progress and challenges. Yoon listens intently, his expression both serious and encouraging. As the day unfolds, the fortress stands taller, symbolizing hope. Yoon's efforts have begun to bear visible, meaningful fruit. Yoon is approached by a villager, their eyes filled with gratitude. He nods, appreciating their words, yet burdened with responsibility. Yoon speaks with the villager, discussing strategies for survival. He advises against reckless expansion, warning of potential dangers beyond the wall. The villager hesitates, seeking Yoon's guidance. Yoon considers his words carefully, balancing practicality with the gravity of their fragile reality. Yoon emphasizes patience, suggesting the villagers focus on strengthening their resources rather than exploring unknown territories fraught with uncertainties. The villager nods reluctantly, acknowledging Yoon's wisdom. His gaze shifts toward the horizon, contemplating the long-term vision Yoon has shared. Yoon smiles faintly, offering reassurance. His understanding of survival stems from experience, and his advice carries the weight of truth. The villager raises concerns about scarce rations and frigid conditions. Yoon kneels, examining a peculiar plant with cautious curiosity. Yoon explains its significance, a resilient mushroom capable of thriving in harsh environments. Its potential as sustenance sparks newfound hope. The villager listens, intrigued by Yoon's knowledge. He marvels at Yoon's resourcefulness, realizing the wisdom behind his cautious approach. Yoon provides the villager with guidance on cultivating the mushroom, ensuring they can sustain themselves through the unforgiving winter. Grateful, the villager expresses heartfelt thanks. Yoon nods, his heart heavy yet resolved, knowing the weight of leadership never fades. Yoon arrives at a snow-covered camp, the silence heavy, his presence drawing the attention of a wary ally. Shachi leans against the tent, his sharp gaze measuring Yoon. A sense of intrigue lingers in the frosty air. Shachi comments on the new leadership of his group, his tone laced with both approval and veiled resignation. Yoon's expression hardens as Shachi speaks of past decisions and sacrifices made, each choice etched deeply into their shared history. The conversation grows reflective, Yoon questioning his role, while Shachi reveals the burdens of leadership, contrasting humanity's flaws with resilience. Shachi explains his stance on monsters, calling them pests compared to humanity whose complex choices pose the real challenge to coexistence. Yoon listens intently, acknowledging the gravity of Shachi's words. Understanding grows as the conversation delves into fragile alliances and trust. Shachi speaks of losses faced when humans turn enemies. Yoon reflects on their respect, born from shared battles and mutual reliance. Yoon confesses his purpose for being there, seeking to learn from Shachi, bridging wisdom through respect and cautious hope. The tension eases as Shachi nods, acknowledging Yoon's sincerity. Their shared journey reaffirms the fragile balance of their alliance. Shachi mentions the rare phenomenon of leveling up, a feat requiring immense effort. Yoon listens, curiosity sparking within his determined gaze. Shachi shares tales of warriors who achieved greatness through leveling, their sacrifices echoing through the halls of history's forgotten heroes. Yoon questions the possibility of leveling further. Shachi's response, though cryptic, fuels Yoon's resolve to pursue strength despite overwhelming odds. Shachi demonstrates the energy surge of leveling up, the sheer power radiating as proof of hard-won growth and relentless persistence. Yoon watches, inspired yet cautious, the display reinforcing his determination to seek progress amidst challenges defining their world's unyielding struggles. Fiery mana erupts around Yoon, its immense power drawing the attention of those nearby, marking him as extraordinary. A warrior senses Yoon's mana, questioning if it's Lee Jungyong, bewildered by its overwhelming strength and unhuman intensity. An observer watches Yoon, their thoughts racing, wondering about his identity and the limits of his burgeoning abilities. Yoon, shrouded in flames, steps forward with confidence, his gaze unwavering, embodying a powerful force against looming threats. The flames intensify, signaling Yoon's resolve to face challenges ahead, his power both awe-inspiring and a beacon of hope. Yoon confronts Shachi, his mana blazing brightly, a testament to his growing strength and unyielding determination in their conversation. Shachi, impressed but composed, acknowledges Yoon's mana, seeing it as both a potential ally and a dangerous force. The wintry battlefield stretches before Yoon, his reflection marked by clarity and a silent vow to challenge his limits. Utgard Loki's name lingers in Yoon's mind, the shadow of an ancient threat reigniting his drive for decisive action. A red-hued vision of enemies flashes in Yoon's thoughts, their ominous presence fueling his preparation for inevitable conflict. Yoon analyzes the mysterious power controlling giants, suspecting the influence of an unknown force capable of altering ancient enemies. The camp fortress grows tense, whispers of unexplainable events spreading, adding a layer of dread to their uneasy unity. Yoon's theories deepen as he considers betrayals or external meddling, connecting clues to unravel a web of hidden intentions. Villagers and warriors gather, their fears tempered by Yoon's leadership, his resolve standing firm against the storm of uncertainty. Yoon stands before a shadowy figure, his determination solidified, the future battle promising answers to the chaos engulfing their world. In the swirling snow and shadow, a cloaked figure emerges. Yoon's thoughts race, questioning the enigmatic presence before him. Lee Jungyong walks through a snowy mountain, his name echoing loudly, breaking the serene silence around him. He turns around, spotting a familiar figure, Hwan, who seems both amused and serious in the snowy backdrop. Hwan smiles and invites Lee Jungyong to join a nearby festival, suggesting they enjoy the moment together. Jungyong hesitates, the word festival stirring memories of simpler times, making him question if he can truly relax. Hwan grabs his hand firmly, pulling him forward with a grin, promising the festival will lift their spirits. Surprised, Jungyong stumbles but follows Hwan, their footsteps crunching on the snowy path as they rush downhill. They finally arrive at the bustling festival, where colorful decorations and cheerful laughter fill the frosty winter air. Jungyong observes villagers celebrating, appreciating their resilience and ability to find joy despite hardships they've endured together. A friendly elder greets them warmly, offering snacks, reminding them that survival is worth celebrating amidst life's challenges. Jungyong nods, feeling hope stir within him as he watches the community come together to embrace the moment. Hwan nudges Jungyong playfully, suggesting they make the festival more memorable by creating something extraordinary for everyone. As they move, villagers gather, whispering about Loft Loki, the mysterious figure known for defeating the giant's king. Jungyong overhears the crowd, curiosity piqued as he wonders why the name carries such weight and admiration here. The villagers cheer excitedly as they anticipate something spectacular from Loft Loki, their enthusiasm growing with every passing second. A blazing mana stream suddenly illuminates the festival, mesmerizing everyone, a magical display of strength that captivates the crowd entirely. Flames surged around Jungyong, his aura flaring as he prepared to display power, leaving everyone awestruck in silence. A burst of energy enveloped him, fiery red and icy blue colliding, creating an electrifying visual that stunned the crowd. The villagers gasped, stepping back in shock as the elemental energy surged, filling the atmosphere with raw intensity and power. Huan's eyes widened, sensing the immense energy radiating from Zhengyong, a smirk forming as admiration replaced initial disbelief. In the snowy landscape, Zhengyong's fiery display contrasted sharply with the frost, creating a mesmerizing, surreal spectacle for all to see. A bold onlooker mocked the scene, laughing nervously, though his smirk faltered as Zhengyong's energy intensified without faltering. Villagers whispered in awe, one pointing toward the sky as a radiant sun-like orb appeared, radiating brilliance above them. The blazing orb glowed brightly, its warmth spreading through the cold air, leaving everyone spellbound by its sudden, radiant emergence. Zhengyong hovered amidst the energy, his calm demeanor exuding confidence, as notifications flashed, recognizing his incredible feat and power. The system acknowledged Zhengyong's efforts, offering praise and rewards, though he barely noticed, his focus remaining on the villagers' reactions. Huan approached, asking Zhengyong about his plans. Zhengyong nodded firmly, ready to leave after securing the settlement's safety. He explained his ingenious plan, infusing the structures with mana, ensuring warmth would remain long after he departed. Using magic from Merlin's necklace, Zhengyong created a protective barrier to preserve heat, safeguarding the villagers during winter. The protective flame towered high, its heat unwavering, symbolizing Zhengyong's effort to repay their kindness and protect their future. Smiling, Zhengyong promised they'd meet again. His departure carried hope, leaving the village stronger and brighter than ever before. The villagers watched from the snowy ground, gazing up at Zhengyong and Huan standing atop the settlement's walls. Huan teased Zhengyong, calling him the one who raises the sun, grinning at his unamused reaction to the compliment. Zhengyong narrowed his eyes at Huan, half-jokingly accusing him of exaggerating, but Huan simply laughed and nodded confidently. Huan's playful response made Zhengyong shake his head, though he couldn't help but smile at the light-hearted exchange. Despite the banter, Zhengyong began to wonder aloud if it was truly time to leave the village behind. Zhengyong assured Huan he had secured the settlement's warmth, his mana-infused structure ensuring the village thrived through winter. As Zhengyong reflected on his work, a figure appeared in the distance, his summon Fenrir, glowing with icy blue energy. The massive wolf approached gracefully, its ethereal presence commanding awe, while Zhengyong prepared himself for the journey ahead. Mounting Fenrir, Zhengyong glanced back at Huan and the villagers, his gaze filled with quiet determination and lingering emotion. Huan smiled warmly, promising they'd meet again someday, his words resonating deeply as Zhengyong departed with his loyal companion. Snowy mountains stretched endlessly as Zhengyong rode Fenrir, their path illuminated by moonlight, the chill biting yet oddly comforting. In a clearing, a small campfire crackled warmly, Zhengyong and Huan sitting beside it, resting from their earlier journey. Huan reflected on their chaotic adventure, her voice filled with a mix of gratitude and exhaustion, her smile soft and genuine. Zhengyong smirked, sarcastically remarking on the exhausting nature of their travels, his words carrying a mix of humor and sincerity. Watching the distant stars, Zhengyong vowed silently to continue moving forward, embracing whatever challenges the future might bring. Huan laughed as Zhengyong cracked a rare joke, her joy lighting up the cold evening beside their flickering campfire. She asked about Zhengyong's training progress, curiosity mingling with concern as she handed him a small skewer of roasted meat. Zhengyong admitted learning mana crafting wasn't easy, feeling a little behind but determined to master it with time. The crackling fire reflected in his eyes as he spoke, realizing time was running short for the challenges ahead. Zhengyong explained the growing threat, his voice steady, mentioning the shifting mana streams signaling an increase in monstrous power. He stared into the distance, sensing the world itself changing, mana saturating the air, heralding the arrival of new dangers. Huan's gaze softened as she watched him, knowing his burden, yet confident he would face whatever challenges awaited. She called his name gently, breaking his thoughts, pointing towards a faint light glowing in the distance through the frosty haze. Jungyong followed her gesture, his focus sharpening as he observed the mysterious phenomenon casting an otherworldly glow in the dark. Together, they stood in silence, the strange light beckoning them forward, both aware it might mark the start of something immense. The snow fell quietly as Huan and Jungyong stood in awe, staring at Mount Paektu engulfed in blazing, roaring flames. Flames engulfed the village as demonic beasts rampaged, their roars echoing amidst screams, while chaos consumed everything in their path. Fiery creatures lunged through the inferno, their red eyes glowing with malice as they tore apart anything that dared resist them. A woman screamed in terror, clutching her child tightly while retreating from the burning wreckage, desperate to reach safety with others. A young warrior stepped forward, rallying the terrified villagers and urging them toward a safer path amidst the growing chaos. Amidst the fleeing crowd, warriors armed with glowing blades and mana stood firm, preparing to face the relentless, beastly onslaught. The young woman shouted defiantly, her mana surging as she struck down a charging beast with a powerful, glowing attack. Another warrior leaped into the fray, his sword crackling with energy as he cleaved through another beast with a fierce blow. Precision and speed guided the warriors' strikes as they battled tirelessly, buying precious time for the villagers to escape unharmed. Breathing heavily, one warrior checked with his companion, ensuring all villagers had safely evacuated the burning village into the cold night. "We're safe for now," he muttered, gazing at the treacherous path ahead, determined to lead everyone down the mountain alive. A sudden quake rattled the ground, and a giant figure emerged, its mana radiating ominously, towering over the surviving warriors. The warriors stood frozen in shock, their resolve shaking as they realized the immense power radiating from the massive enemy. "That thing's mana, it's overwhelming," one murmured, clutching his weapon tightly, knowing this fight would require everything they had to survive. A seasoned warrior stepped forward, rallying his comrades, his voice firm as he acknowledged the odds but refused to abandon hope. Energy surged around them as the battle began, their blades clashing against the giant's brute strength, a desperate fight for survival. The giant roared in defiance, its mana swirling violently, yet Jungyong summoned Fenrir, the wolf glowing with icy brilliance. Fenrir lunged at the giant, its ethereal power clashing fiercely, sending shockwaves across the battlefield as snow scattered like shards. The battle intensified, Fenrir striking with precision while Jungyong watched, his confidence in his summoned ally unwavering despite the chaos. A warrior gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening as he murmured about Fenrir's legendary appearance and undeniable strength in the fight. The dust settled slightly. Jungyong approached the warrior, his calm demeanor breaking the tension as he asked if they were uninjured. Grateful, the warrior nodded, explaining their situation to Jungyong, his voice trembling with respect and relief at their timely arrival. Jungyong listened carefully, piecing together the details, concern flickering in his eyes as he asked about the missing chief's whereabouts. The warrior revealed the chief's descent into Cheongju, tasked with sealing Sangun, a dangerous and uncontrollable force threatening their survival. Jungyong's expression hardened, realizing the gravity of the situation, his resolve clear as he promised to assist in their efforts. With determination, he urged them to hold the village, vowing to handle the overwhelming threat alongside Fenrir without hesitation. As dawn broke, the landscape shifted ominously, the distant mountains glowing red with the mana of Sangun, an enraged divine beast. Sangun emerged, its colossal form exuding an aura of rage and dominance, its crimson eyes locked onto its approaching challengers. The ground trembled beneath its roar, a declaration of power as Jungyong and Fenrir prepared for the colossal confrontation. Mana surged around Jungyong, his focus unwavering as he confronted the beast, knowing the stakes were higher than ever before. Sangun charged ferociously, and Jungyong met its attack head-on, his blade igniting with power as the battle for survival began. Sangun charged relentlessly, its overwhelming power clashing with the warrior's energy barrier, creating shockwaves that echoed across the battlefield. The warrior's hands trembled as they summoned everything within, but Sangun's unyielding force began breaking through the defensive barrier. Exhaustion etched across the warrior's face as they pleaded for Sangun to stop, desperation mingling with unwavering determination to survive. With a final surge of energy, the warrior unleashed a blast that illuminated the sky, momentarily halting the beast's advance. Collapsing to their knees, the warrior exhaled heavily, their body glowing faintly from residual energy, vowing not to let this end. Dust and debris filled the air as the battlefield shook, the warrior's vision blurry but their resolve burning fiercely within. Sangun's crimson eyes pierced through the haze, its roar shaking the earth as it prepared another devastating attack. The warrior rose slowly, the remnants of their mana swirling like a shield, determined to protect those relying on them. Memories flashed before the warrior's eyes, a childhood shaped by Sangun's presence, pain mingling with a deep sense of gratitude and loss. Gritting their teeth, they muttered softly, addressing Sangun like an old friend, knowing this fight was not one they wanted. Tears welled in the warrior's eyes as they confessed, seeing Sangun as family, despite its monstrous transformation and destructive wrath. Struggling to stand, the warrior clutched their weapon, their voice trembling with pain and love, unsure if they could finish this. The battlefield grew eerily quiet for a moment, as if even the air sympathized with the warrior's emotional turmoil. Sangun hesitated, its body glowing faintly, as if some part of its former self recognized the warrior's heartfelt plea. With the moonlight illuminating the battlefield, the warrior raised their blade one last time, prepared to protect and honor their bond. The warrior stood firm as Sangun roared fiercely, its glowing red aura clashing violently with the calm resolve of her energy. Dropping her weapon, she opened her arms wide, pleading for Sangun to take her life instead, her voice trembling. Her tearful plea echoed in the battlefield, urging Sangun to remember their bond and end the destruction once and for all. Sangun hesitated for a moment, its enraged form recoiling slightly, but the tension surged as its instincts prepared to strike. As Sangun lunged, a flash of red and gold appeared, and Jungyong leapt between them, his power blazing. Sangun's attack collided with Jungyong's shield, the force sending shockwaves through the ground as he pushed the warrior back. She looked up, wide-eyed, at Jungyong, his fiery determination shielding her from Sangun's wrath without hesitation or fear. "Are you okay?" Jungyong asked softly, his stance unwavering as he prepared to protect her no matter the cost. Sangun roared again, unleashing another wave of energy, but Jungyong stood firm, holding his ground and readying his next move. Grabbing her arm, he pulled her to safety while the battlefield burned behind them, his gaze steady and reassuring. Carrying her effortlessly, Jungyong moved through the chaos, flames trailing behind him as Sangun's growl echoed through the battlefield. He set her down gently, his sharp gaze scanning the horizon, asking her what had led to Sangun's uncontrollable state. She explained, trembling, about a man in black who had influenced Sangun, corrupting the creature with malicious and violent energy. Jungyong's expression hardened as he processed her words, determination igniting in his eyes as he prepared for the next challenge. "Stay safe," he said firmly, turning back toward Sangun, knowing the battle wasn't just against the beast, but its unknown manipulator. Jungyong stared at the ominous figure cloaked in darkness, red energy swirling around him, tension thick in the air. Jungyong gazes at the horizon, his fiery determination unmatched as he recalls Songjun's growing influence and mysterious strength. The companion comments on how Songjun's transformation reshaped the balance of power, causing ripples across their fractured world. Facing the swirling uncertainties, Jungyong clenches his fists, sensing that Songjun might be key to altering their grim fate. Electricity crackles around Jungyong as he declares their next move, to bring Songjun under control, no matter the cost. Doubt lingers in the air as his companion hesitates, warning of Songjun's overwhelming strength and the difficulty of capture. Weighing their options, Jungyong reluctantly concludes there may be no choice but to eliminate Songjun to save everyone. His companion nods silently, though the weight of such a decision presses heavily on their intertwined destinies. Jung Young summons his power, gripping his glowing blade tightly, channeling an energy that promises both destruction and salvation. With a powerful leap, he launches forward, his energy igniting the battlefield in a blinding clash of light and force. Explosions erupt around him as Jung Young unleashes a devastating barrage, aiming to weaken Sangjun's barriers before advancing further. Jung Young slashes through the fiery battlefield, his every move a dance of sheer determination against Sangjun's overwhelming counterattacks. His companion observes from a distance, muttering how Sangjun's energy seems to defy all logic, radiating a terrifying brilliance. A sudden burst of power shakes the ground, and Jung Young is momentarily blinded by the intensity of Sangjun's retaliation. Clenching his jaw, Jung Young focuses his energy into a final strike, determined to push beyond his own limits. The battlefield erupts in a cataclysm of light and energy, as Jung Young's resolve collides with Sangjun's seemingly indomitable force. Sangjun roars with primal fury, his tiger form glowing fiercely as the power of the dragon heart fuels his every move. A violent clash erupts, Sangjun's energy spilling into the battlefield like molten fire, his resolve unwavering despite Jung Young's attack. Jung Young's companion, watching from a safe distance, cries out in shock as Sangjun's overwhelming aura fills the battlefield. Jung Young calmly assures them he won't take Sangjun's life, his eyes glowing with a quiet, unshakable confidence. The power of the dragon heart begins to crystallize within Sangjun, threatening to spiral beyond any mortal control. Jung Young acknowledges the dragon heart's immense power, deciding to absorb its force into himself, a daring gamble against time. He channels the energy toward himself, each surge of power testing his limits as Sangjun's form begins to waver. Unyielding, Jung Young declares that his own body will stabilize the dragon heart's chaos, redirecting its might with calculated precision. Despite the energy's ferocity, Jung Young presses on, muttering that fate rarely aligns with plans, but his resolve remains unshaken. The process intensifies, his power intertwining with Sangjun's, forging an extraordinary energy that reshapes their fragile reality. Jung Young's eyes widen as a calm, radiant blue light emerges, signaling a breakthrough in his battle against the dragon's power. Sangjun, now weakened but glowing with a serene energy, looks toward Jung Young, his beastly form trembling with quiet relief. A triumphant smile breaks across Jung Young's face as he realizes he has successfully contained the dragon heart's chaotic force. Sangjun collapses to the ground, his tiger form peaceful, as the battlefield returns to an eerie, almost tranquil silence. Jung Young stands tall, the dragon heart now fully integrated within him, radiating an overwhelming aura of newfound strength and resolve. Energy explodes as Sangjun collapses to the ground, a swirl of blue light surrounding him as his transformation begins. The companion rushes toward Sangjun, calling his name desperately, determined to save him despite the overwhelming chaos. With trembling hands, she reaches out, pouring her healing energy into Sangjun's battered body as the battlefield glows faintly. Tears streaming, she vows to heal him completely, channeling every ounce of power to stabilize his uncontrollable energy. Sangjun's tiger form fades slightly, his aura dimming as the healing energy begins to take effect, restoring his balance. A soft golden glow surrounds Sangjun as the final remnants of his beastly energy stabilize, his breathing now calm and steady. His companion clasps her hands together, begging him to open his eyes, her voice cracking with a mix of hope and fear. Slowly, Sangjun stirs, his form transforming back to human as faint memories flicker across his mind. Overcome with relief, the companion apologizes tearfully, blaming herself for the suffering Sangjun endured in his beastly state. A single tear falls from her eye as she watches Sangjun's energy settle, silently thanking the heavens for his survival. Jung Young stands nearby, his aura crackling as he observes the companion's efforts, silently ready to step in if needed. A wolf-like figure appears behind him, its luminous blue glow signifying another powerful entity arriving just in time. The stranger speaks calmly, reassuring them both that Sangjun's essence has stabilized and the worst has passed. Sangjun awakens fully, locking eyes with Jung Young, who nods in acknowledgement, signaling the beginning of a new understanding. Yes, Sang-jun replies softly, his voice steady as he rises, ready to embrace his newfound clarity and purpose. Jung-young reflects on Sang-jun's condition, wondering how someone so powerful could deteriorate so severely despite his efforts to intervene. Jung-young questions Sang-jun about his connection to a mysterious figure, sensing there's a deeper story beneath his beastly transformation. Sang-jun reveals glimpses of his encounter with the enigmatic man, a tale woven with regret and buried secrets. With piercing honesty, Sang-jun explains his reasons for accepting such dangerous power, hinting at a desperate choice for survival. Sang-jun solemnly agrees to explain everything, his voice heavy with exhaustion, but laced with an unspoken promise of clarity. Jung-young inquires about Eun-yo's condition, relieved to hear she's stable, but troubled by the weight of her recent struggles. The companion mentions Eun-yo's severe injuries, her voice tinged with sorrow as she describes the delicate balance between hope and despair. Jung-young listens intently, determined to honor his promise to protect Eun-yo despite the looming challenges ahead. Sang-jun admits his life is nearing its end, his gaze unwavering as he entrusts Eun-yo's future to Jung-young. Jung-young, standing firm, accepts the responsibility, vowing to safeguard Eun-yo with every ounce of his remaining strength. Sang-jun speaks of the man in black, an ominous figure whose power echoes with familiarity and unsettling calmness. The memory of their encounter resurfaces, an imposing silhouette against the horizon, exuding a foreboding yet magnetic presence. Sang-jun recalls approaching the figure at Cheonji, compelled by a mix of curiosity and an unshakable sense of destiny. The man remained motionless, his piercing gaze fixed on the mountains, as if guarding a hidden truth only he understood. Sang-jun's recollection ends with a quiet resolve, leaving Jung-young to ponder the deeper implications of this cryptic connection. Eden clenched his fists, staring at Sang-jun. His eyes were filled with questions, but the tiger only sighed, struggling to remember something important. Sang-jun's ears twitched as he tried to recall. A strange sensation filled his mind, but nothing concrete surfaced, just fragmented, fading memories. Eden's expression darkened. If Sang-jun couldn't remember, then the truth would remain hidden. He needed answers before everything spiraled further out of control. Sang-jun lowered his head, pacing slowly. He knew he had met someone significant, but his memories felt like scattered, incomplete pieces of glass. Eden exhaled sharply, frustration building. Without Sang-jun's memory, the mystery of past would stay unresolved, and their path forward remained uncertain and dangerous. Yura stood before the gathered people. She scanned the crowd, her silver hair reflecting the light, her voice steady as she spoke. She presented two choices. They could stay and rebuild their home or leave with them, starting over in a new, unfamiliar place. Crowd murmured, shifting uncomfortably. Staying meant hardship and struggle, but leaving meant abandoning everything. Either way, their lives would never be the same. Yura reassured them calmly. If they left, they would receive shelter and safety. If they stayed, survival wouldn't be easy without strong support. With a firm gaze, she continued. They had 3 days to decide their fate, whether to fight for their home or walk away. Sujin hesitated before looking at Eden. Her voice was quiet, but the concern in her eyes spoke louder than her words. Eden listened, his gaze unwavering. Sang-jun had always protected them, but something had changed. It was time to uncover the truth. She reached out, gripping his sleeve. If they faced Sang-jun together, maybe they could bring him back before it was too late. The night air felt heavier as they walked. Shadows stretched across the ground, their footsteps quiet, hearts filled with hesitation and concern. Ahead, Sang-jun lay curled in darkness. His body barely moved, his breathing slow and strained. Something terrible was happening to him. Sujin stood before Sang-jun, hands trembling. The sight of his unmoving body sent a wave of sadness through her heart. With determination, she reached out. A faint golden glow shimmered around her fingers, energy crackling as she willed Sang-jun to wake up. Her voice wavered as she spoke. She needed him to understand. He was more than just a protector, he was family. Tears welled in her eyes. Sang-jun had always been there for her, and now she refused to let him fade away. Her grip tightened against his fur. This wasn't just about survival, it was about keeping the ones she loved close forever. Sungjun's body glowed softly, energy swirling. Eden stood nearby, watching, feeling the weight of everything that had led to this moment. A soft gust of wind surrounded them. The air shimmered as Sungjun's form pulsed with light, something shifting deep within him. Eden clenched his fists, emotions stirring. He had fought many battles, but this moment, this farewell, felt heavier than anything he had faced. Sungjun's body began dissolving into light. His presence filled the air, radiating warmth, a final gift to those he cared for. Sujin's voice trembled as she whispered. She knew this was goodbye, but she would carry his memory forever in her heart. The people watched as the light faded. Silence filled the space where Sungjun had been, leaving behind only a lingering warmth. The sky slowly brightened, dawn approaching. Shadows stretched across the land as the survivors prepared to take their next uncertain steps forward. They gathered what little they had left. Though the ruins remained, hope had not been extinguished. Their journey was far from over. One man turned to Eden, hesitant. Leaving their home like this was painful, but they trusted he would lead them toward something better. A herd of animals moved in the distance. Change was coming, whether they were ready or not. The future waited ahead. Yura stood before the group, speaking firmly. They were leaving the mountains, heading toward a new beginning, uncertain but hopeful for change. She instructed everyone to dress warmly. The journey ahead would be long, but they had come too far to turn back now. A sudden realization crossed Yura's face. Something about Eden's movements felt different, as if something unexpected had just happened right before her eyes. Eden rushed forward without hesitation. He grabbed Sujin protectively, shielding her from whatever unknown danger had suddenly entered their already tense situation. Yura's gaze narrowed in realization. The small tiger in Sujin's arms held a familiar presence, something that shouldn't have been possible. Sujin held the tiny tiger tightly. She could feel its warmth, a familiar presence that made her heart ache with recognition. Eden confirmed her silent thoughts. It was Sungjun, reborn but changed, his past power and memories erased by an unknown force. A patron named Big Male intervened. The once mighty Sungjun had been resurrected, but his identity was no longer truly his own. Eden turned toward Yura, determined. They were returning to Korea soon, and whatever happened next, they would face it together as survivors. Yura's lips curled into a soft smile. The journey home felt different now, but she couldn't help feeling excitement for the future. Eden's fingers tingled as power surged. A radiant energy formed, solidifying into something tangible, something extraordinary, something meant just for him. A glowing blade materialized in his grasp. The weapon pulsed with power, humming softly, as if whispering secrets only he could understand. Yura's curiosity sparked instantly. She stepped closer, eyes widening at the mesmerizing weapon, wondering if it was something truly legendary in nature. Eden admired the craftsmanship, smiling slightly. The blade felt natural in his hands, an extension of himself, something far beyond ordinary magic. He gave a nod of approval. Ungyo had done an excellent job, and this weapon would undoubtedly change everything in their journey. Yura tilted her head, intrigued. The energy radiating from Eden's weapon was unusual, something not just powerful but deeply connected to him. A knowing smirk crossed her face. She sensed an opportunity, teasing Eden about his plans once they returned home from their journey. Eden hesitated, slightly caught off guard. He hadn't really thought about gifts or what awaited him back home, but her words lingered. His expression shifted as realization hit. If he had to give something meaningful, this glowing sword might actually be the perfect choice. Yura observed his reaction closely. There was something amusing about his sudden determination, though she couldn't quite put her finger on why. The cold wind howled around them. The snowy plains stretched endlessly ahead, marking the boundary that separated them from the outside world. A distant formation came into view. People waited beyond the icy wasteland, their expressions unreadable as they approached the imposing structure. The ground crunched beneath their steps. Each movement carried the weight of anticipation, as if they were stepping towards something much larger than themselves. Eden's gaze locked onto the barrier, The massive wall, once an obstacle, now symbolized something more, a threshold between past struggles and future opportunities. He muttered under his breath, thinking, had he really promised to open this place once a month? The decision now felt heavier than before. His hand hovered over the wall. Power surged through his veins, reacting instinctively to the presence of the ancient magical barrier. The energy pulsed, crackling around him. The sheer force of it was stronger than anticipated, far beyond anything he had ever encountered before. Eden took a deep breath. He had reached a new threshold, a level beyond his expectations, something even he wasn't prepared for. A warning filled his mind instantly. This wasn't just unlocking a passage. It was rewriting the rules, altering the very nature of reality. A surge of light exploded outward. His power erupted in an uncontrollable burst, sending waves of energy cascading through the air around him. Eden's body surged with power. The overwhelming force of mana clashed within him, his veins burning as he pushed beyond his limits. Dragonheart pulsed violently. Flames coiled around its crystalline form, consuming remnants of Sangjun's energy, transforming into something truly unstoppable. The northern battlefront stood eerily quiet. Snow fell gently, covering the watchtower where two guards kept a careful eye on everything below. One of the guards sighed. The monster attacks had become infrequent lately, and something about the silence felt strangely unsettling to him. His companion frowned, puzzled. If the monsters had really stopped attacking, there had to be a reason. Something had definitely changed recently. They pondered the cause together. Who was it that went to the battlefield? Since then, the balance of power had shifted drastically. A gust of wind sent chills. They brushed it off as coincidence, unaware that something far greater was about to unfold. Eden stood before them, energy crackling. He held out his hand, a powerful aura radiating as the barrier's ancient magic started shifting. The guards watched in disbelief. This was something they had never seen before. Was he truly trying to alter the northern battlefield's balance? The weight of the moment settled. The northern monsters had been untouchable for years, but Eden's presence alone made change seem possible. One of the guards hesitated. No one had ever successfully changed the region before. Was Eden really strong enough to do this? A sudden glow disrupted their thoughts. The barrier shimmered, reacting to Eden's power, signaling that something beyond their understanding was now happening. The horizon bathed in golden light. The once dormant magic flared, casting warm hues over the land as the barrier began shifting. The sky reflected this transformation. The change was undeniable, signaling a shift that would alter not just this place, but everything beyond it. A peaceful settlement came into view. Life beyond the battlefield remained unchanged, unaware of the dramatic events unfolding in the frozen north. Steam rose from a fresh cup. Inside a warm room, Yura sipped coffee, feeling a strange sensation tugging at her senses. She smiled curiously, taking another sip. The warmth in her hands contrasted the cold outside, but something told her everything was about to change. The meeting room was quiet. Eden sat across from Yura and the others, awaiting information about their next steps and new allies. A man entered, speaking calmly. He confirmed that Eden's companions were already in the auditorium, waiting for further instructions and guidance. Eden leaned forward, curious. He needed to know exactly who they were dealing with and what role they would play moving forward. The answer came swiftly. They were survivors from North Korea, people who had managed to escape and were now seeking refuge. The realization struck the man. If they were North Korean, then that meant they had to be incredibly strong, possibly even hunters. Shock spread across his face. The thought of an entire group of North Korean hunters gathering in one place was unbelievable. The massive auditorium stood tall, rows of people filled the space, their presence alone radiating strength and an unshakable determination. A group of hunters lined up. Each of them stood with unwavering discipline, waiting for instructions, their expressions calm but focused. Sujin stepped forward, speaking confidently. She reassured everyone that their struggles were over, and things would finally be different from now on. The crowd nodded in agreement. They understood their purpose and trusted Sujin's leadership, ready to follow whatever path lay ahead. Eden approached Sujin, expression firm. He could feel the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders, but he didn't hesitate. Sujin's gaze softened. She knew things had changed, and the people here were counting on them to lead and protect. Eden listened as she spoke. Her words carried the truth. What they once feared had now vanished, replaced by a new opportunity. She turned, walking toward him. With confidence, she offered her guidance, making it clear she would be helping him from now on. The crowd erupted into cheers. They had chosen their leader, and now their journey toward survival and a better future had begun. The air felt tense with uncertainty. A bead of sweat dripped down as he realized something had changed, something deeply unexpected. Sujin stood calmly, her posture straight. She watched Eden with a quiet intensity, knowing her appearance had altered in an unexplainable way. Eden's expression remained unreadable. He observed her closely, realizing the strange energy around her had dissipated, leaving only her true form behind. Sujin spoke with quiet certainty. The curse that had once plagued her was gone, though she wasn't entirely sure what had caused it. Eden tapped his chin thoughtfully. This change wasn't random. Something deeper was at play, and he needed to understand exactly what happened. Eden suddenly grabbed her wrist. His grip was firm, but not forceful, as if confirming something he had just realized. Sujin's eyes widened in surprise. The sudden contact startled her, but more than that, she felt an unexpected shift within her body. Mana flared between them. Eden activated his ability, energy surging as he analyzed her condition, searching for the root of the change. A red glow surrounded them. The power radiating from Eden's hands intensified, revealing hidden fluctuations in Sujin's strength that weren't there before. Eden's gaze sharpened. He had noticed it now. Her presence felt different, lighter, as if she had somehow lost a part of herself. Sujin's energy flickered faintly. She focused inward, trying to grasp what had changed, realizing something fundamental about her strength was missing. She exhaled slowly. There was no denying it. Without the presence of the mountain's power, she had become significantly weaker. Eden nodded in understanding. It made sense. She had drawn her strength from Baekdu, but now that connection had been severed. Her appearance was proof. Without the mountain's energy stabilizing her form, she had reverted, taking on a more natural, matured state. Sujin's hands trembled slightly. The realization sank in. Her strength had limits, and without the mountain, she was no longer as powerful. Eden's expression remained calm. He knew Sujin had changed, and as a hunter, he was willing to help her adjust. Sujin hesitated, uncertain. She wasn't sure how to react to his confidence, but deep down, she felt reassured by his presence. She finally spoke up. If there was something important he wanted to discuss, now was the time to bring it up. Eden's gaze sharpened. He informed her that the government and the association would be coming soon, and she needed to prepare. Sujin's eyes widened. If that was true, then everything would change, and she had to decide what came next. Eden's thoughts raced. The karma of the association was clear, but trust was the real issue he couldn't ignore. Sujin frowned, considering his words. If the association was stepping in, she needed to know whether they could truly be trusted. Eden crossed his arms. It wasn't just about being careful. It was about choosing the right side before things spiraled out of control. A name echoed in his mind. Asgard. The association's involvement meant trouble, and he needed to ensure everyone was prepared for it. His tone grew serious. Whatever happened next, he would make sure they were ready, whether they agreed with him or not. Sujin's expression darkened. She could sense that this wasn't just a simple visit. Something much bigger was already in motion. Outside, the settlement remained peaceful, yet beyond the calm, powerful forces were preparing to enter their lives and change everything. A vehicle sped toward them. The arrival was earlier than expected, and with it came the weight of political tension. The tires screeched to a halt. The moment had come, and whatever was about to unfold would decide their future. A man in black stepped out. His presence alone carried authority, and it was clear that negotiations were about to begin. The man adjusted his sunglasses. His presence radiated authority as he greeted Eden, acknowledging the turbulence that had shaken recent events. Eden remained composed, observing carefully. The man mentioned the widespread attention Eden had gained, hinting that his actions had not gone unnoticed. The discussion shifted quickly. The association knew about the North Korean survivors and their abilities, making them an unpredictable new variable. Eden's expression darkened slightly. The association prioritized understanding the situation first, but their true intentions remained unclear and possibly dangerous. The man sighed, crossing his arms. There was a problem, one that couldn't be ignored, and the next steps were crucial. Eden's gaze hardened. He could feel the weight of the moment, realizing that the next decision he made would change everything. Eden stands firm, facing the man in sunglasses. His sharp gaze scans the contract, knowing this moment could change everything forever. The man explains the mana contract, a system allowing control over people. Eden listens intently, aware of the consequences it carries. A serious expression settles on Eden's face as he realizes the contract forces people into servitude, making them nothing more than tools. Mana contracts come with strict penalties, ensuring absolute obedience. Eden clenches his fists, knowing he must navigate this system carefully to survive. He smirks slightly, determined. He must play this game wisely. If Odin hears about this, things will get interesting real fast. Eden stretches slightly, his confidence unwavering. "I brought them willingly," he says, showing he's in full control of the situation. He mentions he already signed mana contracts with everyone. The man stiffens, realizing Eden had planned everything before even arriving here. "Only one mana contract per person," Eden reminds him. His voice is calm, but the power behind his words is undeniable. The man in sunglasses hesitates, saying he must report this. Eden watches closely, reading his opponent's next move like a book. Eden smirks, crossing his arms. "I wonder how Odin will react," he thinks. The real game is only just beginning. Eden watches as his team settles in, appreciating the comfort of their new clothes, a rare, peaceful moment in their chaotic lives. One of them stretches, commenting on how much better these clothes feel. Eden simply nods, glad they can finally breathe. The food tray lands in front of them, and they stare in amazement. They once survived on scraps. Now this feels unreal. A teammate laughs, calling the meal heaven. Eden chuckles lightly, knowing how much they've endured. This moment is well-deserved. Eden picks up his chopsticks, glancing at his people. "We didn't get good meals in China," he mutters. Things are changing. Eden leans back, watching his companion. Even while eating, her thoughts are on hunting. Some people never stop preparing for battle. He acknowledges her talent as a hunter. Strength isn't just power, it's also about instinct, and she has plenty of that. She brings up training, comparing it to past competitions. Eden remembers those days, the endless preparation and the hunger to improve. He doesn't respond. Instead, he lets his mind drift, thinking about what's to come. Everything is changing faster than expected. Eden stands alone, looking at the peaceful town. This world won't stay like this forever, he thinks. It's only temporary. A strange sensation creeps over Eden's skin. His instincts scream danger. He stiffens, eyes scanning the surroundings, searching for the source. He turns sharply. His body reacts before his mind processes, his mana flaring up, preparing for a possible attack. A figure steps forward, their presence quiet but unmistakable. Eden narrows his eyes, feeling something strange about their approach. She finally speaks, introducing herself. "Choi Yonsu," she says, her expression unreadable. Eden studies her carefully, his mind racing. "It's my name," she repeats. Eden senses something different about her, but he doesn't let his guard down yet. "Choi Yonsu," Eden repeats, his eyes sharp. Something about her presence bothers him. She had approached unnoticed, almost impossible to believe. "How did you hide your presence?" Eden questions. He should have sensed her, but she moved as if invisible to him. His mind races. If she were an enemy, he could have died. He clenches his fist, frustrated at the realization. She remains calm. "That's my skill," she explains. Eden's expression hardens, now fully aware of her potential danger or usefulness. She looks at him directly. "What are your next plans?" she asks. Eden knows that whatever happens next, things are shifting. Eden focused on the road ahead, his mind calculating each step. Heading to Seoul would be the first move toward change. The news must have already spread, reaching Odin's ears. Every contract signed meant more people tied to his influence and plans. He understood the weight of responsibility. As long as he remained in control, the others would be forced to follow. Yeonsu watched him carefully, her curiosity evident. She knew Eden's decisions carried meaning, always leading towards something greater than himself. The path forward was uncertain, but Eden had already chosen. He would make sure every player understood their true purpose. A quiet realization settled within him. Power wasn't just about strength. It was about control, responsibility, and the ability to shape fate. The feeling of mana coursing through his body reminded him of everything he had gained. Each step forward only increased his strength. Yeonsu remained observant, sensing the shift in his presence. His determination was unwavering, and she knew he wouldn't hesitate. The system notification flashed in his mind, confirming the stabilization of his dragon heart. The energy within him had fully solidified. With his power finally stable, a thought surfaced. He needed to measure his abilities, to see just how much he had grown. The image of Berserk Hercules lingered in his thoughts. The monstrous figure once seemed unstoppable, but now things felt different. Confidence settled deep in his chest. His power had expanded beyond his expectations, reshaping the battlefield before the fight even began. The weight of his clenched fist reminded him of the progress made. Strength was no longer a question, it was a certainty. A sudden voice pulled him from his thoughts, the familiar call echoing through the air, signaling the arrival of new developments. Someone from the association had come looking for him. Eden exhaled slowly, realizing that the next phase was about to begin. Eden stood on the upper level, his gaze locking onto a familiar figure. He wasn't expecting to see Yo Seong-gu here. "How are you?" Eden asked, his expression neutral but curious. He could sense something was off in the air between them. Seong-gu smirked, replying casually, "Better than you." His confidence hadn't faded, even after everything that had happened. Eden leaned against the railing, processing the moment. "Bald Yo Seong-gu," he muttered, amusement flashing in his blue eyes. The words hung between them. Eden felt something unspoken in the air, like a conversation they hadn't finished yet. Seong-gu sighed, rubbing his temple. "All right, just this once," he muttered, his voice carrying a hint of exhaustion. Eden watched him carefully. "Why are you late?" he asked, sensing that something bigger was unfolding behind the scenes. Seong-gu's jaw tightened, frustration clear. "It's a mess," he admitted, finally dropping his usual nonchalant attitude for something serious. Eden remained silent, waiting. "Almost all Asgard members returned to Korea," Seong-gu continued, his words laced with tension. That caught Eden's attention. His eyes narrowed slightly. Whatever had happened, it was enough to bring them all back. Walking together, Seong-gu's next words hit harder than expected. Eden's instincts sharpened. This was bigger than just Asgard's return. "A special gate is a sign of violent upheaval," Seong-gu explained, his tone serious as if warning him. Eden's expression darkened. Stronger monsters, unpredictable threats. This wasn't just a usual occurrence. The entire world could be shifting again. The mention of heroes made Eden scoff slightly. He never liked that word. Those so-called saviors were often just opportunists. Seong-gu glanced at him. "Of course, we talked about you too," he added. Eden wasn't surprised. Everyone had expectations of him. Eden glanced at the hunters standing nearby. Strength was valuable, but having an entire group this capable, that was an even greater asset. His thoughts lingered on the Cheonjinchan hunters. Each of them held potential, making them more valuable than gold in this new world. The sheer number of fighters under him was impressive, but Eden knew power alone wasn't everything. There was always a bigger problem. Seong-gu eyed Eden carefully, realizing the weight of his actions. Bringing back hunters from China meant shifting the balance permanently. The Cheonjinchan hunters were strong, but now they belonged to Eden. That alone made him a figure too dangerous to ignore. Xianggu clenched his fist. Other forces would see Eden as an enemy, whether he wanted that or not. Trouble was coming. Mana contracts could create alliances, but they also divided people. Eden's growing influence would make him a target in powerful circles. Eden exhaled, unconcerned. He already knew this was inevitable. The road ahead wasn't easy, but he had no intentions of stopping. For a moment, Xianggu's tension eased as he pulled Eden into a tight hug. He was just glad he returned safely. The sky stretched wide above them, calm and bright. But Eden knew peace never lasted long in a world like this. The last group of hunters prepared for departure. There was no turning back now. This would be their final trip from China. Some hunters grumbled about leaving, wanting more time to rest. But Eden knew luxury wasn't an option when war loomed ahead. They had eaten, rested, and regained strength. But reality was waiting. Eden could only hope they were truly prepared for it. Eden reassured them with confidence, knowing their real battles hadn't even begun. Their skills would soon be tested in ways unimaginable. He warned them to rest while they could, knowing the days ahead would push them harder than ever before. One of the hunters whispered to Jun Gyong, glancing toward a woman standing nearby. Eden noticed the curiosity in their eyes. The question hung in the air. Who was she, and why was she here? Her presence carried an aura of mystery. Suspicion arose, but Eden remained calm. He didn't bring her back on a whim. Everything had its purpose, including her being here. Eden smirked, brushing off the teasing. His trip to China had been about survival, not romance, but misunderstandings were inevitable. Laughter filled the air, but tension lingered. The woman beside them wasn't amused, her piercing gaze saying more than words. Her thoughts spiraled. How many rivals did she unknowingly have? The mere idea sent an uncomfortable shiver down her spine. The moment stretched, silent but heavy. Eden felt it too, sensing an odd chill creep up his back without explanation. Whatever the reason, he chose to ignore it. More important matters were ahead, and personal disputes weren't worth his time. The wind turbines spun lazily under the clear sky. It was a reminder of how the world still moved despite everything. Rows of buses rumbled along the road, carrying warriors, survivors, and uncertainties toward a future none of them fully understood. The towering city skyline loomed ahead, its steel structures standing tall. This was home, yet it somehow felt foreign after everything. People bustled along the streets, unaware of the returning hunters. The contrast between their normal lives and reality was almost unsettling. Stepping off the bus, Eden felt eyes widen around him. The shock on their faces was evident. This was something different. The sheer size of the city overwhelmed some hunters. It was unlike anything they had seen, making them pause in awe. The busy streets, flashing signs, and towering buildings were a sharp contrast to the harsh survival they had endured until now. The flood of people moving in every direction made their presence feel small, but Eden knew appearances meant nothing in war. A sharp whistle from a passing car snapped them back to reality. They weren't tourists. This world would soon be their battlefield. Eden scanned the surroundings, sensing the unease. Everyone's speechless, he thought. The real fight hadn't even started, yet fear was settling in. Eden glanced at Unsung, trusting her to manage the group. He had bigger concerns, and someone needed to lead in his absence. Unsung looked overwhelmed, clearly not used to handling so many people. Her reaction was more amusing than the newcomer's shock. Eden chuckled inwardly. She had lived in isolation for too long, and the modern world was an entirely different battlefield. He reassured her, instructing her to follow the association's people. This transition wouldn't be easy, but it was necessary. Turning to Fenrir, he made sure the wolfish presence understood as well. Trust was key, and now wasn't the time for mistakes. Fenrir's instincts sharpened as they neared the towering building. Something about this place unsettled him, and Eden felt it too. Eden's hand rested on Fenrir's head, feeling the tension. The energy in the air was different, almost suffocating in its weight. The building loomed above them, steel and glass reflecting an unshakable presence. It wasn't just a structure, it was a statement. A sharp gaze met Eden's from a distance. He had seen many predators, but this one felt unnervingly familiar. His eyes narrowed. If something was waiting for them inside, he'd rather face it now than walk into a trap. A smirk played on the face of the man watching Eden. There was confidence in his stare, as if expecting him. Eden remained calm, his expression unreadable. He had encountered enough dangerous people to know that showing hesitation was a mistake. His fingers twitched slightly, but he didn't react. This was a battlefield of control, and he wasn't about to lose. Fenrir bristled, his posture tense. "Don't scowl at people," Eden murmured. Now wasn't the time to start unnecessary fights. Power was important, but knowing when to conceal it mattered more. Eden had no intention of revealing his strength just yet. Fenrir's piercing gaze locked onto Yun-gyong, sensing something different. Eden knew introductions were rarely just formalities in a place like this. The towering building loomed over them, gleaming under the sun. It was a symbol of power, dominance, and hidden intentions. A suited man stepped forward, greeting Eden with a smirk. His presence carried authority, but Eden remained unreadable, assessing the situation. The atmosphere shifted as the man spoke of alliances and expectations. Eden knew every word carried a deeper meaning beneath the surface. His expression didn't change, but his mind raced. Power wasn't just about strength, it was about control, and he had plenty. Eden's eyes narrowed slightly. If they were only calling 3 people, it meant something was being kept from him, intentionally or otherwise. Jun-gyong's smirk deepened. He thrived in games like this, but Eden wasn't one to play along without understanding the stakes. A name from China surfaced in the conversation. Eden's fingers twitched slightly, sensing that this wasn't just a casual discussion. A golden glow illuminated the space before them, signaling something grand. Eden knew whatever was behind those doors held significance. He took a steady breath, stepping forward. Whether it was a challenge or an invitation, he had no choice but to enter. The entrance shimmered with gold, a grandeur fitting for Asgard's strongest. Eden knew the heroes inside had been waiting for him. Jun-gyong confirmed it. This was a conference, an introduction. Eden wasn't here to observe. He was here to be judged. The grand hall stretched before them, filled with Asgard's top warriors. Their eyes locked onto Eden, measuring him instantly. A mocking voice rang out, breaking the tension. The smirking blonde exuded confidence, already dismissing Eden before he even spoke. Eden's expression remained neutral, but his thoughts sharpened. Respect wasn't given, it was taken. If they underestimated him, they were already losing. The murmurs in the hall grew louder. Eden's name spread quickly, his actions in China making him a figure of curiosity. Some regarded him with disbelief, others with admiration. Few dared to venture into China, and Eden had done it fearlessly. A group whispered among themselves, calling him insane. To them, his rapid rise in strength was something beyond natural understanding. The air shifted suddenly, an overwhelming presence washing over the room. Someone had entered, their energy pressing down like a tidal wave. Odin and Heracles stood tall, their auras impossible to ignore. The weight of their presence sent a silent message. Power ruled here. The massive golden doors swung open, light flooding the room. Eden stepped forward, radiating presence, every movement filled with unshakable confidence. Heat swirled around him, mana flickering like flames. The gathered warriors felt it immediately. His power wasn't just for show, it was real. He stood tall, eyes sharp and unwavering. The underdog had arrived, but he had no intention of staying beneath anyone's feet. A glowing portal loomed over the city, shimmering with unstable energy. The sky reflected its eerie presence, signaling impending danger ahead. Jinwoo stood behind the yellow tape, watching the portal flicker. He had been waiting for this moment, prepared for another battle. His hand crackled with blue energy as he stepped forward. The air around him shifted, heavy with tension and rising anticipation. A group of hunters stood in formation near the portal. Their synchronized stance indicated discipline, ready for whatever emerged from within. The portal surged violently, energy rippling outward. Shadows flickered inside, hinting at the unknown dangers waiting beyond its unstable surface. The White Tiger group emerged from the portal, their expressions calm. Another successful mission, another step toward restoring balance to society. An association member observed their arrival, his gaze sharp. Their efficient work closing the gate had undoubtedly left a strong impression. The hunters stood tall, their leader nodding. Swift execution prevented disasters, ensuring safety for citizens who relied on them for protection. The suited man analyzed their movements, noting their difference from others. Their tactics, execution, and teamwork were clearly above normal standards. A young girl clutched a stuffed toy, stepping forward. She had one question in mind. There were still more gates ahead. The association member hesitated slightly, considering their exhaustion. Rushing forward without rest could prove dangerous, even for the most experienced hunters. The girl remained firm, her grip tightening. There was no time for rest when new gates continued to appear across the city. Determination filled her eyes as she pushed forward. Her resolve, stronger than fatigue, left no room for hesitation in their mission. The association member sighed before nodding slightly. Their determination was unshakable, their willpower enough to carry them toward the next challenge. The special gate loomed ahead, sky burning crimson. Monstrous creatures screeched within, promising chaos. This battle would be unlike anything before. A glowing portal loomed over the city, shimmering with unstable energy. The sky reflected its eerie presence, signaling impending danger ahead. Eden stood behind the yellow tape, watching the portal flicker. He had been waiting for this moment, prepared for another battle. His hand crackled with blue energy as he stepped forward. The air around him shifted, heavy with tension and rising anticipation. A group of hunters stood in formation near the portal. Their synchronized stance indicated discipline, ready for whatever emerged from within. The portal surged violently, energy rippling outward. Shadows flickered inside, hinting at the unknown dangers waiting beyond its unstable surface. The White Tiger group emerged from the portal, their expressions calm. Another successful mission, another step toward restoring balance to society. An association member observed their arrival, his gaze sharp. Their efficient work closing the gate had undoubtedly left a strong impression. The hunters stood tall, their leader nodding. Swift execution prevented disasters, ensuring safety for citizens who relied on them for protection. The suited man analyzed their movements, noting their difference from others. Their tactics, execution, and teamwork were clearly above normal standards. Eden, clutching a stuffed toy, stepped forward. She had one question in mind. There were still more gates ahead. The association member hesitated slightly, considering their exhaustion. Rushing forward without rest could prove dangerous, even for the most experienced hunters. Eden remained firm, her grip tightening. There was no time for rest when new gates continued to appear across the city. Determination filled her eyes as she pushed forward. Her resolve, stronger than fatigue, left no room for hesitation in their mission. The association member sighed before nodding slightly. Their determination was unshakable, their willpower enough to carry them toward the next challenge. The special gate loomed ahead, sky burning crimson. Monstrous creatures screeched within, promising chaos. This battle would be unlike anything before. The sun cast long shadows as Eden stood with his allies. The air felt heavy, an unspoken tension lingering between them. His sharp gaze met theirs. Something had changed. He could feel it. Power, responsibility, and an inevitable storm loomed ahead. The others exchanged glances. They understood it too. The world was shifting, gates appearing more frequently, growing stronger with each occurrence. Eden clenched his fists. The stronger he became, the more challenges arose. The cycle was endless, pushing him toward an uncertain fate. His expression darkened. The cataclysm wasn't far. He could sense it creeping closer, a force waiting to consume everything in its path. The wind rustled through the trees. Eden turned, his expression unreadable. Every battle so far had led to this moment. His silver-haired companion watched him carefully. She had fought beside him, but even she couldn't fully grasp what he was thinking. Eden exhaled, shoulders tensing. Training, fighting, surviving, it had been endless. They had come far, but he knew it wasn't enough. Without warning, Eden took a step forward. His sudden movement startled his companion, who quickly followed, sensing something urgent behind his decision. She hesitated. His posture, his gaze. It wasn't just another mission. Something had shifted within Eden, something she wasn't sure she liked. Eden stopped, looking toward the horizon. He wasn't running. He wasn't hesitating. He was simply making a decision for himself. His silver-haired companion narrowed her eyes. She could see it now. He was different, standing at the crossroads of something inevitable. A rare smile flickered across Eden's face. His burdens were heavy, but for the first time he considered something else: rest. The others watched in silence, uncertainty lingering. Eden had led them through everything, but this time he seemed ready to step back. The world would continue moving, gates opening, battles raging. But for now, just for a moment, Eden had made his choice. Eden stood firm, facing his silver-haired companion. The weight of his decision was clear, but there was no turning back now. A small hand clenched tightly, hesitation visible. Every choice had consequences, and the road ahead was filled with uncertainty and responsibility. The sunset cast a warm glow over Eden's figure. He had always known this moment would come, a destiny unfolding. Gazing at the horizon, he understood. There was no escape from his fate. Strength demanded sacrifice, and he would embrace it fully. Somewhere beyond the golden sky, a meeting awaited. Eden had a name, a goal, and an unavoidable responsibility to face. Days later, Eden arrived at a hidden location. The past whispered around him, reminders of the path leading him here. A bald man handed him something with a nod. Whatever this was, it carried weight, both in purpose and in history. Eden studied the object carefully. Deals were dangerous, and every decision had lasting consequences. This one would determine everything. The room darkened as whispered words surfaced. Old alliances, broken trusts, and looming threats intertwined, shaping the next inevitable battle. In the shadows, a figure watched, a black-cloaked man, separate from the survivors. His presence alone hinted at something far worse. Nightfall crept in, swallowing the distant landscape. This agreement, this partnership, Eden knew it would push him toward an irreversible outcome. Somewhere, behind political schemes and hidden power struggles, decisions were being made. The future was uncertain, but the battle had begun. Across the land, light shimmered above a distant city. Beyond deception, something pure still existed, waiting just beyond reach. The sky burned with an unnatural glow. This wasn't just another mission. This was the start of something entirely different. Eden took a step forward. No hesitation, no doubts, only the certainty that whatever awaited would change everything forever. Eden smiled slightly, surprised by the unexpected meeting. He had assumed a council manager would arrive, not someone of such stature. The armored man placed a hand over his chest, his expression respectful. "Underdog," he said, acknowledging Eden with genuine admiration. The Kingdom Peace Council towered over the city, its emblem shining under the sun, a symbol of authority, tradition, and hidden agendas. A hidden force controlled everything from within. The council dictated laws, ensured balance, and quietly removed those who dared to oppose them. The powerful stood in secret chambers, deciding fates without consequence. Their influence stretched far beyond what any ordinary citizen could ever imagine. Eyes glowing with unnatural light, an unknown figure watched. Their motives remained unclear, but their presence alone signaled inevitable chaos ahead. Power and deception intertwined. Only a few could navigate this deadly game. Soon, those unaware would find themselves caught in its grasp. Eden entered the grand hall, his expression calm but guarded. The knight before him studied him, a mix of curiosity and caution. The knight placed his hand over his heart, his words carefully chosen. This meeting was more than just formality. It was strategy. Eden felt something unsettling behind the knight's gaze. There was no hostility, yet a hidden weight lingered within those piercing eyes. A painful history resurfaced. The past wasn't just forgotten, it shaped everything. Some mistakes could never be undone, only endured over time. Lightning crackled as memories burned. Some obsessions went too far, creating scars that refused to fade, no matter how much time passed. Eden narrowed his eyes, watching the tension unfold. He had stepped into a game he barely understood, but one he couldn't avoid. A statement lingered in the air. A knight who ignored honor didn't deserve the title. Silence weighed heavy between them. The knight clenched his fists, his pride wounded. Words cut deeper than steel, and this insult was something he wouldn't forgive. Anger flared, the knight's stance shifting. Restraint wavered, but confrontation was imminent. A knight's pride wasn't something easily brushed aside. Eden braced himself. A reckless knight, consumed by emotion, was more dangerous than any beast lurking beyond the kingdom's walls. Eden leaned back slightly, watching the knight's growing frustration. He had seen arrogance before, but this felt more personal than usual. Lancelot clenched his fists, his eyes burning with pride. He couldn't ignore the insult, not when it questioned his honor. The room tensed as Lancelot's emotions flared. Anger boiled over, pushing him toward an inevitable conflict that had been building for too long. A sharp voice cut through the tension. The presence of an important figure halted everything before things could spiral out of control. Eden glanced toward the entrance, already expecting this interruption. It was only a matter of time before she decided to intervene. The Grand Chamber fell silent as Merlin stepped forward. Even among warriors, her presence commanded absolute attention and undeniable respect. Lancelot turned, his expression wavering between frustration and reverence. He knew better than to defy her, yet his pride remained intact. A challenge echoed through the room. Lancelot's voice carried unwavering resolve. There was no retreating from this duel, not after everything. Merlin sighed, unimpressed by his recklessness. She had seen this before. Lancelot's inability to let go of his bruised pride. Despite her words, the challenge had already been made. There was only one way forward, and Eden wasn't one to back down. Eden remained calm, unfazed by the challenge. If this was how things had to be settled, he had no reason to refuse. Merlin's gaze met his, searching for hesitation. Instead, she found only certainty. Eden had already made up his mind. He stood, stretching slightly before speaking. There was no point in dragging this out. They would settle it at the tournament hall. The city gleamed under the afternoon sun as whispers spread. Eden was about to fight Lancelot, again. Knights muttered amongst themselves, both amused and intrigued. Lancelot always sought duels, but few dared to challenge him like Eden did. The arena buzzed with excitement as knights gathered. Eden's presence alone made this duel a spectacle unlike any other before. Murmurs spread among the knights. Some cheered for Lancelot while others whispered, curious if Eden would defy expectations again. Two figures entered, Gawain and Galahad. Their arrival changed everything, raising the stakes of this already tense and anticipated confrontation. The knights stood at attention, acknowledging their leaders. With their presence, this duel became more than pride. It was now an official challenge. Gawain's gaze lingered on Eden before giving a slight nod. Whatever happened next, the entire kingdom would bear witness to it. Lancelot exhaled, gripping his weapon tighter. He wasn't just fighting for himself. This was his moment to prove his absolute superiority. Eden stood still, watching him closely. He had faced stronger opponents before, but this battle carried a different kind of weight. The weapons revealed themselves. 2 spears, each carried by a warrior of skill. This duel would test speed, precision, and raw power. Lancelot smirked, his confidence unwavering. This wasn't just about fighting. It was about solidifying his place among the strongest knights. Taking his stance, he addressed the crowd. This battle would mark a new chapter in history, one that only victory would write. Cheers erupted around them, excitement fueling the tension. The air thickened as both fighters locked eyes, ready to strike at any moment. Eden remained unshaken, analyzing every detail. He knew Lancelot's patterns, but this time, something felt different. Something was truly at stake. Words cut through the noise, sharp and deliberate. Eden questioned Lancelot's ideals, his so-called honor, and the truth behind his arrogance. Lancelot's expression darkened, muscles tensing. This wasn't just a duel anymore. It had become a battle of beliefs, one neither could lose. Flames ignited around Eden's body, his power surging. The fight had begun, and the entire kingdom was about to witness history unfold. Eden stood tall, flames dancing around his body. His opponent's aura crackled with energy, signaling a duel far beyond ordinary battles. Lancelot lunged forward, lightning crackling around his spear. His movements were precise, deadly. This was a battle where hesitation meant defeat. Eden smirked, stepping forward without fear. Lancelot spoke of honor, but his actions screamed desperation. This wasn't just a fight anymore. Sparks ignited as weapons clashed, sending shockwaves through the arena. Their battle wasn't just about strength, it was about proving something deeper. Eden's voice carried through the battlefield, calling out Lancelot's falsehoods. His opponent's expression twisted, rage overtaking reason in an instant. Lancelot roared, his body surging with energy. He had no intention of losing, not here, not in front of everyone. Eden dodged effortlessly, reading Lancelot's movements with ease. His opponent's attacks were powerful, but reckless, driven by emotion rather than skill. The sky darkened as their energies clashed, shaking the very foundation of the arena. Spectators held their breath, witnessing history unfold. Knights whispered in disbelief. Eden wasn't struggling. Instead, he was pushing Lancelot back, breaking through every attack without hesitation. Lancelot's spear trembled. He realized it too late. This wasn't just a fight. Eden had complete control from the start. A hushed silence fell over the battlefield as Lancelot's spear stopped completely. The once proud knight stood frozen, unable to move. Panic flashed in his eyes. He tried to step back, to react, but his body refused, trapped by Eden's overwhelming presence. The crowd gasped, unable to process what they were witnessing. The strongest knight of their order was rendered powerless in seconds. Eden's fiery aura intensified, his expression unreadable. This fight was already over. Lancelot just hadn't accepted it yet. Somewhere in the distance, an unknown figure watched, a faint smirk forming. This duel had changed everything, and the real game had begun. Eden's fiery aura intensified, his crimson eyes locking onto his next opponent. Flames coiled around him, signaling the battle had escalated. Gawain stepped forward, his presence commanding. As a knight of the Round Table, he bore the weight of centuries-old honor. Eden stood with determination, his name whispered through the battlefield. The weight of his power had yet to be fully realized. The legend of the Green Knight began when he awakened as a hunter, clearing countless gates with unmatched ferocity and precision. Covered in monster blood, he fought like a berserker, pushing himself beyond limits to carve his name into history forever. His blade danced with lightning as enemies crumbled before him. Fear and awe spread, solidifying his title as the Green Knight. With a firm grip, Eden prepared for his next battle. The sun cast a golden glow over his unwavering, focused expression. Heavy armor clanked as knights arrived, their gazes locked onto Eden. The battlefield's tension crackled, waiting for the inevitable clash. A knight descended from his horse, standing tall with authority. His presence alone demanded attention from those around him. "Lancelot, understand the difference between yourself and your opponent," the knight remarked, his tone unwavering, commanding respect without unnecessary words. Lancelot clenched his fist. Frustration flickered in his eyes. Being told his limits, despite his strength, only deepened his burning resentment. "Understood," Galahad responded, stepping forward. The air grew heavier, anticipation building as Eden remained unshaken, ready to face whatever came next. "Defeat," the word echoed. The knights studied Eden, analyzing his presence, unsure if they underestimated the force standing before them. Eden's mind raced. He felt their probing gazes, sensing their doubts. Strength wasn't about power alone, it was about unwavering will. From the start, Eden knew Lancelot had been measuring him. He wasn't reckless, but strategic, assessing his every calculated move. There's another stage within Eden, Galahad thought, observing closely. If Hercules acknowledged him, then the rumors about his hidden potential were true. The grand city stood behind them, the echoes of past battles lingering in the air. Something far greater awaited them all. Eden stood by the balcony, gazing at the approaching figure. The choice to fight was his own, not dictated by anyone. The weight of his decision settled. There wouldn't be another opportunity like this, and he had no intention of repeating it. Merlin's influence dictated the knight's actions. Those under her command followed without hesitation, bound to her authority over the Round Table. If Merlin had desired, she could have prevented this battle. Instead, she allowed it, revealing her own interests in the outcome. Fire crackled across Eden's body. This wasn't just an obligation. There was something within him, something personal that pushed him forward. The golden-haired woman observed Eden carefully. Every movement, every choice carried weight. This battle wasn't about orders, it was about purpose. Eden had never relied on others, nor did he need validation. He had come this far through his own determination alone. Strength wasn't measured in words. The only way to truly understand his progress was through battle, testing himself against formidable opponents. Lancelot's power surged, crackling lightning illuminating his armor. The battlefield had already shifted, and Eden knew this fight held greater meaning. The concept of debt meant little. This wasn't about repayment. It was a necessary step forward, a challenge he embraced fully. The woman's sharp gaze followed Eden. He had understood her plan from the start, recognizing the silent manipulations behind the battle. Lancelot never sought meaningless battles. Every step was calculated, driven by an unwavering desire to surpass those who stood before him. Power alone was never enough. Strength had to be proven, and opportunities like this were rare. Lancelot wasn't about to waste it. The air shimmered as energy radiated. Merlin's influence loomed over everything, silently shaping the future through carefully orchestrated decisions. A new presence arrived, disrupting the battlefield. A young knight, carrying an aura of raw potential, prepared to make his move. Arthur stood firm, his golden eyes locked on Eden. A forgotten promise surfaced, one that carried the weight of expectations unfulfilled. The tension in the air thickened as Eden approached. The past lingered between them, an unspoken question demanding a long-overdue answer. The moment stretched as Arthur watched Eden closely. The promise made long ago was not easily forgotten, nor could it be ignored. Eden unsheathed his sword, its glow humming with energy. He had no intention of avoiding this encounter, no matter the outcome. Arthur's gaze darkened. The time for words had passed. The only way forward now was through steel, resolve, and unwavering strength. Power crackled around Arthur as his emotions surged. The weight of responsibility and expectation crushed him, fueling the energy surrounding him. Eden remained unfazed, his stance unshaken. This wasn't just about battle. It was a test, a clash of ideals and experience. The golden blade in Eden's hand gleamed. The very weapon Arthur sought now rested in the hands of someone he never expected. Arthur's frustration boiled over, lightning sparking from his fingertips. His grip tightened around his own weapon, unwilling to let this stand. This wasn't just a fight. It was a reckoning. Betrayal, power, and fate intertwined, pushing both warriors toward an inevitable conclusion. Merlin's voice cut through the battlefield. The weight of her presence was undeniable, her watchful eyes assessing every unfolding event. Arthur turned slightly, his mind racing. The appearance of Merlin meant there was more to this battle than personal pride alone. His gaze returned to the blade in his hands. Recognition flashed through his mind, realization dawning on him like an unshackling. The golden glow intensified. The ancient power surged, breaking through the bindings of the past. Excalibur was no longer just a legend. The curse shattered, the burden lifted. Arthur's eyes burned with newfound clarity. The past no longer defined him. The future awaited. Merlin's expression remained composed, her presence commanding. She and Arthur had always been separate, but their paths continued to cross unexpectedly. Eden's mind processed the situation. Everything pointed back to Excalibur, a weapon of legend, now appearing before him under impossible circumstances. The memory burned in his mind. Excalibur's unmistakable glow wasn't just a relic of the past. It was here, in Arthur's grasp. Arthur's hand tightened on the sword's hilt. Doubt flickered in his golden eyes, questioning whether this was truly the legendary blade. Eden remained cautious. If this was truly Excalibur, the implications stretched beyond this battlefield. Power like this always carried consequences. The weight of expectations had always followed Arthur. His connection to Excalibur wasn't just about strength, it was about destiny itself. Eden studied the scene. Merlin's words hinted at something deeper. The real question wasn't about Excalibur, it was about control. The Lady of the Lake had always been the key. Her guidance led Arthur here, but her intentions remained uncertain. Yet the truth about Excalibur was unclear. Was this the genuine blade or just a shadow of something far greater? Merlin knew the answer. A duplicate sword existed, forged to deceive. The real Excalibur's presence could change everything in an instant. Excalibur's legend spoke of a blade submerged in magic, absorbing power over centuries. The lake itself had become part of its myth. Knowing that truth, Arthur had grasped what seemed to be Excalibur. But the weight in his hands felt unsettlingly unfamiliar. The sword was a replica, created from knowledge, power, and deception. The illusion was nearly perfect, but reality would soon unravel. Merlin's expression shifted, realization setting in. The Lady of the Lake would not be deceived forever. The truth would surface soon. Arthur's grip pulsed with energy, magic surging around him. If Excalibur's true form returned, the battle's outcome would shift completely. Merlin stood beside Arthur, her expression calm. Though the sword was fake, its presence was enough to deceive those who watched closely. Eden remained composed. The illusion wasn't perfect, but it would last long enough to serve its purpose and fulfill their immediate needs. Power always came with consequences. Eden knew the curse could only be lifted temporarily, but the price for truth was inevitable. His job was done. The weight of Excalibur's presence now rested on Arthur's shoulders, whether the sword was real or not. Arthur stared ahead. The path before him had changed forever, leading toward a fate that even he could no longer escape. Arthur's hand trembled slightly. No matter how much power he held, he knew deep inside that it was still not enough. Eden watched closely. Arthur bore the curse heavily, his body trapped in unnatural circumstances, struggling to maintain control over himself. The connection between Merlin and Arthur was undeniable. The shifting balance between their existence explained the unstable nature of Arthur's personality. Eden took a deep breath, his gaze firm. There was still something left to be said, something that could change everything. A sudden flash of light split the sky, its energy carving through the horizon as an ominous presence stirred deep within. Flames erupted as a powerful force collided with the earth. The sheer intensity of the explosion shook the battlefield violently. Arthur charged forward, his body engulfed in flames. His eyes burned with determination as raw power surged uncontrollably through his veins. The battlefield roared with fire and lightning as Arthur swung his flaming sword, cutting through the sky with overwhelming force. The ground shattered beneath him, debris flying in all directions as the sheer impact of his attack scorched everything in sight. The clash intensified, fire and lightning intertwining in a chaotic dance. Energy rippled outward, threatening to consume everything caught in between. Arthur's form blurred, his speed fueled by pure fury. He moved like a tempest, closing the gap with relentless aggression. The enemy dodged at the last moment, a smirk forming as they effortlessly weaved through the inferno of Arthur's reckless power. The battlefield crumbled beneath them, their power carving deep wounds into the land, their movements shaking the very foundation of reality. A voice cut through the chaos, taunting, mocking. Arthur's anger burned brighter as his opponent dodged with infuriating ease, unbothered by destruction. Arthur's body trembled with rage, his veins pulsing with fire. His breath came in ragged bursts as his strength continued to surge. Sparks crackled as a blade of pure energy slashed forward. Arthur barely reacted in time, his instincts screaming at him to move. The enemy's blade grazed his side, searing through armor and flesh alike. Pain flared, but Arthur's fury only grew more intense. He let out a furious roar, his flames igniting once more. The battlefield glowed in an infernal blaze, consuming everything near. Eyes glowing with unrelenting power, Arthur launched himself forward, determined to strike the final blow, no matter the cost. A piercing gaze watched from the shadows. The presence radiated ancient power, a force beyond comprehension, waiting patiently for the right moment. Arthur staggered, his breath ragged. His body trembled under the weight of exhaustion, but his will refused to break. Across the battlefield, a silver-haired figure stood motionless. His sword crackled with raw energy, an aura of undeniable authority surrounding him. Arthur's eyes widened, his mind raced, instincts screaming. This presence wasn't ordinary. It was something terrifyingly familiar, yet impossibly stronger. A sharp realization struck like lightning. This wasn't just an opponent. It was something beyond human, something that defied all expectations. Arthur gritted his teeth. His entire body ached, yet the sight before him demanded that he keep pushing forward. The silver-haired figure exuded confidence. His movements were calm, unreadable, every second stretched, the weight of tension unbearable. Words were unnecessary. The battlefield itself spoke louder. Every scar on the ground, every breath drawn, was a testament to power. Arthur knew he wasn't just fighting an enemy. He was fighting against fate, against a force that refused to be denied. A golden-haired figure emerged from the distance. An unexpected presence, one that shifted the course of battle in an instant. Silence settled over the battlefield. Tension crackled between them, an invisible force pressing down as anticipation surged in the air. The golden-haired figure stepped forward, gaze unwavering. Their presence alone carried weight, as if history itself bent to their will. Arthur's breathing steadied. Every instinct screamed caution. This wasn't just an arrival, it was a confrontation that had been long overdue. The silver-haired warrior remained composed. No fear, no hesitation. Only certainty remained, as if the outcome had already been decided. The balance of power had shifted. The battlefield, once chaotic, now felt eerily calm, an omen of what was about to unfold. A cold breeze passed as the golden-haired figure watched. The weight of the conversation lingered, shaping the course of future events. The silver-haired man adjusted his gloves. His gaze was sharp, his tone steady, revealing no hint of uncertainty in his words. He mentioned the Round Table Council, a place where decisions shaped the world, where power was consolidated and authority remained absolute. The conversation shifted. The silver-haired man emphasized vigilance, ensuring that no detail, no movement was left unnoticed. Every action had meaning. Hercules remained still, absorbing the words. His fists clenched slightly, a silent acknowledgement of the responsibility placed upon him once more. A name echoed in the wind, Zeus. A name carrying both power and uncertainty, woven deep into the fabric of fate. The silver-haired man stood, watching the horizon. His expression was unreadable, his thoughts buried beneath layers of quiet contemplation. A grand city stretched below, standing as a symbol of history. Within its walls, secrets unfolded, each step taken influencing the future. Arthur's voice cut through the silence. His words carried weight, his mind struggling to grasp the implications of what he had learned. Eden remained composed. His answer was simple, unwavering. The situation was shifting, but the truth still remained out of reach. Arthur's gaze sharpened. His thoughts tangled in uncertainty. He questioned the weight of the revelation, trying to process the unfolding reality. Eden smirked, his response light-hearted yet firm. The contrast between their demeanor was evident. One questioned, while the other simply observed. Arthur's frustration grew. He demanded clarity, searching for a definitive answer. But uncertainty was a game Eden had mastered long ago. A simple question lingered in the air. Eden's expression remained unchanged. He welcomed the tension, embracing the unpredictability of the moment. Arthur hesitated, his mind racing. Silence stretched between them, the weight of truth pressing down, yet remaining just out of reach. Arthur stood firm, his thoughts clouded. The weight of Excalibur lingered between them, its significance far greater than a simple weapon. Eden's eyes remained calm. This was inevitable. Arthur had come for answers, but he wasn't prepared for the cost of them. The past resurfaced in Arthur's mind. Promises made, debts owed, and the uncertain fate of the legendary sword weighed heavily on him. Eden reminded him of their agreement. Nothing came without a price, and Arthur had already borrowed more than he could repay. Arthur hesitated, his fingers curling slightly. He wasn't ready to face the truth, but ignoring it would only make things worse. The air between them grew heavier. Arthur understood what was at stake, but uncertainty clung to him like a lingering shadow. Debt wasn't just about power, it was about trust, about balance. Arthur had received help twice. Now, he owed something in return. Merlin's name surfaced in the conversation. A meeting was already set. Excalibur's fate a topic that could shift everything again. Eden dismissed the concern. He had no patience for waiting, nor for questioning power that was built on authority alone. Merlin's arrival neared. The situation was spiraling towards something bigger, something irreversible. They had no choice but to see it through. Eden took a step forward, his presence unwavering. His request wasn't one of greed, but of something far simpler: survival. Arthur's breath hitched. His mind struggled to comprehend. After everything, Eden's demand wasn't about power, wealth, or even victory. Merlin's expression remained unreadable. She had prepared for negotiations, but Eden's words weren't what she had anticipated. Eden's voice was steady: truth and loyalty. Two things often disregarded, yet now the only price he was willing to accept. The weight of his words settled. Silence stretched, realization dawning upon them. This wasn't just a request. It was a challenge.
Junkyung stood tall, facing doubts. She questioned his motives. Was debt really his only reason? The young man paused, eyes wavering. Her words weren't just concern, they carried weight and expectation. The woman with blonde hair stepped forward, calm but firm. She requested clarity behind his actions. He nodded slightly, sensing the moment shift. Something beyond their mission was unfolding between all of them. He faced her fully now, expression resolute. His answer would change everything that came after today. Junkyung addressed her calmly, revealing he'd noticed the same unnatural surge in magical energy recently. He confirmed her suspicions. Summoning the knights wasn't random. Magic power density was rising beyond normal limits. She believed the gates caused it. He agreed, adding even stronger gates would appear in future. She connected the dots, her eyes sharp. Was this the major event he warned about? But her voice grew firm. What about them? Didn't he want his allies to survive too? Junkyung turned serious, declaring they must train harder and act swiftly before disaster finally arrives. The knight and mage exchanged glances, understanding the urgency. Their roles were becoming more critical now. Outside the castle walls, a calm landscape stretched quietly, hiding the growing threat beneath its beauty. Far in the distance, movement began. Tiny figures stirred, signaling the arrival of something no one expected. A glowing cross of energy flared into existence, cutting the air. The invasion had truly begun. The young swordsman stepped forward, calm but charged, explaining he now fully understood their fighting instincts. Power crackled as he smiled. He invited Junkyung for a sparring round, eager to test strength. Junkyung accepted with confidence, flames surging around him. He warned that this version of him had changed. Before clashing, Junkyung asked coldly, had the boy ever fought true lightning, raw and destructive like this? Eyes wide, the swordsman stiffened. Junkyung's words hit hard. This would be unlike anything he had faced before. Junkyung stood firm, demanding a clear answer. He needed certainty before unleashing his next move. The swordsman met his gaze, confident and unwavering. He responded without hesitation, electricity pulsing through his veins. Junkyung acknowledged the answer. With a calm breath, he accepted the challenge and finalized his decision. His eyes sharpened, crimson and focused. Without warning, he initiated the first attack, swift and precise. A violent blast erupted across the water's surface, sending shockwaves. The battle had officially begun in full. Junkyung launched from the sky, blade blazing with red energy, aiming to end the fight quickly. The swordsman watched, unfazed. Sparks danced around him as he calmly readied his counterattack with focus. With sudden speed, he struck back, taunting Junkyung. "You're too slow," landing a clean blow to his chest. Junkyung staggered across the water's surface, boots skimming ripples, his body reeling from the unexpected speed difference. He steadied himself, eyes sharp. This wasn't just a fight, it was a challenge to his limits. Junkyung activated his ability midair, surrounding himself with a blazing force of immense magical firepower. A system message confirmed it. His firepower had evolved, now enhanced through a special divine synergy. With the Flame Monarch's blessing, Junkyung's flames wouldn't harm him. They would now boost his strength. He descended with control, flames spiraling upward. His power burned brighter, his stance calmer than before. His opponent smiled slightly, impressed. Then, with a blast of light, he launched a swift counterattack. The lightning swordsman charged with force. His target, Junkyung, who answered by rushing forward fearlessly, he roared with power, channeling lightning into his palm, preparing a direct and overwhelming frontal strike. The impact shattered the air around them. Trees shook as the ground cracked from their clash. Jungkyung braced against the blow, sliding back across water, fire spiraling as he regained his stance. The swordsman stood firm, blade humming. He asked flatly, "Is that it?" Unshaken and still full of strength, Jungkyung staggered slightly, his breathing heavy. He knew he couldn't retreat, not after coming this far. He clenched his fists, eyes locked on the swordsman. One clean strike, that's all he needed. Suddenly, fiery rings expanded outward. The ground trembled as magical energy surged from beneath his feet. His entire body became engulfed in blazing flames, the aura swirling tighter as power gathered within. The swordsman's eyes widened. Shocked, he realized Jungkyung wasn't releasing energy. He was absorbing the surrounding magic power. A massive collision between Jungkyung's flames and the swordsman's lightning caused a devastating explosion on impact. The explosion's force scattered debris and smoke across the field, momentarily ending the pace of battle. From within the settling fog, the swordsman emerged unscathed. His energy stabilized and awareness heightened further. He scanned the battlefield carefully, trying to understand the source and mechanics behind Jungkyung's last ability. Jungkyung stepped forward through the rain, calmly confronting his opponent while both reassessed each other's power levels. Jungkyung quietly revealed the name of his last technique, Sunflare, acknowledging its destructive potential mid-battle. The swordsman, undisturbed, smiled slightly as he recognized the skill and praised its refined combat design. Without delay, he powered up. Blue lightning erupted wildly from his body, signaling another serious engagement. He launched himself high into the air, stating he couldn't fully restrain his power any longer. Hovering mid-air, the swordsman reminded Jungkyung of his earlier question, ready to finally show a true answer. Jungkyung, soaked and weary, muttered a quiet reflection, believing the swordsman might truly overcome the upcoming threat. Time passed. The storm cleared. Skies opened above the kingdom, signaling the end of their sparring. The scene shifted back to peaceful castle rooftops, far removed from the fierce battlefield's tension. Inside, Jungkyung sat quietly on a bed, recovering. His expression remained deep in focused thought. A soft voice entered the room, checking on him, breaking the silence, and hinting at new developments. Jungkyung sat up in bed, reflecting silently. He confirmed he was fine despite the intense sparring. He admitted defeat, but also acknowledged the success of landing a blow on his stronger opponent. He took pride in the achievement. Managing to strike someone leading a powerful organization felt like progress. Rising to his feet, Jungkyung clenched his fist. His power had clearly evolved through the encounter. A knight entered the room with news. It was Gawain, seeking Jungkyung with a serious tone. The scene shifted to a peaceful city square, signaling a return to political and strategic matters. Gawain approached Jungkyung, referencing Merlin's message about an impending crisis that would strike within England. He also expressed regret over the knight's behavior, and thanked Jungkyung for showing restraint and honor. Jungkyung responded politely, but directly he sensed Gawain's visit had a deeper reason beyond gratitude or apologies. Gawain hesitated, clearly burdened. Then, he spoke a name with weight and significance: Arthur. Jungkyung listened silently, realizing Gawain's visit truly involved more than just formalities or simple thanks. Gawain acknowledged Jungkyung's duel with Arthur, revealing his own wish to challenge Arthur someday too. However, Gawain had never been given that opportunity. His ambition to test himself remained unfulfilled until now. Drawing his sword, Gawain activated his lightning aura and invited Jungkyung to duel him instead. Jungkyung closed his eyes briefly and exhaled. He had already expected this request would eventually come. Jungkyung activated his flame aura, admitting his own interest in evaluating Gawain's combat abilities firsthand. Narration explained that competitive spirit was common among elite Belgician knights, especially those of the Round Table. During Jungkyung's previous visit, Gawain, Galahad, and even Lancelot requested duels, intrigued by his rising strength. Lancelot, usually reserved, unexpectedly challenged Jungkyung again, suggesting he'd sensed something new and important during their clash. Jungkyung reflected inwardly. He'd originally come to hand over Excalibur, not to fight everyone in turn. A magical necklace was offered, its purpose clearly supportive, intended to raise Jungkyung's base capabilities slightly. The woman explained the item's effect, suggesting it could prove useful in battles ahead. Jungkyung accepted the gift respectfully, recalling how similar equipment had helped him survive difficult missions in China. She then invited Jungkyung to visit the Nile, implying there was unfinished business tied to that place. She reminded him about a prior event, an artifact brought from the Nile, that held lingering significance. Jungkyung questioned the Nile mission, unsure why the girl was suddenly bringing that up again. A flashback revealed a young boy injured and alone, reflecting on Jungkyung's help during a difficult past moment. She explained the boy had returned safely and was asking to meet Jungkyung once more. She added that strange activity had been observed near the Nile, hinting at a new disturbance. Jungkyung didn't confirm, but promised to consider it. As he walked away, she thanked him sincerely, Junkyung exited the castle gates alone, his thoughts already shifting toward his next destination and task. A farewell message echoed from his magical interface brief, but signaling the end of his visit here. He paused, glancing back at the tall clock tower, silently acknowledging the place and people he met. From above, watchers stood on the tower's balcony, observing his departure without making their presence known. Another message appeared, kindling, as Junkyung smiled faintly, fully aware his journey was just beginning once again. Junkyung arrived in a new city, heading directly toward a building with a familiar presence. Inside, the name Park Yujin echoed. He was clearly searching for someone specific from his past. Junkyung paused, confused. A stranger stood behind the counter, instead of the person he expected to meet. The woman looked wary, questioning Junkyung's identity and his reason for coming to the store. Junkyung explained calmly this was the store Park Yujin owned. He was surprised she wasn't here now. The girl admitted she didn't know where Park Yujin was. Communication had been sparse lately. She assumed Junkyung was here to pick something up, trying to guess his purpose awkwardly. Junkyung replied directly. He wasn't there for a delivery. He needed to speak with Park Yujin. He clarified he came only because Yujin herself had asked him to visit the store. Realizing who he was, the girl smiled. She had heard about Junkyung from Yujin before. Junkyung suddenly tensed. His body reacted to a shift, something subtle but deeply connected to time. He noticed the artifact on his wrist glowing again, indicating another alteration in the timeline's flow. He remembered Park Yujin was supposed to return later, not disappear entirely. Something had diverged unexpectedly. A new thought struck him. Had someone interfered with Park Yujin's actions or presence from the past? He stood still, troubled. The changes weren't random. History itself seemed to be rewriting in real time. The story shifted to a new region, Egypt, where Junkyung had just arrived under fading sunlight. He placed a call, sensing something important was about to happen. His tone was urgent. A new location appeared. Someone answered calmly by the sea. Unaware of the growing tension, she asked directly what was wrong. Surprised by the unexpected call from Junkyung, his reply was simple: "Get ready." The seriousness caught her off guard as she straightened immediately. Junkyung continued the call, instructing her to contact Songal for detailed plans regarding the Egypt mission. Though still surprised, she agreed, realizing Junkyung wasn't joking. Something urgent must be happening in Egypt. The scene shifted to a bustling city as the next key player entered the story. Junkyung's message reached Songal, who was already driving. He confirmed his presence on site in Egypt. Songal sensed the situation was serious. He asked directly, was this mission connected to the ancient disasters? Songal noted Egypt's political climate was unstable. Junkyung's presence might worsen the situation if noticed. Mid-conversation, he sensed something was off. The phrase "believe in Asgard" suddenly echoed from unknown origin. Meanwhile, Junkyung stood facing armed enemies. A new threat had emerged before talks could even begin. A new location in Egypt was shown, an opulent city housing local forces and strategic leadership figures. Two guards questioned why Underdog arrived in Egypt. One wasn't informed and hadn't heard anything new. The other suggested calling Seongal, assuming he would have better insight into Junkyung's unexpected movement. Before he could act, two warriors approached calmly, dressed in matching black and white military uniforms. One of them spoke confidently they would take over the Underdog matter from here onward. Nile's leaders confirmed internal movements were underway, signaling that their organization was preparing for active involvement. Again, one of the masked enforcers identified Junkyung as Underdog, confirming he was their intended target. Junkyung remained calm. He recognized their arrival, realizing Nile's faction was now directly stepping into the situation. Time passed. The sky transitioned to dusk, signaling a shift calm before the next major conflict. An Egyptian tower stood under sunset, foreshadowing a turning point as both sides gathered strength silently. A government official welcomed Junkyung, expressing admiration for his role during the earlier Asgard conflict. Junkyung remained quiet, acknowledging the compliment but staying focused on why the Nile's movements mattered now. The official explained he was called in by headquarters to assist with Egypt's growing unrest. Junkyung concluded it was likely due to Jigwan Nohwan and the others' rapid decision-making. The official confirmed Egypt had fallen under Nile's influence, and began explaining the group's internal structure. The Nile structure was revealed. Hermopolis commanded the commerce district within Egypt's divided regional control. Next, Edfu governed the military branch, its authority covering defenses and security operations in the area. Lastly, Heliopolis directed the Hunters and Association, maintaining the strongest presence among Egypt's awakened organizations. The official explained all three were unstable, fighting each other more than focusing on outside threats. Junkyung confirmed Egypt was in chaos. The official recalled trouble recently escalated in the Heliopolis branch. The official shared that while the region was chaotic, one incident in particular triggered deeper unrest. A flashback showed a panicked soldier begging for help. Something called Red Ore had appeared during a gate event. Junkyung heard the name and immediately recognized its danger. Red ore meant serious, abnormal magical disturbance. He acknowledged there was someone in the region he now had to meet before doing anything else. He named his target clearly, Ineb, the next key figure in the Nile's growing crisis. A plane touched down at the airport, signaling the arrival of backup for the Nile operation. A silver-haired woman stepped off confidently, scanning her surroundings to locate the person who summoned her. She smiled slightly. Zhang and Hyang had finally returned, ready to join the unfolding conflict in Egypt. Junkyung greeted her calmly, thanking her for coming and acknowledging the time since they last met. Just as promised, she'd brought the others. 2 reinforcements had arrived, prepared for whatever lay ahead. Junkyung greeted the newly arrived allies Zhang and Hyang, Quan, Never, and even the legendary hero Baldur. Baldur teased him lightly, asking if Junkyung wasn't happy to see an old comrade again. Junkyung recognized him instantly. Baldur was known across realms, one of Asgard's strongest, and not easily forgotten. Baldur approached with a relaxed air. He reminded Junkyung it had been years since they'd met, but Junkyung wasn't smiling. He demanded an explanation. Why had Baldur, Odin's right hand, shown up now? Baldur's smile vanished. His tone sharpened as he warned Junkyung not to test his patience. Zhang and Hyang stepped forward defensively, her instincts kicking in as tension spiked between the two heroes. Everyone sensed the shift. Even the others in the room visibly tensed, unsure how Junkyung would respond. Junkyung remained silent, staring Baldur down. The air between them was still, but undeniably hostile. Then Baldur broke the silence, brushing it off with a laugh, claiming it was all just a joke. Baldur smirked, casually reminding Junkyung that he'd stay by his side until they returned to Korea. The others watched the interaction from a distance, sensing that a silent rivalry had just begun. Junkyung stayed quiet, his expression darkening as he mentally prepared for the days ahead with Baldur. He acknowledged the situation to himself. Traveling with Baldur would not be easy or peaceful. The sky shifted, symbolizing the beginning of their next journey, one full of tension and unknown dangers. The Egyptian government headquarters came into view as urgent security reports flowed in from Nile forces. An official informed Junkyung that scouts from the Nile had gone missing after approaching a restricted zone. Junkyung asked for clarification. The official explained that Egypt was recalling heroes due to national instability. He added another detail: Heliopolis was acting unpredictably, disrupting balance between Egypt's internal branches. Then came the real concern: Set had returned. His presence alone could destabilize the entire region. The official finished explaining. The weight of Set's return lingered heavily between both men. Junkyung quietly reflected. A drop of sweat ran down. He remembered how powerless he felt before Set. He had faced Set once, using everything he had, yet couldn't seriously injure the man. Even with full strength, Junkyung had only managed a single scratch. Set's power was overwhelming and terrifying. Now, with Set's return, Junkyung wondered, is Set stronger than Arthur, or perhaps even beyond comparison? Junkyung addressed Mr. Gyeongtae firmly, preparing to act regardless of Nile's lack of response. He ordered Gyeongtae to continue requesting a meeting with Ineb through official diplomatic channels. When asked what he would do instead, Junkyung responded with quiet determination and confidence he would find Ineb personally. With or without permission, time was running out for diplomacy. Elsewhere, screams echoed across a city. Skyline trouble had already begun to unfold in broad daylight. 2 men met on a rooftop. The mood was tense. Something important was finally being confronted. The man with the eye patch admitted he'd stayed silent, never questioning Underdog's motives or history. But now, he needed answers. The growing mystery surrounding Underdog was no longer something he could ignore. His curiosity deepened. Despite all efforts, Underdog remained unreadable, and the truth still felt just out of reach. He questioned the sudden trust, reminding him that belief wasn't something he gave out easily. That's why it confused him to see his cautious friend speak so highly of a stranger. He stopped walking, puzzled. How could someone so guarded act like he's known Lee Junkyung forever? With his back turned, he confessed honestly he had no idea what Lee Junkyung was even after. Still, others saw alignment. A shared path, said Hunter Bay. A lone soul once ruled by goals. He considered the facts carefully, wondering why Junkyung always entered situations others feared to approach. Their goals matched too well, each driven by something darker, more dangerous than survival, killing the sponsors. As realization struck, his thoughts spun wildly. Lee Junkyung had destroyed the foundation others depended on. Without sponsors, the once powerful hunters fell. Their strength vanished, stolen the moment influence slipped from the universe. Gunther's downfall marked the change. It began right after Underdog, Junkyung, made his first calculated strike. Junkyung grinned as the pieces aligned. The chaos, the timing, everything was unfolding just as planned. Far from the battlefield, a quiet structure stood neutral ground where power met information in silence. Inside, two men sat across the table, tension hidden beneath coffee cups and closed folders. The red-haired man leaned forward, curious. Calmly, he asked what reason brought Junkyung all the way. Junkyung answered confidently. Baldur, the hero affiliated with Valhalla, had finally moved. That changed everything. The red-haired man hesitated, his eyes narrowing as he tried to gauge Junkyung's true intentions. He admitted he didn't know the future, only that strange pressure kept falling on his shoulders. Junkyung leaned in calmly, his tone firm. How much had the association told him about cooperation limits? The coffee trembled under pressure, the mood shifted. Tension rose with each unspoken expectation between them. Finally, the man replied clearly. He was told to help Junkyung with everything, no conditions attached. Junkyung asked about another hero, Kim Wei, known to be involved with the mysterious Asura group. The red-haired man stood up, cautious. That information, he said, wasn't something easily shared right now. He promised to follow up later. It wasn't avoidance, just classified details he couldn't disclose freely. Junkyung didn't argue. He simply accepted it and prepared to leave, knowing pressure wouldn't help here. Elsewhere, another agent spoke quietly. Even sovereigns remained unsure what Asura's internal direction truly aimed to achieve. Junkyung smirked. His questions were answered. For now. It was time to step outside again. The midday sky was calm as he returned to the street, thoughts still running in silence. He walked ahead with the others, blending naturally into the city's soft light and golden paths. The woman wiped her brow, commenting on the heat as sunlight pressed hard on their skin. The man smiled back, noting warmth was always better than the frozen quiet winter used to bring. She glanced toward Junkyung, curiosity building. Something in his silence made her thoughts shift to deeper things. He was asked directly what his final goal was, the one behind every choice he made. The woman admitted she'd never heard it, only seen how focused he was with smaller missions. The man added his thoughts too. Junkyung's direction was unclear, though his intent always looked sharp. Jokingly, he asked if it was world domination. Junkyung's feet stopped. That hit closer than expected. Junkyung stayed quiet, as if weighing whether to confirm the suspicion or keep the mystery alive. Then he smirked faintly and admitted his goal might really be something like world domination after all. The group stared silently. His tone was unreadable, hovering somewhere between total sarcasm and absolute conviction. She squinted at him, unsettled. She genuinely couldn't tell if he was mocking them or not. Suddenly, a dark force surged nearby. Their conversation ended as ominous energy stirred chaos in the streets. A masked warrior called out to Junkyung, underdog, recognized without hesitation under the open city sun. Junkyung confirmed it calmly. He didn't flinch, even as the man approached with clear intent. The visitor's tone remained neutral. He came to speak something quick, something that couldn't wait for later. Junkyung blinked slightly, surprised. He hadn't expected this meeting, especially not here in broad daylight. Above the rooftops, the city seemed calm. But in moments, everything was bound to change. The masked warrior folded his arms, casually speaking about the current structure and power in Egypt. He revealed a hidden truth. Egypt remained a kingdom, ruled quietly under the Nile dynasty's influence. Junkyung narrowed his eyes. He understood the hint and asked directly, was succession the warrior's true intention? The man smirked, impressed by Junkyung's deduction. That's right, he said. You really are a smart man. With a steady voice, he leaned in. So smart man, he said. Let's discuss your part. Junkyung confronted the masked man, realizing this meeting wasn't casual, it had a political weight behind it. The masked warrior revealed plans involving the Nile dynasty, hinting at internal shifts in Egypt's ruling structure. His sudden withdrawal after succession suggested deeper motives. Perhaps he sought influence, not responsibility, or feared external threats. Junkyung carefully analyzed the logic, suspecting the warrior's ambitions were fueled by something darker than simple control. As questions swirled, Junkyung considered the worst possibility. The man might be preparing to ascend as god. The city remained calm, unaware of the tension rising from meetings that shaped global power shifts. Junkyung rejoined his team after meeting set. Walking silently through the sunlit streets of the city, she broke the silence, asking directly about the outcome of his discussion with the Egyptian successor. Junkyung recounted Set's cryptic approach. He was challenged to guess his goal, but received no answers. He reflected quietly, realizing Set's motives weren't about kingship alone. Something deeper, more dangerous was taking shape. Set left with confidence, but Junkyung sensed madness, not just ambition, behind the man's vague declarations. Junkyung admitted he never replied to Set's riddle. There was no clear answer to insanity. The woman acknowledged his silence, understanding it was better than offering assumptions about a chaotic mind. Later, they regrouped. The red-haired man appeared, curious about Junkyung's disappearance and sudden detour from plans. The woman replied sharply, reminding him there were other responsibilities instead of wandering off without warning. The red-haired man reflected aloud, admitting he blindly followed orders without questioning Set's bigger intentions. Then he raised a subtle point. Underdog's group included hunters, yet none of them joined Aegis officially. He emphasized their value. Hunters like that would normally be welcomed, especially with their knowledge and experience. His tone shifted darker, suggesting Aegis avoids members who might threaten stability by exposing hidden truths inside. Watching closely, the woman sensed a test. Was he provoking them to reveal loyalty, or something else? Junkyung approached, ready for clarity. He wanted to settle the vague promises made during earlier talks. He reminded the red-haired agent of a previous question, demanding a straight answer this time around. The agent confirmed his orders were clear: assist Junkyung with everything, using his full authority and resources. His expression turned lighter, but tension lingered. Junkyung knew that cooperation came with unseen strings and risks. Suddenly, a bright burst of power exploded nearby, interrupting everything before a conclusion could be reached. A violent surge of blue energy erupted upward, shaking the streets and drawing attention from everywhere. The energy twisted chaotically, expanding fast. It was unmistakably a gate, forming without warning above the city. Junkyung's ally stared ahead. A gate manifesting so openly in the city was anything but normal. Then, without transition, the blue light turned red, raw energy pulsing, signaling something far worse was coming. She realized it wasn't an ordinary gate. It was black-ranked, extremely rare, and always led to disaster. The woman called out urgently. Junkyung needed to act fast. The unstable gate would collapse any minute. Junkyung tried to stay composed, urging her to think clearly before charging into something unpredictable. She rejected hesitation. Waiting would cost lives. If no one acted now, the damage would multiply. He reminded her this wasn't Korea. Intervention had consequences here. Still, she refused to stand by helplessly. With resolve in her eyes, she ran toward the danger alone, even as energy twisted violently ahead. Fully charged with energy, she stepped forward. The gate's collapse was near, and hesitation meant failure. Her eyes sharpened. Every movement had to count. Wasting time now could trigger mass destruction instantly. Sensing the danger, unidentified enemies began descending rapidly from the gate, drawn by the unstable energy field. She faced them alone, channeling power with calm precision. Their numbers didn't shake her resolve. Elsewhere, Set dashed into the battlefield, lightning surrounding him, signaling he too wouldn't stand by idly. After the clash, they regrouped. Junkyung observed quietly, noting how smoothly Set had handled everything. He hadn't expected Set to act directly. The man's intervention hinted at growing urgency or unseen pressure. A notification confirmed it. The special gate was successfully cleared, avoiding what could have become a major catastrophe. Junkyung acknowledged the outcome. With Drukel involved, their success wasn't surprising. He was a top-ranked force. With danger past, Junkyung turned his focus to Jong Nahang, ready to discuss what came next. Jong Nahang lowered her eyes, feeling uneasy. Despite success, her impulsiveness made her feel exposed. Junkyung reassured her. She acted with purpose, and someone had to move when danger first struck. She admitted he was right, but the weight of responsibility still lingered on her shoulders. Suddenly, a surge of energy cracked through the air. Something nearby had changed, disrupting the brief calm. Junkyung watched her dash forward again. She always reacted first, never waiting to see who followed. Jong Nahang arrived first, shocked to find local soldiers restraining a civilian near the damaged zone. She confronted them immediately, demanding an explanation for detaining someone during an ongoing post-gate emergency. One soldier responded vaguely, calling the man a hunter, but offered no reason for the harsh treatment. Junkyung joined in, trying to understand. Something felt wrong, especially with the language barrier in play. He noted the man's dialect Arabic and realized deeper tension might be involved than just a misunderstanding. The soldier justified his action, claiming the hunter resisted and provoked them by drawing a weapon. Junkyung intervened, demanding a clear answer. Why had they attacked someone who appeared too weak to fight? He warned them, if they didn't explain, he'd report the incident directly to the Global Association. But the soldier laughed. In Egypt, hunters weren't held accountable for abusing ordinary civilians during operations. He grinned arrogantly, declaring hunters there had full freedom to punish anyone without oversight or consequence. One of the soldiers stepped forward and raised his weapon, ready to silence the wounded civilian. Without hesitation, he struck. Blood splattered as the blade hit flesh. Everyone nearby froze in horrified disbelief. Junkyung and Nahang watched the violence unfold, fury building as the man screamed from the brutal assault. Suddenly, the attacker's sword arm was severed in a flash, retribution delivered before anyone even saw who moved. A voice echoed from above, declaring Egypt had its own laws and justice was now in motion. Set landed with purpose. His aura flaring, he wasn't there to negotiate, only to enforce justice. Surrounded by raw power, He declared his authority. Nile hunters were allowed to punish others without question. Junkyung and Nehang reacted in silence, stunned by Set's swift and brutal display of power. The aftermath was clear. Several soldiers lay unconscious, taken down before they could even resist or respond. Junkyung spoke first, acknowledging Set's good intent. He acted to protect, not to escalate the violence. Nehang agreed, but hesitated. Set's actions, while justifiable, carried a weight that didn't sit entirely right. She admitted the truth. Set may have saved someone, but the punishment he delivered felt excessive. Junkyung reflected silently. He understood Set's motive, but something about the situation still felt deeply wrong. Despite the justification, Set had killed Hunter's men who might have lived had things been handled differently. He voiced his concern to Nehang, asking if she still believed Set was truly good. She hesitated, unsure how to respond. The line between justice and brutality was no longer clear. As they walked beneath a quietening sky, neither had an answer. The day ended with doubt. Inside the palace, the group entered a formal chamber, where new faces and old alliances awaited discussion. Junkyung led the way, followed by trusted allies. Their presence signaled a meeting of real significance. Two unfamiliar figures stood waiting. One radiated calm confidence, marked by distinct silver hair and sharp gaze. Junkyung greeted them, but curiosity lingered. He recognized one, yet wondered who the silent companion truly was. The woman introduced herself as Lama, her posture firm, her expression unreadable, clearly someone of important rank. Junkyung observed quietly, realizing the major powers Nile and Asgard were clearly watching their every move now. The Golden Warrior spoke calmly, breaking the silence. He acknowledged the meeting had been anticipated for some time. Junkyung responded without hesitation, clarifying his intentions. This meeting wasn't political, he simply wanted a direct conversation. Lama studied him carefully. His tone was sincere, but his presence still carried unspoken weight. Behind them, tension grew. The red-haired man sensed a deeper reason for this gathering than anyone admitted. The warrior spoke in riddles, affirm with silence, deny with words, testing Junkyung's ability to understand indirect diplomacy. Internally, he acknowledged Junkyung's composure. Few could remain so calm under pressure from powers like the Nile. Junkyung replied evenly, noting the warrior seemed thin, possibly affected by restrictions placed on Hercules' strength. The warrior clarified he was treated well, dismissing physical appearance as unrelated to current Nile conditions. With a slight grin, Junkyung pressed further. If they fed him well, why didn't he look satisfied? The warrior admitted the truth. He didn't come on orders, only personal interest concerning Junkyung's actions. Junkyung inquired about Horus, concerned whether he too had been affected by the dangerous red core energy. He received reassurance. Horus remained fine, untouched by the red core's destabilizing influence, unlike Hercules before. Nearby, the red-haired man grew suspicious. Something felt off. How could they be certain about Horus's condition? With a subtle shift in tone, Junkyung asked directly, was the warrior genuinely loyal to the Nile? The warrior hesitated at Junkyung's question. His eyes widened, caught off guard by the direct challenge. He admitted confusion. Though loyal personally, he didn't truly know where the Nile stood on their alliance. Junkyung acknowledged the ambiguity, suggesting support could still come from him as an individual, not an institution. The warrior accepted that logic, recognizing the potential value in helping Junkyung if things escalated further. With mutual understanding, Junkyung requested discretion. For now, their conversation would remain quiet, unofficial, but not unimportant. Outside the palace, tension grew. The conversation had stirred pressure that wasn't visible from the surface. Frustrated, the red-haired man clenched his fist, resentful that so much effort led to something so minor. He raised his voice, questioning Junkyung's motives. Was this meeting really worth involving Asgard at all? He warned Junkyung that Odin's name shouldn't be used for such personal or casual conversations. Junkyung calmly countered, reminding him Odin was a consequentialist. Results, not methods, were what mattered in the end. The red-haired man paused, trying to grasp Junkyung's deeper meaning, hidden behind his confident words. Junkyung clarified calmly, results mattered. Odin would only care if the outcome justified the unusual method taken. Understanding the risk, the man warned Junkyung's success was mandatory now, with everyone watching what came next. Junkyung smiled faintly, unaffected. He had nearly completed his mission and was ready to leave Egypt. He proposed they depart in 3 days, catching his companion off guard with the sudden timeline. Junkyung hinted he'd already tied up key objectives in Egypt, subtly leading the conversation off course. The red-haired man flinched, realizing Junkyung had played along while hiding his true pace and strategy. Junkyung pressed further, asking which hero had authority over the Nile, seeking clarity behind recent shifts. The man smirked, admitting Junkyung already encountered that person, proof he'd unraveled more than he let on. Junkyung's expression hardened. He hadn't just met the hero, he'd failed to realize it was them at all. Junkyung stood alone at the site, waiting quietly. The next meeting was already set in motion. A man arrived late, masked and calm, his presence confirming this was no ordinary conversation or casual check-in. He apologized briefly. Niall's internal matters had delayed him, suggesting complications Junkyung hadn't yet been told. He warned Junkyung that powerful figures were watching his actions had stirred serious interest among Niall's hierarchy. Despite the caution, Junkyung remained calm. As new barriers activated, he prepared for whatever came next. Junkyung entered the warded space, curious about its structure. Something about it felt carefully designed. The masked man explained this space bent magic. Junkyung's ability to manipulate it was surprisingly advanced. Still, the man remained cautious. Magic wasn't enough if the real enemy could see through anything. Junkyung considered the implication. Even Hercules might couldn't guarantee secrecy. What could possibly stay hidden from that? He dropped formalities. It was time to speak directly. Why had he been summoned to this place? The masked man revealed the reason. Their meeting was about the red ore's sudden reappearance. He described its effect, unmatched strength, that transformed Hercules into something barely controllable during their last battle. It all began after Set seized the red ore. That moment triggered everything happening across Egypt. Junkyung realized the truth. Someone had already rediscovered the red ore. As expected, its danger remained unchanged. A mysterious core was discovered. Scientists believed it held power to reshape humanity's abilities and future. Research accelerated. Experiments multiplied. People volunteered, driven by the promise of strength, change, and recognition. But control became the issue. The subjects acted erratically, lost reason, and some turned violently unstable. The council halted all progress. What began as hope spiraled into chaos, threatening the balance of power. Yet, rumors spread, hidden labs continued in secret, driven by ambition, and one man knew the truth. His eyes widened as a distant memory surfaced, flashes of red pain and uncontrollable violent force. He asked cautiously, was this the incident? Doubts formed, connecting the experiments to that forgotten tragedy. The older man confirmed grimly. Horus was involved, still considered a survivor despite the irreversible transformation. The younger man pressed further. Then why did Horus retain the power of the red core? The answer came slowly but firmly. That was because of Set. He changed everything from within. Horus had chosen to absorb more power not for dominance, but to stand against Set's manipulation. Junkyung remained silent, analyzing the situation. The more he heard about Set, the more questions grew. In a past confrontation, Horus had stormed into battle alone, channeling experimental core energy under pressure. His body surged with unstable power. Even allies hesitated as Horus stood transformed, radiating destructive potential. Junkyung reflected quietly, was power ever worth losing control, even if it meant protecting the world's future? Junkyung pieced it together. If Horus fought Set, then something about his downfall was intentional. But the elder revealed Horus wasn't righteous. He intended to give the throne to Set willingly. A cold realization hit. Set wasn't just known, he had confronted them, and their paths had crossed. Junkyung whispered his name. Set's presence lingered in memory, sharp, calculating, and always one step ahead. Junkyung's eyes narrowed. If Set followed him here, then something dangerous was already in motion. Junkyung broke the silence, asking directly if Set's thirst for power had ever truly stopped. The man confirmed he knew Horus once intended to surrender control, but Set still desired more. Junkyung pressed harder. Set's motives weren't just conquest. He wanted a specific power source for unknown reasons. With a shadowed face, the man revealed Horus's final words, mentioning someone else beyond Junkyung's awareness. Junkyung's eyes widened sharply. Someone else? That meant he wasn't the only one being watched. Junkyung's focus sharpened. The idea of someone else behind him raised immediate concern and suspicion. He asked how many people had heard Horus speak those final words about another unknown presence. The man replied firmly he alone heard it. Moments before Horus confronted the Red Core directly, he acknowledged Horus might have warned someone else before, but never as clearly as he'd done then. Junkyung realized Horus's final warning wasn't just caution, it was a clue pointing toward a hidden adversary. Junkyung gave his response, measured and cautious, clearly not ready to trust the man's request entirely. He acknowledged Horus's condition, agreeing to consider it, but made no firm promises of assistance. Junkyung warned him not to expect much. His choice would depend on what came next. Grateful, the man bowed his head, then accepted the command to return without question or resistance. Obeying orders, he departed. Junkyung stood silently, watching as they vanished across the cliffside toward distant lands. Junkyung sensed something off. The man's movements were too calm, his presence suddenly felt heavier than before. Junkyung ordered him to stop. If Set was already near, they couldn't afford any missteps. The man paused, showing no resistance. His short response signaled he'd expected to be questioned eventually. He admitted it directly, there were matters left unspoken, things that couldn't be ignored any longer. As wind stirred around them, tension grew. Junkyung prepared himself to listen, but stayed alert throughout. Junkyung listened as the masked man confirmed knowledge of someone watching an ally, but very close. Junkyung asked directly if it was Asgard behind everything, referencing their potential role in the shadows. A flashback revealed Balor's comment he'd already met someone from the Five, stirring new doubts immediately. If Set sought the throne, it was likely he'd cooperate with Asgard to achieve control. The masked man admitted Junkyung's theory made sense, even if the full truth was still unclear. The masked man shifted, seemingly amused by Junkyung's guess. His calm expression masked something deeper. Junkyung noted the reaction. It wasn't denial, it was surprise. Asgard might not be the full truth. The masked man responded vaguely, giving Junkyung no clear answer, only leaving more uncertainty behind his words. Junkyung clenched his fist, demanding answers. He wanted to know who operated from the shadows unseen. Eyes narrowed, the masked man didn't flinch. Whoever it was, he feared them more than Set. Energy flared violently as the masked man drew his weapon. Furious, Junkyung had let Horus escape. He raised his blade, now viewing Junkyung as a threat ready to strike without hesitation or remorse. Junkyung stood firm. Realizing the masked man wasn't independent, he followed orders passed down from Asgard's agents. The hidden faction backing him had deeper control. Their reach extended into multiple unknown organizations and forces. Despite overwhelming odds, Junkyung accepted reality. There was no backing down, even if victory seemed impossible now. The masked man smirked, gathering lightning in his grip, fully confident in his overwhelming power advantage. He taunted Junkyung, asking if he truly understood how the red ore came into his possession. It wasn't coincidence. He revealed he had obtained the red ore through a specific and planned method. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Junkyung's eyes widened, realizing he'd lost visual contact entirely. Without delay, the masked man reappeared midair, sword drawn, aiming to strike Junkyung before he could react. Junkyung was struck midair, lightning tearing through his defense. He gritted his teeth, refusing to fall. The masked man narrowed his eyes, realizing Junkyung had endured an attack meant to incapacitate instantly. Junkyung landed hard but stable. His energy surged again, footing secure, ready for a counterattack response. He analyzed everything: the masked man's movements, power, and signs of deeper control within the throne's chain. Junkyung prepared mentally. He wouldn't lose here. Not while he still had strength left to fight. The masked man grinned confidently, acknowledging Junkyung's strength. But his tone carried a strange pride. He repeated himself: the red ore wasn't found. It had been deliberately given by someone important. Junkyung's eyes sharpened. That person? The implication meant deeper ties. Someone was orchestrating things from behind the scenes. Then the masked man shifted topics, asking if Junkyung had chosen his purpose upon becoming king. Junkyung stared him down. His response was calm but firm. He now knew what he must do. The masked man smirked. He no longer saw Junkyung as weak, but as a rival. Junkyung admitted his former weakness, but revealed his resolve was forged during battle and bitter failures. He named his enemy without hesitation: the Demon King, responsible for chaos disguised as power and leadership. Junkyung explained the truth. That title was false, a system to keep others fighting under illusioned purpose. He stood firm now. Becoming king was no longer his goal. Exposing the system was. The masked man lowered his head slightly, a grin forming as if amused by Junkyung's declaration. A soft laugh escaped him. It slowly grew louder, echoing across the tense and quiet field. He laughed fully now, shoulders shaking, walking forward like Junkyung's words had confirmed something expected. His eyes gleamed unnaturally as he finally responded, accepting Junkyung's statement without mockery or resistance. The wind passed quietly behind them, but the silence held weight. The masked man had accepted the truth. Morning light filtered into the city. Junkyung sat alone, still processing the encounter from before. He questioned whether Asgard truly knew someone else was backing Set, or if that was hidden. If it were a secret, letting Junkyung walk away unharmed seemed like a deliberate decision. Junkyung wondered if he was being underestimated or if he was meant to carry a message. A silver-haired companion entered, asking casually about Set. Junkyung knew the conversation was far from over. Junkyung hesitated, unsure how to describe Set. His presence felt deeper than just evil intentions. The silver-haired girl noted the difference between Set's appearance and his behavior. Something didn't feel authentic. She sensed deception. Her intuition told her Set had been acting, hiding something beneath the surface. Junkyung silently agreed. She was sharp, and last night had exposed a crack in Set's facade. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted. Balor stormed in, yelling Junkyung's name, clearly alarmed about something urgent. Balor addressed the group. Something urgent had happened. His tone made Junkyung and the others fall silent. He explained the Asgard alliance wasn't stable anymore. The incident involving Set changed the internal balance. Balor revealed the border official who intercepted Set had unexpectedly begun negotiations likely triggered by Junkyung's presence. Frustrated, Balor accused Junkyung. His emergence had set new events in motion across multiple political fronts. Junkyung responded calmly. He was ready to act, and he already knew what needed to be done. The silver-haired girl reacted in shock. Junkyung's announcement had caught her completely off guard. Balor narrowed his eyes. He had expected resistance, but not such a calm decision from Junkyung. Outside, the winds shifted quietly. The calm skies above did not reflect what was about to unfold. Far away, a desert fortress loomed, its towering structure guarded by walls and quiet tension in the air. Inside the fortress, masked warriors stood in formation, prepared. A new order was already being executed. Elite warriors lined up in discipline, their gazes fixed ahead. Nile's guards were trained for intimidation. The host greeted Junkyung and his group formally. Recognizing them as Asgard's official heroes and envoys, Junkyung smiled and returned the sentiment. His presence here was as a representative, not just a fighter. The local officer explained Asgard had sent word in advance. He invited them to follow respectfully. Junkyung quietly acknowledged the plan's success. Using Dawn as the lead had opened important doors quickly. From above, the massive walls of Nile seemed secure, but Junkyung believed infiltration was still possible. Guided through the entrance, Junkyung remained alert. The real danger wasn't the structure, it was the people. Their escort paused mid-step. His eyes shifted ahead, surprised by an unexpected figure waiting quietly inside. At the corridor's end stood a familiar presence. No words needed, his name alone stirred tension. Set stood there smiling casually, as if nothing had changed, his eyes watching everything without blinking. Junkyung sensed something wasn't right. He needed to check Bastet's reaction before things escalated further. He called her name sharply, watching her carefully. This moment required clarity, not misdirection or delays. Bastet turned slowly, her face composed. But tension flickered across her expression at Junkyung's direct tone. He didn't hesitate. "Where is Horus?" The question struck deep, revealing Junkyung's true concern and focus. Bastet remained silent for a breath, then shifted her stance slightly, as if bracing for consequences. Junkyung demanded answers. Bastet hesitated, clearly conflicted, as the situation shifted quickly and tension mounted. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Horus appeared beside another figure, drawing attention from everyone in the courtyard. Junkyung's gaze sharpened. Bastet was hiding something, and Horus's return only complicated the situation further. Horus introduced himself as Boff's leader. His demeanor was formal, but urgency pulsed beneath his words. He bowed before Junkyung and said one word with weight, "Please?" His plea was sincere and direct. The desert temple remained hidden for centuries, until ancient energy signatures were finally detected from orbit. 2 local sentries were deployed to secure the perimeter. After movement was reported near the southern gate, a high-ranking temple guardian appeared, stepping forward in silence, acknowledging the protective forces keeping the area secure. Ineb, an elite tracker, analyzed faint traces on the ground, unusual prints, not matching any known species. Elsewhere, 2 covert operatives infiltrated the temple compound, sprinting hard as their extraction window rapidly closed. The red-haired operative reviewed their orders: maintain cover, secure the target, and neutralize resistance if necessary. They discussed a backup plan. Use the marked individual to influence diplomatic ties between Asgard and Nile. As Bastet joined them, another agent asked for an escape forecast, aware their presence risked exposure already. Bastet confirmed their cover was blown. Concern shifted to whether their target could still be protected underground. The lead agent, calm but alert, admitted whatever the odds were, retreat was no longer an option. The agent realized with unease Set's power had grown beyond prediction. Brute force alone wouldn't succeed. From high above, temple enforcers descended, alerted by the energy surge detected deep inside restricted corridors. Lightning-cloaked guardians blocked the hallway, declaring the team's intrusion a direct violation of ancient Nile sanctity. In response, footsteps echoed calmly, no hesitation, no retreat, one figure stepping ahead with authority and certainty. Ineb gave the command without fear, "Clear the way," his voice sharp, silencing even the charged air. The enforcer shouted Bastet's name, stunned his trusted superior now aiding the intruders against temple protocol. Confused and tense, he demanded answers, unaware of the greater conflict brewing beyond the temple walls. He pleaded for surrender, hoping to avoid bloodshed, offering one last chance to avoid escalation entirely. But Ineb charged ahead, cloaked in divine energy. Lightning surged as blades clashed in a violent burst. A shockwave split the hallway walls, forcing the enforcers back, rattled by Ineb's sudden overwhelming assault. Bastet's sudden retreat startled the team. Confusion and urgency flared as the temple conflict briefly paused. Tensions rose. One agent blamed Bastet for abandoning potential allies who had trusted her guidance earlier. Bastet stepped forward calmly, reminding them that survival, not pride, was the priority behind every strategic decision made. The male agent clarified Bastet's logic. Failing to protect Nox would endanger those who dared assist. Acknowledging his mistake, the silver-haired agent lowered his head slightly, offering a rare and genuine apology. The team arrived before the ancient sealed chamber, massive doors hiding the sanctuary of Horus himself. Eneb turned slightly, confirming to the team that Horus was just behind the final locked gate. He addressed a trusted temple guardian, calling her name, someone who had once trained beside him, Enrollment. With urgency, Eneb requested her support defend the inner sanctum and help preserve what remained of Horus. Nelmec remained silent, eyes locked on Eneb, the weight of his words stirring her guarded loyalty. A guard stepped in, warning Elmec that siding with Bastet would burn every bridge behind her. Nelmec ignored the threat, eyes firm. She had already made her choice long before speaking aloud. Turning to Eneb, she answered clearly. Fighting beside Bastet was a purpose she could still believe in. Eneb watched her in silence, sensing her resolve shift into something unshakable, unexpected yet fully welcome. Together, the united team crossed the courtyard, heading toward the final chamber where Horus awaited their arrival. Nelmec called out to Eneb, her voice steady, one final message she needed to deliver personally. Eneb turned, listening closely. He sensed something deeper in her tone than orders or battlefield resolve. She spoke softly but firmly. If he succeeded in the mission, she would remain by him. Eneb gave a confident nod, meeting her gaze. Failure wasn't an option now, not for either. Emotion welled in her eyes, but she held it in. She had already chosen her side. With new stakes set, the agents exchanged a glance. Failure was no longer a tolerable outcome. Without wasting time, the team took off running again, led by Eneb toward the inner gate. Each step echoed louder as they pushed through the temple's final corridor, nearing their objective's location. Focused and alert, they maintained formation, knowing resistance could appear again before reaching Horus's sealed chamber. At last, blinding light poured through the giant entrance as the final door began to open. As they entered the radiant hall, a figure greeted them, Isis, guardian and mother of Horus. Eneb lowered his head respectfully, acknowledging her authority and importance within the Nile's divine hierarchy. Narration echoed: Isis, ruler of the Nile, wife of Osiris, mother of Horus, feared and revered equally. She stood tall with quiet dominance, known as one of the most powerful defenders in Nile's history. With sudden force in her voice, Isis warned them, her presence alone enough to stall their approach. Golden light poured down as the group stood before Isis, tension mounting with every passing second. One agent whispered. Stunned, Isis wasn't just a leader, she was a sorcerer feared across the Nile. Eneb stepped forward with calm determination, formally requesting Isis's trust and a chance to reach Horus. She responded gently, acknowledging Horus's admiration for Eneb and the rare faith her son had expressed. Eyes fixed on him, she reversed the plea, asking Eneb directly if he could save her son. Eneb reaffirmed his position. He wasn't here for favors, only for what had to be done. Isis stepped forward, voice unwavering, demanding one answer: could they truly guarantee the safety of her son? Silence followed her question, eyes turning toward the black-haired agent as he prepared his honest reply. Without hesitation, he answered, no. His voice was calm, direct, unwilling to promise what wasn't certain. Isis froze, shocked by the blunt refusal, an answer she hadn't expected, but somehow needed to hear. His eyes stayed fixed, unwavering. He didn't offer comfort, only truth. They might not save Horus. Junkyung stepped forward with resolve, clarifying his intent not to promise, but to truly attempt saving Horus. Moved by his honesty, Isis extended her hand, triggering the ancient seal hidden beneath her bracelet. A pulse of divine energy burst outward, the golden barrier surrounding the tomb shattering into radiant fragments. Observing the shift, the silver-haired agent confirmed the moment they were finally granted access beyond the seal. Isis explained calmly, once the sarcophagus is opened, the seal would weaken and hold for 30 minutes. Isis turned away solemnly and issued her final warning: none who entered would leave the chamber alive. Junkyung met her words with resolve, declaring he had no plans to die in this place. He stepped forward without hesitation, fully committed to the path ahead, whatever danger might come next. His team followed in silence, their focus tight, knowing every second now carried weight and risk. The golden light above dimmed slightly as the chamber's energy shifted, signaling the true test had begun. Far away, a warrior sensed Isis's presence and prepared mentally. He knew she would be there. Recalling the past, he whispered to himself, Isis, his first love, remained out of reach forever. Still unworthy, he admitted to himself that strength alone wouldn't reclaim what had long since been lost. Addressing his troops, he rallied them fiercely. Today marked the launch of their long-planned rebellion against order. The soldiers answered with a unified roar as he declared his vow to lead from the front. The rebels raised their voices in unison, preparing to march as orders echoed across the chamber. Set turned calmly and addressed his right hand Anubis, the loyal warrior cloaked in silent command. And then, Anubis bowed slightly as Set gave the directive with measured tone and absolute clarity. Set ordered Anubis to gather the jackals and move swiftly toward Horus's hidden location. Watching him go, Set remained behind, pondering the next step. His role was not yet revealed. Set spoke with a dark calmness, declaring it was time to bring fear back to existence. Purple energy surged through his hand, spreading like smoke as he summoned power from his deadly domain. Anubis stepped forward into the mist, accepting the charge to carry out Set's merciless command. Junkyung turned to Manhwa, explaining that their strategy would rely heavily on neutralizing Anubis. First, Manhwa nodded quietly, already predicting Set's formation and how fast things would collapse if they miscalculated. Manhwa activated the medical sigil, a tool designed to stabilize divine energy inside a dying vessel. He hovered it above Horus's body, the glyphs glowing as they linked to the sealed form. An explosive pulse surged outward, sending shockwaves across the hall and alerting enemies stationed nearby. Horus's lips parted faintly as he whispered Nelmek, Bastet. Signs of awareness returning despite his weakened condition. Junkyung looked up and addressed Baldur calmly, signaling that it was time for their next move. Junkyung stood silently before the leader, nodding with quiet resolve. He believed he could succeed. Receiving the leader's calm approval, he turned swiftly. The mission awaited, and there was no hesitation now. Without delay, he dashed forward. The wind rushed past as the city walls blurred behind his motion. The leader watched firmly, then addressed the others. Ms. Yoon, Edward Park, and Hanuel, this is your mission. The masked warrior stepped forward. We obey, he said. The princess was ready. A storm was coming. Bailey stood alone, breathing heavily. The earlier battle drained him, but his orders remained crystal clear. The commander shifted strategy, assigning Bailey to contain Set while he prepared to face a greater threat. He understood the plan. The moment the focus turned to Kilos, all support would be scattered. Crossing the arena's edge, he observed the enemy's energy forming. It pulsed violently, red and unstable. He prepared himself mentally, aware this battle wasn't only physical, it demanded sharp leadership and emotional control. The Nile priestess analyzed the shifting battlefield. Isis's interference had changed their alliances and disrupted every plan. Meanwhile, the commander tightened his grip on the flaming weapon, channeling his strength into its awakened form. The weapon pulsed violently, absorbing energy around him. It surged with intensity, forming its final devastating configuration. With one swift motion, he slammed the weapon downward, sending shockwaves through the cracked stone arena floor. The priestess watched silently, realizing the tide of battle was no longer in anyone's control. A sudden blast shattered the stone floor, forcing the surrounding fighters to retreat from the impact zone. Lady Isis, enraged, surged forward with raw magic, ignoring tactics and attacking blindly toward the enemy line. A temple warrior rushed forward, sensing disaster. Her unstable wrath now threatened allies as much as enemies. He shouted desperately, begging her to stop. But Isis dismissed him, focused only on unleashing destruction. Before chaos escalated, Bailey intervened calmly, urging Isis to observe before making another reckless move forward. The red energy violently surged into his body. The weapon's magic had completely fused with him now. Isis stepped back in disbelief. She realized too late he was absorbing unstable power, not resisting it. System messages confirmed it. The dragon blood stone had neutralized lunacy and returned it into his veins. He winced, feeling the madness circulate. His voice shook, admitting the stone's strength alone wasn't enough. Then he roared. The combined force of dragon blood and lunacy twisted him into something far greater. Junkyung gripped his weapon tightly, his body glowing. The dragon's power fused deeper into his system. A system prompt confirmed it. The weak dragon heart was containing the chaotic energy of the lunacy. Watching from afar, one ally questioned the process. Even stabilizing power looked dangerously close to collapse. Meanwhile, Horus's red bandages, once corrupted by madness, slowly regained clarity. Something within the energy had changed. Junkyung stood in silence, visibly transformed, his aura pulsing. All eyes locked onto what he'd become.
June gritted his teeth. The dragon's death wasn't enough, something deeper still needed to be destroyed. He focused his aura into the blazing spear, veins glowing red as heat pulsed through his skin. The command Gorenda awakened ancient code buried in his core. His transformation into a weapon had begun. Fire surged violently. June roared as the dragon heart ignited, tearing through flesh, turning agony into strength. Far away, two agents observed the chaos. One confirmed coldly, June has reached the dragon heart threshold. Far below, a priestess sensed it. The red mark's flare meant the ancient force was stirring awake. The ground shattered. Screams rang out as divine shockwaves struck the temple, collapsing stone and blinding light. One girl was thrown back from the tremor. Dust swirled as ancient energy tore through the ruins. A warrior named Numek dashed forward, rage in his eyes, racing toward the collapsing altar without hesitation. He reached the fallen priestess, quickly stabilizing her body with sacred energy drawn from his inner flame. The priestess stirred, eyes fluttering open. A golden glint passed as memory and pain surged back sharply. Numek knelt beside her, his voice steady but urgent. His eyes scanned for injury, ignoring his own. Her vision cleared. She focused through the ache, red eyes burning with resolve against the rising threat. She stood slowly, brushing dust from her shoulder. Her voice cracked, but her spirit remained unshaken, unbroken. Before them, shadows approached, an entire battalion surrounding Bastet's altar, weapons drawn, their allegiance uncertain in the dust. Darkness twisted upward like smoke. Anubis appeared behind a silver-haired vessel, his shadow form pulsing with corruption. The priestess gasped, heart dropping. Anubis hadn't just returned, he had possessed a host willingly offered in ritual. Glowing purple eyes locked forward. Anubis raised his claw, gathering force. The sky dimmed under godlike pressure. With one brutal strike he slammed the warrior down. The ground fractured beneath the weight of wrath. The vessel grunted, pain surging through his ribs. Blood spattered stone. Anubis's voice echoed with cold judgment. The silver-haired warrior's body crashed across the stone, purple energy trailing like smoke from every shattered bone. Dark magic gathered. Black tendrils swirled and twisted, forming into beasts as ancient as the desert sun. Anubis stepped forward, voice heavy as judgment. His words summoned them, creatures of war, death, and obedience. Dozens of figures marched in sync, eyes hollow, breath steady. They were no longer men, only instruments of slaughter. "Go and harvest," Anubis commanded coldly. "Death!" The jackals surged forward, howling beneath the god's merciless decree. Anubis's shadow beasts advanced through the corridor, their steps silent, their movement precise like trained executioners. The priestess raised her voice, commanding swift action. The safety of Horus and Underdog came first. Numek nodded and turned, shielding the injured as he prepared to intercept anything threatening their retreat path. A white-haired agent moved past calmly, stating his objective. Bastet's survival was now his only mission. With a single shout, trained warriors braced their stances. Lightning surged as they engaged the jackals head-on. Warriors stood firmly ahead, muscles tense, as the jackal's aura began warping the air around them. One jackal narrowed his gaze, lightning coiling around his arms as judgment glinted sharply in his eye. Disdain flickered on his face. To him, these human defenders were obstacles, slow, predictable, and already defeated. Without hesitation, the lead jackal lunged. His body crackled as lightning burst forward in a precise strike. Electricity surged along his path. Walls lit up as his form blurred, speed overwhelming the defenders instantly. June crashed against the stone floor, dust rising around him as energy pulsed faintly beneath his skin. His enemy watched silently, amused. Despite June's resistance, the gap between their strength still seemed enormous. June clenched his fists. He had no illusions, but the fight wasn't over until breath ceased. Smiling coldly, the jackal warrior turned away. He believed no threat remained that could challenge his command. Far away in Odin's Asgard, the skies trembled. Another divine realm had begun observing June's every move. The chamber filled with silence as officials gathered. The lead envoy stood and formally opened the meeting. He announced grave news: Set had rebelled. If left unchecked, the Nile's balance would collapse completely. With urgency, he shifted the council's focus. Today's discussion would revolve around preventing the Nile's total downfall. All eyes turned to the quiet, red-haired figure. With a nod, the facilitator addressed him directly. Odin stepped forward, composed and resolute. Calmly, he declared that he would soon face Set himself. Set smirked from his seat, recognizing the red-haired figure. The long-awaited confrontation had finally arrived today. Across the battlefield, Odin stepped forward. His expression remained unreadable, posture unwavering under Set's intense gaze. Set tilted his head slightly, amused. He hadn't expected Odin to appear before him so soon. Odin replied plainly. He'd assumed negotiations might delay conflict, but the moment for battle had clearly come. Set grinned wider. If this was war, he would ensure Odin regretted entering the field personally. Set lunged forward. Sparks burst beneath his feet as raw energy shot outward from his charging form. He raised a massive golden weapon mid-leap, aiming to strike Odin before defense could even form. Odin moved instantly. Both fiery blades rose, clashing with the golden strike in a brilliant collision. Steel shrieked. Odin held his ground, absorbing the pressure as flames spiraled around his locked weapons. Set exhaled sharply, eyes narrowing. Despite his expectations, Odin endured without falter. This battle wouldn't be simple. Odin grinned slightly, impressed. Set's power was overwhelming, yet Odin's stance remained focused and completely unfazed. Above the ancient floor, the two leapt toward each other. Power surged violently as their clash escalated. June arrived before the pyramid, scanning the sand-covered ruins where silence echoed warnings of buried danger. A pair of armed guardians emerged, lightning coursing through their bodies as they charged without hesitation toward him. June raised his arm calmly, purple aura igniting around him, shaped by his sponsor's terrifying surge of power. In a blink, the two attackers were hurled back mid-air, torn by pure force and directed fury. One survivor roared, blood dripping, eyes blazing not from fear, but loyalty, ready to strike June with everything left. June launched skyward, aura pulsing stronger, closing the distance before their eyes could follow his movement. Suspended in air, his gaze sharpened. He chose his target without hesitation, the strongest among them. The chosen enemy dashed forward, fueled by desperation, hoping speed could match the power facing him. Another attacker followed close behind, reckless but determined, unaware they were running toward a prepared trap. June stood motionless between them, energy rippling outward, baiting both into the kill zone with calculated calm. June dropped low, unleashing raw force across the ground, violet energy snapping like thunder against enemy limbs. A pulse of magic erupted violently, consuming the attackers in an instant shockwave, silencing their battle cries. Without pause, June sprinted through the dissipating smoke, tracking new threats with honed precision and unshaken will. He leapt past stone ruins, hunting the final guard still hidden among the temple's broken shadowed pillars. Far off, a lone observer watched breathlessly, recognizing June's strength as something beyond conventional hunter rankings. June scanned the field, aware the real threat wasn't among the fallen, something worse was approaching. A blinding golden force exploded from afar as three elite defenders burst forward, radiating coordinated fury. One of them, muscular and armored, gritted his teeth, already sensing the gap in power between them. From behind the flames, dark steps echoed as cursed energy slithered out across the blood-stained stone. The Anubis-clad warrior emerged, shadows rising from his feet. Voice steady as he gave the warning. June struck first, crashing down like a comet, his boots cracking stone where shadow and flame met. The golden warrior rose to meet him, summoning ethereal chains that shimmered between lightning and death. Dark tendrils lashed upward from the Anubis warrior's back, intercepting June's attack with unnatural speed and timing. June twisted mid-air, shifting momentum to evade the blow, his blade grazing the godlike foe's armored chest. A voice snarled mockingly through violet mist, taunting June for defending others while his own doom approached. Black fire erupted around them, pulling energy inward like a vortex. Panic surged as control slipped away. One warrior staggered back, unable to resist the force. Her defenses crumbled under the spiraling mana pressure. Desperate, reinforcements launched forward, hoping sheer numbers could overwhelm what raw strength alone had failed to stop. June stepped through the haze unfazed, reminding them that turning away now would only lead to ruin. He raised his arm and with a thunderous pulse of light unleashed destruction that split the battlefield open. From the blue light, a spectral wolf emerged, its howl cracking the air with divine force. The beast pounced, splitting into copies mid-leap, tearing through the ranks before they could raise defenses. The attackers faltered under the assault, several falling instantly as fangs of lightning struck their exposed flanks. Sensing opportunity, a new wave of warriors surged in from the ruins, shouting orders with wild urgency. Flames flared ahead as a red-haired fighter joined the fray, his aura boiling the ground beneath. The red-haired warrior spun low beneath the blast, flames trailing him like a meteor circling orbit. A golden fighter observed calmly, acknowledging June's ally with rare respect, admiring the restraint behind such force. Despite his praise, the red-haired one smiled back with ease, measuring his enemy's reactions in silence. Their clash briefly paused, weapons lowered not out of fear but from growing boredom and unmatched conviction. The golden warrior scoffed, uninterested now. He came seeking vengeance for his brother, but this wasn't enough. The golden warrior's eyes flared crimson as dark power surged outward, twisting the very air around. His body grew denser, wrapped in crimson shadow. This form no longer held mercy, only pure destruction. The red-haired fighter tensed, heart steady. This shift confirmed his fears. This fight would not be brief. His thoughts raced. He was meant only to delay, but facing this alone meant certain death without resolve. Summoning courage, he invoked Odin's will, fists glowing, declaring loyalty to the one who commands gods. Flames burst beneath his feet as the red-haired warrior charged forward, arms ignited by divine heat. The golden enemy laughed, pleased. Rage twisted his grin as he exploded into motion like a spear. Before a thought could form, the enemy was airborne, his speed blurring him into shadow and threat. The red-haired fighter braced, recognizing that raw speed wasn't his advantage, but he could still control rhythm. He shifted stance, calling out his enemy's mistake, predictable aggression that ignored openings in emotional control. The red-haired warrior roared the name Bright Oblique, divine power flooding his limbs with violent blue brilliance. He lunged into melee, flames spiraling outward in wide arcs that cracked the earth with holy weight. From a distance, the impact's light pierced the arena, too intense to witness without shielding one's vision. The Anubis warrior narrowed his eyes. Set's power, the darkness had vanished in that instant of holy contact. A female hunter growled under her breath. If Set fell, the next wave would collapse immediately. Isis smirked with confidence, sensing the shift in momentum, the power balance now tilted against the gods. She stepped forward, daring Anubis to surrender, knowing his pride wouldn't allow retreat without consequence or chaos. But Anubis doubted. Set hadn't fallen. The absence felt wrong, like a trap masked by divine silence. He warned Isis carefully. He wasn't here to kill her, only to stop her reckless interference now. Then, with a surge of purple flame, he invoked Curtain of Truth, enveloping himself in finality. Dark tendrils surged upward, wrapping Isis in binding force as Anubis activated the full seal's power. A nearby soldier gasped, sensing the divine shift. His call came too late to change her fate. Anubis sneered, holding the suspended cube of energy where Isis was now trapped completely under his control. Inside, Isis knelt frozen. Her limbs refused to move. The pressure overwhelmed every muscle in her body. Outside the prison, Anubis growled. She would remain inside, feeding his strength for the battle ahead. The warriors surged forward, led by a muscular fighter who charged with purpose toward the glowing barrier. Summoning energy to his fist, he aimed at the barrier's core, channeling strength into the strike. His empowered blow met the dark cube, but the barrier resisted, crackling violently with sinister magic. Confused by the lack of damage, he realized the shield absorbed power like an unbreakable sponge. Refusing defeat, he focused harder, building momentum, vowing to shatter the cursed wall with relentless force. He stepped back, stunned. As dark energy surged unnaturally, something was wrong with the expanding barrier. Instead of breaking, the barrier pulsed outward, feeding on his power, growing larger and more dangerous. A shockwave followed, distorting the air, and overwhelming pressure radiated, warning them of something sinister awakening. From within the cursed glow, a massive figure emerged, cloaked in thunderous black and radiant gold. Another warrior watched in disbelief, recognizing the figure, one who vanished years ago, presumed dead forever. Dark laughter echoed as the shadowed figure reveled in power flooding through his expanding monstrous form. His body surged with strength, veins crackling, an ancient warrior reborn, pulsing with corrupted godlike energy. Across the battlefield, a silver-haired figure stepped forward, eyes locked with the dark beast ahead. Unshaken, she taunted him. Every one of his twisted followers had already been wiped from existence. A spectral wolf sprinted beside her, blazing with ice, as she readied her weapon for war. Shouting a vow of destruction, the dark warrior summoned cursed energy to feed on fallen souls. With arms raised high, he channeled the void, pulling death itself into his expanding sphere of power. Corpses twitched violently, infused with unholy essence, as darkness clawed their bodies back into monstrous motion. From every corner of the ruins, grotesque husks rose again, faces twisted by torment and magic. Shock widened her eyes. Warriors once slain under her command had now returned, alive and hostile. Roaring his command, the shadowed tyrant unleashed magic, ordering his undead army to annihilate everything nearby. From a distance, the spiky-haired warrior warned that the enemy's twisted power could reanimate fallen allies. Processing the truth, she acknowledged the risk. Every casualty might return as a puppet under his control. Flashes of past nightmares resurfaced. Grotesque beasts once destroyed now glared again, eyes glowing with infernal fury. Grim resolve hardened her stance. No longer would she flee the burden fate kept throwing her way. The red-haired youth narrowed his eyes, sensing the enemy's aggression growing more desperate and erratic. Without hesitation, he invoked a forbidden art, channeling precise destruction to dismantle the enchantment's core foundation. Despite the artifact's lingering resistance, his energy tore through its constraints, cracking the ancient seal apart. A demonic warrior broke from the ranks, charging straight at him with corrupted rage and claws. Reacting swiftly, he pivoted and struck, his blade meeting the attacker's advance with raw, focused force. His expression hardened. Permission was granted, and the situation now demanded swift obedience without hesitation. Retreat was necessary. Remaining here would risk critical losses and endanger the success of future missions. He turned sharply, assessing threats as nearby enemies began to converge, sensing weakness in their formation. The corrupted warrior charged, unaware the red-haired fighter had already begun withdrawal under precise strategic orders. Stone walls shook violently as his steps echoed. Retreat had begun, but pursuit was close behind. The warrior questioned the command's origin, seeking clarity before committing to leave the battlefield behind. His companion confirmed that orders came from above, and their priority was survival, not personal pride. Acknowledging the truth, he accepted the reality. Retreat wasn't shameful when it served a greater cause. With firm resolve, he turned around, footsteps echoing as a folded paper seal fluttered to ground. The group exited the crumbling fortress, moving toward the distant stronghold now glowing beneath the sun. Inside a vast chamber, towering plants decorated the hall, silent witnesses to what was about to unfold. He entered alone, footsteps steady as he approached the one person he had long avoided. Standing tall, the older brother greeted him calmly, hiding emotion beneath his disciplined warrior expression. The younger sibling responded with tension, questioning the judgment that led to their current strained positions. Unable to contain frustration, he shouted, demanding answers for the choices that fractured their brotherly bond. The older brother stood firm, unmoved by emotion, stating his choice had been deliberate and final. Accusations followed. Was it envy or fear that caused him to reject the promotion altogether? The elder responded sharply, dismissing selfish motives. His decisions were shaped by factors beyond rank or rivalry. Curiosity rose fast. The younger brother asked if a third party had been seen recently. His gaze shifted as realization struck. Someone from the past had returned, walking calmly across the hall. A flash of shock crossed his face, realizing the truth behind his brother's restrained expression. Laughter erupted. The younger understood now it was defeat that led the elder to withdraw quietly. To regain pride, the elder had chased forbidden power, willing to sacrifice anything for an edge. Though reckless, he survived stronger than before. His gamble hadn't failed. He just wasn't the same. He clarified firmly, he wasn't like his brother or their rival. His path was different. The elder's eyes widened in shock, sensing an unfamiliar energy surging violently through the air. Crimson marks ignited across the younger's body as he summoned forbidden power without hesitation or restraint. Energy pulsed outward. He stood grounded, stabilizing the force now forming ominous symbols across his skin. Recognition hit. The older brother froze, realizing too late what technique was awakening before his very eyes. This was no imitation. The younger had mastered the red ore's full potential and summoned its beast. The beast bared its fangs, surrounding the elder as the younger watched without flinching or mercy. Recognition flashed. He whispered the name Horus, knowing what kind of ancient power stood before him. The younger declared his goal to follow Horus and rule far beyond the Nile's limited reach. The masked warrior lunged forward, cutting through the air, shadow trailing as enemies fell before impact landed. Lightning pulsed through the chamber as his blade twisted midair, parrying strikes and disrupting enemy formations violently. A towering brute roared, red veins glowing, charging in blind fury to crush the lone challenger instantly. The warrior rolled sideways, evading massive fists, while blue magic sigils ignited from his open, waiting hand. Twin waves of ice burst forward, freezing time for a moment as enemies stiffened, overwhelmed by force. Bodies littered the battlefield, unmoving in silence. Dust rising from the earlier clash, victory seeming near too early. From their corpses, thick black smoke leaked upward, swirling unnaturally, pulling fragmented essence into a shared ominous core. Golden eyes reignited behind cracked masks, and one by one, the fallen began twitching under Shadow's control. Dozens reawakened, their forms darker, stronger, mindless, bound by cursed energy forcing them back into combat formation. The silver-haired man narrowed his eyes, resurrection confirmed. With a sigh, he prepared for their permanent destruction. Sweat trailed his cheek. Gritting his teeth, he focused, violet eyes narrowing under growing magical pressure. A burst of light erupted. Icy wolves manifested, tearing through enemies, encircling the horde in rapid formation. The lead wolf howled thunderously, body aglow, surging forward with divine intent, fangs locked on cursed energy. Its impact shattered the arena floor, shaking stone and steel alike, freezing corrupted soldiers mid-attack instantly. But the largest enemy remained untouched. Muscles flaring and lightning sparking, he stood, drawing strength from fallen shadows. Without hesitation, the shadowed brute descended from above, while Fenrir launched upward in a streak of lightning. Their collision erupted in violent energy, blasting debris outward as the battlefield trembled beneath the magical surge. A sudden cry escaped the silver-haired warrior as panic took hold, eyes locked on the impact zone. Dust clouds expanded in all directions, hiding everything. No figure emerged, only silence settled where chaos once raged. Amid the shattered earth, Fenrir lay unconscious and unmoving, his body torn, the light in his eyes fading. Surging with newfound energy, the jackal-headed warrior stood tall, savoring power coursing violently through his frame. Confident beyond reason, he whispered of defeating gods, Osiris included, believing no force alive could now match him. He raised his fist, grin wide, ready to erase all obstacles in a single stroke. A twitch, just a hand. From cracked stone, a figure emerged slowly, presence alone shifting the battlefield's air. Recognition flashed across the beast's eyes. He sensed it, an overwhelming aura returning from nowhere. Dread settled instantly. Lightning cracked through the sky as Horus emerged, his divine aura spiraling violently around his form. With fury in his voice, he roared Anubis's name, eyes blazing with betrayal and divine purpose. No hesitation showed, his fist clenched as energy surged, golden tendrils snapping outward with blinding speed. A single strike launched forward, directed at the barrier cube, pulsing with unstable violet and pink energy. Upon impact, the construct exploded in a wave of golden fire, vaporizing everything caught within its core. Anubis clenched his fists, bewildered by how swiftly Keiki had destroyed the legendary curtain of truth. From the settling dust, a calm figure approached barefoot, golden energy dancing gently along his scarred limbs. Survivors looked up as the bandaged man came into view, radiating peace despite the surrounding destruction. A familiar voice trembled, soft yet commanding, as the regal woman whispered, tears swelling in her ageless eyes. He met her gaze with warmth. "Yes, mother," he answered. "Now please rest. I've returned." Leaving his mother behind, Horus stepped through fading mist, golden energy circling calmly around his advancing form. Up ahead, twisted creatures emerged, hulking, corrupted shadows with glowing veins, moving without thought, bound to destruction. Dozens of monsters clustered together beneath him. He stood above, prepared to end their existence without hesitation. Smoke thickened across the battlefield as divine energy pulsed. Horus now realized the barrier holding them was gone. With certainty in his voice, he spoke. Control had shattered, and chaos would spread unless halted immediately. From above, a streak of golden light descended rapidly, cutting through the shadows without slowing down. Wings spread wide, Horus launched himself forward, aiming straight for the heart of the corrupted storm. Dark tendrils lashed outward, claws descending, yet he stood firm, encased in protective gold forged from pure will. Energy lines crisscrossed around his body, intercepting every attack as he advanced without fear or hesitation. Struck hard and thrown back, Anubis recoiled under pressure, his defense failing against Horus's relentless force. Power surged around Horus as he invoked divine judgment, golden eyes burning with the light of Ra. A radiant blast erupted from his hand, swallowing the battlefield in searing waves of concentrated energy. Anubis was hurled backward, body scorched and staggering, his corrupted form unraveling beneath the divine onslaught. He landed hard, coughing blood, shocked by survival, struggling to understand how defeat hadn't ended everything. Standing calmly, Horus approached. He refused to deliver death, leaving that judgment to a power beyond him. Footsteps echoed in silence as the young man returned, the weight of his decision already made. He met Horus's gaze and nodded, satisfied that their encounter had met its purpose without bloodshed. Watching carefully, the Reaper asked, surprised by mercy, curious why a killer would hesitate at final judgment. A half-smile formed. The answer was simple. Compassion, rare as it was, remained stronger than any blade. For the first time, the Reaper bowed slightly. No longer alone, he whispered gratitude without hesitation. Anubis trembled unexpectedly. A strange chill crawled down his back, an unfamiliar sensation he couldn't easily explain. Above the golden city, the skies shifted. A divine pressure returned, heavier than before, quietly building. From all corners, sharp eyes turned. Guardians and allies felt the air shift. Something new had arrived. The silver-haired warriors raised their heads simultaneously, sensing the silent call that echoed across all souls. Standing at the center, the young man remained still, unknowingly becoming the fulcrum of ancient fate. He clenched his fist tightly, struggling to contain the growing weight of truth he'd just learned. Standing motionless, he stared forward, expression firm, but eyes hollow as he finally accepted that his father died. A sacred city under the desert sun stood silent, awaiting the return of its forgotten god. A legion of soldiers marched through golden streets, their armor heavy with dread and bitter memories. A lone warrior knelt in exhaustion, whispering to the fading sky the name of his fallen lord. Others joined him, their faces cold with defeat, accepting the weight of a battle already lost. Suddenly, hope surged. Horus stirred from slumber, his awakening igniting rebellion within their broken, beaten ranks. Inspired by Horus, the warrior declared a final chance remained. Their strength must now serve justice. With urgency, they rallied behind him. Feet pounded the sandstone roads as resolve burned in silence. Above them, the ancient city towered still. The gods watched from shadows, waiting to judge the bold. Far away, Thoth of Memphis stood firm. Calmly, he refused alliance, masking strategy behind neutral wisdom. Yet Sekhmet of Hermopolis rose defiantly. Honor-bound, he would march, refusing to let fear decide their fate. Sekhmet marched alone at first, unwilling to let his people perish under passive watchfulness again. Thoth hesitated, torn between caution and faith, then called out, his voice calm, but firm with resolve. He would join Sekhmet not for politics or alliances, but for destiny unfolding at the Temple of Ara. Thoth's heart stirred. This wasn't diplomacy. It was prophecy, the rise of a ruler to unify Nile's fate. Sekhmet smirked slightly, realizing Thoth wasn't blind. He came not to support, but to witness something divine. The Temple of Ra gleamed beneath the heavens, its spires silent witnesses to fate unfolding below. Two warriors approached the vast courtyard. Their steps echoed, one reborn, the other loyal to ancient vows. The first, cloaked in golden arrogance, smirked coldly at his opponent's battered and wrapped form, but the bandaged figure stood firm. His gaze met his foe's, strength rising with divine purpose. Each had come to crown the Nile's true heir, one for dominance, the other for rightful order. Voices rose across the courtyard. Sekhmet cried out his chant, igniting warriors ready for rightful conquest. More leaders followed, fists raised. A unified cry broke centuries of silence. Rule the Nile. The chant surged louder. Even the proudest warriors, once hesitant, now roared with devotion and purpose. The dark-clad challenger smirked. They came not for loyalty, but to witness who would truly rise. He welcomed their presence not as allies, but as audience to the king he planned to destroy. Spectators watched in silence. One outsider spoke, calm but wary, acknowledging power behind the rising challenger's smile. All eyes locked on the lone figure. He stood where kings fought, surrounded by legacy and judgment. Dark energy burst from within him, spiraling out. Magic danced like fire across his awakened form. He knew strength wasn't gifted by gods. It was earned through defiance, through war, through countless scars. The bandaged warrior watched intently, sensing the truth. This battle wasn't just sacred, it was personal now. Sekhmet narrowed his eyes, uncertain. The words were strange, but their weight carried a deeper warning. Thoth spoke softly, but his gaze was sharp. He understood the challenger was more than a fighter. The one cloaked in flame mocked gently, sensing his rival's restraint, a hesitation he'd eagerly break apart. The outsider watched intently, realizing the divine sign had already chosen this man to alter history. A god's power shimmered above him, but the true fear came from his mind, not his strength. Despite receiving Horus's mark, the bandaged warrior sensed something off. His opponent's strength surpassed expectation already. He realized that Horus was never meant to win this fight without help. Destiny demanded intervention. As dust exploded between them, tension grew. The battle lines were drawn, choice and fate now collided. The outsider stepped forward, his voice cut through silence, not as rival, but as ally reborn. A smile formed beneath bandages. Help had arrived, and not from gods, but from a worthy man. Crimson flames wrapped around the challenger's legs. His power surged, marking the arena with searing heat. He roared defiantly, daring the gods to intervene. This battle was now his to control entirely. His fists clenched, summoning raw force. He no longer cared for lineage, only victory through unyielding might. Opposite him, Horus stood poised. Sacred glyphs ignited, divine energy flowing into weapons forged by faith. Both warriors leapt forward, one blazing like inferno, the other radiant with celestial power. Their clash began. Far away, a golden city basked in the morning sun, its towers untouched by war's reach. Inside a grand chamber, silence ruled. Luxury hid the truth. Decisions here shaped the entire Nile. A man in shadows whispered. The Nile's power should have belonged to them, its gods, its legacy, everything. But he knew the truth. Set's dark sorcery wasn't extinguished, it had only shifted into another host. His fist clenched. Rage simmered. That crimson magic had once ruined cities, and it now lived again. Within the golden office, the man with the eye patch murmured fear was his favored commandment. Dark energy pooled beneath him. He didn't reject it. He embraced it fully as divine instinct. Where others felt horror, he felt pleasure, corrupted joy from chaos, power, and bending gods to submission. He had seen a future born of destruction. In it, He wasn't merely alive, he ruled everything. Now, he would wait. But when gods failed and chaos returned to claim the Nile, he'd rise. The man stiffened. An unfamiliar force had pierced his sanctum, impossible under his wards and surveillance. He turned toward the shadowy figure. No one had ever bypassed his divine barrier undetected before. His instincts screamed danger. The intruder didn't radiate hostility, but the calm presence masked something ancient. The figure stepped forward, revealing a name that shook realms. Odin had crossed into this war. Without hesitation, Odin raised his arm not to strike, but to declare his will in this conflict. Odin's voice echoed without force. He extended his offer, calmly granting power in exchange for silent obedience. The guardian descended from above, his golden limbs radiating power as his stance challenged the enemy's presence. A flash of movement surged upward. Dark energy spiraled as Junkyung launched himself into the air swiftly. Fueled by divine rage, the golden warrior invoked celestial power, calling fire through oath and ancient authority. A torrent of flame erupted forward, cutting through space like a spear, heading straight toward his airborne foe. Surrounded by arcs of fire, the guardian braced himself, standing firm beneath divine wrath set aflame. Junkyung stood firm, his body wrapped in red aura, analyzing the guardian's strength without showing hesitation. He raised his arm with purpose. Energy surged violently. The command was clear. The skill sandstorm. The arena erupted. Twisting fire and spiraling winds tore through space, conjured from Junkyung's focused strike. Caught in the vortex, the guardian staggered. Sparks burst across golden armor, barely shielding from the blast. Junkyung advanced without pause. Lightning-fast steps launched him forward, eyes locked on the faltering golden enemy. Dust scattered. The floor cracked beneath him. Junkyung launched forward, aura igniting again with greater pressure. Blazing energy trailed behind him. His path curved like a whip as he closed the final distance. He struck first. His punch landed cleanly across the guardian's face, sending shockwaves through divine armor. The guardian crashed through stone pillars. Debris exploded outward. Junkyung held his stance, ready for another assault. Spinning low, Junkyung unleashed another burst. Flames surged from his heel, driving directly into the downed enemy. Junkyung's flaming fist cut through the air again, driven by fierce momentum and unmatched precision. The strike forced separation. Junkyung landed steadily, crimson energy flaring around him like an awakened inferno. He observed closely. The guardian had grown faster and tougher. His improvement was beyond the earlier expectations. Junkyung acknowledged the threat. Calm but resolute, he prepared to unleash what he'd long kept hidden. With burning eyes and clenched fists, he summoned deeper strength, the full might of the Watcher. The guardian narrowed his eyes, stunned by Junkyung's strength. That power should belong only to gods. He recalled the test conditions. Junkyung didn't just qualify, he chose this path, earned that crimson gift. Junkyung lunged forward. Flames wrapped his limbs. His presence grew overwhelming, bearing down like judgment incarnate. The guardian smirked through the blaze. Junkyung's evolution fascinated him. It was no longer a mere duel. As power coiled around his frame, Junkyung stared forward, ready to claim the title meant for him. The guardian dismissed the question, his voice sharp, his answer clear. Junkyung would fall regardless. He charged instantly, fists wrapped in flame. The impact was explosive. Junkyung reeled, chest trembling with pressure. Staggering back, Junkyung caught his balance. His aura pulsed stronger. Undeterred by the crushing advance, he rocketed upward, fire bursting beneath his feet. The heavens above began to stir violently. At the peak of his ascent, he spun. A blazing vortex gathered, unstoppable, fast and precise. The guardian roared with grief and rage. The question cut deeper than any blow ever had. A burst of golden energy exploded from him, wrath weaponized, forged from pain and divine power. Junkyung held his ground, surrounded by swirling heat, impressed by the force but not shaken. He dropped low into a ready stance, legs braced, preparing to counter whatever came next. The guardian challenged with another surge, fire trailing behind his fists. Junkyung watched, utterly focused, silently calculating. Junkyung offered a challenge to defeat him, and answers would follow. His tone was calm but firm. The guardian rejected it instantly. He advanced again, fiery resolve burning through every word he spoke. Junkyung's stance sharpened. He centered himself, energy crackling, ready to gamble everything on this final exchange. Flames coiled upward as he invoked his ultimate technique. His pupils gleamed with fury. Sunflare ignited. The attack launched a streak of concentrated firepower, surged forward, splitting the air like a falling meteor. Junkyung unleashed his next technique. His voice rang out like thunder maelstrom, a devastating elemental storm. Spiraling waves of flame tore through the battlefield, forming a burning cyclone aimed to consume all. The Guardian nodded slowly. Now he understood Junkyung's strength, raw, honed, and earned through relentless trials. Still, he would not falter. He answered fury with fury, summoning his signature technique, Sandstorm. A massive eruption followed. Golden sand and blazing fire collided violently, shattering the space between them. The Guardian stormed through the blast zone, fists blazing, landing strike after brutal strike toward Junkyung. His body spiraled midair, flames erupting around him. The sheer force threw rubble in every direction. Panicked bystanders saw the fallout. They shouted, realizing the danger was no longer contained. It was already too late. Debris and energy tore through the arena, scattering stone and ash. A new figure stepped forward, cloaked in violet energy, calling others to retreat while preparing defense. As the new defender held the line, the crowd scattered, stunned by the battle's scale. The spectators realized this wasn't a battle between hunters. It was something far beyond classification. Junkyung stood silently. The Guardian faced him, both bloodied but unshaken. Their match wasn't over yet. The air thickened with smoke. From within the haze, a new hostile force began to stir. With a sudden shout, Junkyung identified the attacker. His eyes narrowed. It was Horus charging straight into battle. The Guardian winced, blood streaming as Junkyung's blow finally broke through his flaming defense. Horus lunged forward, but Junkyung met him head-on, blade and flame clashing in a flash. Junkyung stood still, aura still blazing. He reflected on what it took to break through Sandstorm. The Guardian now accepted defeat. He never imagined anyone piercing his divine shield with such precision. Junkyung glanced down solemnly, sensing Baljak's fall. His gaze rose, locked on the new threat. The Guardian's body darkened with surging energy, revealing his true strength and ancient form awakened through necessity. The ancient fortress stood tall, silent under smoky skies, unaware of the chaos soon to unfold. The guards stiffened, sensing danger. One muttered quietly this man wasn't like others they had seen. Worried eyes scanned the crowd. Rumors said this man taught even children how to wield power. The silence shattered. A sharp voice called out his name, breaking through tension with startling authority. Energy erupted around Junkyung. Flames coiled, enemies encircled. His body readied, instincts sharp. Battle had officially begun. The masked man's body crackled with energy. His stance shifted, calm, yet prepared to destroy instantly. His smile widened coldly. He called Junkyung nephew, then declared his intent to end things peacefully. Junkyung's eyes narrowed. His body burned with power, but fatigue weighed down every controlled breath. His mind raced. He understood the fear. This opponent's presence made escape feel like the only option. Energy surged around his legs. Muscles tightened. Though fear gnawed at him, Junkyung refused to retreat. He moved. Junkyung dashed forward. His body flared with flame. Every motion screamed resistance against the overwhelming force. The enemy remained still, amused. He mocked Junkyung's power, calling it weak, forged only through desperation. Flame circled Junkyung. His legs trembled, but resolve anchored him. He refused to let fear control him. Blood dripped from his wounds. He remembered his path. This wasn't just survival, it was reclamation. Above, light burst open. The symbol sun appeared radiant, divine, ushering a power even sky itself obeyed. Sunlight pierced the clouds. A golden beam descended, illuminating Junkyung like a sign from above. The words appeared, "Son of the desert watches over you," confirming the divine presence now awakened. Shocked soldiers stared skyward. Fear and awe clashed in their minds as golden radiance bathed everything. Ancient power stirred. A celestial sponsor, Son of the Desert, had chosen Junkyung as its living vessel. Junkyung's body glowed. Strength flooded in. His enemy trembled. This wasn't the same man from moments ago. Junkyung stood stunned. Two auras flowed within him, proof he now held multiple celestial sponsorships simultaneously. Sky of Apocalypse had once opposed him. Now Son of the Desert joined on equal footing. But power had limits. A message warned Son of the Desert's gift was temporary, soon to vanish. Soldiers watched, confused. They whispered, had Ra's divine favor truly chosen two champions in this generation? Junkyung's opponent narrowed his eyes. If Ra's power split, was this truly heaven's will or betrayal? The golden warrior dashed forward, his limbs surging with speed, drawing strength from the blazing sun above. Dark energy cracked the air. From the void, a monstrous figure rose, filled with brutal hatred. It lunged toward Junkyung. Flames collided with shadow, their clash echoing like thunder across broken stone. The battlefield shook. Blasts erupted around them. The clash of divine and cursed power scorched the sky. Junkyung stood, breathing hard. A warning appeared his body was nearing its limit under dual sponsorship strain. Zhongyong's fist met the beast's jaw. Sparks flew as their powers cracked the air around them. The monster recoiled violently, hurled back by the sheer force of Zhongyong's explosive divine strike. Zhongyong launched skyward, heat swirling around him. Energy formed wings that carved trails through the sky. Suspended midair, Zhongyong analyzed movement. Enemies' attacks curved upward, drawn by his rising flight path. Realization struck. By staying airborne, he could avoid damage and redirect the opponent's reckless strike pattern. Zhongyong hovered above, fire swirling. Despite increased strength, he knew he still couldn't match the enemy. The son of the desert acknowledged his effort. A sign flashed, noting its growing interest in him. Simultaneously, the sky of apocalypse surged. It enhanced his current skill, overriding normal control to release power. The pressure built inside him. Fire wrapped tighter. His body endured as the transformation reached completion. A new skill manifested. Zhongyong's power stabilized. He had become something greater. This was the moment of Fire King. A vortex of flames spiraled upward. Symbols circled tightly, signaling the full release of awakened power. A message appeared. All of Zhongyong's stats surged, his body now operating at peak divine limits. Soldiers stared skyward. Light blazed unnaturally. The sun flickered red. They gasped, realizing something terrifying had changed. Two suns hovered above. Confusion spread. Ra's sponsor now blessed a man far beyond desert bloodlines. Enraged, the masked enemy charged. His attack split the ground, but Zhongyong countered mid-air with force. The bandaged warrior's eyes narrowed. His target shifted below, dodging flames with sharp, practiced footwork. Zhongyong darted beneath the enemy's guard. Fire crackled, striking upward in a fierce counterattack. The masked man grinned, unfazed. He mocked Zhongyong's movements, comparing them to a rat fleeing underground. His taunt faded. Suddenly, the sky roared as blinding energy gathered behind Zhongyong's rising figure. A burning sphere spun mid-air. Its pressure distorted clouds. The masked man froze, eyes wide, unnerved. Flames engulfed the enemy completely, his arms raised in defense, but the pressure began forcing him down. The fireball expanded, rotating violently. Its core pulsed brighter as it dragged everything inward by force. Chunks of burning debris rained down across the city, setting rooftops ablaze and cracking stone streets. Soldiers scattered. Panic spread as heat waves rippled. Some turned to flee, too late to escape. Screams echoed. Fire swept through fleeing troops. One man's last cry was drowned in roaring flame. Within the spiraling inferno, the enemy's silhouette faded. Flames sealed around him, locking away all escape. Zhongyong landed hard. His body trembled, but he'd acted just before losing control to raw power. Breathing heavily, Zhongyong steadied himself. This was the limit. One more second, and he'd have blacked out. A warning flashed. The son of the desert grew angry, sensing Zhongyong's restraint against its final command. Suddenly, a shift. New energy pierced the sky. A dark force emerged. The dark sun had arrived. The energy vortex twisted tighter. Zhongyong's limbs slowed as he lost grip on air and balance. His body strained. He hovered helplessly. The pull intensified, dragging him deeper into the chaotic spiral. Vision blurred, strength gone. His eyes dimmed as realization struck. There was no escape from this trap. The swirling current engulfed him. Flames flickered out. Zhongyong vanished into the black void without resistance. Zhongyong drifted in darkness, suspended mid-air, with no ground, no sky, only endless black silence. He scanned the void. There were no sounds, no winds, only the still hum of nothingness. Suddenly, gravity seized him. His body dropped, weightless and spiraling. Panic surged as the fall pulled harder. He clenched his fists, forcing composure. His breath steadied, and his mind sharpened against rising dread. Zhongyong surged forward like a bullet, through shadow instinct, memory, and rage, driving every explosive movement. Zhongyong narrowed his gaze, the name Baldur echoing in thought, an ancient presence stirring memories. He fell deeper, toward a massive vortex of energy, its pull relentless, devouring everything without mercy. Crimson symbols flared as a shadowed figure struck downward, the air shaking with violent, uncontained force. The red-haired man shouted, urgency in his voice, warning of detonation and demanding use of the Bifrost. Zhongyong's pulse quickened. The surge below confirmed it, power boiling past control, disaster moments from tearing reality open. A violent core of purple energy surged outward, pulsing like a heart, warping reality around it. Before the blast reached him, Zhongyong vanished, ripped through space by a piercing line of light. The eruption followed instantly. Fire and pressure devoured everything, the screams of displaced air louder than thunder. The Bifrost activated, spiraling in golden arcs, its portal expanding, swallowing destruction and warping spatial boundaries together. Junkyung stumbled out beside the red-haired warrior, fury in his eyes, demanding answers without hesitation. The red-haired warrior growled. Furious, Junkyung had risked everything to redirect the explosion toward the temple. Junkyung stood firm, defiant. Sacrifice meant survival. If not him, countless others would have perished in silence. The air ignited again, another shockwave splitting the sky, flames racing toward them like a beast. Annoyed but impressed, the red-haired warrior cursed under breath, calling out the ancient gateway Breidablik with resolve. As flames engulfed the land once more, the portal shimmered open, offering their final escape forward. The rainbow shockwave tore through the sky, its brilliance masking the devastation hidden beneath radiant light. Two agents stood watching the explosion scope beyond their expectations, concern tightening around their measured expressions. They realized Junkyung had created a barrier not to flee, but to contain the detonation completely. Yet the blast's sheer size overwhelmed hope. One agent whispered, convinced no human could survive that. Suddenly lightning split the ground. One agent dashed forward, desperation in motion, calling Junkyung's name through fear. A hand gripped his wrist, halting his charge. Power met urgency in a silent clash. Zhang Yinchang stood firm, voice calm yet sharp, denying the need to rescue Junkyung from danger. The younger agent protested. Junkyung was still inside, alive or dead. They couldn't just abandon him. Inchang's golden eyes narrowed. No need to save him, he said, certainty anchoring every measured word. With eerie composure, Inchang assured, he'll return soon, whole and calm like nothing unusual ever happened. The young agent's voice trembled with understanding. Inchang's certainty slowly became something he could believe. Others too had paused, not from fear, but from instinctive faith that Junkyung would return unchanged. Inchang's calm smile held admiration. He's that kind of person, one who always survives the impossible. The barrier's glow remained steady, unbroken. A sign, despite chaos within, Junkyung's presence still lingered inside. The younger agent exhaled slowly. I see, he whispered, eyes fixed on the shimmering rainbow dome. Far from the blast, high-ranking warriors gathered silent, composed, watching the dome of chaos ripple. Among them stood warriors of ancient lineage, eyes cold, arms crossed, measuring the tremor's distant reach. They sensed something shifting. An aura clashed with theirs, bold and untamed, pulsing beneath the surface. A dark flame lit the shadows, its bearer marked by scars, awakening powers too fierce to bind. To them he was another chosen, once unseen, now undeniable. The battlefield had welcomed a second sun. The unleashed energy smashed into the Bifrost's barrier, its wild force bending but not breaking space. The shockwave overflowed, leaking into Baldur's territory, twisting vibrant plains into scorched, unrecognizable wastelands of ash. They stood in silence, watching destruction swallow the horizon. Strategy failed, they'd underestimated its reach again. Yet Junkyung smiled. Baldur's domain was damaged, its balance shaken. That alone shifted the playing field. Red-haired warrior realized it too. This loss carved an opening. Baldur's strength could now be broken. Though exhausted, the red-haired warrior spoke with resolve. Vengeance would come, and debts would be paid. Junkyung stood beside him, both scarred but alive, prepared to leave the ruined battlefield behind. The land smoldered beneath golden clouds, scorched writings embedded in the earth like silent warnings from gods. Junkyung scanned the ruins, questioning whether the clash had truly been fate or provoked by darker forces. His ally turned grim. The next target was clear. They would now hunt the one called Set. Junkyung scanned the battlefield, plans forming in his mind, questions piling faster than answers could come. He activated his mana stream, ready to replenish strength and stabilize lingering damage in his core. Energy surged through him, but his focus shifted. A strange glimmer caught his attention among debris. A relic had endured, untouched by flames. Junkyung studied it, wondering why destruction had skipped over it. His comrade joined him. The ground was silent now. All clues had burned except that one artifact. With tension fading, Junkyung smirked. The danger had passed. It was time to release the shield. Elsewhere, guards spotted movement, eyes wide as they realized the barrier shimmered, flickering like a fading mirage. The vibrant dome cracked gently at the top, light peeling away in dissolving prismatic trails. Steps echoed in the silence. He walked calmly through the ruined dust, each footfall clearing doubt. Beside him, the red-haired warrior followed. Junkyung was no longer just a survivor, he was the threat. Zhang Inchang grinned, relieved. He hadn't fully believed, but the return proved Junkyung's strength undeniable once again. Beside him, the silver-haired agent nodded calmly. His prediction stood firm. Junkyung would always return. He reminded Inchang that certainty mattered. In their world, belief in the impossible shaped survival itself. The two raced forward, joy lifting their steps bound by trust, forged through war and fire. Without hesitation, In Chang embraced Junkyung. The storm had passed. What remained now was strength and something like peace. Egypt's devastation spread, cities crumbled, and panic rose. Junkyung's return became humanity's only stable hope. Cairo's skyline stood against a bright sky. Calm returned, but tension lingered in every street corner. Junkyung walked slowly, body weak from combat. His comrade followed close, scanning him with trained concern. The medic stepped forward, calmly observing. He prepared to examine the returning hero's physical and internal condition, their hands connected. A strange pulse rippled under Junkyung's skin, unusual, unreadable, unlike anything previously documented. After checking Junkyung, the medic confirmed surprising results. His body was even healthier than before. Junkyung wasn't sure why, but accepted it. His strength had returned, clearer than he remembered. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. A staff member opened the door, calling out urgently with clear excitement. She rushed in with news, holding papers in hand. Her voice echoed through the quiet hall. Smiling brightly, she shared the update everyone was talking about: Junkyung's return to the underdog rankings. Junkyung scanned the report. His data surged past predicted limits, performance levels now beyond high-tier classifications. He understood this wasn't normal. His return attracted attention, and someone was definitely tracking his activities. A new announcement flashed across all media: Junkyung's placement in the next arena event was confirmed. He sat calmly, accepting the news. She seemed surprised by how quickly things were accelerating again. Junkyung recognized the stakes. He'd re-entered public focus, and powerful enemies were surely watching his every move. A sharp knock echoed. Behind the door stood an unfamiliar presence, strong, composed, waiting with purpose. The man entered without hesitation. His name was Ineb, and he addressed Junkyung formally by rank. Junkyung turned slowly, recognizing the name. He sensed the visit wasn't casual. Something important was unfolding. Ineb calmly explained his mission. Horius had summoned Junkyung personally, something rare that demanded immediate attention. Junkyung gave a nod, no questions asked. He was ready to face whatever came next. Horius, sealed away for too long, still influenced the world. His enemies feared his silent presence. Junkyung's training simulated Horius's energy signature. His battles mirrored what once threatened the balance of power. As they walked, Ineb explained this was why the current king of Nile respected Junkyung's discipline. Junkyung calmly denied the rumor. He had no plans to interfere with royal or political struggles. Still, he warned Ineb should anyone test him, he'd respond swiftly, regardless of their position or name. Junkyung sensed the shift sponsors were observing again. Something about his aura was drawing divine focus. Ineb nodded confidently. If gods watched Horius, then Junkyung's safety was in divine hands again. The grand palace emerged from the horizon. Sand-colored towers framed the skies of the ancient city. Junkyung arrived at the ceremonial circle. Guards watched quietly. The moment felt weighty, almost sacred. The king of the Nile emerged in robes. He honored Junkyung, life saved, fate forever changed. The king called Junkyung Egypt's savior. In gratitude, he offered anything the warrior could ask. Stepping forward with respect, the king urged Junkyung to speak his wish without hesitation or formality. Junkyung didn't ask for riches or rank. He simply asked for change, deep, lasting, and just. The king hesitated. His eyes widened slightly. It wasn't the kind of request he had expected. Junkyung clarified. Egypt had once honored people's rights, but the version he witnessed had abandoned that legacy. Junkyung remembered seeing hunters abuse civilians without punishment. That injustice haunted him more than any battlefield. He declared his wish clearly: Egypt must restore dignity and protection to every ordinary citizen again. The king admitted past failure. With firm resolve, he promised change would begin under Junkyung's influence. He called Junkyung not just a hero but the Nile's other king, equal in power, spirit. Before anything more could be said, aides rushed in urgently. Voices raised: something critical was happening outside. The king declared Junkyung chosen by Radium's light. His presence, though foreign, held undeniable divine weight. Two court officials remained silent, their expressions tightening. Unease spread, though none dared speak against truth. A noblewoman narrowed her eyes. Junkyung's rising influence clearly disrupted something she had long protected. Junkyung answered calmly: Radium's light within him would fade. He never intended to keep it permanently. The king listened from above. Junkyung stood in the circle below. Change was about to begin. The king admitted Ra's light didn't grant perfection, but it linked their destinies in shared purpose. Junkyung listened quietly. acknowledging the connection. This wasn't about blood or borders, it was about choice. The king officially declared Junkyung a new holder of Nile's flame-sharing dominion, not replacing it. Together, they would rebuild the Nile system. No more unchecked power, no more abused authority. Officials bowed in agreement. The king's decree stood firm, reforms would begin. Ra's will would be honored. Ineb and the others bowed their heads. Ra's will had become the path they'd follow now. The clouds passed slowly overhead. A calm moment stretched between decisions already made and consequences to come. Junkyung and the king stood overlooking the land. A quiet breeze carried the scent of resolve. Junkyung spoke aloud. Kings throughout history had been unstable, corrupted by strength. None ended peacefully. He remembered terrifying rulers, the Giant's king, and Set, all consumed by madness in pursuit of power. The king admitted truthfully it felt strange ruling with just two of them at the helm. He confessed he disliked the title of king. Junkyung understood leadership wasn't something either of them sought. He asked if Junkyung feared being judged. Junkyung's reply was calm, he never cared for approval. A ceremonial sash or cloth moved gently between them, symbolizing transition, tradition, or something left unsaid. A new voice, calm and steady, declared the unexpected, abolishing the king's title entirely from the Nile. He admitted abolishing the kingship was dangerous. It challenged traditions older than most remembered or understood. Despite the risk, the decision was made. The Nile would now belong to the people alone. Junkyung saw the vision clearly. Power must not corrupt. A system shaped by fairness would endure. Yet one threat remained. Set still lived. The king asked if Junkyung would be the one to pursue him. With regret, he admitted his duty held him back. For now, he couldn't leave Egypt's side. Junkyung suspected a deeper force behind Set. If found, he'd report it without hesitation or delay. The conversation ended above the tower. A quiet moment settled as Cairo prepared for what's next. The jet descended above the historic city, its shadow sweeping over domes and crumbling stone relics. Armed guards sprinted into formation, tense and alert. As word spread Eden was finally arriving today, electric energy surged through the terminal as news cameras flashed and reporters scrambled with pressing questions. Eden stepped forward calmly, gaze unwavering, his presence silencing the crowd like thunder after lightning strikes. Behind him, suited escorts tightened their formation, watching every angle, anticipating chaos masked beneath polished ceremony. Reporters whispered among themselves, tension rising, unsure if Eden came as ally, judge, or executioner. Then came the shout. Korea's elite hunters had arrived, unmistakable in uniform, sharp-eyed and stone-faced. Cameras clicked wildly, capturing every frame, as a bald hunter scanned the terminal with practiced precision. A journalist gasped, spotting movement across the glass lenses, pivoted instantly, zooming in on the silhouette. Through the sunlight emerged another figure, young, poised, and focused. His name echoed the hope of Korea. The two hunters met calmly, exchanging a silent nod before stepping aside to brief their mission. Tension followed them as they departed, heading to a high-level meeting near Egypt's military-controlled zone. Down dusty roads and through sunlit alleys, scouts confirmed the enemy's presence had vanished without trace. The younger hunter clenched his jaw, his suspicion confirmed. The chaos began the moment Zion disappeared. The elder hunter's voice fell heavy. Everything, the silence, the instability, the fear started when Zion went missing. With Zion gone, unrest spread like wildfire, alliances weakened, power balances collapsed across the hunter world. His absence disrupted intel flow, monsters shifted patterns. Egypt became ground zero for a growing storm. They couldn't locate him, but someone was clearly guiding monsters with strategy, something Zion once controlled. Now, they suspected Zion had gone rogue, or worse, was being used by something far more dangerous. Despite the chaos, the veteran remained calm. He'd seen signs like these before. War was brewing again. The younger hunter relaxed slightly, reassured by his allies' presence and their shared clarity of mission. But beneath his calm, thoughts stirred, returning to wounds left behind and whispers carried from the past. His memories burned sharp, missions abandoned, friends lost. Meanwhile, across the city, a towering council chamber glowed. Eden sat alone beneath arched glass, calmly awaiting their entrance. Soon, negotiations would ignite global consequence. They entered the chamber silently, observing how every faction of hunters had claimed their chosen seat. Eden's arrival marked the first time all top hunter alliances met since the global summit collapse. The balance once guarded by the 12 was gone. This conflict threatened everything built after the awakening. Leaders whispered across aisles. With Eden unchallenged, nations like Japan sought to shift power discreetly. Now, even Asgard watched from afar, weighing whether to intervene or exploit the global fracture for gain. All eyes turned as Egypt's representative walked in. his entrance unsettling more than just formal balance. Though poised, the older hunter admitted truthfully Eden's quiet rise had altered every unspoken rule of power. The younger hunter nodded, gaze narrowing. Egypt's sudden boldness meant backdoor dealings had already taken root. At the far end, a regal figure approached the podium draped in ceremonial armor. Unnervingly confident, Egypt was no longer neutral. They had aligned themselves with Korea's rivals and Eden's greatest unknown adversary. Eden's expression shifted, slightly subtle, controlled, but his glance confirmed Egypt's representative had provoked something deliberate. A nearby delegate grinned, satisfied their disruption had landed. All attention locked onto Eden's row. His presence symbolized Korea's defiance and possibly its breaking point. The veteran hunter recognized the mounting pressure. Without Zion, Korea's capacity for deterrence teetered on appearance alone. Standing tall, he whispered to his comrade, "Japan is watching. We act now or fall later." The bald hunter stared silently, measuring the moment. They were out of time and outmaneuvered. The younger hunter stepped forward, all eyes tracking his movement as tension coiled across the chamber. He spoke the name Set, and with it he shifted the entire focus of the summit. The atmosphere snapped. Every leader's mind scrambled, recalling intel, rumors, and past losses tied to that name. From every direction, whispers grew louder. Set was real, and someone here knew far more than admitted. He addressed the chamber, voice steady. The council had grown complacent, blind to the growing storm. A deeper threat loomed beneath politics. Something ancient, orchestrated, was preparing to strike while nations argued. He reminded them that all factions, rivals or allies, would fall if they ignored the warning signs. One official chuckled nervously, sensing the shift. The truth was too large for denial any longer. The hunter's final words echoed. This wasn't just diplomacy or war, it was the beginning of cataclysm. He revealed Set's true motive, offering alliance in exchange for loyalty to a hidden global power. A sharp intake of breath followed the idea that Set confided anything sent waves across the room. He continued a ruler, unknown and rising, had granted Set authority to reshape the world's fate. Set claimed if he obeyed, he'd be granted dominion power to rule beside the coming sovereign. Eden gripped his chair's armrest. The mention of a hidden master changed everything. Eden stood calmly, dismissing the conspiracy's fear-mongering. His focus remained anchored in present-world control. He admitted knowing threats lurked beneath, but refused to act on what wasn't yet fully revealed. Rather than chase shadows, Eden believed in reshaping the current world's strengthening systems instead of feeding fear. The younger hunter pressed further. If Eden wouldn't follow prophecy, then what exactly was his purpose? Eden answered without pause. His mission was to build power, protect humanity, and destroy all threats himself. The younger hunter's words landed hard. He accused Eden of pursuing power masked as global leadership responsibility. Eden's expression sharpened, rage flashing beneath restraint. No one had ever dared question his intent publicly. Eden stood in silence, weighing the choices before him, knowing power alone would not suffice. He remembered the past, those who ruled unjustly, their greed shaping a world beyond his forgiveness. Stepping outside, he watched others move, unaware of the burden he carried or the strength rising within. The towering headquarters loomed ahead, a symbol of control, wealth. He approached the hall, resolved to begin. The unknown awaited, but his decision had already been made. The bald instructor studied Eden carefully, noting how his attention was focused beyond personal rank or fame. Eden spoke calmly, aware that his strategy would redirect chaos into calculated actions through targeted positioning. The man blinked once, grasping Eden's plan: sacrifice fewer by focusing pressure exactly where collapse begins first. Eden explained further, saving just a fraction here meant reshaping how others survive the broader conflict. Smiling faintly, the man nodded, realizing Eden wasn't chasing strength, he was preparing others to survive tomorrow's collapse. Eden gave a slight nod. His thoughts clouded, but firm uncertainty wasn't a reason to pause. Far above the city, skies stretched quiet and still. A man in white stood alone, unmoving, watching the horizon. His jaw tightened. He sensed something strange, something bigger than expected, something he hadn't come prepared to face. He came to dominate, but now felt threatened by whispers of disaster. Something deeper than mere power shifts. Eden recalled the offer, an alliance masked as generosity. He declined, knowing deception lay beneath the words. The blond man considered Eden's rejection. It wasn't fear, but principle that kept him from joining. He turned slowly, sensing a presence behind him, uncertain if it brought warning, challenge, or something worse. A masked figure stepped forward in silence, wrapped in red, their expression unreadable beneath the bandage. The blond man smirked faintly, not out of amusement but because danger always arrived dressed like theater. The masked woman trembled, her voice soft but clear warning of something vast, unstoppable, and closing fast. The blond man's hand hovered near his blade. Her tone carried no doubt. He believed her. He whispered the word again, catalyst, realizing it meant more than disruption. It meant destiny had already shifted. She turned slowly, vanishing toward the corridor. He followed, not out of fear but calculated necessity. Outside, the building remained quiet, untouched for now. But deep inside, he entered the vast chamber alone, footsteps echoing as if the building itself awaited. He paused near the entrance, scanning the empty space. A group of suited men appeared, their coordinated arrival confirming. The blond man kept still, eyes narrowed, already calculating outcomes if this meeting turned into confrontation. The leader stepped forward, confirming what he suspected. They had gathered here because of the approaching catalyst. The blond man watched closely, his expression unchanged, but his thoughts moved rapidly behind steady eyes. The suited man spoke plainly, no panic, just a firm confirmation that things were already in motion. He understood the weight. Action couldn't wait. Every decision from here would ripple through everything that followed. Down the hall, a sealed chamber pulsed with quiet heat. Elsewhere, two figures stood in discussion. The word catalyst stirred questions one hadn't prepared to confront. The envoy leaned forward, demanding clarity. He wasn't here for diplomacy, only to separate truth from illusion. Eden stood calm. His answer was firm. Not everything spoken earlier had been real, nor fully false. The envoy narrowed his eyes, suspicious. He sensed omission, not deception, a subtle difference with dangerous consequences. Eden admitted the deeper layers were real. He understood the lie was built on real fear. The envoy's voice hardened. He needed answers, especially from someone who shouldn't know what hadn't yet happened. A memory flickered through Eden's mind, his connection to something far older than anyone around him. He recalled the entity, the sky of Apocalypse, and the irreversible pact that rewrote his role in history. The seal pulsed on his wrist. This wasn't magic, it was a system binding time to obedience. Facing the envoy, Eden made a decision. The time for half-truths had passed. He confessed everything. The envoy froze, stunned. Eden's final words cut deeper than expected. He was a survivor from tomorrow. The towering building cast no shadow on the truth. It only reminded Eden of what remained hidden. Eden and the envoy approached calmly, unaware of how many factions had gathered with unclear motives. Around them, new faces appeared. Not friends, merely forces drawn by fear or the promise of power. Eden asked what no one else would. Why now? Why here? Why all of them? The man answered confidently, offering anything, but Eden sensed the hidden desperation in his voice, masked as opportunity. The man spoke carefully, promising safety and influence if Eden aligned his vision with their greater agenda. Another voice interrupted, suspicious. Even alliances now sounded like traps. Eden's growing reputation unsettled. Every room entered. A younger figure stood, eyes sharp, suggesting Eden wasn't the only one being recruited or watched. Tension surged as opposing interests collided. No side trusted the other, but all needed what Eden carried. Suddenly, a presence filled the room, blue aura pulsing. The blond man stepped forward with silent purpose. Eden recognized the name, Japan's Yashin, a powerful figure, rumored to control ancient forces beneath modern titles. He recalled the threat. Yashin wasn't just strong, he was unstable. Suddenly, the walls shuddered. A low rumble followed, sharp and unnatural. The building reacted before the people did. Someone asked if it was an earthquake, but even they could feel the difference in pressure. A man stepped forward grimly. This was no tremor. A dimensional gate had collapsed, and chaos was coming. Eden spotted the smoke rising beyond the trees. Alarmed, he sprinted toward the growing noise of chaos. As he reached the village, monsters slashed through homes while desperate civilians scattered in all directions. Without hesitation, Eden leapt forward. His blade cut cleanly through the enemy, limbs falling onto burning earth. Another creature lunged. Eden ducked low, drove his weapon upward, piercing the monster's chest with focused precision. Far from the battlefield, a tower stood untouched. Observers inside quietly tracked Eden's actions without stepping in. Inside the tower, Eden's superiors received word. The gate's collapse had drawn attention across the region. A commander analyzed the data calmly. His focus narrowed. Timing and location were not random coincidences anymore. Eden's movements aligned too precisely. The overseers considered whether he acted by instinct or followed deeper intent. The view shifted beyond the city. Quiet buildings stood unaware of the chaos brewing just outside walls. Elsewhere, a silver-haired agent arrived. He assessed the zone Eden had cleared, examining bloodstains and ruined stone. The silver-haired agent reviewed the collapsed gate's report. It made no sense given current mana stability. Eden stood calmly. He had witnessed similar anomalies before, patterns others couldn't connect, but he always noticed, he explained. The phenomena weren't random. Each gate collapse mirrored another from a long-forgotten timeline no one tracked. This city, Eden claimed, stood on a threshold. If ignored, it would soon draw something far worse. The agent listened, uncertain. Eden's warnings carried weight, but trusting one man's theory could mean global consequences. Eden revealed the pattern matched South Korea's past disaster. The timeline convergence had already begun without warning. He explained the nation's top guild sensed it too. Their leaders vanished, likely drawn into unstable zones. The agent froze, stunned by Eden's words. The entire association's core force had mysteriously gone silent. With urgency, Eden declared a plan. He'd return, gather allies. Outside, golden light surged from the tower. Energy spread fast. Eden walked alone, shadows stretching behind him. The city remained quiet, unaware of what approached quickly. He didn't hesitate. Time was vanishing. He had to act before the world shifted irreversibly again. At Eden's destination, the grand spire stood tall, a relic of order, soon to face destruction again. Inside the Hall of Judgment, Eden addressed the elders. He revealed 3 signs marking the cataclysm's rise. He named the first collapsing gates. Where they failed, reality bent, setting the stage for ancient power's return. Eden raised his voice. The second sign was clear. Monsters were growing stronger beyond natural classifications. Even experienced hunters struggled now. B-rank threats moved like S-ranks, forcing teams to retreat or fall. Eden paused. Then he named the third and final sign one few had ever even heard of. Gatification. The word rippled across the room. No one present had ever used it in conversation. Eden admitted his uncertainty, but he warned a massive shift, like China's disaster, would soon repeat itself. The council murmured. One official stepped forward, suggesting measures if Eden's prediction proved entirely correct. Eden warned them. If left unchecked, chaos would mirror China's fall, swift, brutal, and strategically devastating. He reminded them what began with collapsing gates would soon spread, triggering mass awakenings and unknown mutations. A sharp voice questioned Eden's role. Why was he chosen to stand alone against such change? Eden admitted uncertainty, but he stood firm. Waiting would increase the cost, and hesitation invited global ruin. Eden turned grim. To stop this chain reaction, they had to understand what gatification truly caused. A ripple of power surged. The gate pulsed unnaturally, its color twisted, energy flaring like never before. Through the distorted rift, demonic entities emerged. They weren't monsters, they were organized, armored, and clearly intelligent. New hunters awoke instantly. Pulled by unseen forces, their bodies adapted before their minds caught up. Power awakened across cities. Chaos spread as civilians suddenly evolved, transforming into something far beyond human. Eden paused. He couldn't reveal everything, yet not the worst part. But he knew what mattered. He stood tall. The goal was no longer analysis, it was action. They had to save lives. Though the cataclysm had begun, Eden stressed true hunters weren't born for power but to protect people. Moved by Eden's conviction, the swordsman pledged support. He'd return with elite warriors and prepare Japan. The hall fell silent. One elder watched carefully, thinking Eden wasn't chosen, but he had chosen himself. An elder silently judged. Offering a pact to Eden, a nameless hunter, defied every known protocol. Suddenly a sharp hum rang out across the city. Energy trembled, buildings quaked beneath unnatural pressure. The tower flared red. Magical seals shattered as cracks burst across the runes, locking the outer ring. Panic surged. A commander stood frozen, eyes wide. Something impossible had happened right beneath their watch. The warrior's voice trembled. Another gate had just collapsed right in the capital, without warning or resistance. A senior officer stepped forward, eyes burning. The collapse wasn't normal, its pressure felt catastrophically dense and dark. He confirmed the truth aloud. The emerging force was easily S-rank, perhaps worse than any recorded breach. The armored man volunteered instantly. Without waiting, he launched himself through the air, golden mana trailing behind. Back in the chamber, Eden stood alone. He had shared everything they needed to understand the threat. His power surged silently. He vowed to stay because even home nations would soon become battlegrounds themselves. Eden stood firm. The invasion had likely begun elsewhere already, just beyond their current field of vision. His words shook the room. Silent disbelief spread across the observers who sensed truth behind his certainty. Far away, hunters scattered across rooftops. Emergency deployment was underway from the skyline. A hulking beast descended, burning red, armored, and hostile. It landed with lethal force. Eden stood motionless on the rooftop, lightning crawling over his skin. sensing something monstrous approaching fast. A towering beast emerged, eyes burning, body cloaked in thunderous rage far stronger than anything he'd faced. Before he could react, the creature lunged forward with brutal speed, hurling Eden across the battlefield violently. Regaining his stance, Eden tightened his grip on his sword, heart racing, chest scorched by impact. Observing the enemy's speed and size, Eden realized this wasn't a troll, it was something far deadlier. A flaming warrior descended from above, sword ablaze, cutting through the air with unstoppable burning momentum. The massive beast flinched too late, fire met flesh, and the warrior's strike cleaved deep into it. The newcomer landed beside Eden. Nodding briefly, his arrival had turned the tide in a single blow. While Eden steadied himself, the warrior calmly instructed him to evacuate civilians before more enemies arrived. Eden accepted without hesitation, recognizing the warrior's command, and sprinted off to lead others to safety. The warrior soared upward, his landing cracking the earth, pressure rippling outward like a shockwave of power. Ascending skyward once more, he scanned the battlefield, measuring the monstrous troll's immense size and brutal strength. He assessed them quickly, bodies like mountain boulders, strength mirroring giants from ancient wizard clan territories. Though classified as trolls, their overwhelming presence matched creatures that typically spawned from S-class category dungeon gates. As magic gathered ominously nearby, the warrior turned, realizing the true boss monster had yet to appear. Far above the city, a new figure blazed through the sky, descending like a burning comet. On the ground, a man with blonde hair watched silently, sensing the shift in battlefield balance. A veiled figure's words echoed in his mind, his strength would soon be tested by destiny. Facing the troll, he whispered a promise to fight not for glory, but to fulfill fate. Lightning flared around his body as the beast charged, but he stood firm, power coiling beneath him. Lightning wrapped tighter around his body as strange pressure filled the air, drawing his attention forward. A sensation stirred inside him, pulling, guiding as though fate demanded he follow that rising magical signature. His instincts screamed louder than thought. He had to move now, before the chance disappeared forever. Without hesitation, he launched into the dimensional rift, chasing the trail of magic left by another. Far away, a new enemy emerged, larger, crueler, clutching dark energy, watching as its prey approached unknowingly. Eden stared at the creature ahead, its size dwarfed towers, its aura twisted the sky unnaturally. Deciding quickly, Eden steadied his stance, aware this opponent wasn't stalling, it was preparing to end everything. With a blazing roar, Eden unleashed a devastating technique, igniting the ground with fire and fury. His blade spiraled like a molten storm, forming a blazing vortex as he bellowed its name. Flames collided with shadow as another force appeared, dark, swift, and cloaked in malevolent purple energy. The colossal troll marched forward, corruption leaking from its limbs, warping the earth with every step. With terrifying speed, it lunged, its corrupted fist crashing down, aiming to obliterate Eden in one blow. Eden tried to dodge, but the strike clipped him mid-air, flinging him through buildings like broken glass. He gritted his teeth mid-flight, twisting his body to land, sword spinning to absorb the impact. The troll growled low, its eyes locked on Eden, recognizing him now as a true threat. Eden surged back into the fight, flames swirling wildly as he charged the corrupted troll head-on. With a furious yell, his energy exploded, eyes blazing as power fused into his final attack. His sword pierced the monster's core, flames detonating on impact, ripping through its tainted flesh completely. He landed with heavy breaths, barely standing, his voice trembling in shock, believing the battle was over. But then, behind him, the troll stirred again, alive, enraged, its corrupted essence flaring brighter than ever. Eden's eyes widened. The troll was falling toward the city, threatening thousands who hadn't yet escaped. The corrupted beast tumbled mid-air, its massive body glowing with unstable energy, ready to explode on impact. Far below, another warrior gripped his sword tightly, stepping forward as brilliant power surged beneath his feet. In a blinding flash, he launched upward, striking the falling troll mid-air with a lightning-coated slash. A brilliant explosion swallowed the skylight, shattered the darkness as the troll disintegrated above the buildings. As energy faded, the blonde warrior landed atop the rooftop, surrounded by sparkling remnants of destruction. He stood quietly beneath the pink sky, body still, but senses alert, waiting for any remaining threats. Eden approached from above, hovering in silence, his fiery aura dimmed but eyes fixed on the swordsman. He marveled silently, such overwhelming strength, yet no fame. How had history forgotten someone this capable? A sudden realization struck Eden mid-thought, snapping him out of awe. Something important had just resurfaced in memory. A sharp pain stabbed Eden's mind. Sudden and blinding, his body reeled, overcome by chaotic memories. Disoriented and clutching his head, he lost balance, plummeting uncontrollably from the rooftop toward the streets. He landed hard but stable, knees buckling as dust exploded around him, heart pounding with confusion. The blonde swordsman stepped forward silently, concern on his face, but Eden could only offer silence. Unseen by them, delicate feet in a crimson robe touched down. Another player had entered the field. The robed woman stood calmly, aura concealed, yet her presence distorted the atmosphere with unsettling precision. Eden's pain worsened. The closer she came, something ancient stirred, and even the other warrior grew uneasy. A cosmic message surged into Eden's mind. The sky of Apocalypse now watched her with divine interest.
The city stood quiet beneath a smoke-filled sky. He walked alone along the ledge. Though chaos reigned, a new class coalition had emerged, gradually taking control of the devastated hunter zones. He was heading toward a summit where elite players from around the world would finally unite. A fellow hunter greeted him on arrival, signaling the beginning of something far greater than survival. Boots pressed into the ground as Rygar approached. Armor gleamed beneath sunlight as Rygar offered thanks. His voice steady, eyes locked forward without hesitation. Kaleem gave a small nod, dismissing the gratitude while standing beside June with quiet conviction. Rygar, standing tall, acknowledged their departure, expressing appreciation for actions that held the fragile alliance together. June narrowed his eyes, admitting to himself that his mission was always to erase past destruction. Rygar's past achievements flashed before June's eyes: battles waged, monsters slain, and countless lives saved through overwhelming strength. June stared ahead, eyes narrowing, as system notifications began appearing rapidly, displaying restricted data tied to Rygar. June remained still, reading in silence, unsure whether this power was earned, deserved, or dangerously manipulated by others. Rygar, noticing hesitation, chuckled lightly, curious whether June feared the price of strength more than the threat itself. A half-smile formed as Rygar reflected. Perhaps restraint, not force, was what made June worth watching closely. Rygar spoke with conviction, expressing hope that if June conquered the cataclysm, peace could return completely. The weight of those words stirring a quiet determination beneath his calm demeanor. Rygar softened his tone, reminding June that he too was part of the light guiding humanity forward. He assured June that Egypt's support would remain unwavering, regardless of distance, conflict, or future uncertainty. June bowed his head slightly, expressing gratitude before revealing he had one personal request to make of Rygar. Rygar added that with limited capacity, they couldn't send scouts beyond Set's known coordinates for now. June's expression sharpened. He urgently requested permission to track Set's trail and pursue any lead without delay. Rygar looked straight ahead, then gave a slow nod, agreeing to the mission despite its overwhelming uncertainty. Clouds parted as a jet soared eastward. June had already departed. Inside the aircraft, June sighed heavily, muttering about the absurdity of locating the Eye of Osiris. The task ahead involved Set and the unknown entity manipulating him, an overwhelming threat with uncertain reach. June scoffed, questioning why he wasn't simply teleporting with Bastet instead of flying in economy class. Kaleem, seated nearby, explained Bastet's long-range usage had reached its limit after multiple emergency operations in England. June softened, acknowledging their sacrifices, and sincerely thanked Kaleem for Egypt's support during the worst of battles. Kaleem confirmed Bastet's past success but noted their flight would land in Korea within the hour. June shifted his gaze, asking if there had been any progress in tracking Odin's sudden disappearance. Kaleem frowned, admitting Odin vanished inside his own domain, something that had never occurred in recorded history. Both grew quiet, silently hoping no further anomalies would emerge before a clear explanation could be found. With Korea now a likely battleground, June stared out the window, wondering what truly happened to Odin. June asked if Set's commanding presence matched the cloaked enemy previously identified during earlier intelligence briefings. He speculated this might surpass even known Set's rank entities, perhaps something older, darker, hidden in higher realms. A deafening explosion rocked the plane as flames surged upward in violent waves. Kaleem's expression sharpened instantly. Looking down, they saw fire engulfing the city below. Kaleem shouted as magical interference surged. Something powerful was approaching fast. From beyond the edge of the flames, winged beasts screeched across the sky, armored and aggressive, signaling the long-dreaded beginning of the Cataclysm event. June's expression tightened as recognition struck. This wasn't random destruction. Without hesitation, June vaulted from the plane. Below, the monster swooped between buildings, massive claws scraping roof. June's blazing sword stabbed through the monster's skull, flames surging on impact as the creature howled violently. Without losing momentum, he leapt skyward again. He incinerated another beast mid-air, flames bursting outward like wings of divine retaliation. June landed cleanly on the rooftop, body surging with residual fire. Lightning curled across his shoulders as he prepared for Phase 2. This wasn't the final wave yet. June stood atop the cracked battlefield, lightning dancing across his frame, whispering, "So, the cataclysm begins." His gaze sharpened, energy pulsing beneath his skin as he questioned whether the real battle was only now starting. A monstrous beast roared through smoke, charging June with jagged teeth wide. June launched forward to intercept. The creature missed with a feral swipe. June twisted midair, splitting muscle and bone with overwhelming elemental precision. June descended through flames, surrounded by power, his grip firm. This strength was earned, not gifted by fate. The city burned under crimson skies as June walked through the collapsing ruins. Monstrous beasts emerged from the wreckage. Survivors were scattered or gone. June's streaming system failed. No backup. He scanned frantically for any familiar signs. Determined, June calmed his breath, steadying his mind as distant screams reminded him someone was still alive, prepared to face whatever nightmare waited in the smoke. Civilians screamed and scattered as the shadow of death loomed, desperate to outrun the monster's fury. A colossal beast crashed through the wall, glowing eyes fixed on the helpless crowd fleeing in terror. Lightning surged around June's blade as he raised it high. His weapon crackled violently, arcs of raw energy condensing. June descended with force, lightning exploding on impact. Standing atop the slain beast, the hunter scanned the ruins. He asked about their condition. Expression calm, yet his body remained ready for sudden threats around them. The survivor gave a grateful nod, relief washing over him after narrowly escaping certain death minutes ago. Panicked, the man shouted toward the hunter, pointing back toward the ruins where more hunters were trapped. The hunter's eyes narrowed. Saving the others meant exposing everyone here to danger. They likely couldn't survive. Bald man nodded firmly, stepping forward. He had made up his mind to face danger. He approached the younger man through the dust and rubble, relieved to see him still alive. They exchanged few words. The young man would locate other hunters. The bald one would protect survivors. With a calm smile, the bald man promised to lead everyone safely before joining the fight. He moved ahead, unaware a fallen ally lay bleeding quietly in the shadows. Boots stopped beside collapsed armor. Blood pooled slowly, but faint pulses meant there was still time left. Ash drifted down. Breath slowed. Muscles tensed, not from fear, but from a rising sense of urgency. Threat presence confirmed. Unfamiliar energy signatures surged through debris. Flames roared ahead. Something moved between the burning vehicles, wrapped in glowing violet distortion fields. A hood blocked the sky. Smoke curled around black cloth. Heartbeats quickened. Sweat gathered across tense skin. Breath halted as glowing violet mist continued to draw closer. An eye narrowed, burning red. Sparks coiled. Electricity surged through the blade. Heat radiated outward. Another alert blinked alive. Combat enhancement triggered. Feet shifted into stance. The charged weapon hummed. Energy halted mid-charge. Muscles locked. Eyes widened. Shouts echoed nearby, pulling attention from the incoming threat. Several silhouettes approached with caution. Footsteps careful. Purple light trailed behind one, pulsing with controlled hostility. Weapons were already drawn. Phrases exchanged felt rehearsed. Intent wasn't friendly. Movements revealed experience and purpose. System alert activated again. Classification upgrade. Surrounding presence logged as multiple unidentified hostiles closing in. Electric arcs danced down arms. Breath steady. Position held. A warning was given before stepping forward. Information arrived too late. Most were already rescued. Reinforcements expected Joan to retreat with the rat. Joan stayed silent, eyes focused. Calculations spun internally. A single goal outweighed every promise of return. Offer was given again. The path back remained open. Every step forward could still reverse everything. Head turned slightly. Another name was mentioned, one already departed. Silence fell. Fingers tightened. Lips pressed firm. No questions remained. A faint smile lingered. Eyes met briefly, before steps turned back toward the flames. Others moved fast. Purple trails burned behind them. Jones stayed still. The last glance faded. Breathing slow, calm returned as choices solidified into will. Dark aura thickened. The source hadn't moved. Everything around it trembled, resisting contact with its pressure. Air cracked. The ground launched upward. Joan accelerated through swirling heat. Everything else vanished. Only the robed enemy remained in razor focus. Thoughts narrowed into a single objective. Identify the threat's origin, before it escalates beyond control. The robed entity shifted. Black smoke spiraled. Collision followed. Flames consumed the crater. Smoke surged outward, swallowing twisted steel and scorched concrete debris. Far behind, others moved quickly. Paths through destruction remained blocked. Time was running out again. A hand reached forward, but orders weren't needed. No words were argued. Weapons stayed drawn. The task had shifted, and new guardians stepped forward. Past wounds were known. No one questioned motives. Everyone remembered who kept the escape path open. Concern remained silent. Eyes met briefly, sharing quiet understanding. The defensive line would hold without fail. Pressure returned. Muscles burned. Blades stayed ready. Eyes widened. Recognition sparked instantly. Threat level reassessed. Feet braced. One knee dropped. Energy spiraled downward. Focus narrowed. No time remained for regret. Power surged again, heavier now than ever before. Allies reformed beside her. No words wasted. Silent unity spoke louder than any battle cry could. Scenarios played silently. One wrong move could end it. Still, this ground would not be surrendered. Light broke through the clouds. Something ancient stirred above. Energy poured down like a flood. Every fiber absorbed it. Bones strained just to remain upright. A massive explosion erupted across the battlefield. Dark energy surged into form, twisting unnaturally. Crackling lightning wrapped around Jones' blade as he faced the entity. Jones' instinct sharpened. He recognized the threat wasn't defeated. It had just fully awakened its strength. Without hesitation, Jones charged again. Jones dashed forward, fiery energy spiraling around him. His steps left scorched trails behind as momentum built, each stride faster. He launched skyward and crashed down like a meteor. Jones analyzed the damage mid-air despite the impact. His enemy's core structure remained dangerously intact. Determined, Jones redirected his force. His next strike would tear out the black core, without hesitation. Jones' sword clashed violently with the shadowed enemy. Leaping back, he created distance. Explosions erupted around the dark as Jones unleashed. A warning flash. Jones' system detected dangerous energy buildup. Despite the alert, Jones pushed forward, weaving through destruction. Jones' thoughts raced. The entity's regenerative power was adapting faster than any damage he delivered. Its black core pulsed violently, emitting a wave of dark energy that warped. Jones didn't hesitate. He charged again, flame coating his arms. With a single leap, he pierced the air, blade glowing. Jones unleashed everything at once, wind, flame, but the dark creature withstood it, shrouded in swirling void energy. The enemy's body convulsed, reassembling rapidly. Crackling lightning and smoke surrounded the creature's silhouette. From above, Jones descended like a comet, determined to break its regeneration before it completed transformation. Their clash detonated across the battlefield, scattering energy in all directions. Jones was struck mid-air, his body crashing back. The enemy advanced without pause, core exposed. Twisting in the air, Jones evaded with tight aerial movement. He landed with controlled force, scanning the terrain. A sudden pain crossed his face. He winced. The enemy pulled off his hood. Jones froze momentarily. He hadn't expected that to look so familiar beneath the darkness. With eyes glowing, the entity gave a final warning, its tone devoid of fear or hesitation. A terrifying hum filled the air as the creature's aura surged. Suddenly, a massive explosion of purple energy burst outward. Elsewhere, a white-haired ally reactivated their power, sensing the critical moment arriving on the battlefield below. His expression turned serious. It was finally time for him to intervene directly in combat. Another group noticed his movement. One man urged caution but knew they had no real alternative now. A golden beam erupted from the sky. The blast tore flesh and scattered blood, revealing a monstrous form hidden beneath. A white-haired warrior reaffirmed his resolve. They must eliminate the enemy before it fully awakens again. With speed and precision, he leapt from the platform. A bald warrior intercepted him mid-motion, offering a grin. He too had joined the final push. Elsewhere, Jones regrouped with allies, finding momentary relief in their presence after prolonged solo resistance. Below them, the corrupted trembled, locking eyes with Jones and growling, "You passed my threshold." A single eye pulsed with light as the corrupted presence spoke cryptically about glimpses of destiny. Bloodied and breathing heavily, the lone fighter stood defiant. A body fell from the sky, motionless. Nearby, a silent observer watched everything unfold. With a quiet command, the cloaked summoned a raven, signaling their withdrawal from the confrontation. Two silhouettes stood on fractured pavement, their bodies tensed as a sudden surge passed overhead. Below them, a cloaked form stepped forward. Nearby, one form shivered slightly. An outstretched hand moved with precision. A limp body dropped hard against stone, lifeless for the moment. One voice called out in alarm, stepping forward in disbelief as tension rippled through the air, eyes widened, scanning the surroundings for answers, confusion mounting with each unanswered second of silence. The cloaked form adjusted its hood slowly, calm and deliberate, as if unaffected by rising emotion. A clenched fist trembled in anger, accompanied by a question sharp, loud, and impossible to ignore. One command echoed with quiet authority, halting the moment a single directive: ensure the fallen survives. Jun Kakang lunged toward the black-robed man, channeling every ounce of power into his reckless charge. He believed that the sheer explosive force would distract the enemy long enough to create an opening. His strategy relied on breaking free from close range and escaping before the black-robed man could react. Merlin's enchanted necklace contained failsafes ready to stabilize his mana stream if anything spiraled out of control, but the demonic energy surged far stronger than expected, twisting his mind as chaos fused with madness. Although no clear reason could be found, the black-robed man's expression revealed faint surprise. A strange magical crest formed midair, pulsing with ancient energy as if evaluating the man's identity. Jun Kakang blinked slowly, absorbing the atmosphere, but sensed clearly this man could not possibly be Odin. He turned his head toward the presence nearby. A woman approached quietly, her eyes gentle, holding a mixture of relief, curiosity, and restrained concern. Jun Kakang sat upright, recalling the moment clearly the man in black robes had appeared before collapse. He firmly believed that the black-robed man was Odin, despite the strangeness of the situation. Another man confirmed the vision, acknowledging he too had witnessed the same mysterious figure appear. As blue energy sparked from his fingers, the woman noticed the anomaly and grew immediately concerned. Jun Kakang stared at the glowing object, realizing its strange pulse felt oddly familiar yet deeply unsettling. He admitted he tried to replicate Odin's method, but clearly something was missing from the attempt. The bald man blinked in confusion, unsure how the boy possessed knowledge of such forbidden paths. Jun Kakang's tone shifted. He explained Odin wasn't the origin, just another wielder of someone else's terrifying power. He confessed to hearing a voice in darkness when gods vanished, and the system itself reset. The bald man warned against assumptions. Odin's presence alone didn't confirm divine intervention or true identity. Jun Kakang insisted the man in black wasn't Odin there, was something darker beneath that power. He nodded with certainty, refusing to forget what he had seen behind the black-robed man. The bald man admitted he lacked answers, but needed more information before reaching a proper judgment. Jun Kakang declared the system had reset before someone existed who remembered everything, someone even Odin feared. As the sun rose, calm settled across the rooftop where quiet thoughts replaced earlier tension. The bald man began explaining how he investigated anomalies after Jun Kakang's mana began acting abnormally. He searched tirelessly for answers, piecing together theories to understand what Jun Kakang's surge truly meant. Jun Kakang listened as the man acknowledged the sacrifices others made to keep the situation contained. Staring at the sky, the man confessed uncertainty. No path felt clear in the battles approaching fast. The bald man summarized global conditions: gates surging uncontrollably, systems breaking down without warning or stability. It felt like the entire balance of power was tilting into a dangerous and irreversible shift. Jun Kakang gasped about the failure, unsure how the situation spiraled beyond prediction or containment. The man explained that the dimensional balance had ruptured, spatial gates no longer aligned with system control. Jun Kakang warned they must eliminate threats quickly or risk losing everything to chaos without enough time. The bald man admitted they needed someone capable of surpassing limits to control what's about to unfold. Jun Kakang reflected he had gained strange power, but it wasn't enough to restore the world alone. His inner thoughts raced. This test wasn't optional. He needed to prove his worth as a player. Accepting the challenge, Jun readied himself, knowing failure meant losing his only chance to change fate. He stepped into the unknown, the world bending around him. Two cloaked emerged from the scorched landscape. One of them observed the destruction carefully, declaring the cataclysm had already begun to unfold. His companion explained the shift began when Kronos awakened, triggering a chain of irreversible events. Jun listened carefully, piecing together their words, realizing forces far older than him were now involved. With fiery light behind him, Jun narrowed his eyes, fully aware now that everything was in motion. The two men stood solemnly. One admitted the devastated land never became easier to witness. Their gaze drifted toward a ruined city overtaken by wild overgrowth. Elsewhere, a blonde elf solemnly whispered the truth. Young lives were vanishing far faster than expected. Her voice carried dread, but resolve too. Those suffering children were now seeking her out, instinctively. She extended her hand, vines sprouting gently. Vines burst from the elf's hand, violently seizing the man who dared approach without invitation. He begged for mercy, consumed by panic. Seated on a natural throne, the elf queen watched coldly. The man's body transformed grotesquely, twisting into bark and thorns, his identity swallowed by wild, ancient magic. The elf's glowing eyes widened slightly. A whisper escaped her lips. Earth now awakened new hunter. Dark, mutated, awakened from the roots, glowing green eyes locked onto their target with deadly intent. The elf queen commanded them to cleanse the land of humans and restore the fallen kingdom. Monstrous roars erupted as the horde surged forward. An immense shockwave burst from the ground. The city lay in ruins, overgrown and abandoned. From atop a crumbling fortress, a tall watchtower stood alone. 2 armored guards stood vigil on the tower. Suddenly, one of them squinted and leaned forward. He pointed with urgency, shouting to his partner, "Look over there! Survivors!" Hope surged through them both. A group of survivors marched toward the gate, weary but intact. One survivor, smiling with relief and exhaustion, raised his hand high and shouted, "We're back! We're alive!" His voice echoed as he waved toward the tower. 2 guards stared down, surprised. "That's at least 200 people," one said. "No wonder they're late." Jun's eyes narrowed. "Still, this worries me. That many people may have drawn more beasts nearby." The bald man reported, "We cleared the monsters and secured supplies. Everything's now under full control." He continued, "Among the rescued were guards from other zones. We should interrogate them for answers." Jun nodded, arms crossed. Spoken like a tired unit leader. Outside, guards escorted the survivors to briefing rooms, where their statements would be recorded and reviewed. Inside, the silver-haired survivor stood before a screen. "It's awful out there." The numbers were wrong. The aerial footage revealed dense monster activity, all remaining enemy forces converging toward a single city block. A soldier realized the truth. Each tiny mark on the screen represented a living monster unit. Despite the threat, the silver-haired scout noted the upside monsters focused on one building allowed evacuation. Jun's thoughts raced. The enemy's behavior wasn't natural. Something or someone had issued direct, unified orders. The conclusion was undeniable. The ruler was influencing them. If they killed him, the tide turned. Jun stood silently, thinking, even if we defeat the ruler, many lives could still be lost. A bald officer briefed. "We used bulk firepower, cleared most monsters. Luckily, the survivors didn't resist." Another soldier exhaled in relief. "That's good news. Fewer variables means we can regroup more efficiently." The officer added, "But other areas aren't as stable. We'll need stronger forces to protect them." Jun clenched his fist. "We're low on time. We strike fast or lose thousands, including ourselves." The officer reported their team's success, noting that several cities had already been reclaimed without resistance. He emphasized urgency, explaining that surviving cities needed reinforcements before more civilians were captured or killed. With passion, he declared their mission clear: reclaim lost territory and strike back without hesitation. The soldiers responded with fierce cheers, fists raised. Jun stayed quiet, thinking grimly. Most had no idea how cruel and deadly this war was. Jun sensed something off, not fear, but a chill that crept in through observation alone. An emergency alarm blared suddenly, confirming his instinct. A hidden crisis had just been uncovered nearby. Recon teams arrived at an abandoned site, but all communication lines had been severed before discovery. No signs of struggle remained, only corpses and one wounded man who had survived execution. That man revealed a chilling truth: the summoner hadn't spared him. He simply hadn't finished yet. Jun called for all willing recruits, inviting survivors who sought strength to become official hunter candidates. Those who responded would undergo awakening trials. From above, the training ground seemed small, but its purpose carried the weight of survival. Jun checked on preparations, confirming with his teammate that everything was ready for their next move. They scheduled their departure, aligning objectives before leading the operation that could shift the balance again. The bald man hesitated, his curiosity clear as he wondered about the true strength of the ruler. Jun considered the question silently, knowing the answer wasn't simple and that timing was everything right now. He explained that the ruler hadn't reached full power yet, but that wouldn't last for long. According to Jun, the ruler's strength increases over time, evolving into a greater threat with each day. The bald man looked relieved, but June remained focused, already calculating their next move before escalation began. June knew the path ahead was brutal, but something deep inside urged him to move forward. He clenched his fist tightly, not from fear but from the weight of unfulfilled responsibility pressing in. He hadn't come this far to question things. Every decision now carried purpose and resolve. With steps aligned, the team advanced beside him. Their boots struck the earth with rhythm, cutting through the silence of trees. In under a month, the city had become a wasteland filled with silence and threats. Suddenly, a horde of monstrous creatures erupted from the ground, cutting through the air before the monsters could fully react. Lightning-fast movements tore through the enemy ranks. Standing in the center, charged with raw power, June recognized the rising energy. It wasn't random chaos, but a structured formation of power. He observed quietly, sensing the strange build. A monstrous tree-like emerged, surrounded by hordes. Its presence alone commanded unnatural control over them. June and his allies stood firm, energy crackling around them. They knew this was no scam. Flames erupted around June's body as he advanced, fully aware the true enemy had finally appeared.
A massive explosion erupts from the distant mountainside, sending flames surging across the forest edge. Dense smoke clouds the sky, while the inferno consumes everything, woodland, structure, and shadow alike. Flames crackle violently as bodies retreat. Chaos reigns beneath the collapsing canopy of burning trees. Jungkyung's power stuns his team. Realization dawns, they're witnessing someone far beyond their league. He signals a break. Commander Joe nods solemnly, ordering regroup in 20 minutes amid ash. An ominous system response reveals passive effects activated. Some unknown force now quietly awakens within. Information flows across the screen. Jungkyung remains still, absorbing each word with cautious focus. Vivid memories surface. Merciless enemies once stood burning, smirking, daring him to challenge their dominance. Power hums beneath his skin as purple aura sparks, signaling full control over chaos. Silent resolve hardens. This mission won't follow expectation. He'll shape its ending with his own hands. Confidence grows steadily. Jungkyung realizes strength no longer rises linearly but transforms with each breakthrough. Major stat milestones trigger deeper changes. Power evolves past numbers into something closer to rebirth. Energy surges throughout his body, not as a skill boost but as a total transformation. Muscles tighten subtly as his hand clenches, calm exterior hiding the storm raging within him. A quiet grin forms. He has reached another threshold, and nothing ahead seems impossible anymore. Morning light reveals a ruined cityscape, wrapped in glowing green energy, pulsing with raw mana. Towering structures hum unnaturally. Soldiers watch wide-eyed, stunned by the overwhelming magical force surging nearby. Shock deepens as they realize the mana barrier ahead isn't artificial. It's living, dense, ancient. Doubt creeps in as Commander Jue questions whether today's objective exceeds their combined capability. Jungkyung responds firmly. His voice steady. Power alone won't decide this fight. Belief in each other will. Footsteps echo forward as Jungkyung advances, every movement weighted with intention and quiet authority. He declares the goal clearly. This mission ends only when the ruler is completely destroyed. No one is forced. Turning back remains an option for anyone gripped by fear. Warning lands sharp. Beyond that gate lies pain, chaos, and a battlefield shaped like hell. Tension grips the squad as eyes fall upon the cursed zone hiding behind mana shield. One soldier hangs limp, life fading fast, his body drained by unnatural vines rooted beneath him. A pale elf raises his glowing hand, green energy swirling with unnatural hunger and delight. Amusement dances across his face. This feast of human energy reignites memories long buried. Observing calmly, the masked warrior nods slightly, acknowledging these victims weren't ordinary soldiers, they were hunters. Interest sparks in the elf's eyes. He commands his subordinate to locate even stronger prey. Rubiel bows silently, awaiting orders, her expression steady, despite the growing tension surrounding them. A sudden surge in mana makes her flinch. Energy spikes violently from the direction of battle. Recognition flickers across the elf's face. Something powerful challenges his dominance. Breaking his calm demeanor, with narrowed eyes, He commands Rubiel to unleash their secret weapon against the approaching threat. Flames erupt across the battlefield instantly, engulfing everything as enemy forces scream beneath raging inferno. Flames roar endlessly as Jungkyung's team advances through scorched terrain, formation tight and unwavering. Nervous chatter breaks among soldiers, wondering how they'll survive a battlefield burning like purgatory. A sharp notification rings. Jungkyung's system interface activates, signaling the enemy's imminent arrival nearby. Tremors shake the ground, giant footsteps echo as a monstrous figure emerges through heavy smoke. From the haze steps a purple-eyed warrior, aura crackling fiercely, prepared to annihilate everything ahead. The silver-haired warrior leaps forward, body engulfed in glowing energy that tears through the air. Crackling power lashes outward, striking a tree like monster and shattering its hardened bark instantly. A desperate soldier screams for help, trapped by twisting roots reaching to drag him under. Shock floods her eyes, recognition flickers as she realizes a human is still alive nearby. Without hesitation, she dashes downward, violet aura blazing, determined to intercept before death claims him. Impact explodes midair, as the silver-haired warrior collides violently with the monstrous creature's chest. Swift movements follow. Each strike cuts cleanly, leaving glowing trails where energy blades carve deep wounds. Her assault continues relentlessly. Bangs echo. Light bursts flash, chaos filling every inch around them. For a brief second, realization strikes. Something ahead feels disturbingly strong, far beyond her expectation. Rubiel's eyes widen. Excitement replaces concern as she senses an opponent worthy of her power. Rubiel's eyes flash crimson as she channels energy, locking firmly onto her advancing opponent. Sparks erupt midair, her blade collides with immense force, sending waves of energy outward violently. Dust clears, revealing both fighters unmoved, each testing the other's strength through raw, unrestrained power. Rubiel pivots sharply, aura igniting brighter as determination eclipses hesitation from moments before. Jungkyung steps forward through smoke, flames surrounding him like armor, his counterattack about to begin. Flames pulse violently around Jungkyung as he steadies himself, analyzing the failed strike's aftermath. Frustration flickers briefly, his attack missed entirely, despite precision refined through countless battles before. A heavy thud breaks the moment. Allies secure the fallen soldier pulled from enemy grasp. Across the field, Rubiel lands gracefully, eyes glowing faintly with restrained amusement and power. Her tone drips with mockery. Rescuing a hostage doesn't erase the cowardice behind their ambush. A faint smile crosses Rubiel's face as she acknowledges her opponent's undeniable skill mid-battle. Electricity hums between them, both warriors prepare to clash again, seeking a true equal fight. Her mocking tone fades and eerie stillness fills the air as tension builds like thunder. Suddenly, screams echo from behind, terrified soldiers dangle helplessly, trapped by invisible energy restraints. Darkness spreads through her aura as their pleas twist into madness, demanding she end them. A dying man, parched and trembling, crawled through smoke, desperately whispering for a single drop of water. Two armored soldiers, Sung, Gu, and Jungkyung, stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the weakened stranger's misery before they could act. The man's body twisted unnaturally, crimson energy surging violently through his veins. With a sinister grin, the transformed man clenched his glowing fist, his humanity completely consumed. Sunggu's face paled as Jungkyung muttered grimly, "Let's retreat," realizing they faced something beyond control. Commander Jungkyung assessed the chaos, realizing the monstrous entity's power exceeded their squad's combined strength. In Chang bit her lip in frustration, her glowing eyes reflecting both fear and unwillingness to retreat. The soldiers turned hastily, boots pounding against debris as panic spread through their disordered ranks. Sung-gu and Jungkyung followed behind the fleeing group, maintaining composure while ensuring no one was left. Suddenly sensed a shift in energy, his body tensing as danger surged closer unexpectedly. Eyes narrowing, Sung-gu scanned the surroundings, sensing something unusual tugging faintly at his awareness. A strange voice echoed within his mind, whispering cryptic words that sent chills down his spine. Elsewhere, an elf named Arvis observed from a marble courtyard, amused by humanity's display of weakness. Power gathered in his veins, emerald light swirling violently as thoughts of dominance fueled his resolve. A confident grin spread across his face, everything aligned perfectly with his carefully constructed plan. Arvis reflected on his origins, recalling centuries spent perfecting his strength and mastering forbidden magic. A smirk tugged at his lips as green energy coiled around him like living serpents. Magic surged through his veins, reshaping his aura into a fierce, pulsating storm of domination. Confident in his power, he envisioned humanity's downfall. Their walls shattered beneath his relentless fury. A sudden violet slash tore through the air, colliding violently as flames erupted in blinding chaos. From the mist emerged a towering beast beside In Chang, its presence radiating raw, unrestrained power. Cautious eyes traced the ruler's movements, her instincts warning that this being wasn't meant for mortals. Silence lingered between them. Tension thickened as Sung Gu's focus sharpened, preparing for what might unfold. Across the distance, observers realized with dread that the entity before them had fully awakened. Exhausted allies regrouped nearby, each battered and wary, silently acknowledging the battle's toll upon their spirits. Fear overtook the soldier's face as realization struck what stood before them wasn't human at all. Sung Gu's calm gaze followed, searching for answers amid the growing panic spreading through the shaken survivors. Words trembled from the soldier's lips, revealing the horrifying truth that chilled every listener to silence. Overwhelmed by dread, his body went limp, consciousness fading as terror consumed his final strength. Kneeling beside him, Jungkyung checked his pulse, confirming exhaustion had claimed him rather than death. Silence lingered between Jungkyung and In Chang, frustration visible as they surveyed the aftermath before them. Determination flared in Sunggu's eyes, his decision clear despite the tension surrounding their battered group. In Chang hesitated, torn between fear and loyalty, her instincts screaming against retreat, yet trusting his judgment. Jungkyung exhaled heavily, acknowledging the grim truth they were outmatched and dangerously low on strength. His expression hardened as he analyzed the enemy's cruelty, realizing civilians were being weaponized against them. Concern shadowed in Chang's expression, her resolve wavering as the cries of endangered civilians reached her. Sunggu's calm yet firm tone cut through hesitation, his focus shifting toward decisive strategic retaliation. Energy gathered around his arm, blue light pulsing steadily as power began concentrating in his grasp. In Chang turned slightly, tension rising, uncertain of his next move amid the charged silence surrounding them. Flames erupted violently, engulfing the air in blinding heat as Sung Gu unleashed his overwhelming fiery power. Sung Gu launched upward, flames spiraling around his blade as heat distorted the battlefield's smoky air. His weapon carved through the sky, forming a fiery arc that illuminated the scorched ground below. Explosions erupted instantly, shock waves tearing through debris as molten fragments scattered in every direction. The inferno twisted violently, devouring remnants of shadow while thunderous blasts echoed across the ruined landscape. Amid the chaos, Sung Gu's final strike crashed downward, unleashing a blazing impact that shattered the earth. Sung Gu's fiery strike surged forward, cutting through the air like a blazing comet of destruction. Arvis countered instantly, summoning a vibrant emerald barrier that collided violently against the incoming inferno. The impact forced him back, pain flashing across his face as heat scorched through defenses. He glanced at his trembling hand, veins glowing, as residual flames continued to burn beneath skin. Pride faltered for a moment, arrogance fading as Arvis acknowledged his opponent's strength with reluctant respect. Arvis muttered coldly, fury simmering beneath his calm tone as power rippled through his aura. His expression hardened, remembering the humiliation of defeat that still haunted his pride and reputation. Emerald light intensified, forming spiraling waves that distorted the air around his clenched, glowing fist. A sinister grin emerged as he vowed to reclaim dominance, declaring his return as unrivaled conqueror. Meanwhile, distant observers watched uneasily, realizing Arvis's power surge marked the beginning of another devastating clash. The group regrouped at the crossroads, their wary silence broken only by faint echoes of battle. In Chang scanned the area cautiously, unease creeping in as tension thickened within the fading daylight. Sunggu's eyes narrowed, his voice calm yet certain, acknowledging their enemies were aware of their location. Jungkyung processed the realization, understanding they had no element of surprise left to rely on. Determination replaced doubt. Sunggu prepared for the inevitable assault, ready to face everything the enemy unleashed. Late afternoon sunlight painted the construction site as Jungkyung ran across the open pathway, scanning ahead. Barriers and cranes surrounded the area while his rapid pace kicked up dust on the uneven ground. From another direction, Sunggu appeared, matching his speed, both figures moving with precise synchronization. Their powerful leaps carried them across rooftops, landing silently on an empty plaza bathed in purple light. As the two stopped, more silhouettes emerged from the distance, signaling the long-awaited gathering was about to begin. Silence settled between them as tension rose, the air thick with anticipation of conflict. A short nod confirmed their readiness, muscles tightening as focus replaced every lingering trace of doubt. From nearby, In Chang watched closely, confidence glinting in her eyes as she assessed their composure. Strategy filled his mind, every movement calculated, every memory of defeat fueling his determination to retaliate. Without hesitation, he issued orders, leaving Sung Gu behind as he advanced toward unfinished business ahead. As dusk deepened, he analyzed the terrain, recalling prior missions and identifying likely ambush routes. Nearby, Sung Gu's expression hardened, realizing the scale of danger awaiting them beneath the calm exterior. Their discussion shifted toward strategy, weighing numbers and positioning before the enemy's sudden movement could begin. Confidence hid uncertainty. He knew overconfidence could destroy them faster than any weapon ever could. After a tense pause, Sung Gu nodded, silently accepting the risk as they prepared to advance forward. Determination surged within he as he resolved to strike, driven by countless captives depending on their success. Every second wasted meant another life lost, and hesitation was a luxury none could afford. In Chang matched his resolve, her silver hair fluttering as they prepared to descend into enemy territory. Behind them, Sung Gu watched their leap, staying behind to protect the area from surprise counterattacks. While gliding midair, In Chang steadied her breath, eyes fixed ahead, awaiting his command to begin infiltration. Standing atop the rooftop, he exchanged a final glance with In Chang, their mission clearly defined. Darkness gathered around his eyes, crimson light flaring as his focus sharpened into deadly precision. Every movement calculated. His voice turned cold. Tonight's operation was not rescue, but ruthless elimination. Below, monstrous figures surged forward, their distorted forms shaking the ground with every thunderous step. Amid the chaos, a colossal tree-like beast emerged, towering high, commanding the horde's furious advance. From above the ridge, he and In Chang surveyed the valley crawling with advancing monstrous troops. A flicker of concern crossed her face as the sheer number of enemies became clear. Calculations ran through his mind, recognizing their forces were already mobilizing for the incoming confrontation. Despite the overwhelming odds, retreat wasn't an option. Every second delayed risked countless innocent lives. Steeling himself, he met her gaze. Conviction firm, each side had a duty only they could fulfill. A subtle shift in his gaze signaled recognition. The enemy commander had begun to move, urgency coursed through him as realization struck delay any longer, and their element of surprise would vanish. In Chang sensed his determination, her calm expression masking the anticipation building beneath her composed demeanor. Both leapt from the rooftop, descending rapidly toward the shattered city, filled with waiting adversaries below. Wind howled past their ears as they plunged through the air, ready to strike first. Instinct tightened, his grip as his eyes locked on the enemy rushing through swirling flames. The approaching figure radiated killing intent, aura igniting with red energy that distorted the surrounding air. Reacting swiftly, he braced himself, but the enemy's fiery assault tore through the space between them. In Chang intercepted the attack midair, her glowing weapon clashing violently, sending shockwaves rippling across the ruins. Amid the chaos, the enemy spun his blade with precision, readying another devastating strike. Flames coiled around the enemy's blade as he lunged forward, each strike leaving searing trails behind. In Chang deflected the assault, explosions erupting around her as shockwaves shattered nearby debris into dust. His relentless pace never slowed. Every swing carved deep scorch marks across the crumbling battlefield below, landing lightly atop fractured stone. He surveyed the ruins with an unsettling grin spreading slowly. Crimson eyes glowed brighter, his confidence swelling as power radiated fiercely through his battle-scarred frame. Electricity crackled around In Chang's arms, purple energy forming arcs that illuminated the smoke-filled battleground. Watching her charge forward, he recognized her power, but also the danger of confronting such strength alone. Determination overtook hesitation, survival demanded immediate action, no matter how impossible the odds appeared to be. With a sharp command, In Chang urged him to move, insisting she would handle the fight herself. Shadows stirred nearby as he turned, realizing their opponent's strength was growing faster than anticipated. Energy pulsed violently around In Chang, her confident gaze fixed forward as her aura intensified in brilliance. The glowing weapon in her grasp thrummed with unstable power, radiating waves of violet light outward. Wounds once carved into her skin began closing rapidly, replaced by renewed strength flowing through her veins. A green shimmer overlapped the violet glow, merging into a radiant surge of pure restorative energy. Watching from afar, he realized in awe that her regeneration surpassed anything he had ever witnessed. Power surged violently around In Chang, her body engulfed in blinding light as ancient energy awakened within. He watched in disbelief as her aura expanded, forming the outline of an armored figure. The transformation completed. Divine energy reshaped her form into the legendary warrior, once known as Siegfried. History repeated itself as In Chang. Now the Dragon Slayer prepared to unleash power that once shook kingdoms. A massive surge of energy formed above the city, twisting clouds and shaking the skyline violently. The unstable force gathered at the center, creating a glowing sphere that expanded with uncontrollable intensity. A blinding explosion erupted, sending destructive shockwaves that shattered countless buildings and split the ground apart. From the collapsing streets, Jungkyung struggled to stand as tremors and debris continued to scatter everywhere. Energy ripples faded across the ruined city while Jungkyung realized the dimensional distortion had completely activated again. Energy surged around Jungkyung's hand as ancient symbols appeared, forming a powerful seal of transfer. The seal activated, pulling two divine figures within its core, their forms dissolving into radiant light. Power stabilized briefly, surrounding Jungkyung's body while his expression hardened, signaling complete synchronization with the artifact. A massive beam pierced the sky, connecting distant structures as spatial distortions rippled through the entire city. Jungkyung advanced toward the glowing monument, realizing the gate of return had finally begun to open. Jungkyung observed the faint light across his wrist device, sensing an unknown activation sequence beginning suddenly. A digital notification appeared mid-air, confirming the hidden skill return had successfully initialized within his system. Blue energy coiled around his arm, responding to the surge emitted from the reawakening artifact core. Concentration tightened his posture as he stabilized the output, preparing for the incoming transfer of power. Lightning erupted ahead, forming a distorted gateway that reacted violently to Jungkyung's synchronization with the relic. Jungkyung's energy flared violently as the surrounding space cracked, signaling the arrival of another entity. A golden light descended, revealing Yggdrasil, an ancient being connected to the world's core balance. Static filled the air as Yggdrasil's gaze locked on Jungkyung, recognizing his unstable synchronization with chaos. Energy pressure built rapidly between them, distorting the ground and bending nearby structures from the collision. Jungkyung's aura ignited crimson, power stabilized within him as the decisive confrontation finally commenced. Jungkyung propelled himself upward with immense speed, leaving a trail of energy tearing through the air. His figure landed inside the ancient arena, lightning crackling as ground lines glowed beneath his feet. Across the circle, Yggdrasil stood unwavering, his expression hardening at Jungkyung's sudden approach and confidence. Crimson energy surged around Jungkyung, showing dominance as Yggdrasil's composure faltered under the overwhelming power's presence. Shock spread across Yggdrasil's face, realization dawned that this opponent's strength defied every calculated expectation. Jungkyung's eyes glowed red, scanning the energy patterns around the arena for sudden distortions forming. The ground illuminated with divine runes as Yggdrasil's aura intensified, revealing fragments of ancient elven magic surrounded by light. Yggdrasil's figure rose proudly, declaring his origin as ruler of the Great Forest Empire. Jungkyung assessed the claim calmly. Realizing his opponent wasn't a mere guardian but an ancient sovereign power flared again, as Yggdrasil studied him closely, sensing traces of another world within Jungkyung's energy. Energy pulsed through his arm as crimson light climbed upward, resonating with the structure's unstable core. Flames coiled around his frame, distorting nearby air while power surged beyond controllable physical boundaries. A spiral of green light burst forward, spinning violently as Yggdrasil's anger reached its breaking limit. Electricity danced through the air, condensing into a spear shimmering with ancient energy and divine fury. Sparks rained downward as Yggdrasil launched his weapon, demanding truth while the arena trembled under impact. Red light reflected in his eyes as imminent danger approached, shaking the ground beneath him violently. Following the great cataclysm, Seoul's skyline endured, standing tall amid fragmented echoes of forgotten destruction. Panic spread across the streets. Citizens rushed for shelter while emergency sirens wailed through every district. Hunters mobilized instantly, their weapons drawn to counter monsters emerging from unstable collapsing dimensional gates. Inside the towering headquarters, the Hunter Association began preparations to reclaim territories lost during earlier chaos. Inside the assembly hall, tension filled the air as leaders gathered to discuss the sudden catastrophe. A stern official stepped forward, announcing Asgard's decision to intervene and stabilize the ongoing dimensional collapse. Silence followed as he mentioned Odin's absence, creating uncertainty among the organization's gathered elite members. Whispers spread quickly. Some doubted Asgard's unity. Others questioned their capacity to face larger threats. Amid divided opinions, the acting commander called for consensus, his calm presence restoring order within chaos. Discussion continued in the hall, though none displayed genuine leadership or control over the situation. Resigned expressions spread across the room as senior members passively allowed orders to flow downward. Calmly, the red-haired commander referenced Odin's preparations, outlining contingency plans for emergencies like this. Concern deepened when reports indicated worsening instability, forcing them to consider immediate deployment of Asgard's hunters. Electricity surged from one soldier's gauntlet, signaling readiness, while doubts quietly lingered behind their determined faces. Silence settled over the hall as the red-haired commander questioned the sudden disappearance of Odin. Energy readings across the region spiked unpredictably, hinting that something powerful was interfering with Asgard's systems. Elsewhere, a mysterious figure awakened, surrounded by fractured light and shards of compressed temporal energy. Confusion spread among the operatives as they analyzed Odin's last coordinates, finding nothing but static distortion. Footsteps echoed outside the chamber. A new report arrived, signaling the emergence of another unknown anomaly. Heavy footsteps echoed through the hall, faint traces of violet energy trailing behind each measured step. Faces turned instantly as a hooded figure entered, exuding quiet authority mixed with dangerous power. Shadows rippled from his form, distorting the light as he finally lowered his darkened hood. Gasps spread across the room when his face emerged, revealing Odin's long-presumed dead presence alive again. Shocked murmurs followed. His return radiated dominance, and even veteran hunters felt uneasy under his gaze. Confusion spread across the room as stunned hunters processed Odin's unexpected words. With growing disbelief, Baldur's expression darkened. Realization struck that his identity was no longer hidden from anyone present. A tall corporate tower stood under the afternoon sky, hiding countless secrets behind its mirrored walls. Inside, a deep crack spread across the marble wall, evidence of recent chaos and destruction. Debris covered the office floor, suggesting a violent impact that shattered both furniture and atmosphere alike. At his desk, Jun-kyung sat silently, staring at the fractured wall in quiet tension. Whispers echoed in his mind, Odin is back. He recalled the promise once made to the gods. Purple energy coiled around Odin's body, distorting the air as his presence filled the darkened space. Jun-kyung's hand trembled slightly, his knuckles tightening while sensing the overwhelming power radiating nearby. The room felt heavier, tension building as faint vibrations spread through the cracked marble floor. Thoughts of past failures clouded his mind, yet his expression remained composed beneath the fading light. Slowly rising from his chair, he prepared himself for confrontation, aware the long-awaited clash had begun. A faint knock echoed through the silent office, cutting through the thick tension in the air. Muscles tensed instantly, every sense alert, as he realized the disturbance wasn't from an ordinary visitor. Energy pulsed faintly around the room, warping light as dust lifted from the cracked marble floor. Rising slowly, Jun-kyung turned toward the entrance, his gaze sharpening with recognition and disbelief. From the doorway, Odin appeared with a calm smile, radiating dominance that silenced the entire space. Silence lingered as uncertainty flickered in Jun-kyung's eyes, disbelief clashing with the reality before him. A calm tone filled the room. Odin's voice carried weight, each word deliberate and controlling. Steps echoed softly across the polished floor, as tension thickened between master and disciple. Odin reached forward, resting a hand on Jun Kyung's shoulder, his expression unreadable yet commanding. Unease stirred within Jun Kyung, memories of manipulation surfaced, warning him to question Odin's intent. A faint smirk curved on Odin's face, his tone filled with authority disguised beneath false warmth. Words flowed smoothly, framing his offer as recognition. Yet every syllable hinted at manipulation and control. Jun Kyung's gaze hardened, recalling past betrayals that shattered his faith in divine promises. Odin's grip tightened, pressure symbolic of his intent to bind Jun Kyung's will once more. Power flickered in his single eye, urging obedience as he demanded loyalty to fulfill his vision. Unease flickered in Jun Kyung's eyes, as Odin's request grew heavier with unspoken meaning. Confusion turned to suspicion. His thoughts raced, struggling to comprehend what Odin truly desired from him. Without warning, Odin pulled him close, their auras clashing as power rippled through the shattered floor. Words fell quietly yet sharply, demanding not loyalty but something deeper and offering, beyond ordinary devotion. Realization struck hard. Jun Kyung's breath faltered as Odin whispered the truth he required his sacrifice. Blinding light erupted across the sky, spiraling outward as divine energy tore through the atmosphere violently. Golden flames surged upward, forming a colossal symbol that engulfed the towering building entirely. The structure trembled under immense pressure, its glass exterior warping beneath waves of radiant force. Outside, figures watched in silence, their faces reflecting both awe and growing apprehension at the sight. One observer raised his hand cautiously, analyzing the glow. He confirmed it, a powerful divine force field activated. Amidst the glowing barrier, Ethan briefed the group, explaining their limited chance to retreat safely to Seoul. His calm tone masked urgency. Those willing to stay behind would face whatever danger remained inside. Daniel stepped forward firmly, assuring him of support, declaring loyalty owed through past debts and friendship. Several others nodded in agreement, determination reflected in their expressions despite the looming threat ahead. Lena's gaze turned sharp. She spoke with resolve. Finding Jun Kyung was their only path forward. Footsteps approached from behind, breaking the tense silence as Mira stepped forward, carrying her small companion. Her calm voice carried determination, announcing that everyone had reached the same decision to stay and fight. A brief smile crossed Ethan's face, his gaze softening as he listened to their unified resolve. Resolve burned in every expression. They had chosen danger over safety, loyalty over comfort, conviction over fear. Electricity surged around Ethan's arm as he nodded firmly, declaring their advance toward the heart of conflict. Sparks danced around Ethan's palm, arcs of electricity weaving together as energy built into a concentrated surge. The barrier ahead pulsed violently before splitting open, forming a narrow passage glowing with unstable light. "Let's move," he commanded, stepping forward first as the team followed into the swirling distortion. Shock rippled through the group when the opening flickered unexpectedly, sealing faster than predicted mid-transition. Lena's eyes widened, realization striking someone else was interfering from within, manipulating the energy to trap them. Bright light swept across the cityscape, its golden radiance descending upon the heart of Seoul below. Buildings trembled as a glowing dome expanded outward, distorting the skyline in luminous waves. Within moments, an enormous barrier formed, sealing the area in shimmering layers of energy. At its center stood a towering gate, pulsating faintly as runes flared with divine resonance. A figure cloaked in green lightning appeared before it, demanding answers from intruders who dared approach. Flames erupted across Jun Kyung's body, crimson energy swirling violently as he prepared for confrontation. Across the barrier, Alberon tightened his grip on his glowing spear, his instincts warning of imminent attack. With a burst of speed, their figures clashed mid-air, explosions rippling through the surrounding skyline. Sparks and embers filled the air as Jun Kyung shattered Alberon's weapon effortlessly with raw strength. Shock crossed Alberon's face. Realization dawned too late. His opponent's power had far surpassed divine limits. Energy pulsed violently through Jun Kyung's arm, his veins glowing red as unstable power surged uncontrollably. Alberon observed closely, eyes narrowing while realizing Jun Kyung's aura resembled the gods yet felt distinctly human. Jun Kyung approached the arena's center, sensing immense energy radiating from the figure surrounded by light. He floated above glowing symbols, green currents twisting around his body, showing mastery over divine energy. A faint realization struck Junkyung. This being wasn't human, but something far higher and older. Power clashed invisibly between them, the air distorting as both prepared to uncover hidden truths. Chains expanded outward, releasing divine energy that confirmed Junkyung's fear. A true sponsor stood revealed. She's smile widened, faint arrogance showing as emerald light intensified, distorting the air around him. Energy crawled across his hand, forming intricate runes that pulsed with ancient godlike resonance and danger. Vibrations shook the entire arena. Divine power erupted upward, scattering debris through blinding waves of green light. Junkyung steadied his stance, feeling pressure crush his chest as In Chang's aura expanded without limit. A sudden surge burst forward, his body vanished within a storm of energy, initiating their catastrophic clash. Junkyung assessed his overwhelming power, realizing hesitation could mean immediate death within that divine storm. Heat surged around him as crimson energy coiled, his control returning with sharp, determined focus. A fiery vortex burst outward, engulfing the battlefield, flames twisting into a blazing shield of resistance. Explosions echoed through the arena. The collision of red fire and green divinity shattered the air. In Chang emerged from the chaos, slightly scorched but smiling, acknowledging Junkyung's strength had surpassed mortal limitation. Junkyung's flames thickened, radiating across the platform as heat warped the arena's shimmering surface violently. He analyzed In Chang's earlier words, searching for truth amid the chaos, realizing hidden motives behind divine powers. His gaze sharpened, sensing Junkyung's insight, his energy pulsing steadily, revealing pride and growing unease beneath composure. As tension rose, both forces balanced, one human, one divine, ready to redefine power's meaning through battle. Around them, spectral warriors formed from his aura, ancient guardians summoned to crush Junkyung's rebellion. His tone hardened, declaring his supremacy as divine currents surged violently through the glowing chamber. He regarded Junkyung with superiority, acknowledging his strength only because it rivaled the realm's chosen beings. Crowds of lesser warriors gathered below, their bodies trembling as the two powers prepared to collide. Junkyung's eyes burned crimson, inner flames rising. His mind accepted the inevitable. This battle defined everything ahead. Beasts and soldiers roared in unison, charging forward as divine energy erupted into an unstoppable assault. The summoned warriors roared forward, led by a fierce fighter whose body pulsed with green lightning. Junkyung charged head, on fiery energy bursting from his core, meeting the divine assault without hesitation. Their collision created blinding light flames intertwined with divine energy, vaporizing everything caught between their powers. The skeletal guardian disintegrated instantly, crushed under Junkyung's attack, leaving behind fragments glowing faintly with residual power. As the battlefield trembled, Junkyung's aura flared stronger. His human limits began to distort under strain. A monstrous spirit emerged from the shattered light, its roar shaking heaven and ground in unison. The battlefield stretched endlessly, armies frozen in silence as divine and mortal energies tore through reality. Among the smoke, a lone figure fell motionless, his body buried beneath layers of bloody dust. A dragging sound echoed, his weapon scraped across the floor, moving toward the fallen warrior deliberately. He stood over Junkyung's battered form, calm breath, steady, eyes filled with silent judgment and triumph. In Chang observed the chaos below, his expression unreadable, silently assessing Junkyung's resilience amid the devastation. A faint digital glow appeared before him, an interface revealing data, linked to divine system fluctuations nearby. A sharp grin crossed his face as he sensed the disturbance of returning power within Junkyung. The ground trembled again, crimson light rising from afar, signaling a force he thought already extinguished. Eyes narrowed. In Chang turned toward the growing energy, realization dawning that the battle wasn't yet over. Purple lightning enveloped his arm, energy concentrating into a blade that radiated chaotic divine resonance. His entire body glowed, transformation complete, as divine particles surged upward, fracturing the sky's stability around him. For a brief moment, he reflected on the countless warriors who once followed his command. A smirk formed, ancient arrogance returned, as he prepared to unleash power unmatched by mortals. Explosions erupted across the fortress below, signaling his advance and reigniting the war's unending chaos once more. In Chang arrived at the ancient gate, sensing remnants of divine energy lingering from Jungkyung's earlier clash. His expression remained calm, yet the faint vibration beneath the floor hinted at something awakening below. Eyes glowed crimson as he released his power, the surrounding air splitting under his force. Suddenly, explosions burst through the barrier ahead, releasing waves of green energy mixed with divine signatures. Through the chaos, shadowy figures emerged, warriors once defeated, revived to confront In Chang's unstoppable advance again. Chaos erupted as one corrupted warrior raised his blade, channeling raw divine energy into violent motion. A strike, descended lightning clashed with ethereal resistance, illuminating the corridor with unstable divine brilliance. Screams echoed as corrupted soldiers turned against one another, their bodies consumed by uncontrollable burning power. Blood and energy merged, painting the floor crimson while In Chang watched the descent into madness unfold. Calmly, he scanned the battlefield, muttering coldly about hellish chaos, then searched the area for Jungkyung. A deafening explosion shook the ground, as In Chang sensed Jungkyung's resurgence, power rising beyond expectation. Their weapons collided violently, divine green and crimson fire twisting together, erasing everything caught between their strikes. His fingers tightened around the glowing green blade, feeling its unstable power pulse through his arm. Energy surged violently, wrapping his body in bright currents as he struggled to maintain control. Lightning-like streaks burst outward, slicing through the air, signaling the release of immense destructive force. The weapon exploded in radiant motion, cutting across the battlefield, shattering everything in its trajectory. Jungkyung shielded his face from the blast, realizing Arvin's attack carried overwhelming precision and deadly focus. Flames spiraled around his arm, each pulse igniting brighter as raw power gathered for release. Crimson energy roared outward, burning fiercely enough to distort the air and melt shattered ground. Surging forward, his aura split open, revealing a skeletal emblem surrounded by violent red arcs. Sparks collided against emerald light as both forces met, shaking the battlefield with unrelenting pressure. Arvin smirked, taunting coldly, while Jungkyung advanced without hesitation, eyes fixed on his defiant opponent. A deafening explosion erupted as both energies clashed, shaking nearby structures with unstoppable destructive force. Dust scattered violently, revealing Jungkyung locked in a power struggle, flames and lightning intertwining chaotically. Cracks formed beneath their feet, each strike pushing shockwaves that tore through walls and shattered debris. Green radiance surged forward, engulfing the battlefield in a blinding storm of heat and motion. Smoke cleared gradually, showing Arvin and Jungkyung standing firm, their powers still flaring in silent defiance. Arvin gathered emerald energy into his palm, a twisted grin spreading as the aura thickened dangerously. Power flared around Jungkyung's body, his muscles tightening as he resisted the overwhelming pressure surrounding him. Flames surged from within, revealing the crimson sigil burning over his chest, pulsing with demonic rhythm. Eyes widened with realization when uncontrollable strength flooded his veins, awakening something primal deep inside. Arvin stepped back instinctively, sensing a shift. Jungkyung's aura had changed, heavier and far more terrifying. Flames erupted across the arena, engulfing debris and shaking the ground beneath the warrior's feet. From within the smoke, Arvin emerged unscathed, fury flashing as green energy flared across his form. Sparks gathered around his arm, forming intricate patterns of light that pulsed with violent intent. His voice trembled with rage, promising vengeance for the insult done to his sacred power. With a roar, he lunged toward Jungkyung, emerald trails slicing through the air, like hunting spears. Jungkyung charged through swirling chaos, fire and lightning weaving together as he closed the distance rapidly. His blade cut through the air, leaving behind a blazing arc that split the battlefield apart. The collision created a thunderous blast, scattering fragments of energy that tore the ground asunder. Watching from afar, In Chang analyzed the clash, noting the immense instability within both combatants' powers beneath burning eyes. Jungkyung steadied his breath, vowing silently that retreat was no longer an option. With a roar that shook the arena, he unleashed his power, flames swirling in violent motion. In Chang's expression hardened as she sensed an unfamiliar force rising rapidly beyond her expectations. Waves of azure energy erupted, taking the shape of serpentine flames coiling through the air. The burning torrent twisted forward, colliding with lingering embers and reshaping the battlefield in a blinding surge. Bathed in blue fire,
He stood reborn, his aura calm yet radiating overwhelming untamed strength. A faint smirk crossed in Chang's lips as her system recognized the rapid surge in his stats. Digital panels flickered mid-air, announcing the activation of multiple hidden skills tied to his transformation. Blue currents danced around his frame, each breath releasing waves of energy sharp enough to slice air. Realization struck Arvin. His growth wasn't natural. Something ancient was guiding his evolution in real time. Desperation took hold, forcing Arvin to strike first, launching a barrage of emerald slashes with furious speed. Energy pulsed beneath his feet as he steadied his stance, flames and lightning intertwining flawlessly. Arvin's eyes narrowed, confusion flickering when the aura before him shifted from rage to icy calm. Blue fire coiled around, his arm merging with his crimson energy, forming a radiant dual force launching forward. He cut through the air, his movements too sharp for Arvin to counter. A blinding wave erupted from his blade, engulfing everything in blue flames and searing brilliance. Blue flames struck relentlessly, each impact forcing Arvin backward as the ground split beneath his feet. Roaring in fury, he summoned his energy once more, emerald sparks erupting violently around his wounded frame. Pride bled through his voice as he declared himself untouchable, the sovereign of Alfheim's divine power. Cracks began spreading across his chest, his healing faltering under the lingering bite of his flames. Terror replaced arrogance when regeneration failed, leaving Arvin trembling as blue fire consumed his divine strength. His strike connected cleanly, sending Arvin crashing backward as bursts of energy rippled through the air. The ground exploded beneath his fall, waves of debris scattering, while emerald sparks flickered chaotically. Struggling to rise, Arvin's breath grew uneven, his once radiant aura trembling under mounting exhaustion. Footsteps echoed steadily, each one heavier than the last as he approached with calm, deliberate intent. Across the ruined arena, blue fire and green light faced each other, marking the duel's decisive moment. Arvin's voice trembled with rage, his body cracking under pressure as green light seeped from every wound. The ground shook violently, responding to his fury while ancient magic symbols began awakening beneath the arena. Energy swelled upward, twisting the air into chaotic waves that pulsed with unstable divine power. A guttural roar escaped him as the transformation deepened, his aura stretching beyond its natural limits. Watching from afar, Chang shouted urgently, warning he to strike before Arvin absorbed more mana. A massive surge of green mana erupted from Arvin's body, expanding uncontrollably across the battlefield. Chang quickly halted, he warning that an attack now could trigger a catastrophic explosion across Incheon. Focusing through the chaos, he calculated the precise moment to strike right as Arvin's mana stabilized.